Spring of the 11th year in Konoha. By the stream outside Konoha village, 6-year-old Yamanaka Toru lay on the grass, resting his head on his hands and gazing at the sky. The stream babbled gently, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers and fresh grass. Sigh, this life is really hard to endure. No phone, and I can't even watch anime, he grumbled unhappily. If I had known better, I wouldn't have casually watched Naruto. Now I've been transported back to Konoha just after it was founded. This is basically a death sentence. Yamanaka Toru was not originally from this world. He had just graduated from university, full of passion and determination to return home and help build his hometown, and he loved Naruto the most. When he heard that Naruto, this non-flammable series, suddenly became popular, he was disdainful, but curiosity got the better of him and he clicked to watch it. The result was that he got hooked immediately, and his soul was directly transported into the leader of the Yamanaka clan in Konoha, 5 years after the village was founded. It sounded impressive, but in reality, the Yamanaka clan, including his deceased parents, consisted of only 3 people. In other words, Yamanaka Toru had become the typical orphan transmigrator. What kind of clan leader is this? He sat up angrily. Based on his knowledge of Naruto's history, the 4th Great Ninja War would break out 6 years later. Though things were peaceful now, once war came, human life would be worthless, and corpses would be everywhere. The good news was that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, wouldn't send his children to the battlefield. The bad news was that he was already dead by the time of the First Great Ninja War. If you don't go to the battlefield, who will? You can only be sent to the front lines to die. This is so unfair. When he first transmigrated, Yamanaka Toru was full of confidence, hoping to make a name for himself and realize his Hokage dream. But 2 years ago, his parents died on a mission, and all his hopes were completely shattered. Though his father was a strong ninja in the village, at the Jonin level, he still died easily. He had no background, no bloodline limit, and trying to make a name for himself in this chaotic era was simply a fool's dream. Unless the Hokage took notice of him, but now he didn't care about any of that, he just wanted a peaceful life. If nothing unexpected happens, living until the Naruto era should be no problem, right? Maybe. Yun Zonkafeng silently swore that if he really could live until then, he would definitely give Naruto a good lesson. There's still an inheritance at home. Later, I'll go get my father's will and live as an ordinary person, peacefully for the rest of my life. Suddenly, a clear mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detected host saying peaceful life system activated, living area bound to, Konoha village. Congratulations to the host for surviving 6 years in Konoha village. Reward, beginner-esque gift pack. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and Yun Zonkafeng was stunned. When I wanted to make a big splash in the ninja world before, you never showed up. Now that I want to live peacefully, you come? Damn it! After the system bombarded him relentlessly, Yun Zonkafeng calmed down, sorted out his thoughts, and became interested in this clueless system. Peaceful life system? Sounds like it's here to help me lie low. Let us give it a try. He said excitedly. System, open the beginner-esque gift pack. Beginner-esque gift pack opened. Host receives all attribute basic chakra, yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. 1 card chakra, equivalent to Hataki Kakashi. Bloodline limit, crystal release, removes weaknesses, comprehends some ninjutsu. Strength is the foundation of a peaceful life. Wishing the host to enjoy peace. Looking at the rewards, Yun Zonkafeng's mind short-circuited. How is any of this peaceful? Purely a trap. This system is all show and no substance, shattering his 2-year dream of lying low. After a while, he said calmly, no choice, strength really is the foundation of lying low. Nonsense. Pure scam. He cursed, but received no response. Resigned, he used his mind to open the system panel, which displayed name Yun Zhong Chu Feng. Age 6. Strength chakra chun in 1 card. Bloodline crystal release. Talent all attribute chakra. Com value chaos value 100. A 6-year-old Chunin? Barely counts as having strength. The crystal release bloodline isn't bad. He knew that a 6-year-old Chunin in Konoha was a genius, but on the battlefield, just cannon fodder. Since he couldn't live as an ordinary person lying low, he'd lie low as a ninja identity instead. As long as he planned well, everything could work out. He frowned. To survive the First Ninja World War, my strength is still far from enough. Besides, Konoha won't be peaceful. Uchiha Madara's rebellion, the 5 Kage summit, all are triggers for a great war. Danger lurks everywhere. He stared at the calm and chaos values on the panel and understood their purpose. As long as someone nearby intends to harm Konoha, a chaos event will be triggered. If successfully resolved, the calm value increases and can be exchanged for items in the system shop. Daily life grants 100 calm value. If failed, the chaos value rises. If chaos value exceeds 70, he will lose the system's strength bonus. Until the chaos value drops below 70 again, his own cultivated strength will not be affected. All major historical events in Konoha village are classified as chaos events. Besides chaos events, there are other ways to earn tranquility points, but Yun Zonkafeng needs to explore them on his own. He calculated the time there were 6 years left until the Ninja World War, enough to build up his strength. Moreover, the cloud-hidden village, aiming to dominate the ninja world, certainly wouldn't be idle. He stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and said, "It's time to return to the village and get my father's will." Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, walking toward him. Why is there someone here? The forest is close to the village, but the terrain is complex and easy to get lost in. 2 years ago, he accidentally entered here, luckily memorized the route, and made this his secret base. Ordinary people would never come here. The only possibility is a ninja. Yun Zonkafeng hid behind a big tree and saw clearly that the person was a man in his 20s, scruffy beard, dressed plainly. Definitely suspicious, either a spy or trouble. At that moment, a voice came from the system in his mind. Chaos event triggered. Cloud Hidden Village sent a spy to gather intelligence, preparing to start a war. As expected, things are getting interesting. Crystal release crystal mirror. A crystal clear mirror appeared before his eyes, reflecting his image. Crystal release crystal clone technique. As the ninjutsu was performed, the mirror image slowly stepped out, identical to the original. The two Chu Feng nodded to each other, their minds connected. The clone walked toward the spy, while the original waited for the right moment. Damn it, this damn forest is so confusing. I should have taken the main road. Now I'm just an ordinary person, Tianbian Sansi complained. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have been sent here as a spy. As he was complaining, a child suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. Whose unlucky kid is this? Suddenly popping out and scaring people to death. The clone smiled and said, "Hey, uncle, you seem lost." Tianbian Sansi rolled his eyes and pretended to be tired. "Yeah, I'm from the capital. My sister married into Konoha village, and I came to visit her, but I got lost." "Then I'll take you out. I'm still familiar with this place." Tianbian Sansi showed a grateful expression. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for meeting Yunjong Xufeng, no one would have suspected he was just a lost visitor." "But uncle, taking you out requires payment. I'm hungry now." Tianbian Sansi saw this little brat 3 times. It was obvious he was trying to extort him, but he kept a smile on his face. "Let me find something." He pretended to rummage through his bag but stopped his movement. "Come closer, I'll give you a cake." Yunjong Xufeng immediately smiled and walked over. When they were about a meter apart, Tianbian Sansi suddenly attacked, pulling out a sharp kunai and stabbing it hard into Yunjong Xufeng's chest. "Ha, kid, don't try to play ninja games like adults in your next life." He looked at Yunjong Xufeng coughing up blood and mocked, "Your acting is good, but after living more than 20 years, you underestimated me too much." But he didn't see the despair he expected in his eyes. Instead, Yunjong Xufeng smiled, "The one who dies is you." Suddenly, the clear sound of crystal shattering rang out, and countless sharp crystal shards flew like rain. Tianbian Sansi was pierced like a sieve. Though stubbornly alive, he was powerless to resist. Yunjong Xufeng stepped out from behind a tree, looking at the weakly breathing Tianbian Sansi. "I didn't underestimate you, you were just too arrogant." "Crystal?" Tianbian Sansi asked with difficulty. "Yes, genuine crystal. If you really killed me, you might get rich overnight," Yunjong Xufeng said with a smile. Tianbian Sansi begged, spare me, my daughter was just born." Yunjong Xufeng shook his head, "Sorry, I have things to protect too." Crystal escape technique, crystal prison. A streak of white light flashed, and Tianbian Sansi was tightly wrapped in transparent crystal. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, reflecting colorful rays, beautiful yet cruel. Tanabe's expression at the brink of death was frozen, like amber. Yun Hongfeng snapped his fingers, and the crystal prison shattered with a roar, turning into powder that scattered, dazzling like a funeral. Anyone who disturbs the peace will not be spared by Yun Hongfeng. Speaking of which, this spy even dared to enter Konoha village, and no one noticed. If it weren't for me, Yun Hongfeng, Konoha village would have been finished long ago. Chaos event ended, completion rate C+, reward 1,400 calmness points. Because the host directly killed Tanabe 3 times, the Konoha plan failed, chaos value increased by 5 points. Are you kidding me? I can't just kill him outright? Do I have to bathe with him? Treat him to a meal? This system is totally screwing me over. I went through all the trouble of outsmarting and outmaneuvering him, and you punish me instead? I'm basically Wu Zetian left a widow now. I've already lost Li Ji. I want to see who came up with this damn plan. Get me the Hokage. If I don't get an explanation today, even Senju Hashirama won't be spared. Yun Hongfeng, full of rage, turned and headed straight for the village. Many people on the way saw him and thought some child was being bullied, so they hurried to find an adult. No one expected that this 6-year-old boy with white hair was actually plotting to take down the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After all, Senju Hashirama could crush someone down to the size of a kidney stone with just one hand. Arriving at the Hokage building, Yun Hongfeng greeted the ninja at the entrance one by one and bluntly said, "I'm here to take down Senju Hashirama, cough cough, no, I'm here to collect my father's will." The ninjas didn't stop him instead, they readily let him in. There weren't many guards inside the Hokage building, and Yun Hongfeng quickly reached the door of the Hokage's office. Just before the door, his expression changed, and he put on a harmless look, saying, "Uncle, I am the head of the Yunjong clan, here to see the Hokage to collect my father's will." The guard at the door was from the Senju clan and spoke kindly, "Go right in, the Hokage is inside." To be honest, they didn't need to keep a close watch on this place at all. Who would dare assassinate the first Hokage? The very idea was laughable. After knocking 3 times, a loud voice came from inside the room, "Come in." The door opened, and Yunjong Tsufeng finally met the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama recognized him at a glance. "You are Yunjong Tsufeng, son of Yunjong Shan, right? Lord Hokage knows me?" Yunjong Tsufeng was a bit surprised. He was just a minor character, yet the Hokage still remembered him. "I remember everyone in the village. Your parents were once my trusted aides. It's a pity they died young. My parents sacrificed themselves for the village. As long as the village exists, they live on." Yunjong Tsufeng was unclear about his parents' thoughts at the time of their sacrifice. The village had just been established, and the sense of belonging was weak, but they still chose to give their lives. These words came from his heart. Although the village might become corrupt and dark in the future, he had awakened the system, and everything could change. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama slammed the table and stood up. "Well said. As long as the village exists, they will always live on. You came today for the will, right? Back then, your father entrusted the will to me, waiting for this day." After speaking, he opened a secret compartment under the desk, took out a yellowed envelope, and handed it to Yunjong Tsufeng. Just as Yunjong Tsufeng was about to take the letter, the office door was suddenly pushed open. He thought someone had really come to assassinate the first Hokage. "Brother! I need to talk to you. Tobarama! Control your temper, there are children here." Hearing his brother say this, Senju Tobarama finally noticed the white-haired child in the room. He gave Yunjong Tsufeng a look, and Yunjong Tsufeng immediately understood Tobarama's meaning. He stepped forward, took the envelope from Senju Hashirama, put it away, and said, "Lord Hokage, Lord Tobarama, I'll take my leave now." Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "Go back, carry your father's will, and grow well." Yunjong Tsufeng nodded and turned to leave the Hokage's office. As soon as the door closed, loud discussions began inside the room. "Uncle, do you know why Lord Tobarama is so angry?" A member of the Senju clan scratched his head and said, "It seems Lord Tobarama's plan failed. I don't know the details, and it's not something we should know. So it was your lousy idea, old man, and you dare give me a look." He cursed inwardly but smiled cheerfully on his face and said, "Thanks, uncle, I'm heading back now." After leaving the Hokage building, he could finally vent, "Second Hokage, just wait 30 years, and I'll show you how the kids from the southern village bully your old self helplessly." But now was not the time. His water style, with a mop in the water, directly swept me into the sewer. Not everyone can pull off creating water from thin air like that. He decided to go home first to see exactly what was written in his father's will, then head towards the territory of the Yuno clan. "Brother, my plan failed. The spy died on the way. It must be the evil Uchiha clan," Senju Tobarama angrily said in the Hokage's office. Senju Hashirama rubbed his forehead and said, "What does this have to do with the Uchiha? Your attitude doesn't help peace." I'm just being cautious. The spy was sent by the Hidden Cloud Village. I was just going along with the situation, but it got ruined. If I catch him." Tobarama had learned that the Hidden Cloud Village sent a spy to Konoha and wanted to capture him for information, but failed. Looking at his furious younger brother, Senju Hashirama said helplessly, "If that's the case, then go ahead and do it. I trust your mind." Hearing his elder brother say this, Tobarama's anger slowly subsided. Big brother is too naive. The current peace is only temporarily maintained because the other ninja villages fear Konoha's strength. If something happens to Big Brother, they will rise up against us. By the way, which clan was that white-haired child from just now? The Yuno clan. I observed that he can already refine chakra, and the amount is more than that of an ordinary ninja. Senju Tobarama nodded. He had noticed that child from the start. At such a young age, his chakra rivals that of top-tier ninjas. He will definitely be a core force of Konoha in the future. It seems the Yuno clan is about to rise again. Yes, Senju Hashirama said seriously. If it weren't for Yuno-san not mastering the clan's secret spacetime ninjutsu, the Yuno clan wouldn't have joined Konoha at all. That's the downside of single transmission. Big Brother, what do you think of this child? Senju Hashirama pondered for a long time. He has good talent. I want to take him as a disciple, but I still need to observe his character. Then it's settled. If both his talent and character are good, we'll take him in. Achoo! On the way home, Yuno Torike suddenly sneezed, his ears faintly burning. He muttered to himself, "Who's talking behind my back? It can't be the Hokage, right?" In fact, he had no idea about the conversation in the office. He wasn't afraid of the Hokage discovering the chakra inside him. On the contrary, that was exactly his goal. If he wanted to live peacefully in Konoha, having the status of a Hokage disciple was the best. Look at Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Uzumaki. Although old and confused, causing chaos in Konoha, they had no ambition and lacked ability, yet they both safely made it through the Boruto era. Even the heads of noble clans had to respectfully call them elder. So, Yunin Tofu only dared to show a little edge in front of Senju Hashirama. But entrusting the Konoha village to these limited capability people can only be considered the helplessness of the second generation. The third Hokage was quite a talented ninja in his youth, but not so commendable in old age. He muttered as he walked, and soon arrived at a large manor. Carved on the manor's building was a white crane soaring among the layered clouds. This was the clan emblem of the Yunin clan, the Yunin crane hidden. The clan territory was vast, said to have been secured by Yunin Tofu's grandfather. The old man had passed away as early as the third year of Konoha. The manor felt desolate due to the lack of servants, but Yunin Tofu was used to it. Even when his parents were alive, there were only 3 people at home, so it made little difference. He went inside to find a place to sit and opened his father's will. He was very curious about what was written inside, especially why he could only read it at the age of 6. As soon as the letter was unfolded, what met his eyes were his father's hopes for his future, along with care and apologies. "Tofu, you are 6 years old this year. Have you grown taller? Forgive your father for only being able to see you in this way." Looking at the will, although the word love did not appear, Yunin Tofu could feel his father's deep affection between the lines. "Old man, you're not good with words, yet you wrote so much, that's really something." In his memory, Yunin Yama was always taciturn, speaking little to both his wife and son. This time he read quickly and for the first time discovered that his father was actually very sentimental. Although usually few words, his love for his wife and son was never lacking. Suddenly, the words of admonition abruptly stopped. The last paragraph made Yunin Tofu rub his eyes, though uncertain. The handwriting clearly read, "Tofu, there is a secret door hidden in my study. As long as you remove the obstructing painting, you will discover the most proud secret escape technique of our Yunjong clan, cloud escape. Once mastered, the Yunjong clan will surely regain its former glory." Yunjong Xufeng was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had seen it wrong. Escape technique of the Yunjong clan? Cloud escape? Aren't we just a somewhat wealthy ordinary family? Could I have been mistaken? If Yunjong Shan were still alive, hearing his son say this, he would probably make him experience what true fatherly love means. Back in the day, the Yunjong clan was renowned throughout the ninja world, so how did it become a useless rich family in his mouth? "Dad, you and this broken system are both armchair strategists. I was ready to lie low and live a peaceful life clinging to someone powerful, and you say the family has a secret skill. Really?" Although complaining, Yunjong Xufeng still decided to go to his father's room to find that secret door. To be honest, when he learned that the family had a secret escape technique, he was both confused and excited. He already knew the crystal escape. Having one more escape technique meant more strength and security. The cloud escape allowed the Yunjong clan to continue, which meant it was extraordinary and definitely not easy to learn. Otherwise, why had his father never shown any skill? Let's go check it out first. If I really can't learn it, then it's over. If he couldn't learn it, he would have to kneel before his father's tomb and say, "Dad, cloud escape is too difficult. Let's sever our father-son relationship. You should find someone more capable." Yunjong Xufeng's father's room was not far from him, and he arrived quickly. The room was arranged just as before, occasionally cleaned by someone. He immediately saw the painting his father had mentioned. Carefully, he took it down and placed it on the table. This calligraphy and painting is a treasure passed down from my ancestors, very valuable. Sure enough, on the wall behind the calligraphy and painting, there was a unique square stone slab carved with a hidden crane pattern in the clouds. Pressing the stone slab lightly, the wall slowly moved, revealing a dark passage. He didn't hesitate and quickly walked in. Tiny lights lit up on both walls, not many, but enough to illuminate the way. He kept walking and soon arrived at a spacious and bright room. Countless display cabinets were filled with various scrolls and ninja tools. Obviously, this was the true treasure of the Yunjong clan. Looking at the room full of scrolls and ninja tools, Yunjong Xufeng couldn't help but sigh. This family's foundation is even stronger than I imagined. If I were to learn it all, it might take more than 10 years, right? But none of these were Yunjong Xufeng's purpose for this trip. The scrolls wouldn't run away. Finding the cloud escape technique was more important. He walked to the display cabinet in the center of the secret room. Inside, there were only 2 items, a scroll and a magnificent sword. The sword's hilt was carved with auspicious clouds, the scabbard had 2 cranes flying, and the wooden sword stand bore the 3 characters Haiming Jian Crane's Cry sword. What a fine sword, it will be mine from now on. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the scroll beside it. This should be the secret manual for practicing cloud escape. He opened the scroll, and its contents stunned him. Cloud escape is a ninjutsu created by the ancestor of the Yunjong clan, Yunjong Huachan. It is formed by the fusion of 3 types of chakra, water, fire, and wind. It is a bloodline elimination ultimate technique. Extremely difficult to cultivate, not for ordinary people. Once hit by the cloud escape ninjutsu, the victim's organs freeze to death in mild cases, or they dissipate into mist in severe cases. Yunjong Xufeng's head buzzed. He had thought the family's cloud escape was just an ordinary bloodline limit, but it turned out to be a bloodline elimination technique. Such a ninjutsu that fuses 3 types of chakra is only similar to the dust release of Iwagakure in the Naruto world. He shook his head, feeling like he hadn't fully woken up, having experienced too many ups and downs. Continuing to read, his head hurt even more. This is too complicated. The fusion of 3 types of chakra in precise proportions is incredibly difficult. 5 types of chakra interact in cycles of generation and restriction. Choosing 3 to fuse is even harder. But for someone like me with a system, the difficulty is just right. System, open the exchange shop. Yunjong Xufeng had long wanted to check out the shop, and this was the perfect opportunity. A light blue mall panel appeared before his eyes. Various goods excited him. Phones. Computers. So these can all be exchanged. He really wanted to grab the phone and computer right away, but together they required 10,000 com points, which was simply unimaginable. Straw sandals. Put on the straw sandals. A feeling like flying. Damn. Yun Zonkafeng couldn't help but complain, this system has everything, but what use are these straw sandals? Better to find something useful for now. Mastering cloud escape is the key. Just as he was about to swipe the page, he caught a glimpse of an item out of the corner of his eye. Holy crap! Naruto mobile game? And it costs 50,000 com points? Why would I spend 50,000 bucks on a game? But after seeing Yun Zonkafeng's description, he immediately showed a sly smile. In the Naruto mobile game, for every 100 yuan recharged, the host can get 1 com point. I take back what I said, this game is really generous. Exchanging for the game is basically using money to directly convert into com points. But if he recharged himself, 1 million yuan could only get 10,000 com points. Yun Zonkafeng definitely won't spend his own money if there is something good. Of course he wants the whole ninja world to enjoy the fun. He silently calculated in his mind, this can't be rushed, it needs to be planned slowly. After saying that, he stopped paying attention. He swiped the page and found several items helpful for training ninjutsu. Clear Mind increases training speed, requires 100 com points day. Wind and Fire Concerto increases training speed for wind and fire release, requires 4,000 com points. Both items were good, but the first one had a time limit, 100 points per day. Learning Cloud Escape would probably take a long time, a big loss. The second only boosts 2 types of chakra, wind and fire, so its effect was limited. What truly attracted him was the last item. Genius deepens understanding of chakra nature, easily develops ninjutsu, requires 15,000 com points. Too expensive. 15,000 points. Yun Zonkafeng himself didn't have enough saved up. Fortunately, there was a 90% discount for the first purchase, reducing it to 1,500 com points. You ask me why not save up to buy the Rinnegan or Mangekyo? They're simply out of stock, and even if you bought them, would you dare to use them? The future mall might launch them eventually, but there's no need to think about that now. System, redeemed genius. A faint blue light flashed by, and Yun Hongfeng felt his head become as clear as if he had eaten golden fertilizer. He immediately opened the scroll to check the previously difficult cultivation methods were now easy to understand. Many ideas for developing ninjutsu surged in his mind. Yun Hongfeng had only 2 words in his heart: good stuff. Although I don't have many calm points left, the effect is really good. The speed of cultivating cloud release will definitely increase greatly. There was still 1 month before the Ninja Academy started. Yun Hongfeng hoped to successfully cultivate cloud release during this time. With the genius buff, cultivating cloud release is simply effortless. The first and second Hokage both valued the Ninja Academy greatly. It was the future of Konoha, and they had poured much effort into it. The results were remarkable. The first batch of 36 students had already graduated and started carrying out some non-dangerous missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tazuna Koharo, Mito En, Akimichi Torakase, Uchiha Kagami. These outstanding ninjas were all taken as disciples by Senju Tobarama and studied together under the Hokage. Everyone knew these 6 had very bright futures. Whether commoners or noble families, all hoped to send their talented children to the Ninja Academy, hoping to be noticed by the 2 great lords. Yun Hongfeng's goal was the same. He had already shown some talent before the Hokage and was now preparing to enter the academy to continue improving, aiming to eventually be taken as a disciple by the second Hokage. When the second Hokage retired, he planned to assist the third Hokage, and when the third Hokage grew old, he would succeed him and continue supporting Minato. He planned to talk his way through life, live easily, enjoy a peaceful life, and handle the chaotic events triggered by the system. As long as Konoha was safe, everything would be fine. Yun Zhongxu eagerly planned for the future, but no one could guarantee that everything would go as hoped. A month passed quickly. He kept practicing cloud escape, but progress was slow, and he always failed at critical moments. I admit, I shouted too loudly back then, he said self-mockingly. The tranquility points he earned every day had nowhere to spend, so he saved up 3,000 points. After training, he rested early, preparing for the start of school the next day, not wanting to be late. The next morning, the system alert woke him up: live peacefully in Konoha for 1 day, reward 100 tranquility points. He treated the system as an alarm clock, quickly got dressed, washed up, ate, and then went out. The Ninja Academy was located in the center of Konoha, near the Hokage Rock, not far from the Hokage building. On the way, he saw many children his age, most accompanied by their parents, some alone. Everyone stared at Yun Zhongxu when they saw him. Dressed like a sword immortal, it's normal to attract attention. Yun Zhongxu wore a white robe embroidered with the Cloud Clan emblem on the back, cranes on the sleeves, and the family heirloom crane cry sword hung at his waist. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a real sword immortal. Other children wore simple clothes or the uniform family attire. Even among Konoha's noble families, no one had clothes more ethereal than his. Someone thought secretly, could Yun Zhonghua-chan be an ancient sword immortal? But this thought was quickly dismissed by himself. After all, if he were truly a sword immortal who had mastered cultivation, then with a breath, mountains and rivers would collapse with a laugh, the world would change color, not something to joke about. One sword breaking through the void, instantly crossing into the Naruto world? This plot was so absurd even novels wouldn't dare write it. If he really were a sword immortal, the Cloud Clan would have long since unified the ninja world. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, one casual sword strike would cut them down beyond recognition. Yun Zhongxu walked along, his imagination running wild, and before he knew it, he arrived at the Ninja Academy. 300 to 400 people had already gathered outside, including Byakugan-wielding Hyuga, scowling Uchiha, and many ordinary civilians. Soon, the person in charge divided the children into several classes, about 50 per class. Yun Zhongxu was assigned to Class 1. The classroom was spacious and bright. He looked around and saw a cute purple-haired Uchiha girl. After getting her consent, he sat next to her. Most children were 6 years old, at the playful age. Although unfamiliar with each other, they quickly bonded. Yun Zhongxu found it interesting, but, because of his identity as a traveler, he never let down his guard to fully join them. At that moment, a boy with tied-up hair smiled and said to him, "Hello, I'm Maraboshi Kosuka. What's your name?" Yun Zhongxu was stunned and immediately recognized this guy as Konoha's real perennial genin, a 4-term veteran, who looked honest as a child. Finally meeting someone familiar, he happily replied, "Hello, my name is Yun Zhongxu, head of the Cloud Clan." The girl beside him seemed to want to speak but held back. Maraboshi Kosuka enthusiastically said, "Then we're acquainted. I have 2 friends, I'll call them over. Yun Jong-soo-fong had no friends since crossing over and was curious about who his friends might be. He suddenly realized he still didn't know the name of the girl sitting next to him, so he asked, "Hello, my name is Yun Jong-soo-fong. What's your name?" The girl smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, classmate Chu-fong, I'm Uchiha Yuri." This was incredible. Yuri was an original character from the anime, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a member of the Konoha police department, though her age was slightly adjusted younger by me. Yun Jong-soo-fong had thought she was just an ordinary Uchiha, but it turned out to be Uchiha Yuri. She probably had already awakened the Sharingan. After all, she was the founder of the forbidden technique Izanami. Without Uchiha Itachi using Izanami, the 4th Great Ninja War might have had even more casualties. Yun Jong-soo-fong thought, how many tomo does her Sharingan have? Uchiha Yuri noticed Yun Jong-soo-fong's surprise and asked, "What's wrong, classmate Chu-fong? You look a bit off." Yun Jong-soo-fong quickly waved his hand, "Nothing, I just thought of something else." Uchiha Hariri smiled, "I see, it seems your attention isn't very focused." Being teased by the little girl, Yun Zonkafeng felt a bit embarrassed. After a few casual words, the two got busy with their own tasks. After all, they were still unfamiliar with each other since they just met. Soon, Mariboshi Kosuka arrived with 2 boys. Yun Zonkafeng was startled at first glance. The boy's eyes were bright red. At first, he thought the boy was from the Uchiha clan, but upon closer look, he guessed who he was. "Sufeng, I'm back. These are my friends," Mariboshi Kosuka introduced. Yun Zonkafeng stood up and said, "Hello, I am Yun Zonkafeng." Hearing that Yun Zonkafeng was the head of the family, they expected him to be arrogant, but he was surprisingly humble. In fact, he was just an orphan with some family background. The family's ninjutsu scrolls, if spread out, could circle around Konoha. "Hello, I am Uno Ikaku, pleased to meet you." "I am Yuhi Shinku, very glad to know you," said the other. Sure enough, besides the Uchiha, only Yuhi Shinku had red eyes. He was Konoha's Genjutsu master. Legend had it that his Genjutsu was hard to resist even by the Mangekyo Sharingan, though it was never fully confirmed. He sacrificed himself during the Nine Tails incident to protect the younger generation. Ano Ikaku was also a familiar name. He was the father of Ano Iraka. What a famous group, Yun Zonkafeng thought. But no matter how he looked at them, they all seemed like minor characters. What kind of minor character training class was this? After getting to know each other, everyone chatted for a while before it was time for class. A young male teacher walked into the classroom, and the students immediately sat down properly. The teacher nodded with satisfaction and said, "Congratulations to everyone. Being able to get in here means you have the potential to be ninjas, and you will definitely become ninjas in the future." He introduced himself, "I am Saratobi Soya, and I will be teaching you until graduation. I am 25 years old, this is my first time being a teacher, my skills are average, I enjoy sports, and my dream is to train students who can stand on their own. Next, please introduce yourselves." The students were shy at first but gradually opened up, sharing their hobbies and dreams. Even if some dreams were unrealistic, it didn't matter. After all, childhood dreams are the purest. Yun Jong-soo-feng listened attentively to everyone's dreams. Mariboshi Kosuka dreamed of becoming a powerful ninja, Shiri Mahon wanted to be a master of illusions, and Umano Ikako hoped to become a teacher. "My name is Uchiha Kyo, and I hate you weaklings. As a member of the Uchiha clan, my dreams are not something you deserve to know. That's all." After saying this, he turned around and left, his face full of disdain, as if looking at a bunch of insects. This statement immediately offended the entire class, and many glared angrily at him. But Uchiha Kyo didn't care at all, not even glancing at them. "How hateful, we must show him how powerful we are." Mom was right, the Uchiha clan is full of arrogant people. "We are all students, what makes him nobler than us?" The classmates expressed their dissatisfaction and distanced themselves from him. Uchiha Kyo snorted coldly, which was exactly what he wanted. These commoners should fear the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Osamu, sitting next to Yun Jong-soo-feng, frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Uchiha Kyo's words. Soon it was Uchiha Osamu's turn to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Osamu, and I like sweets. I don't have anything I dislike. My dream is a world without war, where the villagers can live peacefully." She behaved appropriately, with a gentle smile, like a refined lady from a noble family. At first, everyone was impatient when they heard her name, but after the introduction, they realized she was completely different from Uchiha Kyo, and their gazes became friendly. Yun Jong-soo-feng was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Uchiha Hariri's dream to be somewhat similar to his own. "Hello everyone, I am Yun Jong-soo-feng. My interests are living quietly and counting money. I dislike plans, and my dream is to live peacefully forever. These words stunned the entire class. Counting money? Living peacefully? That dream is really strange. Hariri next to him couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fortunately, no one noticed, or he would have lost composure. Because of this, Yunjong Chu-feng earned the nickname Peaceful Guy, which was very fitting. Alright, I've heard everyone's dreams. I hope you all can achieve them. Let's start the class now. After Sarutobi Mizu explained the school rules, he began the first lesson, mainly about understanding and refining chakra. This class was mainly prepared for commoners. Children with family backgrounds had long since learned the basics. Most commoner parents were not ninjas, so their children could only learn at the school. In class, the commoner children all listened attentively to Sarutobi Mizu's lecture. Only a few students from noble families paid close attention, the others looked around distractedly. Yunjong Chu-feng was one of those who focused on the lesson. Uchiha Hariri quietly asked him, "Chu-feng, you're listening so seriously. Have you never studied chakra knowledge before?" Yunjong Chu-feng scratched his head and said, "No, I learned it early. It's just that everyone has different understandings of chakra, and I want to hear others' perspectives." He really just wanted to gain experience this way. After all, the development of his cloud release was not going well, and he hoped to get inspiration from others. After hearing this, Uchiha Hariri felt he had been too presumptuous and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Chu-feng, I shouldn't have judged you so casually." Yunjong Chu-feng waved his hand and said it was okay. Hariri then asked, "Did the teacher's knowledge help you?" "A little, but not much." Hariri praised, "Then you must be very skilled." Actually, Yunjong Chu-feng only said that to save the teacher's face. In reality, the teacher's content was too basic and didn't help him much with developing cloud escape. After confirming that the class content was useless, Yunjong Chu-feng stopped taking it so seriously and casually chatted with Uchiha Osamu. The two quickly became familiar. Yunjong Chu-feng didn't expect this genius Uchiha to have no arrogance at all. Instead, he was very humble and lacked the competitive attitude typical of clan descendants, which left a very good impression on him. During their chat, the first class ended. Judging by everyone's expressions, they basically understood how to refine chakra. Sarutobi Mizu also told everyone that they would start trying to refine chakra next. This is a test every school session must do. Refining chakra can distinguish geniuses from ordinary students. The first refinement usually takes a day, but those with good talent can succeed in a few hours. As soon as class ended, Naraboshi Kosuke came over. "It's Yufeng, you should have refined your chakra long ago, right?" Yunjong Chu-feng shook his head. "Actually, no. I only refined it last month." Naraboshi asked curiously, "Aren't your clan descendants supposed to have learned it early?" Yunjong Chu-feng smiled bitterly. "Our clan line is single, I'm the only one. My parents died 2 years ago." Naraboshi was about to apologize but was interrupted by Yunjong Chu-feng. "No need, I don't mind. How about you? Did you understand what the teacher said?" Naraboshi scratched his head and smiled. "Not bad. I understood the knowledge about refining chakra. I can read the rest myself." Yunjong Chu-feng nodded. It never hurts to read more from books. Suddenly, a proud voice broke the silence. "Typical commoner, can't even learn something this simple. Don't bother being a ninja." The room instantly fell silent. Yunjong Chu-feng didn't even need to look to know this voice must be from the Uchiha clan. "What did you say?" Naraboshi Kosuke angrily slammed the table and shouted. "Uchiha Kyo! Don't think I fear you just because you're from the Uchiha clan." Furious, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed over, wanting to teach him a lesson. Uchiha Kyo was completely unfazed and instead mocked Naraboshi Kosuke. The conflict was about to erupt when Ano Ichikaku and Yuhi Shinko quickly held Naraboshi Kosuke back. Uchiha Kyo laughed. "See. Your poor friends all know that you can't mess with the Uchiha clan in Konoha." Naraboshi Kosuke was dragged along, full of rage. "Shinku! Ichikaku! Let go of me. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Uchiha Kyo looked at him contemptuously. "How dare a mere commoner speak to me? Our Uchiha clan is the hero of Konoha. Who do you think you are?" These words made the commoners present turn pale. They wanted to retort but dared not. The Uchiha clan was too powerful to provoke. Only a few noble families dared to stand up for the commoners. Most families in Konoha were proud but did not despise commoners like the Uchiha did. This was also why the Uchiha ultimately lost the people's support and headed toward their clan's downfall. The Uchiha clan indeed has merits, but what does that have to do with you? Uchiha Kyo was stunned. He had intended to show off in front of the commoners but ended up being reprimanded. He glanced at Yun Zonkafang. Although his clothes looked nice, he didn't recognize the clan emblem, so he was probably a commoner. Who are you? Wearing nice clothes doesn't make you noble. Yun Zonkafang wasn't angry, just thought this guy was too arrogant. With the system in hand, who could be more arrogant than him? Who I am isn't important, but you are arrogant. You weren't even born when Konoha was founded. Using your family's name to insult others, is that just to feel important? You're only tarnishing the Uchiha clan's reputation with behavior like this. Uchiha Kyo was so angry his eyes nearly popped out. What he hated most was that, for some reason, every word this guy said hit him right in the heart. Not to mention being lectured by a commoner for so long, which Uchiha Kyo simply couldn't accept. Nonsense. The rule of this world is that the weak obey the strong. You commoners were born to be ruled by us. If it weren't for... Shut up, Kyo. You're dishonoring the family's honor with that attitude. Yunjong Tsufeng originally wanted to continue arguing with him, but unexpectedly Uchiha Hariri directly interrupted Uchiha Kyo. Lord Hariri, I still want to say. Uchiha Kyo wanted to retort but ultimately swallowed his words. After all, he was not wrong. The weak must indeed obey the strong. Uchiha Hariri was a genius of the clan, having awakened the Sharingan at 5 years old and was highly anticipated. In contrast, at 6 years old, he had not yet opened his eyes, so his status was naturally low. Let's end today's farce here. I apologize to everyone on behalf of Kyo and hope you won't take this matter to heart. The Uchiha clan is not what outsiders imagine. Uchiha Hariri's words calmed the dispute and also helped the commoner children regain some dignity. Some people's impressions of the Uchiha improved slightly, but there were still those who were unconvinced, firmly believing their parents' warnings not to associate with the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Mariboshi Kosuke was released by his friends and walked up to Yunjong Tsufeng to thank him, then glanced discontentedly at Uchiha Hariri before returning to his seat. He felt Yunjong Tsufeng had first provoked the dispute, and Uchiha Hariri only stepped in to defend the clan's honor. He had no goodwill toward the Uchiha clan at all. Uchiha Hariri smiled wryly and said, "It seems Kosuke doesn't like me." Yunjong Tsufeng sneered, "No wonder, after all, Uchiha Kyo first provoked the anger of the crowd. It's normal to have a preconceived notion." Uchiha Hariri understood these words. She came to the Ninja Academy precisely to ease the village's prejudice against the Uchiha, but now it seemed Uchiha Kyo had ruined everything. As a genius ninja, Uchiha Hariri was neither arrogant nor biased. She always believed that the clan's ninjas should not be aloof. Like Uchiha Kagami, she was part of the relatively moderate faction within the clan. It was Kagami's influence that led Hariri to choose to come to the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, a genius like her would have been trained within the clan. Changing everyone's perception of the clan is really difficult. Yunjong Tsufeng smiled, "Not difficult. Why? When you become strong, the clan members will naturally listen to you. Although the ninja world seems peaceful now, it's only because the countries have no choice but to coexist peacefully due to the Hokage's strength." Uchiha Hariri did not expect Yunjong Tsufeng to say this, but on reflection, to get the older generation to accept her and her brother's ideals, strength was an unavoidable hurdle. After all, without strength, everything is just empty talk. Then wouldn't that be just like Kyo? Using strength to oppress others, Hariri provocatively said. Of course not. He just enjoys suppressing others to satisfy his desires. You, however, want the clan and villagers to no longer be hostile and for the Uchiha to truly integrate into the village. Hariri smiled, "Tsufeng, you're really interesting. It seems you don't dislike the Uchiha." Tagetsu also smiled gently, "We are all members of Konoha, there is nothing to dislike about the Uchiha." When Shiri first met Tagetsu, he felt he was different from others. When Mariboshi Kosuke was mocked, Tagetsu, though only knowing him for half a day, dared to stand up for him. Having no prejudice against the Uchiha clan was truly special. Soon, Sarutobi Mizu also returned. Tagetsu didn't believe he was unaware of what happened in the classroom, but he didn't mention a word and started the lesson directly. Alright, next everyone try to refine chakra, following the content from the last class. Sarutobi Mizu's words made everyone focus seriously. Faced with Uchiha Kyo's mockery, everyone felt helpless. Finally, it was time to start refining chakra, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. These 5 or 6-year-old children, confident in their talent, quickly began refining. Without refining chakra, the following lessons couldn't proceed. But for those who had already succeeded, the process was boring. No talking, afraid of disturbing others, no skipping class on the first day, just sitting quietly. 3 hours passed, and finally someone succeeded. Student Mako performed very well, refining chakra in 3 hours, excellent. Tagetsu was not surprised by this. Then Maraboshi Kosuka and Unoe Chikaku also succeeded. This speed was hard even for some descendants of great clans to achieve. Sarutobi Mizu nodded secretly. This generation has many geniuses. I need to report to the Hokage and also mention what just happened. As Uchiha Kyo of the Uchiha clan, although he hadn't opened his eyes, he had already successfully refined his chakra. Seeing these civilians succeed faster than him, he felt frustrated and upset. What was even more infuriating was that the family genius, Shiri, didn't help him but instead supported those civilians. That white-haired guy, I'll show you how powerful I am in the practical class. At this moment, he saw Yunjong Chufeng also seriously refining chakra and sneered, I thought you were impressive, but you're just a civilian after all. He felt even more confident about next week's exam. After all, he had already learned ninjutsu, and his strength was definitely much greater than that white-haired guy. If Yunjong Chufeng heard Uchiha Kyo's words, he would definitely roll his eyes. Actually, he was just afraid of wasting time sitting idly, so he used this time to practice cloud release. If he could successfully develop a bloodline elimination technique, his dream of a peaceful life would be secured. Shiri saw Chufeng beside him and, thinking he was working hard on training, also started practicing. Like an infectious disease, the students in the classroom who began extracting chakra all threw themselves into training, except for Uchiha Kyo. The first day of school ended, and half of the civilian children failed to refine chakra, indicating poor talent. Their future highest rank could only be Chunin. There was joy and disappointment in the classroom. Yunjong Chufeng belonged to the former. Although today's training failed at the last moment, he had already vaguely found the problem. With a few more attempts, he might be able to cultivate cloud release. After school, Maraboshi Kosuka and others greeted Chufeng and asked if he wanted to go home together. Yunjong Chufeng agreed, said goodbye to Chiri, and the four left the school together. But the four lived in completely opposite directions, so Yunjong Chufeng had to go home alone. At night, in the Uchiha clan territory. Shiri, how was school? Did you make any friends? Uchiha Kagami asked. What Shiri thought of was Yunjong Chufeng, and he considered them friends. Yes, he is called Yunjong Chufeng, the head of the Yunjong clan. Brother, have you heard of the Yunjong clan? Uchiha Kyo thought for a moment and indeed had seen the Yunjong clan mentioned in the family records, though not much was recorded. The most information was that although their numbers were few, they were very powerful. Their cloud release secret techniques were formidable, allowing one to instantly transform into mist. I've heard of them, but don't know much. Just a strong family. Shiri was somewhat curious. Chufeng had said their family line was single, with at most 4 or 5 members. How could such a small family be strong? But since brother said so, it probably wasn't wrong. She told Uchiha Kyo in detail about what happened at the academy today, eager to hear her brother's opinion. You did well. That child, Jing, has been indoctrinated by grandpa since childhood. It's not something that can be changed in a day or two. Shiri nodded. She also knew a bit about this matter within the family. Those old men who followed Uchiha Madara had been urging the clan to break away from Konoha. Uchiha are Konoha s Uchiha. Chufeng's words aligned perfectly with Kyo's philosophy. Kyo held considerable prestige among the young Uchiha. They respected Uchiha Madara but did not blindly follow him. Instead, they wanted to truly integrate into the village and strengthen the clan. This force was originally weak, but since Uchiha Kyo was accepted as a disciple by Senju Tobarama, the number of supporters gradually increased. Most of them were tired of endless fighting and just wanted a peaceful life. They firmly believed that as long as Uchiha Kyo grew stronger, success was certain. Yunjong Chufeng, this child has ideas and will surely achieve great things in the future. Brother values Chufeng so highly? Uchiha Kagami nodded, especially deeply moved by the phrase Uchiha are the Uchiha of Konoha. This was also the goal he was striving for. Neither the village nor the Uchiha needed war. He planned to tell his master about this tomorrow. If Yunjong Chufeng could receive guidance from his master, it would definitely be greatly beneficial. He felt that the Hokage and his master should have noticed Chufeng earlier. Shiri, you need to get along well with your friend. I have a feeling he might be the key to our success. Shiri did not expect her brother to value Chufeng so much. She actually liked him too, so she gladly agreed. Get some rest early, we have class tomorrow. You too, brother. Shiri chatted warmly with her brother, while Yunjong Chufeng looked at the system prompt, his face full of confusion. Name Yunjong Chufeng. Age 6 years old. Strength Chakra Chunin 1 card. Bloodline Crystal Release, Cloud Release Progress 55%. Talent All Attribute Chakra, Genius. Com Value Chaos Value 3105. Days until Chaos Event, Uchiha Madara Rebellion 365 days. The system showed that 1 year later, Uchiha Madara would attack Konoha and ultimately be defeated in a final battle against Senju Hashirama. But Yunjong Xufeng would at most be at Chunin level a year later, completely unable to help. The Fourth Great Ninja War, Nine Tails Susanoo. Can ordinary people even participate in such scenes? This is really difficult. What if the mission fails, the chaos value spikes by 70 or 80 points, and life is immediately reduced to its original state? Last time, killing a cloud spy only increased the chaos value by 5 points, and it didn't decrease for a whole month. If it suddenly rises by dozens of points, it's basically GG. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that last month when exchanging for a genius, there was a super expensive item in the shop. Although it's very expensive, if I want to intervene in the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, I have no choice but to buy it. Since they're SA-way, he has to find a way to accumulate enough calmness points. That thing requires 60,000 calmness points. Yunjong Xufeng anxiously scratched his head, wishing Konoha was full of spies from other countries. So he could kill one a day and pray that the second Hokage won't come up with any more plans. I should stroll around the streets more often, maybe I can really catch a spy. Sleep now, everything is possible in dreams. With a beautiful wish, Yunjong Xufeng fell asleep peacefully. In his dream, even Senju Hashirama had become a foreign spy in Konoha village. Everyone trusts me, but I have let them down. This is the responsibility of the Hokage. He temporarily put aside the matter of earning calmness points. Life is the priority and must not be neglected. This is Yunjong Xufeng's principle. The residents of Konoha village gradually fell asleep, but the lights in the Hokage's office were still on. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reporting the situation at the academy to Senju Hashirama. Hashirama shifted from serious to relieved. Is that what Xufeng said? Yes, Hokage-sama. Although Xufeng is young, he is quick-witted. Maru Hashikasuke has good talent but is impulsive and easily provoked by Uchiha Kyo. Hashirama nodded. Calmness is most important. One must be even calmer when angry, but children just entering the academy should not be harshly judged. Hot-blooded impulsiveness is their common flaw. It will improve over time. Nurture them well. These children are the future pillars of Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued reporting other matters and course plans. Hashirama waved his hand, leaving it to him to handle, and went to rest. Everyone is working hard for their dreams. Where are you now? Outside the window, Konoha's night was deep, with only a few houses still lit. Hashirama felt content, his fatigue swept away. For all the clansmen who follow me, I will use these hands to create peace. His aura shook the heavens, the walls cracked, and if anyone were nearby, they might have been stunned. Soon Hashirama scratched his head and laughed heartily. That was a bit over the top. Looking at the cracked wall, he felt a little sorry. It seemed the repair workers would be busy again. Go home, or Mito will get angry. It seems the god of the ninja world is just an ordinary husband. On the Ninja Academy playground, Sarutobi Mizuya was training students in practical combat. It had been half a month since the first class. During this time, they had learned shuriken throwing, and today was a two-person team competition, with mixed feelings of joy and worry. The hard-working ones were full of confidence, aware of the gap. The lazy ones probably just had to take the beating. Torikes, are you confident about today's practical combat class? Shiri asked with concern. That day, Torikes lost to Uchiha Kyo in front of everyone, and Shiri was worried he might seek revenge. After all, no one knows their own matters better than themselves. Although Uchiha Kyo was no match for Chiri, his strength was still solid. It was said he knew ninjutsu before starting school and was definitely a genius among geniuses in the class. Chiri only knew that Torikes was a good person and smart but was unclear about his actual strength. Every time she asked, Torikes always said he was weak, which made Chiri somewhat worried. I'm okay. Torikes scratched his head and smiled. I probably won't be that unlucky. I'll be paired with Uchiha Kyo, right? This made Chiri even more nervous. She knew Uchiha Kyo, like his brother Setsuna, held grudges. Offending him meant he would sooner or later find a chance for revenge. Seeing Torikes' casual attitude, Chiri felt increasingly uneasy. Actually, Torikes was just afraid he might accidentally kill Uchiha Kyo. Seeing Chiri worried, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm always first in practical classes." Torikes had always ranked near the top in class, first in both theory and practice. He was never arrogant, and his classmates had a very good impression of him. All right then. Seeing his confidence, Shiri said no more. After all, she had already warned him. After organizing discipline, Sarutobi Mizuya began today's practical combat lesson. This is the first practical combat class for first year class 1. I hope everyone gives their all. Although this is practical combat, safety comes first. Stop at a touch during fights, no serious injuries allowed. The students were excited for their first practical combat, so after repeatedly emphasizing safety, Sarutobi Mizuya started grouping them. Nara Masato and Hyuga Keisho. Akimichi Tayat and Yamanaka Taichi. Sarutabiko Suk and Shimurata. Uchiha Chiri and Yuhi Shinku. After hearing this, Jili smiled faintly at Chufeng, meaning to reassure him that he wouldn't harm his friend. Chufeng nodded in thanks. It wasn't that he looked down on Shirigenhon, but the gap was just too big. Maraboshi Kosuka and Uno Ichikaku. Maraboshi Kosuka was somewhat displeased upon hearing he had to face his good brother Ichikaku. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to make Uchiha Kyo admit defeat, but there was no way. Sarutobi Mizu was strict about rules and had decided it couldn't be changed. Maraboshi Kosuka could only clench his fists, vowing to make Uchiha Kyo suffer next time. Finally, Yunjong Chufeng vs Uchiha Kyo. Chufeng covered his forehead, just as he had said. He didn't want to play any game of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river with Uchiha Kyo. He just wanted to be a supporting role and finish quickly. At noon, he still planned to invite Jili to the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant for a meal. After all, eating was more important. Uchiha Kyo still wore that arrogant posture, looking at Yunjong Chufeng with a mocking gaze. Yunjong Chufeng felt goosebumps all over from his stare, extremely uncomfortable. He turned aside and quietly asked Jili, "Has Uchiha Kyo been reading some domineering CEO novels lately?" His eyes are weird. What as a domineering CEO? Jili looked puzzled, finding Chufeng's words strange. "It's nothing, I made up the term myself." "It's normal if you don't understand." "Alright then." Jili didn't ask further, vaguely feeling this topic might teach her some strange things. Sarutobi Mizu gave the order, and the first Group S match began. Nara Masato was quickly defeated, which didn't surprise anyone. After all, the Nara clan excels in secret techniques, while the Hyuga clan is known for their Byakugan and Taijutsu. The students took the stage in groups, and Sarutobi Misukazu carefully recorded each person's strengths and weaknesses for focused training later. The match between Osamu and Asahimeko ended. Asahimeko was quite skilled, but still lost to Osamu. Ika and Maraboshi Kosuka were evenly matched, but in the end, Ika fell slightly behind due to exhaustion. "Finished? Quick, scram. With this level, you still dare to embarrass yourselves?" Uchiha Kyo shamelessly mocked from the side, but everyone chose to ignore him. Only Maraboshi Kosuka was angered, but Ika held him back to prevent the situation from escalating. Uchiha Kyo shouted to Kumo no Torakes, "Let's go, commoner. Today you'll see the power of the Uchiha clan. Let's see if you still dare to act arrogant." After saying that, he strode toward the arena on his own, while Kumo no Torakes leisurely scratched his ear and followed slowly. Osamu couldn't help but worry, unsure if Torakes truly had confidence or was just pretending to be calm. "Begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Uchiha Kyo became a blur, instantly rushing in front of Torakes and fiercely stabbing his right arm with a kunai. Maraboshi Kosuka's eyes narrowed, so fast. Uchiha Kyo's speed far exceeded expectations. He clenched his fist, realizing he was no match. But Kumo no Torakes sidestepped with ease, dodging the attack effortlessly. He then grabbed Kyo's wrist, snatched the kunai, and threw him back with a reverse motion. With the attack missed, Uchiha Kyo dared not charge recklessly. Damn it, how is he so fast? He had practiced this move for a long time but never expected it to be so easily countered. He viciously threw 5 shuriken, trying to suppress Torakes. Wooden shuriken have limited damage, but even a hit would cause bleeding. Taking Phone pulled out a kunai, blocking it all, completely unthreatened. At this moment, Uchiha Kyo suddenly approached, leapt up, and kicked toward Taking Phong's right shoulder, the shuriken only a feint. But his smile instantly stiffened. His foot was firmly grabbed by Taking Phong. He struggled with all his might but couldn't break free from the other's control. He hadn't expected this civilian to be so strong. A wave of humiliation surged in his heart. Could it really be necessary to use that? Uchiha Kyo roared, "Let me go." After several futile struggles, he was furious. Taking Phone smiled calmly and released his grip. Uchiha Kyo lost his footing and stumbled backward. Immediately after, a fierce kick struck his abdomen, the force causing saliva to spray. "Ah! Die!" Uchiha Kyo burned with rage, unable to accept being so easily defeated by a civilian. In despair, he swallowed an unknown pill and quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sarutobi Mizuya rushed forward to stop him, but Uchiha Kyo's movements were too fast to block. Sarutobi Mizuya immediately used water-style, water wall array to extinguish the flames, but thick smoke and steam obscured the view. His intuition told him that Uchiha Kyo was definitely in trouble. Taking foam. Uchiha Yuri's pupils contracted, bloodshot spreading, two Tomo spinning the Sharingan activated. She had awakened the two Tomo Sharingan at age 5. The onlooking classmates were stunned, even Yuri's Sharingan hadn't noticed. Naraboshi Kosuke was the first to want to rush over but was stopped by the teacher. Damn it! He actually tried to kill someone. Crazy. Using ninjutsu to ambush Taking Foam. Everyone panicked. Taking Foam was well liked, almost the entire class was his friend. Yuri blamed herself for not warning Taking Foam to be careful, never expecting Uchiha Kyo to go mad enough to try to kill. What shocked her more was the speed of the ninjutsu, so fast even the teacher couldn't stop it. She urgently activated her Sharingan, trying to see through the smoke to check on Taking Foam, but was shocked to find teacher, there is no Taking Foam on the field, only a stone? This stone seemed unusual. Sarutobi Mizuya was also stunned. How had Taking Foam turned into stone? He activated wind style, gale palm, blowing away the smoke and steam. Once the view cleared, they saw Uchiha Kyo's whole body looked as if drained by a ghost, emaciated and shriveled. No one saw Taking Foam, they only saw a pale pink transparent crystal statue, exactly resembling him, sparkling under the sunlight. Teacher, can the great fireball technique turn a person into crystal? Naraboshi Kosuke looked confused. Sarutobi Mizuya didn't know how to answer and just said casually, it can turn a person into fertilizer. Idiot, that's not me. Taking Foam knocked on Kosuke's head hard. Kosuke was a bit annoyed, not expecting Taking Foam to be standing right behind him. Taking Foam, you're not dead? Taking Foam said irritably, do you want me dead that badly? Kosuke scratched his head and laughed foolishly, no, of course I'm glad you're okay. Good to hear. Taking Foam, this really scared us. Teacher Sarutobi was also flustered. It was his first time leading students and something happened, his family would definitely punish him. Shu Feng told teacher Sarutobi that he was fine, then walked toward Uchiha Kyo. Shu Feng. Jili looked at him hesitantly. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Shu Feng walked up to Uchiha Kyo, who was lying on the ground like a dead man, and lifted him up with his bare hands. So light. He tossed Uchiha Kyo high into the air and shouted at a sturdy tree, crystal release, hexagonal shuriken barrage. Countless hexagonal crystal shards spun and flew like shuriken, the sunlight refracting into brilliant colors. The crystal shards precisely hit the corner of Uchiha Kyo's clothes, sending him flying a few meters and firmly pinning him to the tree, without a scratch on his skin. This is crystal? Jili, who considered himself knowledgeable about ninjutsu, had never seen anything like this. A thought popped into his mind, could this be a Kekkai Genkai? Shu Feng patted his hands and dusted off the dirt. He didn't care that his crystal release had been discovered. In fact, he wanted everyone to see it, otherwise, he could have used other ninjutsu. Soon, many ninjas arrived. After understanding the situation, Sarutobi immediately took Uchiha Kyo away. According to the rules, maliciously injuring someone in the village must be handled by the Hokage, either imprisonment or execution. Uchiha Kyo's fate would not be good. Shu Feng, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Teacher Sarutobi, this is my Kekkai Genkai, crystal release. A Kekkai Genkai. It actually appeared in his class. And historically, crystal release had never existed. This matter must be reported to the Hokage immediately. Class, that's all for today. Everyone go home and rest, will continue tomorrow. As soon as the holiday announcement was made, the students cheered joyfully. Everyone knew who had fought for this half-day plus break. So, they all thanked Shu Feng and then dispersed. Only Jili remained standing, mumbling, Shu Feng is really amazing, I was worried for nothing. Ahem, today it's on me, eat as much as you want. Yun Zonkafeng suddenly said with a smile. Jili's eyes lit up, great, I'm going to eat you out of house and home. Our Yun Zhong clan lacks everything except money. The two exchanged a smile and headed toward Chiodao's barbecue restaurant. In the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama was busy reviewing documents. He had noticed the earlier incident and originally wanted to handle it personally, but Tobarama stopped him. Tobarama said the Hokage can't do everything himself and must give subordinates a chance to train. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door open and said, Hokage-sama, Lord Tobarama, I have failed in my duties, please punish me. Hashirama waved his hand, don't blame yourself, tell us what happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a detailed report on the situation during the practical training. Tobarama's face darkened, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, daring to openly fight in the village. Hashirama was also troubled, but fortunately Yun Zonkafeng was unharmed. Shu Feng can already skillfully use the clan's cloud release secret technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in doubt. Lord Hashirama, Shu Feng said his ability is crystal release, Sarutobi Hiruzen added. This shocked Hashirama and Tobarama so much that they slammed the table, cracking it. What? Crystal release? ISNT at cloud release? Sarutobi Hiruzen also panicked. Yes, Shu Feng did say it's crystal release. Hashirama was overjoyed. Tell me more details quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, I saw Shu Feng use two ninjutsu. One was after being hit by a great fireball, his whole body turned into a crystal statue, like a variant of the substitution technique. The other was creating countless crystal shuriken out of thin air, with power and speed surpassing ordinary shuriken, so dense they were hard to dodge. Tobarama pondered, it seems he has mastered crystal release for some time, otherwise how could he suddenly learn such an unheard of Kekkei Genkai? Hashirama nodded. He had high hopes for Yun Zonkafeng but hadn't expected to underestimate his talent. Seeing the two lords in good spirits, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously asked, you mentioned cloud release earlier, does that mean Shu Feng also has a second Kekkei Genkai? Hashirama shook his head, you know too little about the students, don't you even understand the Yun Zhong clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply ashamed upon hearing this and quickly apologized. Young people must study more. If students ask you tricky questions in the future and you can't answer, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Lord Tobarama is right, I have indeed been a bit lax recently. Senju Hashirama broke the heavy atmosphere with a smile. It's okay, go back and ask Sasuke, he definitely knows about the Yunin clan. Sarutobi Mizuke's repeatedly thanked them and left the Hokage's office. Being criticized by the Hokage and Tobarama for insufficient knowledge was the biggest embarrassment of his life, and he vowed never to repeat it. In the office, Hashirama and Tobarama discussed Yunin Shu Feng's mastery of crystal release. Big brother, I don't think we need to observe him any longer. This morning, Kagami told me what he said, and I think his mind and character are both good. I think so too. Tobarama was in a good mood. Taking such a genius as a disciple would definitely make teaching easier. Then I'll take him in, and we'll teach him together. No, I will personally take him as my disciple. Tobarama didn't expect his big brother to say that, but it wasn't surprising. After all, wood release was only mastered by Hashirama, and he might be able to help develop Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. He thought of many reasons to explain why Hashirama wanted to personally take a disciple, but if Hashirama knew, he would probably laugh out loud. In fact, Hashirama simply wanted to have a disciple. Although he and Tobarama taught 6 younger brothers together, none were his own disciples. He had always wanted to take a true disciple. Unfortunately, Konoha's geniuses were limited, and few amazed Hashirama. Until a month ago, Yunin Shu Feng appeared. Previously, Hashirama only knew that Yunin Mountain had a son, the sole heir of the Yunin clan. He was shocked when he met him. The chakra in the small body could almost rival that of a top-tier ninja. He had expected him to learn cloud release, but unexpectedly, he had mastered crystal release, an unprecedented Kekkei Genkai. The child's potential was limitless. This child might be stronger than me in the future. Tobarama glanced at Hashirama. Who knows? Who can predict the future? There are many geniuses, but many fall early, all because of the pressure of genius. Where is the child? Hashirama asked. I sent someone to find him. Yunin Shu Feng did not know the Hokage wanted to personally take him as a disciple. He only intended to join the second-generation disciples, never expecting his talent to be so outstanding. Among Tobarama's 6 disciples, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami's talents could temporarily rival Shu Feng's. But that was only temporary. Shu Feng, bring some more meat, I'm not full yet. Yun Zonkafeng looked at the pile of empty plates on the table, somewhat surprised. This little girl is only 6 years old, how can she eat so much? Although a bit surprised, he said eating as much as she wants is fine. He didn't care about such a small amount of money. Boss, bring another 20 plates of meat. When dealing with a big client, the boss smiled broadly and immediately agreed. Jili felt a bit embarrassed, but in front of Chu Fengjun, she never liked to pretend to be a lady. Chu Fengjun, can your wallet handle this? Yun Zonkafeng waved his hand. This amount of money is nothing, I'm more worried about your stomach. Jili was full of energy. Of course it can handle. I spar with my brother at night, so I have to eat well at noon. He was afraid that eating too much would affect his evening training. He only ate until he was 80% full at noon. He knew his weakness. Although he had the endurance strength from the system, his physical skills were still weak, so he practiced physical skills hard every night. Soon, the boss pushed a small cart delivering 20 plates of meat, and additionally gave an extra plate of meat and vegetables, either out of kindness or to keep the big client.
Shu Fengjun, if you have time, let us spar once too?
Jili asked seriously.
Yun Zonkafeng smiled, why the sudden thought? Jili's expression was serious, I want to know how much difference there is between us.
Shu Fengjun touched his nose, I'm very weak, I'd die after one hit, better not. He wanted to bluff, but Jili's gaze was firm, making him feel embarrassed.
Alright, I agree, hurry up and eat.
Jili smiled, then suddenly became serious again. Shu Fengjun, you must be careful of one person.
Who? Jili's expression was solemn, Uchiha Setsuna.
Yun Zonkafeng was not unfamiliar with this name. He knew he was an extremist of the Uchiha clan, worshipped Uchiha Madara, rebelled during the reign of the second Hokage, attempted to assassinate the second Hokage, and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Jili spoke seriously, and her motion of picking up meat slowed down.
He is Jing's older brother. Both brothers were influenced by their grandfather and believe that only Uchiha Madara can revive their clan.
But most of the clan members dislike war and prefer the current way of life. After hearing this, Shu Feng understood. He had beaten Jing so badly Shana would definitely seek revenge. Since he would rebel in the future, he was definitely not a good person and would surely cause trouble for him.
Alright, I'll be careful. Thank you, Shiri.
Shiri smiled gently, said it was nothing, and continued eating.
This is really delicious. We don't have anything this good at home.
The Akimichi clan has high standards for food, otherwise, it wouldn't be this expensive. This meal cost over 1,000 ryo, enough for an ordinary family to live on for half a month.
Shiri really could eat. At this moment, two Senju clan ninjas walked into the barbecue restaurant.
As soon as they entered, they saw Yunjong Xiufeng and walked toward him.
Hello, you are Yunjong Xiufeng, right? We meet again.
Yunjong Xiufeng recognized them as the uncles who guarded him that day.
If they hadn't leaked the information, Xiufeng would still be looking for that hateful planner. Ah, it's the uncles from that day. Do you need anything? Want to eat something?
The Senju ninja shook his head and said, no, the Hokage has something to discuss with you.
After you finish eating, come with us.
Yunjong Xiufeng guessed the reason for the Hokage's summons, paid after eating, and prepared to follow them to the Hokage's office. Shiri saw that the Hokage must have an important matter to discuss with Xiufeng and said, since the Hokage has summoned you, Xiufeng-kun, I won't disturb you any longer.
Thank you for the hospitality. You should come too. Aren't you a big fan of the Hokage?
Shiri's eyes lit up, staring at the guarding uncles with watery eyes.
Really?
The guard looked a bit hesitant.
It's hard to say. Lord Tobarama said the Hokage only wants to see Yunjong Xiufeng. Xiufeng interrupted, you come with me, I'll handle the rest.
Shiri was not a pretentious girl. Since Xiufeng said so, she naturally went along, also owing him a favor. She had admired the Hokage for a long time and didn't want to miss the chance to meet him.
The guarding uncle no longer refused after hearing this.
After all, Xiufeng was confident, and continuing to refuse would only make things difficult.
The four left the barbecue restaurant and returned to the Hokage building.
On the way, Yunjong Xiufeng looked around casually, while Chiri was nervous about meeting her idol for the first time and worried about being rude, but it was unnecessary.
You two go in. The Hokage and Lord Tobarama are inside.
The two Senju ninjas said this and continued guarding.
Xiufeng and Shiri entered the Hokage's office. Ha, Xiufeng is here. It's been a month since we last met, right?
Hashirama laughed heartily, showing no Hokage airs, like a friendly neighbor uncle.
Hokage-sama, Lord Tobarama, good afternoon. This is my friend.
She has admired the Hokage for a long time and sees you as her idol.
Xiufeng's words made Shiri blush like a tomato and stammer. Gee, good afternoon, both of you. Uchiha Shiri. I know you.
You're Jing's younger sister. Shiri didn't expect the Hokage to know her name and felt especially satisfied.
Xiufeng, the reason we called you here today is to ask you something. Please go ahead, my lord. Are you willing to be my disciple? This question stunned Xiufeng. He thought only the second generation would take him as a disciple, never expecting it to be the first Hokage, Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were all Tobarama's disciples, but he had directly become Hashirama's apprentice. It felt incredible. Of course I am. Xiufeng answered loudly. Hashirama laughed heartily, good. From now on, you are my disciple.
Xiufeng bowed deeply, Master above, your disciple pays respects. Hashirama appeared indifferent, there's no need to be so formal between master and disciple. Xiufeng also turned and stood properly, sincerely respecting his master.
Shiri was stunned by the scene. She thought the Hokage called Chu Feng for a practical training matter, but it turned out to be about taking a disciple. She felt both envious and not jealous. After all, Chu Feng was excellent in both study and popularity, worthy of the Hokage's favor. Hashirama looked at the bowed Shiri and said, "You are Kyoa's sister and a genius of the Uchiha. Are you willing to train with me? Whether you can become my disciple depends on your performance." Shiri answered without hesitation, "I am willing." Her voice was loud and strong, even earning a sideways glance of praise from Chu Feng. Hashirama smiled, "Good, from now on you will train together." "What about administrative affairs, big brother?" Tobarama asked. Hashirama casually said, "Leave it to the wooden clone, and aren't you here too?" Tobarama helplessly stared at Hashirama, thinking that all the administrative work would fall on him this time. Hashirama felt a bit embarrassed under his brother's sharp gaze and changed the subject. "Chu Feng, come to my house tonight. I'll have my wife cook a good meal for you, and we can also talk about your crystal release ninjutsu." Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart blossomed with joy, knowing this was a special favor. Although he had independently developed some crystal release techniques, their power was limited and hard to use on a large scale. With his master's guidance, he would surely improve a lot. At this moment, Tobarama suddenly said, "Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to school. Train with me and Big Brother, and also get to know my disciple." Chu Feng and Shiri agreed without hesitation. The two chatted a bit more until a ninja came to report a mission, then they left. Walking down the streets of Konoha, Shiri still felt the recent events were like a dream, unreal. "If this is truly a dream, I hope I never wake up," she whispered softly. Xufeng was amused this little girl really admired Lord Hokage so much. Jilly heard the laughter, turned around shyly, and said, "Thank you, Lord Xufeng. I really owe you big time this time. I never expected to train together with Lord Hokage. This is just the beginning. Work hard, and becoming the master's disciple won't be a problem. Your talent is obvious," Chu Feng encouraged. Indeed, Jilly's talent was far superior to Zhuan Qinxiaochun and Mito Menyen. If he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, his prospects would be limitless. Jilly's eyes were full of hope. He was already satisfied with the current situation, but becoming a disciple of the Hokage would be even better. "I will work hard," she said confidently. The two chatted leisurely on the street, full of anticipation for their future training. Chu Feng began to think about the next step. The goal of becoming a disciple of the Hokage had already been exceeded. Becoming the first Hokage's apprentice meant no one in the village held a higher status than him. After all, he was currently the only true disciple of the Hokage. As the first Hokage's disciple, he was sure to become the elder with the most influence in the future, but Chu Feng was not interested in power, he just wanted a stable life and to enjoy a good life. However, since he had become the master's disciple, he had the responsibility to protect the homeland his master had fought so hard to build. "By the way, Chu Feng-kun, when are we starting the sparring we talked about earlier?" Jilly asked eagerly, anxious to know how much he lagged behind Chu Feng. "Any time, you set the time." Jilly thought for a moment. "You're going to the Hokage's place tonight and training during the day tomorrow, so how about tomorrow night?" "Okay." Chu Feng agreed readily. In his previous fight with Uchiha Jing, he hadn't used much effort, relying mostly on his opponent's self-disruption. Since killing the spy from the Cloud Village, Chu Feng had been continuously training his taijutsu and ninjutsu for the past month, especially focusing on developing Cloud Release, significantly improving his strength. His chakra had long reached the level of a jonin, but due to lack of combat experience, the system still showed him as a chunin. When sparring with Jilly, he could roughly gauge his own strength. "Hee, I'll head back to the clan now. See you tomorrow." Jilly waved goodbye with a smile. "See you tomorrow." Watching Jilly gradually walk away, Chu Feng prepared to return home and continue training in Cloud Release. Uchiha clan territory. "Have you seen your younger brother?" a hoarse old voice asked. "Yes, he took forbidden medicine. I'm afraid he won't survive." "Who gave it to him?" A 15 or 16-year-old boy, his eyes bloodshot, with 3 magatama spinning in his pupils. "Take it back, Senka. Are you still planning to attack me?" the old man shouted angrily. Why Uchiha Senka, enraged by the shout, withdrew his Sharingan but remained unwilling. He is only 6 years old, with an unlimited future. How can he just die like this? The old man sighed. He stole the medicine himself, thinking it would enhance his chakra to defeat a classmate. His feelings were complicated after all. Uchiha Kyo was his grandson. Not a genius, but better than anyone else in the family. How could he steal medicine without understanding its effects just for a competition? In the end, not only did he lose the match, but he also lost his life. The family had to compensate the other party, a humiliation that was hard to bear. Which family is it? The old man said sternly, this matter ends here. Kyo brought this on himself. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, our branch will lose all prestige in the clan. But Senka didn't believe it. He had only one biological younger brother, and he absolutely could not just die like this. If you want to tell me, I'll find out myself. He must pay the price. Senka shouted angrily and slammed the door as he left. The old man was so furious he spat out a mouthful of blood. Years of plans were about to be ruined by these two children. His only goal was to follow Uchiha Madara and restore glory. If the family kept being disgraced, he might lose his elder status. Why is my life so bitter? His son and daughter-in-law were dead, leaving these two children, average in talent and not very smart. Only he, the old man, was holding up the family, and now his reputation was about to be destroyed before he died. The angrier he got, the more blood he spat out. At this moment, Chu Fengzheng was training Cloud Release at home, completely unaware that a pitiful Uchiha elder was suffering because of him. Chu Fengzheng was at a critical moment. If he could break through, Cloud Release would be successfully cultivated, otherwise, he would have to keep trying. Surrounded by pale blue energy, eyes tightly shut, his face serious, sweat continuously sliding down from his temples. He was following the method recorded in the scroll, striving to fuse water, fire, and wind chakra into one. This was by no means an easy task. The power of water and fire chakra is equivalent, but after adding the wind attribute, fire is enhanced while water is suppressed, making perfect fusion difficult. There is a ratio on the scroll, but when Chu Feng tried it, he found that following that ratio made success impossible. Suddenly, a dull sound was heard, and Chu Feng's face turned pale. Failed again. The fusion failure caused backlash. Although not severe, the chakra flow became chaotic and had to be reorganized before continuing cultivation. This was already familiar to Chu Feng. He had failed countless times over the past month. Although this time he didn't succeed, he finally found the right ratio. This time I will definitely succeed. After organizing his chakra, he tried the fusion again, silently reciting 44% water, 31% fire, 25% wind. This was the best ratio he had derived after repeated experiments. Sure enough, the three types of chakra restrained each other, none could consume the other, and they finally fused into one. Phew! A thick mist was exhaled from Chu Feng's mouth, denser and colder than mist concealment technique, almost invisible. Finally succeeded. Only he knew the hardships of this period. At first, he used the ancestors' ratio but kept failing, so he had to find his own proportion. He didn't understand why his father hadn't told him these things. Was it a test? If Yun Zhongshan were still alive, he would probably laugh and say, "Son, Dad forgot." In any case, the cloud release technique was finally successfully cultivated, adding another layer of protection. Which is stronger, dust release or cloud release? He asked himself. Only actual combat could decide. He glanced out the window. It was already late. Hurriedly, he took off his clothes and took a shower. He had been sweating heavily during cultivation and needed to stay fresh to avoid leaving a bad impression at his master's house. After washing, he changed into new clothes. This was the formal attire of the Yunzhong clan, a black robe embroidered with golden thread depicting the Yunzhong crane pattern, appearing extraordinarily noble, like a great hero's style. As the sky darkened, he tied up his white hair and prepared to go out. It's about time to leave. On the street, the vendors were packing up their stalls to go home, with only a few restaurants still lit and bustling with business. Yun Zongkafeng felt especially relaxed, as if he had returned to the peaceful times of visiting his grandfather's countryside home during childhood. In the distance, a neighbor's mother loudly called her child home for dinner, creating a warm and beautiful scene. At this moment, he actually understood Senju Hashirama's ideal and why he was willing to do anything to establish this village and protect it until the end of his life. After walking for about 20 minutes, Yun Zongkafeng arrived at the Senju clan territory. Unlike the Yunzhong clan, which was full of immortal aura, this place resembled a lively large mansion. He didn't know where his master's house was, so he could only ask people for directions casually. "Uncle, where is the Hokage's house?" The passerby was taken aback, looking at the golden embroidered clothes on him, thinking this kid must be very wealthy. The passerby asked, "Who are you? What do you want with the clan leader?" Yun Zongkafeng replied, "I am the Hokage's disciple. He sent me here." The passerby was astonished and hadn't yet reacted when a stern voice came, "Kid, you're finally here. Big brother has been waiting for you a long time." Senju Tobarama stood at the door, clearly in a bad mood. Yun Zongkafeng apologized, "Sorry, I just finished training and lost track of time." Seeing his sincere attitude, Tobarama led him into the clan territory. Outside, the passerby was disheveled in the wind, thinking, is this kid really the clan leader's disciple? The news quickly spread throughout half of Konoha village, and the heads of major clans eagerly inquired, hoping to build connections. Inside the clan territory, people cast envious glances. Yun Zonkafeng followed Tobarama into the house and saw a red-haired woman with 2 buns on her head. He immediately said, "Greetings, Master's wife." Uzumaki Mito smiled and responded, "Such sweet words. Quickly change your shoes and come eat, your master has been waiting for you for a long time." Yun Zonkafeng was full of apologies, "Sorry, Master's wife, for keeping you waiting." Mito just smiled without saying anything. Yun Zonkafeng felt relieved. The Uzumaki clan princess was famously fiery-tempered, so it was important to keep her happy. When following Mito inside, the table was already full of dishes, and Hashirama was sitting nearby, almost drooling. 2Ks was late and pretended to be angry, saying, "2Ks, why are you so late? Do you have a problem with your master?" 2Ks muttered in his heart, "Master, your acting is really bad." But on the surface, he replied innocently, "Master, I was late because I was training the clan's secret technique today." The room immediately fell silent. 2Ks noticed that Senju Hashirama didn't quite know how to react. After a while, Tobarama finally spoke, "2Ks, are you talking about the yotan? Have you learned it?" 2Ks chuckled inwardly, Tobarama is really snobbish, he is already rude just hearing yotan. "Yes, Lord Tobarama, I have learned it." Senju Hashirama burst out laughing, "Wonderful. 2Ks, you really are Konoha's #1 genius. Dual bloodline limit." Hearing this, 2Ks knew that although Hashirama and Tobarama knew about yotan, they were not familiar with it. He pretended to be conflicted, "Master, actually yotan is a bloodline elimination." Just as Hashirama had steadied his mood, he was shocked again. The Uzumaki Mito was also shocked. Bloodline limits are not uncommon. Mastering 1 or 2 types is not a big deal. But bloodline elimination is extremely rare. Cloud release is a bloodline elimination. No wonder the Cloud clan, though small in number, can protect their legacy. Torike's master is really surprised. "You can master bloodline elimination, you are definitely a genius." Tobarama had seen Cloud release ninjutsu and once suspected it was not an ordinary bloodline limit. Today, confirmed by Torike's, he was in a good mood. "Let's eat first. After eating, we'll go out and try it." Mito saw the thoughts of the Hashirama brothers and prepared a table full of good dishes. Everyone quickly finished eating. After the meal, they went to an open area. Mito also followed, wanting to witness Torike's talent. Wood release wood clone technique. A tree trunk extended from Hashirama's body, gathering on the left side into a humanoid figure exactly like Hashirama. "Come on, use ninjutsu on the wood clone. Don't be afraid to hurt it." Torike's nodded, his expression serious. Crystal release, 1 arrow lotus technique. He quickly formed hand seals, and a lotus flower bud condensed in his hand. It looked like a work of art, with no lethality at all. Torike's threw it like a javelin toward the wood clone. The wood clone reached out and blocked it. The crystal bud bloomed instantly upon contact, petals expanding several times in size, instantly transforming into a crystal lotus. The wood clone lightly flicked its hand, unharmed. Ninjutsu of this level could not hurt him at all, unless the chakra scale was comparable. The lotus flower fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Hashirama laughed, "Not bad, your ninjutsu is strong. Did you create it yourself?" Sufeng nodded. Crystal escape was something he liked and had been researching continuously. Although he had learned the Crimson Lotus ninjutsu, it was not originally his own creation. With a genius buff, it was more suitable for him to develop his own. The power is great, an ordinary ninja would accidentally die from it. Hashirama was very pleased that a 6-year-old child could create such a ninjutsu. He once again marveled at Sufeng's talent. Even Tobarama, the ninjutsu master, praised this technique. Mito asked if it could be made into jewelry. Sufeng assured, "This crystal won't dissipate, it's a real crystal." He even specially generated a large crystal pillar for Mito to take back and make into jewelry. "Any other ninjutsu?" Tobarama asked, growing more fond of this child, even wanting to snatch him from his older brother. Sufeng nodded, "Yes, Lord Tobarama, do you have any living creatures?" Tobarama took out a sealing scroll and released a rooster. Hashirama was puzzled, wouldn't a wooden clone be better? Sufeng scratched his head, "Wooden clones are too strong, the effect isn't obvious and doesn't look intuitive." Hashirama nodded and watched Sufeng operate. Crystal escape, crystal poison. A short crystal spike formed in the palm of his right hand.
He struck the rooster's back, the crystal spikes piercing into its body. The rooster screamed, and Chu Feng grabbed it tightly to prevent it from escaping. After a minute, the rooster's movements slowed down. Its body began to crystallize rapidly, and its feathers turned into crystal. Finally, it let out a mournful cry and turned into a crystal statue. Not bad. Tobirama praised. This ninjutsu is suitable for ambushing enemies in battle. The enemy is unknowingly turned into crystal. Truly brilliant. Senju Hashirama looked at the rooster turned to crystal and sighed in his heart. He had taken an extraordinary disciple. At only 6 years old, he was able to develop such a complex ninjutsu. Although this technique is hard to be fatal to strong opponents, once hit, it consumes chakra to resist. Being distracted in battle to defend against it, if not resisted, one will slowly turn into crystal. The move is vicious, but the harsher it is on the battlefield, the better. Enemies fear you and dare not start a fight lightly. Very good, your crystal release is very strong. I believe you can develop it even further. The master's approval lifted Chu Feng's spirits. After all, Senju Hashirama was the god of shinobi, a top ninja among ninjas. Then let's try cloud release next. Hashirama had been looking forward to it. Chu Feng nodded and walked opposite the wooden clone. He had just learned a few cloud release techniques. The power was still uncertain, and whether it could harm the wooden clone was unknown. Cloud release cloud sword technique. Chu Feng exhaled white clouds like silk and mist, instantly covering himself. With a sound of breaking air, 3 sharp swords formed from the clouds flew out, stabbing straight into the wooden clone's chest. The swords then dispersed back into mist. The wooden clone was pierced but showed no trace of injury. Hashirama felt the clone's condition, no wounds on the surface, but the cold of the clouds entered the body and froze the organs. Without timely treatment, death is certain. Tobirama nodded. The technique is powerful, even the wooden clone is affected. Ordinary ninjas hit by it would have no chance of survival. Although it can be treated, the aftereffects are severe. The two brothers highly recognized the power of cloud release. Judging by the hand seals, this technique is not advanced, just an ordinary ninjutsu. But the Cloud clan would never have only such a low-level cloud release. Hashirama recalled the wooden clone and walked over to Chu Feng, patting his shoulder. Seeing you protect Konoha's future, I feel much more at ease. Chu Feng just nodded without speaking. At this moment, Mizuto spoke. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Chu Feng, you should stay as well. Tobirama and Hashirama looked up at the sky. Indeed, it was time to rest. Chu Feng, stay at my house for the night. Chu Feng naturally would not refuse, so as not to embarrass his master and mistress. Okay, master, I will follow your instructions. Tonight's training was considered complete, but it was not truly rest. After everyone went home, they quickly fell asleep. There was no TV in this world, let alone phones, and little entertainment. After dinner, they could only walk outside and then go to bed early. Though boring, it was very peaceful. Early the next morning, Cloud Clan Chu Feng was awakened by the system, lived a peaceful day in Konoha, rewarded 100 peace points. Up to today, he had accumulated 4,700 peace points. However, he was still far from exchanging for that life-saving treasure. During this past month wandering around Konoha, he hadn't discovered any spies, nor triggered any chaos events. He felt he couldn't wait any longer and had to find another way. Chu Feng quickly got up, folded his quilt, dressed, and started looking for a place to wash up. At that moment, he noticed that Master S' wife Mito was already up, preparing breakfast. Good morning, Master S' wife. Chu Feng, you're up so early, aren't you going to sleep a bit more? Mito thought children should sleep more since they'd be too busy when they grew up. No need, Master S' wife, I'm used to it. Actually, if it weren't for the system broadcasting messages in the morning, he could sleep until noon. But the system's reminders had their benefits. He had never been late. Following Mito's guidance, Chu Feng washed up simply and then sat at the dining table. Hashirama was also awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes, lacking the dignity of the Hokage, looking like a middle-aged man off work. Suddenly, a bold thought popped into Chu Feng's mind. Perhaps now was the best time to challenge the Hokage one-on-one? Hashirama yawned and said, Chu Feng, why are you up so early? Have it, master. Hashirama patted his head. Child, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This isn't the old days anymore. Chu Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Master, you worry too much. Hashirama said no more. Chu Feng's parents had died early, and he cared especially for this child. Although Chu Feng was more mature than his peers, in Hashirama's eyes, he was still a child. Soon, Tobirama arrived, full of energy and neatly dressed, forming a sharp contrast with Hashirama. After breakfast, Hashirama sent a wooden clone to handle official affairs. He would never miss the first day of training with his disciples. Tobirama had informed the disciples the day before to gather above the Hokage rock this morning.
Let us go, it's about time. The monkey and the others should be here by now.
After the three said goodbye to Mito, Tobirama stood behind Hashirama and Torikes, placing his hands on their shoulders.
In an instant, the three appeared above the Hokage rock. So strong. So fast. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. A spacetime ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama.
Later inherited by Namake's Minato, becoming the famous Yellow Flash of the ninja world.
Torikes hadn't even reacted yet when the surroundings changed to a new world the next second.
This marvelous spacetime ninjutsu, no one knows how Lord Tobirama developed it. Truly a master who created countless forbidden techniques.
Seeing Torikes' expression, Tobirama smiled. Want to learn this ninjutsu?
Facing this genius child, Tobirama rarely relaxed and spoke gently. The disciples in the distance watched in surprise. Their usually strict master was so gentle today.
But Torikes said, Lord Tobirama, I don't think this ninjutsu suits me. I'm just curious about spacetime changes.
Tobirama wasn't angry. Instead, he said, I'll tell you about the development ideas behind this ninjutsu in a few days. Torikes felt delighted inside. This is like having food fed directly into my mouth.
Tobirama always had patience for geniuses, provided their talent was outstanding.
Torikes was only 6 years old and had already developed several powerful ninjutsu. The more Tobirama looked at him, the more he liked him and wanted to snatch him away from his older brother.
Hey, Danzo, did you see that? The master actually smiled at that kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook the person next to him, trying to confirm this wasn't a dream. Danzo, holding back dizziness, said, Stop shaking me, I'm about to throw up.
Sarutobi Hiruzen let go, still not understanding why the usually strict master was so gentle today, and not towards himself. So it's him, Uchiha Kagami muttered quietly, heard by Sarutobi Hiruzen.
He grabbed Kagami's shoulder, looking righteous. Kagami, what do you know? Be honest. Kagami smiled helplessly. He's Torikes from Kumobikure, the Hokage's disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt it was better to remain in the dark.
He slumped to the ground, dejectedly saying, Since when did the Hokage take disciples?
How come I didn't know? Kagami smiled. Just yesterday, almost all of Konoha knew. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his companions. Everyone nodded. Kagami asked again, You all don't know the Kumobikure clan?
Only then did they remember that Torikes was actually from the Kumobikure clan. Only Tenten Koharu and Mito Munin were confused because they were commoners.
Danzo explained, the Kumobikure clan is an ancient family, no one knows their origins.
The clan members are skilled at manipulating clouds and mist, very powerful, and few dare to provoke them. Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up and added, I heard the previous head of the clan, Kumobikure Yama, didn't master the secret technique, so he was forced to join Konoha. Nearby, Akiyama Torikes, snacking, was very interested in this namesake and occasionally shared his opinions.
So, does that mean this kid already knows that secret technique? Tenten Koharu asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, not understanding why Koharu said that. Koharu rubbed the corner of her eye helplessly. Hizashi, you are the young clan leader of the Sarutobi clan, and you don't even know this? Hizashi hurriedly jumped up to defend himself. How could I not know? I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere.
Everyone waited for his insightful comment, but he stammered and couldn't say a word. He said helplessly, All right, I really don't know, so tell me. Danzo, seeing that Hizashi didn't seem to be pretending, said, A 6-year-old child being accepted as a disciple by the Hokage must have some extraordinary qualities, otherwise the Hokage wouldn't take on a disciple for no reason.
Is it really that simple? Someone asked. Yes, it's that simple. You still don't understand? Koharu laughed mockingly.
Hizashi blushed but stubbornly said, I was pretending.
How could I not know? Let me test you all. Congratulations on passing.
Everyone had a look of disbelief, but without him, the team would probably be dull and lifeless every day.
Monkey! You guys come over here quickly. Hearing Lord Tobirama shout, they hurried over, afraid of being scolded. Master, Hokage-sama, good morning.
Hizashi and the others said respectfully.
Tobirama nodded, and Hashirama smiled and said, Good morning, children. Hashirama scanned everyone and asked, Kagami, why isn't your sister here?
Kagami suddenly remembered he had forgotten his sister and apologized. Sorry, Hokage-sama, we just had a race to see who could reach the mountaintop first, and I. Hashirama helplessly rubbed his forehead, not expecting the usually serious Kagami to make such a mistake, but it was just youthful enthusiasm. Soon, a figure appeared with a look of complaint, and Kagami didn't dare to look into Chiri's eyes.
Although Chiri was angry, with Tobirama and the Hokage present, he could only hold back and not lose his temper. Alright, everyone is here.
Let's get acquainted and start with wind taking.
Kaze no Kiri stepped forward with a gentle smile. Hello everyone, I am Kaze no Kiri, the leader of the Wind Clan.
Please take care of me.
Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Kagami, Kyo's younger sister.
Please take care of me. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others introduced themselves. Torikase felt he knew them well, so he took the opportunity to observe each person carefully and found that their appearances were very different from the elderly images he remembered. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore the Konoha forehead protector and introduced himself seriously. His eyes sparkled with light, and the gazes of his companions were full of admiration. Clearly, he was the leader of the team.
Danzo SPO.
Ko in a calm tone with clear logic, appearing particularly intelligent.
Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two formed a sharp contrast.
It was worth mentioning that he surprisingly had no scars on his chin. Mito Uzumaki wore glasses and looked ordinary, blending into the crowd without standing out. What Torikase didn't expect was that Konohamaru Kohara was a great beauty in her youth, with a bun hairstyle and a hint of heroism. Akito Torikase was nothing special, a typical chubby figure, but since he could become Tobirama's disciple, he must have some skills.
Finally, there was Uchiha Kagami.
From the expressions on everyone's faces, it was clear he was close to the others. He was calm and steady, not rigid, humble to others, giving a very comfortable feeling. His deep blue hair paired with the typical Uchiha handsome face would surely captivate countless girls if he were at school.
Only now did Torikase truly witness the future rulers of Konoha.
In their youth, they were full of vitality, each like a rising sun, radiating confidence and brilliance.
Alright, everyone get acquainted.
The rest will work out slowly later, Senjo Hashirama said casually. His gaze turned toward the village, and Tobirama, Torikase, and the others followed his look. The view here was wide and could overlook the entire village. People working in the early morning, children hurrying to school, all were in full view.
The future of Konoha will ultimately be in your hands.
Hearing this, everyone's heart surged with indescribable emotions. Perhaps it was because of the trust from the Hokage, or the love for the village, or maybe something else. But whatever the reason, a seed named Konoha was planted in their hearts, destined to take root and grow into a towering tree.
Konoha flies, the flame burns forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen said proudly, this is the will of fire of the first Hokage. Hashirama patted his head with satisfaction, not bad, this is my will of fire. What is your will of fire? Someone asked.
The few were stunned, as if they had never seriously thought about this question before. Your will is our will, Hokage-sama, Danzo answered earnestly. Torikase glanced at him and found that the future Danzo was different from the present one, though not smiling often, his eyes shone brightly. No, you must have your own will. Hashirama said sternly, his tone firm, shocking everyone present.
Go back and think carefully, find your own will of fire, and tell me in a week.
Hashirama's aura was overwhelming, and these young newcomers could hardly withstand his pressure. Everyone could only nod repeatedly in agreement, but Torikase of the Cloud did not react much.
To avoid appearing arrogant, he also nodded cautiously.
Torikase had some guesses about his master's words and began to contemplate his own will of fire.
Kagami, what do you think the Hokage really means?
Akito Torikase asked while snacking, having just confirmed that he did not have a will of fire of his own. The Hokage probably doesn't want all of us to build the village according to his ideas, otherwise, we would all become puppets executing orders, Kagami explained.
Torikase nodded in understanding. It was no surprise that the second Hokage should be Tobirama-sama.
He felt very assured about his younger brother, the Hokage. But the third Hokage might be chosen from among them. If the chosen Hokage only followed the thoughts of predecessors without flexibility, the village would definitely encounter problems. Danzo nearby also heard Kagami's words and began to reflect. The Hokage's words awakened him. All along, he had been carrying out the Hokage's will, even fantasizing about himself becoming Hokage in the future.
What is my will of fire? He wondered.
Having studied under the two elders since childhood, their thoughts had long been ingrained in his blood. Not only Danzo, but except for Kaze and Chiriku, everyone wore confused expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept asking his 5 teammates back and forth, which made Koharu so annoyed that she ended up hitting him before stopping. Hashirama was worried. This was a test for them. If they could solve it, the future would be bright. In fact, it was partly his own fault. His late awakening had made things difficult for these children.
Children, don't rush. Calm down and think about what I said, Hashirama comforted them. Today's test is quite difficult. No extra training is needed, you are dismissed.
For the monkeys and the others, practical combat skills were more important than ninjutsu. Normally Tobirama would take them for combat drills, but since the elder brother gave the order, they would disband. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others ambled down the mountain. Kaze and Chiriko trained in taijutsu with Hashirama all morning, and both gained a lot. Whether Kaze or Chiriku, their ninjutsu was strong but taijutsu weak, so Hashirama focused on developing their taijutsu. Although the training was tough, they had no complaints because it was the fastest way to improve their strength. At noon, Hashirama let Kaze and Chiriko rest. Tobirama couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why did you give such a question today? You never said this before." Tobirama had been puzzled by Brother's words all morning. Having taught Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others together for years, though never explicitly stated, Brother's intention was for them to inherit his will. Why the sudden change today? Hashirama put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Isn't it because of the apprentice I took?" Tobirama was even more confused. Could that child influence Brother's decision? Seeing his younger brother's puzzled face, Hashirama didn't keep it a secret any longer. "Last night I talked with Kaze. I originally asked about his training in cloud release, but what he said gave me inspiration." "Oh?" "He said their clan's ancestor left a set of cloud release training methods, detailing the proportions of various chakra natures." Tobirama nodded. Secret technique clans always left training methods for their descendants. But Kaze couldn't master it by following the scroll. In the end, he had to figure out the chakra proportions himself, and only then did he succeed. Hearing this, Tobirama understood Brother's meaning. The inheritance of the Hokage position is different from the Cloud Clan. I am like the ancestor of the Cloud Clan, leaving a fixed will of fire to teach descendants how to manage the village, and many generations have been able to continue the village according to my will. But if an accident occurs in a certain generation, my will cannot save the village, and the Hokage doesn't know how to adapt. Just like how Yin Zhongshan failed to learn Cloud Escape from the scroll, the village could be destroyed in an instant. Maybe after a few generations, someone like Chu Feng who understands adaptability will emerge and lead the village again, but the damage during this period is hard to estimate. Hashirama grew more and more passionate as he spoke, his emotions stirred. He could not accept that the village he deeply loved would disappear. Like families wiped out in war, silent and unnoticed in history. I've been thinking all night about whether to test them like this. My will can guarantee the livelihood of several generations, but I choose to trust them. Tobirama said nothing, just patted his elder brother on the shoulder. No matter what his elder brother decided, he would support him, but he also had his own standards. Those who cannot withstand the test cannot be entrusted with the village. Tobirama, in order to realize his elder brother's dream, gradually grew to love the village as well. Fortunately, there was still enough time to raise the fledglings to leave the nest by then. They might be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Hashirama looked toward the midday sun and showed a warm smile. Trust them, the young have unlimited potential. After leaving Hashirama, the two were famished and went to a familiar barbecue restaurant to feast. It was still that same place, still more than 20 plates of meat. Chufeng and Jili returned to where their dream began. Since the last time Jili ate here with Chufeng, she had fallen in love with this place. Not because of the taste, but because after the meal, the Hokage would take them to train. More thanks should be given to Chufeng. If not for him, Jili would never have had the chance to be personally taught by the Hokage. Naturally, this meal was still on Chufeng. Jili felt a bit reckless about the current situation since she couldn't repay Chufeng's kindness. She might as well owe more after all. A heavy debt doesn't weigh one down. In fact, Jili didn't really know what kind of help Chufeng needed. He lacked neither money, ninjutsu, nor teachers. He lacked nothing. She could only take it step by step and see how things unfolded. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Kyo's verdict has been decided. Because he deliberately used ninjutsu in the village, attempting to seriously injure or kill the village's ninja, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he took forbidden drugs, causing his vitality to rapidly decline. Kyo's grandfather gave Chufeng a large compensation, which was accepted, and Kyo was taken back to the Uchiha clan territory for treatment. If he recovers, he will continue serving his sentence. If not, he will be executed. Chufeng actually had no particular feelings toward Uchiha Kyo. Although that kid really did harbor murderous intent in the end, his strength was simply not impressive. Chufeng didn't have time to be distracted by such a minor character. Since the other party paid to settle privately, he just saved face. He wasn't injured himself, so there was no need to make a fuss. Moreover, now that he had his master backing him, anyone wanting to mess with him would have to first consider whether they had the strength to do so. According to Chiri, Uchiha Kyo took forbidden drugs passed down in their family. It's unknown where he stole them from, and he took them without reading the instructions. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and there's a high chance of saving him as long as his lost vitality is replenished.
There are many options for herbal medicine.
But the drug severely damaged his roots, and it's estimated he won't be able to have children. Shu Feng didn't care about this. The two ate while chatting, and soon 20 plates of meat were finished.
Shu Feng Kuan, thank you again for your hospitality, Shiri said cheerfully. No problem, as long as you're happy.
After paying, the owner shouted with an almost perverse smile, come again next time.
The two then left the barbecue restaurant. At parting, Shiri said to Chu Feng Kuan, don't forget our appointment tonight, okay?
Chu Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking she would have forgotten this after receiving the Hokage's guidance, but unexpectedly, she still remembered.
All right, I'll definitely come tonight. Hearing this, Shiri smiled satisfactorily and hopped happily toward home.
Chu Feng stretched lazily, preparing to go home and get a good sleep. A whole morning of training had exhausted him.
Indeed, the Hokage's training was strict.
Some were happy while others worried. Chu Feng rested beautifully at home in the clouds, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was frantic, running around like a headless fly.
Hiruzen, stop pacing back and forth, your father's head is aching.
Sarutobi Sasuke watched his son pacing since returning from the Hokage and asked what was going on, but he wouldn't say.
The 40-year-old father could only guess blindly. He had offended the Hokage, even tried to incite rebellion, and was caught red-handed.
The worst possible consequences were all imagined by this old man.
Sarutobi Sasuke's heart grew increasingly anxious.
Hiruzen stopped slowly after hearing his father's words, but his face was still anxious.
Hiruzen, tell me, what exactly happened?
This question made Sarutobi Sasuke make a firm decision. If his little monkey really did something so treasonous, he would immediately go to apologize. Old man, the Hokage gave me a difficult problem today, and I couldn't figure it out. Hiruzen looked troubled, and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a small matter and he had almost been scared into condemning his own son. He feigned maturity and said, child, tell me about it. Hizashi looked at the old man, who was usually frivolous and loved peeking at the women's bathhouse, suddenly pretending to be a sage detached from the world, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. But the old man's experience was indeed richer than his own, so maybe he had a solution. The Hokage-sama wants us to find our own will of fire.
Sasuke's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked up to the sage with admiration. Hizashi watched hopefully, but Sasuke just shook his head inside. Hizashi said happily, old man, are you saying I should bravely say no to the Hokage-sama?
No.
Sasuke shook his head, full of helplessness.
It means you have to politely decline, then seek someone more capable.
Hizashi spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground, laughing and crying at the same time. If you don't know, then you don't know, why pretend?
Sasuke chuckled and scratched his head, his hair sparse like a candle flickering in the wind.
Isn't this giving you face? You have a sage like old dad.
Hizashi struggled to stand up, not expecting that he himself was the real tumor, stumbling as he left the room. Watching his father's retreating figure, Sasuke sighed softly, foolish child, no one else can help with this, you have to rely on yourself. A breeze blew by, he touched the top of his head but found not a single hair, a tear slid down the corner of his eye. This was probably the bitterness of middle age. This kind of confusion didn't only happen in the Sarutobi family, others were also puzzled about their own will of fire. The children didn't understand the Hokage-sama's intentions, but the elders all did, so no one helped, they all let them find it on their own. Shiji and Torikes were young, just accepted as disciples by Hashirama, and hadn't deeply connected with Hashirama's will of fire yet. This was actually a good thing, their minds were active, and they explored forward on their own. Perhaps he could better understand what his own will of fire belonged to. When Torikes woke up, it was still dark, around 3 o'clock. He had slept very well and felt exceptionally energetic. There was still time before sparring with Shiji, so he wasn't in a hurry and decided to try developing a new ninjutsu. He had just mastered cloud release but was not yet proficient. He hadn't learned the cloud release ninjutsu passed down in the family, so there was no need to develop it now. Crystal escape is granted by the system and has already merged with him, making its use as smooth as breathing, naturally allowing for the development of more ninjutsu. This process is tedious and repetitive, and the results may still be unsatisfactory, but with the genius buff from Chu Feng, the difficulty is greatly reduced. After more than an hour, the sun began to set, and he stopped developing, changed into new clothes, and prepared to go out. Although there are no servants at home, he regularly hires people to clean. As the head of the family, he certainly cannot do the work himself. He arranged with Jili to spar above the Hokage rock in the evening. The village is too conspicuous, so there is no need for an ordinary sparring session to be so public. At this moment, school was letting out, and he met a few classmates on the road, all wondering why he hadn't been coming to school recently. Shu Feng gave a perfunctory response, not explaining directly. After all, if he told them he was already the Hokage's disciple, the kids might be discouraged. He had hoped to meet Maru Hoshi Kosuka and the others, but passing by the school, he saw no one and had to head straight up the mountain. Without the flying thunder god technique, climbing the mountain is really slow, he sighed. The mountain was indeed quite high. Jili had deeply experienced this in the morning, while Chu Feng had felt no fatigue because he had hitched a ride in the hallway. After climbing for nearly 20 minutes, he reached the summit. The sky was growing dark, and looking down at Konoha, he felt a complex mix of emotions. Soon, he heard the sound of someone climbing the mountain and thought it should be Jili, but he remained on guard. Only when Jili appeared did he relax. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Chu Feng-kun," Jili said apologetically. Even though she was the one who invited Chu Feng, she was the one who was late. "It's okay, I just arrived too," Chu Feng replied. "Shall we start now?" he asked. "No need to rush. By the way, Chu Feng, do you have your own will of fire yet?" Jili asked curiously. She had always thought Chu Feng's ideas were worth learning from. For this exam assigned by the Hokage, she already had some insights and wanted to hear Chu Feng's thoughts. "I suppose there's a rough outline. Perfecting it takes time. It can't be done overnight, nor explained in a single sentence." Chisato nodded in understanding. "Let us start quickly. I have a weird feeling about this place," Chu Feng said. Specifically, this feeling only appeared after Chisato arrived here, like having a thorn stuck in her back, causing discomfort. "I'll go first." After saying this, her pupils transformed into the shape of 3 Tomo. Without hesitation, Chisato activated her Sharingan, entering her strongest state, ready to face Chu Feng. She was well aware of Chu Feng's strength and dared not be careless. With a quick step, she rushed in front of Chu Feng, slashing his arm fiercely with the kunai in her hand. Chu Feng calmly dodged the strike and grabbed Chisato's arm with a backhand. Just as he was about to throw her off, Chisato suddenly struggled hard, jumped up, and threw 3 shurikens. Crystal Release Crystal Mirror Technique. A pale pink transparent crystal mirror appeared between them, blocking Chisato's shurikens. Crystal Release Mirror Shadow Technique. Chu Feng's figure suddenly vanished. Even with her Sharingan, Chisato couldn't locate him on the ground. "Damn it! Where are you?" A drop of sweat slid down Chisato's forehead. She had thought the Sharingan could suppress Chu Feng but had underestimated him. "Found it." Just as Chisato noticed something unusual about the crystal mirror, Chu Feng had already emerged from it, his upper body outside while his lower body remained inside the mirror, as if bisected at the waist. Crystal Release Hexagonal Shuriken Barrage. Chu Feng formed hand seals and threw countless crystal shurikens, shooting at Chisato like raindrops, making them hard to dodge. Chisato knew that if she didn't respond with full force, she would inevitably fail. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. She unleashed a massive fireball, a signature technique of the Uchiha clan, and the fireball was twice as large as the one Kyo released. The crystal shuriken met the fireball and instantly vanished into thin air. Togakure half hidden inside the mirror, ready to escape at any moment, while Yuri was also in trouble. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Fire Technique. Yuri spat out 5 fireballs at Togakure in midair, shaped like beautiful impatience flowers but wrapped around with sharp shuriken. This move posed little threat to Togakure, who quickly retreated back into the mirror. The crystal mirror developed fine cracks but did not shatter. Just as Togakure poked his head out, a kunai precisely pierced into his skull, penetrating through. Togakure's body went limp, hanging in midair, killed with a single strike. Togakure. Yuri was shocked, her mind went blank. She had no idea where the kunai came from, yet it had already struck Togakure. Fear surged in her heart as she looked back toward the forest, but the Sharingan detected no abnormalities. But she couldn't chase the culprit. Togakure was still hanging in midair, and it was uncertain if he could be saved. Yuri looked at Togakure and was surprised to find that his face, once covered in blood, had now turned into a crystal statue, with the kunai still embedded in the statue's head. She immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if she had survived a disaster. Togakure is fine. Her first thought was this: after all, she had seen this technique just yesterday. Sure enough, the crystal statue slowly shattered, fragments fell away, and Togakure crawled out of the mirror, smiling and waving at Yuri. "Sorry to make you worry. Togakure-kun, I'm so glad you're okay." Yuri's eyes were moist. If anything happened to Togakure, not only would the village be in trouble, but she herself would find it hard to let go.
Tagakir landed steadily, the crystal fragments disappeared, and he comforted her. Don't cry, I'm fine.
Yuri wiped her eyes, her face slightly red. Who was crying? I just got choked by smoke earlier.
Xufeng smiled calmly, not continuing to tease her. He was not surprised by the sneak attack just now.
From the beginning, he had felt the atmosphere here was strange, so he remained vigilant. He didn't expect someone to actually make a move inside the village.
Shizato also calmed down. The enemy might still be hiding in the shadows, ready to strike again at any moment.
Now was not the time for idle talk. She scanned the forest with her Sharingan, searching carefully, but still found no trace.
Xufeng patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous, that person has already left.
He was sure the enemy in the shadows had gone because that uncomfortable feeling had disappeared.
Shizato glanced at Xufeng, seeing his calm expression, and relaxed as well. After all, who would joke about their own safety? It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on sparring, this wouldn't have happened. Shizato blamed herself deeply.
If it weren't for Xufeng's strong ninjutsu, she might have lost her life.
Xufeng shook his head. It's not your fault.
If someone wants to kill me, they would find a chance to ambush me even without the sparring.
Shizato felt a bit relieved but was still angry.
Not only did they ambush Xufeng, but they also ruined the sparring. Although she knew the gap between her and Xufeng, her anger was hard to dispel.
Xufeng, do you know who ambushed you? She had a suspicion and just wanted to confirm. Xufeng helplessly shrugged. Uchiha Setsuna, who else?
His brother is dying soon, so naturally he wants to take it out on me.
Shizato had already warned Xufeng to be wary of Setsuna,
but she didn't expect him to act so quickly, and only dare to sneak attack. She gritted her teeth. Damn Setsuna, a one-hit kill from the shadows, and yet we have no evidence.
Don't worry, he won come just once. If I'm fine tomorrow, he'll definitely try again. Shizato nodded. She knew the Uchiha clan's character best.
Someone as extreme as Setsuna was ruthless and vengeful, never holding back on grudges.
Tonight I'll go back and tell my brother to be extra careful of Uchiha Setsuna. Xufeng thought for a moment.
He believed Uchiha Kagami was strong and shouldn't fear Setsuna.
Although Setsuna had good talent, he was still behind Kagami.
Since his sister was worried about their brother being targeted, it was out of kindness to remind him. There was no need for him to pretend to be sensible and interfere with Shizato after all. This was a matter between siblings. The lights of Konoha village gradually dimmed.
Xufeng reminded her, it's about time to go back. It gets troublesome when it's dark. Shizato agreed. Although the Sharingan wasn't affected, Xufeng would be a bit inconvenienced, and she was willing to escort him home. Shizato suddenly spaced out. Xufeng waved his hand in front of her, but she didn't react.
Finally, Xufeng patted her shoulder. Shizato came back to her senses, blushing and stammering, it's nothing, let us hurry down the mountain. After saying that, she hurried away, leaving Xufeng a bit puzzled. On the way down the mountain, Shizato tried hard to calm herself. Tonight she had really lost her composure. Her steps quickened, and Xufeng also sped up. The two returned to the village together.
Xufengjun, I'm heading back first. Be careful on your way. Goodbye.
Don't worry, the village is very safe. After saying goodbye, the two parted ways and went home.
After Jilly left, Xufeng's expression darkened. He was very upset about being ambushed today.
He originally wanted to live quietly in Konoha and enjoy life in another world, but someone provoked him and, unwilling to accept it, even sought help. Sigh, sometimes if you don't provoke others, they still find trouble with you. Xufeng shook his head helplessly and continued walking home. The village lights were sparse, with only a few households still lit. Back home, Xufeng took off his dust-covered clothes. His white hair looked dull under the light.
Time to take a bath. He prepared the water and lay down in the bathtub.
Although he had fought skillfully earlier, he still felt tired. Soaking made him feel better, but thinking about training physical techniques with his master tomorrow left a bitter taste in his heart. His master's training was too extreme.
Actually, Hashirama wasn't too strict, but his ability to teach ninjutsu was limited. To ensure Xufeng developed both ninjutsu and physical skills evenly, Hashirama had to use this high-intensity training to quickly improve his physical abilities.
Xufeng buried his mouth in the water, blowing bubbles, trying to lift his mood. In his previous life, he always did this when feeling down.
Ding, chaos event triggered. Because Uchiha Kyo almost died while sparring with the host, Uchiha Setsuna has decided to take revenge for his brother. Damn it!
Xufeng shouted underwater, but ended up choking and coughing heavily.
He thought to himself, today really wasn't going well. First ambushed, then choked on water, almost lost his life.
But there was a silver lining. He was worried about not having enough calmness points, and now someone had delivered them right to his door.
Although he didn't understand why taking revenge on him counted as a chaos event, maybe because he was a disciple of the Hokage? Uchiha Setsuna was not someone to be trifled with, a top expert of the Uchiha clan, unlike the previous useless ninja from the cloud-hidden village.
Since you, this brother-obsessed guy, have come to me yourself, I naturally have to accept.
That said, whether he could defeat Uchiha Setsuna was still uncertain.
Setsuna was strong, and Shufeng was only at a special jonin level, still far from a true jonin. His chakra was also limited after using a few high-level ninjutsu in battle, it was depleted. The fastest way to increase chakra was through the system shop, but without a stable source of calmness points, he dared not use it recklessly. Otherwise, when Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, it would be dangerous if he didn't have 60,000 calmness points to exchange for important items.
Why does the Uchiha clan always like to cause trouble?
He began to understand why Tobirama paid special attention to the Uchiha clan. They were truly a constant source of trouble.
However, he didn't mind Uchiha like Kagami and Yuri.
After thinking over and over about how to deal with Uchiha Setsuna, he simply gave up and decided to sleep first.
Shufeng was always easygoing at worst, he could move into his master's house. He didn't believe Uchiha Setsuna would dare to assassinate him in Senju territory.
As soon as he got into bed, he fell fast asleep. The events of the day had worn him out.
He wasn't one to fuss over things, there was nothing that a good sleep couldn't fix. After a night passed, the next morning, Shufeng and Yuri strolled through the streets, smiling.
Shufeng stretched and said with a smile to Yuri, "We're really lucky today. Master was busy and didn't make us train, so we got the day off." Yuri pouted in dissatisfaction, "I wanted to practice more, but the Hokage dismissed us."
"How am I supposed to beat you then?"
Shufeng shrugged casually and said, "Then next time I won't take it so seriously. Why force yourself to beat me? Although my brother has a certain status in the clan, it's still hard to compete with those old stubborn guys. I have to get stronger quickly to help him," Yuri said, a bit downcast. Her strength was considered strong among kids her age, but it was far from enough. Seeing her like that, Shufeng stopped teasing and instead comforted her, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Everything has an age limit.
Could your brother rally the clan at 6 years old?"
"No. Just keep improving every day."
Yuri was touched by his words but still worried about her brother. Shufeng said, "Your brother is a disciple of Lord Tobirama he is backing." Yuri reluctantly accepted this but knew that Lord Tobirama didn't have a good opinion of the Uchiha clan and wasn't sure why he took her brother as a student.
"What should we do now?"
Yuri's mood improved and she became lively again. Those who knew her understood that her highborn demeanor was only for strangers. In reality, she was a lively little girl.
"I don't know. It's still early. Why don't we go see what your brother and the others are up to? They should be taking on missions, right? If not, let us just leave."
The two headed toward the place in the village where ninja accepted missions, hoping to try their luck and wait for something to happen. The closer they got to the mission point, the more people there were, mostly adults, the youngest around 15 or 16. The two kids attracted attention, and someone asked if they were lost.
Shufeng sighed and said they were looking for someone.
Someone recognized Shufeng after all. It was hard to hide the identity of a Hokage's disciple, but it didn't cause a crowd.
Everyone was busy. Hokage disciples had no real power, no one paid much attention to kids.
This made Shufeng happy. He didn't like being the center of attention.
"Tefyu, look. It's your brother and the others." Shuri pointed in the direction.
Tefyu saw Uchiha Kagami and the others, then said, "Let's go."
The two of them walked that way. "Hey, uncle. Isn't there a harder mission?" Sarutobi Hiruzen complained to the middle-aged ninja who was assigning the mission.
The middle-aged ninja calmly said, "For your status, this is already the hardest mission." He had seen too many rookie ninjas when they first took office. They also complained and were given harder missions, but those people never appeared again. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt belittled and was about to show off, but was stopped by Danzo beside him, who restrained his impulse.
"Senior, we are disciples of Lord Tobirama. Our master asked us to take on a mission harder than usual. This is his letter."
Danzo explained clearly, then took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to the middle-aged ninja. The middle-aged ninja unfolded the letter, glanced at it, confirmed it was written by Lord Tobirama, and then reluctantly said, "Then take this one." He pointed to the mission scroll marked as an A-rank mission, which only top-tier ninjas in the village could accept.
Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed forward to check the mission and frowned, saying, "Clearing out mountain bandits? This is an A-rank mission?"
He and his companions found it strange mountain bandits were just some strong ordinary people, usually cleared out by new ninjas mainly to train their killing skills.
You're not deliberately writing a C-rank mission as a rank, are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen half-jokingly questioned.
The middle-aged ninja looked up at him. Kid, don't think you can throw a tantrum just because you're Lord Tobirama's disciple.
Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry and wanted to retort but was held back by Danzo.
Kagami stepped forward to carefully read the mission scroll and finally understood why clearing mountain bandits was an A-rank mission. Clear out the mountain bandit group on the border of the Land of Fire, about 50 ordinary bandits, 5 wandering warriors, and 2 rogue ninjas from the Land of Wind. Recommended for 3 or more top-tier ninjas.
Mission rank A.
Stop joking, Hiruzen, this mission is indeed tricky. Kagami's words gradually calmed him down. The team members exchanged glances and carefully studied the mission scroll, their expressions serious. The mission is difficult, but we work well together.
As long as we're careful, there won't be any problems, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly.
The middle-aged ninja who had mocked him earlier looked up at him, as if he were a different person. In fact, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was usually rash, he was the most reliable leader in the team. Danzo's leadership was on par with his, but only Hiruzen had that aura that made the team trust him.
Koharu is right. We cooperate well, this mission won't defeat us, Koharu encouraged from the side.
She was the only female ninja in the team, and her strength was also not to be underestimated. Akimichi Tefyu sat nearby, eating heartily while cheering on his teammates. He was not good with words and could only express his feelings through eating wildly.
Over time, everyone understood his food language. Brother, what are you all doing?
Shiri's sweet voice came from behind the crowd. Uchiha Kagami thought he misheard for a moment but saw his sister and Tefyu squeezing in.
Shiri, Tefyu, why are you here?
We're about to start the mission. Kagami was a little surprised at this time. His sister and the others should have been training with the Hokage. Shiri smiled and said, the Hokage was busy today, only taught us a few moves and then let us go. Kagami thought that since the Hokage let them go, there must be a reason, so he didn't ask further.
Then you came to find me, is there something you need? Jing asked. Shili Asatorai gave a signal, it was Chu Feng who wanted to come, I'm just following along.
Jing was helpless, this little sister had become Chu Feng's little follower. She didn't have this attitude with peers, so Jing could only silently give Chu Feng a thumbs up.
Brother Jing, are you going on a mission? Can you take me with you?
Shili suddenly spoke up. This surprised both Jing and the others.
Did this kid even know what she was saying? Don't joke around, I can't possibly take you.
If something really happens, Lord Hokage will skin me alive.
Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously.
In fact, Chu Feng had already started thinking about this after the system prompted a new chaos event. In the past 2 days, he wandered around the village, deliberately approaching suspicious people.
But after roaming all over Konoha, not a single chaos mission was triggered.
There wasn't a single spy in Konoha, but with the threat of Uchiha Setsuna looming, Chu Feng had to find a way to earn calm points. He wanted to try the mountain bandits and wandering ninjas outside the village to see if he could trigger a chaos event. Otherwise, he'd rather stay home and sleep comfortably.
How can I go? I'm not joking. Chu Feng's tone was firm.
Sarutobi Hiruzen also became serious, and the atmosphere grew tense.
Shili tugged on Chu Feng's sleeve. Chu Feng, are you okay? You want to go on a mission? That's a matter of killing people.
Chu Feng just nodded. He had killed before.
Once you take the first step, it doesn't matter how many you kill. Don't be nervous, Shili. I just want to train a bit.
Big brother Hiruzen, 1T hurt me, Chu Feng said. Shili finally relaxed. The previous atmosphere had made her very uncomfortable.
Hey, don't talk like you're about to leave right away. I absolutely 1T agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was firm.
In his eyes, a child as young as Chu Feng must stay in the village for protection. Sending children on missions was basically the same as sending them to the battlefield, completely against the ideals of the first Hokage.
Then let us have a contest. If I win, you take me with you. If not, I 1T bother you again. Chu Feng insisted.
If he missed this chance, who knew when the next one would come? Recently, the mountain bandits had been mostly cleared out, with the remnants fleeing to the border of the Land of Fire and forming a small group with some samurai ninjas. If Hiruzen wiped out this group in one fell swoop, the Land of Fire would be very peaceful. Missions in other countries 1T trigger chaos events. Chu Feng can only hold on this time.
Although it's uncertain whether he will succeed, not trying means no chance at all.
Chu Feng finally understood what it means to earn money with difficulty. Of course, here the money refers to calmness points.
Ha! Sarutobi Hizashi was a bit confused. Why is this kid so persistent? Fighting desperately just to clear a few bandits? Could there be some grudge involved? Shiri had already given up, letting things be. She no longer wanted to be surprised. She thought Shufeng's persistence must be because he decided to train himself after being ambushed by Uchiha Setsuna last night. Shufeng, usually so casual, how could he suddenly be so serious? I say, kid, are you serious? Of course, I'm not joking. Koharu, seeing Hizashi really about to compete with Shufeng, hurriedly tried to stop him. Hizashi, don't mess around with him. He is still a child. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and said, don't worry, Koharu, I won't hurt him. But Kyushin was quietly worried this mission might really need one more person. He reminded silently, Hizashi, don't be careless. After accepting the mission, Hizashi took his companions along with Shufeng and Shiri to the usual training spot at Hokage Rock. Shufeng, are you really sure you want to spar with me? Hizashi confirmed again, still not understanding why the kid was so stubborn. He admitted Shufeng had good talent, but after all, he was only 6 years old and couldn't possibly be on equal footing with him. Big brother Hizashi, I'm serious. Shufeng responded calmly. The atmosphere was tense, and the battle was about to erupt. Koharu shook her head beside him and asked if Danzo could stop it. Danzo said calmly, Hizashi is already enthusiastic, he can't be stopped. Koharu was helpless and could only hope Hizashi wouldn't be too impulsive. You go first, I'll let you have one move. Hizashi said confidently. Takeshi nodded. Since the opponent was giving way, he simply made his move. He took a swift step and jumped in front of Sarutobi Hizashi, quickly sweeping his left leg toward his opponent's lower body. This move posed no threat to Sarutobi Hizashi, who lightly leapt to easily dodge it. Then, Hizashi pulled out an iron rod from somewhere unknown, used it to push off the ground, and soared again. Gripping the iron rod with both hands, he spun it around once and suddenly struck down fiercely at Takeshi. Takeshi quickly rolled to evade. The iron rod slammed heavily down, cracking the ground with countless fissures. Very agile, little brother Takeshi, Hizashi teased with a smile. Takeshi ignored him, fully aware of Sarutobi Hizashi's strength and the need to fight seriously. He quickly got up and put distance between himself and Hizashi. Crystal escape, hexagonal shuriken frenzy. Countless hexagonal crystal shurikens flew out from all directions, flashing dazzlingly under the sunlight. The crystals were so numerous that there was almost no blind spot. The glaring reflections greatly boosted Takeshi's confidence. Although the power was not great, it could force the opponent to reveal a flaw, and even a second was enough to be fatal. Sarutobi Hizashi was not flustered. With a smirk, he stabbed the iron rod into the ground and threw out several shurikens. But these were clearly insufficient to counter Takeshi's offensive. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique. As the hand seals were completed, the number of shurikens instantly increased more than tenfold. The shurikens collided with the crystals, sparks flying and dust swirling. But neither side was injured. Sarutobi Hizashi grew increasingly curious about this child, considering whether he should take the fight seriously. Shufeng was well prepared, but he didn't expect Hizashi to have already mastered the Shadow Clone technique. Seeing the opponent's interest peaked, Hizashi no longer hesitated and swung his staff down in a direct strike. Shufeng quickly pulled out a scroll and unsealed his family heirloom, the Crane's Cry sword. As the sword was drawn, a clear crane cry rang out, and Shufeng immediately swung the sword to counter. Unexpectedly, the iron staff broke into two pieces upon touching the sword's edge, as fragile as mud. Hizashi was stunned, thinking, this staff was crafted at great expense by an old man. What kind of sword is this? So sharp. Shufeng replied calmly, the Crane's Cry sword of the Yunjong clan. After speaking, he thrust the sword fiercely at Hizashi. Without his weapon, Hizashi's offense greatly diminished, and the situation gradually came under Shufeng's control. But being suppressed only made Hizashi angrier. He bit his right thumb and smeared the blood on his left hand. Spirit Summoning Technique. With a bang, white smoke erupted from beneath Sarutobi Hizashi's feet, and after it cleared, a small monkey wearing clothes appeared. Monkey demon, show him some color. Sarutobi Hizashi shouted. Though still confused, the little monkey immediately responded to the command, turning its body into a black staff with only two segments colored yellow. The teammates nearby saw that Sarutobi actually summoned Enma, and they began to feel nervous, hoping he wouldn't lose control. Xufeng looked at Sarutobi Hizashi's summoned beast, feeling a bit itchy inside, but he knew it was too difficult to find such a strong summoned beast. Sarutobi Hizashi's summoned beast comes from the Sarutobi clan, possessing high intelligence and strength, and others have no chance to form a contract. While Xufeng was still thinking, Hizashi had already swung his staff fiercely. The Rui Jingu Bang could extend and retract freely, its changing length making it hard for Xufeng to defend. Sarutobi Hizashi's attacks grew fiercer, and Xufeng could only barely block with the hemming sword. Enma's assistance greatly increased Hizashi's strength. Xufeng, give up. I admit you're decent, but continuing the fight is too dangerous, Hizashi said coldly. Xufeng's expression was calm, although at a disadvantage, he was unhurried. When Hizashi attacked again, his eyes narrowed. I'm not using my full strength yet, Xufeng said lightly. He suddenly infused a large amount of chakra into the hemming sword, and the sword light scattered instantly. With his breath, mist swirled around Xufeng as he spun. Cloud sword technique, Crane's cry. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and slashed out a powerful sword energy, the mist cutting out along with the sword energy. This was a sword technique from the Cloud clan combined with cloud released. Xufeng had just learned the first form. The mist transformed into flying cloud cranes, instantly striking Sarutobi Hizashi, the mist from the cranes pouring into his body. The powerful sword energy and cloud release chakra caused Hizashi to be knocked back, his body stiff and unable to move, falling heavily. Although the frozen feeling quickly faded, a chill remained in his joints. Hizashi used the Jingu Bang to support himself as he stood up, his gaze becoming serious. This sword technique was the first time he had seen it. The mist infused into his body must be the cloud release his father mentioned. The frozen sensation was very uncomfortable, and his body still felt cold. I admit you're strong. You can come with us. Before he finished speaking, Hiruzen added, but the fight must go on. I know you haven't given it your all. Kaze was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Hiruzen smiled. Koharu, who had returned to the dormitory, sighed and rubbed her forehead, thinking the match was over, but didn't expect Hiruzen to be so fired up. Maito pushed up his glasses, having already seen through everything, no way around it. This isn't your first time seeing Hiruzen, that's just his personality. Kagami Uchiha laughed in agreement beside him. Today, he had a much better impression of Kaze. During the match, Kaze was calm and composed, not panicking even when at a disadvantage, instead calmly looking for opportunities. Shiri was extremely nervous at first, but seeing Kaze's strength far exceeded expectations, he relaxed considerably. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved his joints, the chill slightly easing as he prepared to continue the fight. He ordered Saruma to end the summoning, clearly intending to rely on ninjutsu to win. Earth release, Great Mud River. The ground beneath his feet instantly turned into mud, rapidly surging toward Kaze, covering half the arena with nowhere to hide. Kaze formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground. Countless crystal spikes rose from the earth, forming a sturdy defensive wall to block the mud's assault. Seeing this, Hiruzen laughed aloud, raising a crystal wall in this mud just makes you a target. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A fierce dragon head burst from the ground, spraying countless earth bullets at the crystal wall. Although the crystal wall was stronger than the earth bullets, the continuous attacks caused cracks to appear. The crystal wall remained solid as Kaze continuously infused chakra to repair it, resulting in a stalemate. Sweat appeared at Hiruzen's temples. He had clearly underestimated the wall's defense, but giving up the offensive meant losing. He gritted his teeth and sped up his hand seals. Danzo, cornered on a tree by the mud, saw the movement and shouted anxiously, Hiruzen, you haven't fully mastered that technique yet. But it was already too late. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Flames burst from his mouth, transforming into a roaring giant dragon that slammed into the crystal wall along with the mud. Hizaki struggled to control the direction of the flames to avoid burning the forest. He had been planning this combined ninjutsu for a long time and finally succeeded in executing it. The mud and flames intertwined hot and cold, cracks spreading across the crystal wall, which collapsed with a loud crash under the continuous bombardment of the Earth Dragon Bomb. Fragments scattered, and the mud and flames quickly occupied the original protective area. The scene instantly was left with only raging fire and mud, completely obscuring the view. Only then did Hizaki realize that he had gone a bit overboard with this move. He immediately ended all ninjutsu, and the flames and mud gradually subsided. With sharp eyes, he scanned the surroundings, preparing for the next move. Hizaki looked around but saw no sign of Chufeng at all. Just as he was starting to panic, a voice suddenly came from the mud. Crystal Release Mirror Palace Demon Killing Formation. Before the words finished, countless crystal vines wildly sprouted from the surrounding ground, instantly trapping Hizaki in a huge cage. Buds appeared on the vines, blooming into countless crystal mirrors. These mirrors constantly shifted, making Hizaki dizzy and feeling his life was in grave danger. Then, in each mirror appeared the figure of Chufeng, who slowly emerged, showing only half his body. Forming hand seals, a crystal lotus bud suddenly appeared in his palm. Crystal Release 1 Arrow Lotus.
Chu Feng and all the mirrors shouted in unison, and the crystal buds shot toward Hizaki like a rain of arrows. Seeing that he was about to be pierced like a sieve, Hizaki hurriedly shouted, "I surrender." In an instant, the buds bloomed into sharp crystal lotuses. Sunlight poured through the dome, turning the entire cage into a dazzling palace. Hizaki's throat was only a throwing distance away from the crystal petals, sweat pouring down his face. After a while, the cage and crystal lotuses shattered together, dissolving into countless crystal shards scattered in the air. Hizaki collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, not only scared by the ninjutsu but also exhausted from the prolonged chakra consumption. "You want to kill me, don't you?" he asked irritably, having just thought Chu Feng was really going to make a move. Chu Feng scratched his head and smiled. "No, I just think Brother Risen is too powerful, trying to scare you a bit." Risen looked full of doubt but had to admit, the 6-year-old kid was indeed impressive. Actually, this last move was Chu Feng's all-or-nothing gamble. Conceptually developed but never used in real combat. Today, it was a last-resort combination ninjutsu, the Crystal Escape Mirror Palace Demon Killing Formation. The initially growing crystal vines were a new ninjutsu developed by Chu Feng, called Crystal Escape Crystal Creation. By scattering crystal seeds, the seeds would sprout and grow. The seeds that bound Risen were hidden in advance inside the crystal wall. Risen shattered the wall, and the seeds were buried in the soil along with the fragments. Fortunately, the seeds were close enough to Risen, otherwise, Chu Feng might have been the one to fail today. "Brother Risen, can I go with you guys?" Chu Feng scratched his head and asked with a smile. Risen held no grudges. Just after the fight, he smiled and put his arm around Chu Feng's shoulder. "Of course, little brother Chu Feng, I, Sarutobi Risen, keep my word." Hearing this, Chu Feng finally relaxed. He had really given his all to keep the peace, which wasn't easy. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new feature." Chu Feng was stunned, his body stiffened for a moment. Risen noticed something was off and gently shook him. "What's wrong, Chu Feng?" Chu Feng came back to his senses, waved his hand, and said, "Nothing, I just used too much chakra earlier, a bit tired." Risen nodded. He himself had consumed a lot of chakra and definitely couldn't go on a mission now. "Then go home and rest, we'll set off again tomorrow." Eager to understand the system's status, Chu Feng readily agreed. The others also nodded in agreement. The contest ended here. Chu Feng successfully joined the team, and everyone went home to recuperate, preparing to set off the next day. After dismissal, Chu Feng quickly flew home. The excessive chakra consumption was just a pretense. In fact, he was fine. Once home, he immediately opened the system panel. Name Yun Zhang Chu Feng. Age 6. Strength Chakra Peak Chunin 1 card. Bloodline Crystal Escape, Cloud Escape. Talent All Attribute Chakra, Genius. Com Value Chaos Value 4905. Activate new system features? He chose to activate without hesitation. The system suddenly unlocked new features, leaving him confused. Because the host accepted the first task, the following features are unlocked. Task Book, complete village tasks, randomly rewarded with com value, distributed according to task level. Character Encyclopedia, unlock corresponding characters, gain com value, with a very low chance of obtaining mysterious rewards. After hearing the introduction, Chu Feng showed a crazed smile. Heaven helps me. All along, he had no stable way to earn com value, relying only on sign-ins and chaos events. Sign-ins gave only 100 points per day, and chaos events triggered probabilistically, so he had only accumulated 4,900 com value, almost all from sign-ins. Now it's better he can steadily earn com value by completing tasks and collecting encyclopedia entries, making Chu Feng feel much more at ease. He finally had the confidence. Even when facing Uchiha Madara's rebellion, he wouldn't be counterattacked by the system. Life is truly beautiful. All the hard work this morning was worth it. In the battle against Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chu Feng was mainly mentally exhausted and lacked much practical combat experience. It was only thanks to the special training and unique ninjutsu from Hashirama over the past few days that Hiruzen was caught off guard. If they fought again, Chu Feng's chances of winning would be slim. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were seasoned ninjas, having experienced countless battles and completed numerous missions. Chu Feng, at most, had only killed one person, that unlucky spy. In a great mood, humming a tune, Chu Feng leisurely paced around the room. Suddenly, he stopped, realizing he had forgotten an important question. If he casually took on a task like catching a cat or cleaning up trash, could he also unlock new features? He sighed and decided not to argue with the system for now. He was so happy today and didn't want to ruin his good mood. But that feeling still lingered inside him. If all the features had been unlocked from the start, would he have needed to take risks? That samurai and ninja sharing a bed surely meant trouble.
But who told him to join in the first place and even beat up the captain? Now wanting to back out? Impossible.
However, Chufeng knew clearly that if he hadn't decided to go with Sarutobi Hiruzen's squad to clear out the mountain bandits, he probably wouldn't have successfully unlocked new features. He understood this logic but just wanted to curse the system, then happily checked the new features after venting. He opened the mission book. There was only one task: persistently clear out the mountain bandits. Nothing special, and it didn't say what would happen if he failed.
Could this really be a benefit? Besides the money in real life, could he also get free system rewards for completing missions?
Chufeng didn't believe it. The system was so mean that failing a mission probably meant adding 10,000 chaos points. He made a firm decision: he must not fail the mission and must not give the system any chance. Then he looked at another feature: the character encyclopedia. With a thought, the encyclopedia flipped open like a book, showing photo-like ID pictures of characters. Most were from Naruto, but most were in grayscale. Chufeng found the photo of his master, Senju Hashirama, and clicked it. The system prompted: ding, unlocked character Senju Hashirama, reward, 1000 com points.
He exclaimed, "Master is worth that much?"
It would take him 10 days of signing in to accumulate 1000 com points. Although it was a one-time reward, it couldn't be unlocked repeatedly. He hoped to unlock them at different times, so each character could grant rewards multiple times. That would be thrilling. After repeated attempts, he understood the rule: for ninjas in the encyclopedia, as long as they had any interaction with him in real life, good or bad, their photos could be unlocked.
Maruhoshi Kosuka, Yuhi Shinku, Kei Ichikaku, and others were all in the encyclopedia, but their com point rewards were low. Big names like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobarama could give 1000 points.
Surprisingly, Uchiha Yuri was also in the 1000 point tier, possibly because he developed a Zanami. This was truly a great harvest. Chufeng's com points had already accumulated to 16,300, a considerable fortune.
He could take high-tech gadgets like phones and computers directly. Unfortunately, someone like Chufeng didn't plan to spend money on useless electronic products. Improving strength was the key.
I need to find something that can enhance my strength. Prepare for the worst.
Mission information isn't always accurate, and intelligence transmission takes time.
That mountain stronghold's combat power might have already increased significantly. He opened the system store, and a dazzling array of goods appeared before his eyes again. This time he didn't hesitate at all. Like a tycoon, he wanted to buy whatever he wanted. But seeing those sky-high prices, his wallet shrank back. Money is always a pain point.
System, search for chakra-related items.
The items started scrolling, and soon all chakra-related things were sorted to the top.
Strong fruit enhances chakra quality, boosts ninjutsu power, 2000 com points.
One card chakra equivalent to Kakashi Hataki's chakra amount, 5000 com points. After hesitating for a while, these two were still the most suitable for him. The other items were strange, some even reduced chakra, and were priced as high as 10,000 com points. Decided, he spent 7,000 com points to exchange for these two. During the fusion, he only felt a warm current flowing inside his body, which started to turn red and feel hot. He quickly ran to the bathroom and splashed a big bucket of cold water to feel better. Breathing heavily, a bit confused, his first fusion with a bloodline limit didn't feel like this. Could it be because the two chakra cards simultaneously improved the quality? Fortunately, the discomfort didn't last long, and his body returned to normal. Looking at the panel, his chakra had become 2 cards, and his strength rose to Jonin level. This was exactly what he expected. More chakra naturally meant increased strength. Although having more chakra can make strength seem inflated, he still needed to train his skills to balance the two.
Today's gains were plentiful.
Finally, Chufeng could use com points to exchange for items without worrying about saving up 60,000 to deal with Uchiha Madara. His strength has also improved a lot, becoming much more reliable. Put the future aside for now. At the moment, Uchiha Setsuna is still lurking somewhere, preparing to strike a fatal blow. Now there is no fear. If he dares to come, he'll be wiped out immediately. Although Chufeng is laid back and prefers to take it easy, he absolutely won't tolerate being bullied. A breeze blew past, and he shivered, only then realizing his whole body was still wet. He quickly took off his soaked clothes, dried himself, crawled into bed, and fell into a deep sleep.
"Big brother, are you really at ease?" In the Hokage's office, Tobarama asked with a serious expression. Hashirama waved his hand. "Didn't you see that kid's strength?"
Although the monkey was careless and unfamiliar with the enemy, losing is losing. On the battlefield, the monkey could be in big trouble.
Tobarama was speechless. In fact, Hashirama and Tobirama had been watching the match between Sufing and Sarutobi Hiruzen all along. At first, Tobirama didn't have much faith in Sufing, thinking he had good talent but wasn't as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Unexpectedly, reality slapped him hard in the face. The monkey actually lost. Hashirama couldn't stop smiling.
Tobirama's face darkened, but out of respect for Hashirama's authority, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, Hashirama laughed heartily and said, "Tobirama, don't be too nervous.
I'll send a wood clone to follow them from behind, just consider it a trial."
"But big brother, didn't you say you wouldn't let the kids go to the battlefield? How is this any different?" Tobirama questioned. "If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't agree. Sufing is different. He is naturally intelligent, with top-notch ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra, and intellect," Hashirama said.
"Putting such a genius in a greenhouse would really ruin him."
Tobirama calmed down and said, "Big brother is right. I was just too stubborn."
Hashirama walked up to him and patted his shoulder. "You're not stubborn, you just care too much about Sufing's safety."
Tobirama looked up at Hashirama's familiar smile and felt reassured.
"Sufing, like you, has an amazing talent for developing ninjutsu, which is why you worry he is as fragile as a seedling.
Just like Itama and Wama."
Big brother. Mentioning the deaths of his two younger brothers was a taboo for Hashirama, yet now he brought it up himself.
"Don't worry, I believe Torikes will be even better than me in the future.
I won't let anything happen to him. After all, I am his master."
Tobirama nodded, saying no more.
Since his elder brother said so, naturally, as his younger brother and subordinate, he could not stop him. With the wooden clone protecting him, the children's safety was assured. He couldn't say exactly when it started, but Tobirama felt that every child in Konoha was like his own son. When not busy with political affairs, he often went to the ninja academy, watching the children study hard with the goal of becoming ninjas and protecting Konoha, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Tobirama felt that this was his own will of fire. No matter how strong he and his elder brother were, they would eventually grow old.
Only by protecting the young buds could the tree continue to grow.
After the old withered branches burned out their last bit of energy, they would turn into fertilizer to nourish the young buds.
This was also why Tobirama wanted to stop Hashirama from sending Torikes on missions.
In his view, these older generation ninjas had not yet burned out their twilight, yet they let a 6-year-old child go on dangerous missions, which was an insult to them.
"Ah, Tobirama, maybe you're more suited to be Hokage than me." Hashirama patted Tobirama on the shoulder and laughed heartily.
Tobirama smiled slightly. "Who knows, I've never been Hokage either." The two exchanged a smile and tacitly continued handling the work interrupted by Torikes' mission. All matters big and small in Konoha had to be reported to the Hokage, and without Tobirama's help, Hashirama would probably have collapsed in the office long ago. Despite the numerous documents, Hashirama never complained because this village was the home he loved deeply. Early the next morning, Torikes finished washing up, changed into his ninja combat outfit, and prepared to head to the meeting point agreed upon with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was rare that there was a battle suit suitable for his age at home. Upon arriving at the meeting place, he was surprised to find that he was actually the last to arrive. Everyone else was earlier than him. Among this group, Torikes recognized a familiar figure.
"Hey, Torikes." Shiri happily waved, signaling him to hurry up. "Shiri? You came too?" Torikes was puzzled. Hiruzen shouldn't have agreed.
Shiri clenched his fist threateningly. "It was my brother who agreed, and no one else objected."
"You don't mind, do you?" Torikes pretended to be scared. "No way, with you here, the mission will definitely be completed easily."
Nearby couldn't help but ruffle Shiri's hair. "Remember, this time you have to stick close to me."
"Don't expect to kill bandits, just don't get yourself killed." Shiri showed no anger, only saying she would behave obediently.
Shu Feng raised an eyebrow. Shiri's attitude was unusual. In fact, Shiri didn't want to show weakness, but last night she used every trick she had to get her brother to take her alone.
Using all kinds of threats and temptations, Uchiha Kyo finally reluctantly agreed.
Shu Feng had anticipated this. A competitive girl like Shiri would never miss such an opportunity. Nichiren agreed mainly because Kyo guaranteed that he would be responsible for Chiri's safety during the mission.
"All right, everyone is here, let us set off." Sarutobi Nichiren said excitedly, "This is our graduation exam."
If it weren't for the heavy chakra consumption yesterday, he would have infiltrated the bandit den long ago. Everyone checked their gear. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags were all well stocked, and the soldiers' rations were sufficient. Once ready, the gates of Konoha village slowly opened, and Shu Feng and Shiri officially set out on their first mission. They lived in a relatively peaceful era. In the past, 6-year-old children had to go to the battlefield. Living to 30 was considered long life back then, which was truly sad. The group walked quickly along the main road. Since awakening the system, Chu Feng and T had time to play in that forest he trained every day. Sarutobi Nichiren slowed down and said to everyone, "Come closer, I'll share the intelligence with you."
My dad got it. Everyone immediately gathered around.
Nichiren's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was the village's top ninja and the head of the Sarutobi clan, highly respected and leading his clan to join Konoha village. The intelligence was probably obtained from bounty organizations or the black market.
These info dealers hoped for constant wars to profit.
Nichiren said, "Those 5 samurai, the leader can match the village's top ninja, the rest aren't much of a threat." Everyone nodded. Most samurai lacked combat strength. That rogue ninja from Sunigakure is a pair of twins, one skilled in fire release, the other in wind release, and they coordinate well, Nichiren continued. They escaped Sunigakure's pursuit and fled to the land of fire, where they've taken control of a mountain. Their combined wind and fire attacks are formidable. We must separate and defeat them.
Everyone responded, "Understood."
Although the intelligence was simple, it was enough for everyone to understand the enemy's strength and avoid disaster caused by carelessness. Kyo thought for a moment and said, "The wind-fire combination mainly enhances fire release power. If they're as strong water release suppression, they're not that strong."
Danzo asked Koharu, "You're good with water release, can you suppress them?"
Koharu shook her head. "We haven't fought them, so it's hard to say, but we can weaken their ninjutsu." Boasting was taboo during missions. Underestimating strength could endanger the whole team. Chu Feng said calmly, "I'm also skilled in water release.
Koharu and I together should be able to suppress them." Nichiren smiled, "Little Chu Feng, I didn't expect you to be good at water release?"
Chu Feng replied, "To be precise, I'm skilled in all 5 nature transformations." Though a bit boastful, everyone had seen his strength and naturally believed him. Last time when competing with Nichiren, they only saw part of his crystal release techniques and still didn't fully understand Chu Feng's true power.
Honestly, everyone was still only partially aware. A qualified ninja like Chu Feng is a master precisely because he never lets others know his full strength.
Koharu smiled and said, "If we can't separate those two, then Chu Feng and I will use water release to deal with them."
Everyone nodded.
Although the plan wasn't perfect yet, it was enough to complete the mission.
The group stopped chatting and focused on hurrying along.
Shiri ran while sulking. Being ignored earlier made her very upset. But she had no choice after all. She had stubbornly insisted on coming. If she could join the team based on strength like Chu Feng, maybe she would be recognized. She was a genius of the Uchiha clan but could only rely on throwing tantrums. The gap between her and Chu Feng was huge. If I could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe my strength could catch up to Chu Feng, Shiri thought. But awakening the eye was too difficult. Even her brother hadn't done it, so how could she be earlier? No matter what, she would do her best to prove herself on this mission. Kyo looked at his sulking sister and smiled faintly. "Keep it up, Shiri. I want to see how far you can go." The Land of Fire is one of the 5 great ninja countries, rich in resources and vast in territory.
The group had traveled half a day's journey, still 1 day away from the border.
They were exhausted along the way, with only the unpleasant military rations to eat. "There's a small village ahead where we can rest," Hizashi said. They had been traveling since morning without stopping all day, so it was the perfect time to rest. This mission wasn't urgent, so there was no need to rush. "That's great, no need to sleep outdoors," Koharu said happily. Although ninjas adapt to all kinds of environments, a girl's skin would dry out after a night outside.
It was good to have a village to stay in, and maybe even take a hot bath.
The others also wanted to rest in the village.
Hizashi said, "Let us reach the village before dark." So everyone quickened their pace.
If they didn't arrive before nightfall, they would have to camp out. Shiri was already at her limit, having to rely on Kyo's back from time to time to recover enough strength to continue.
But Kaze seemed unaffected, leisurely running and walking, making Shiri increasingly envious, even tempted to dissect him. She suspected Kaze might not be human. How could he be so relaxed all day? "Kaze, aren't you tired?" Shiri whispered softly on Kyo's back. "I'm okay, a bit tired but I can still hold on." Kyo glanced at Kaze.
Although this kid was young, his physical fitness could rival Hizashi's. Shiri didn't ask more and soon fell asleep on Kyo's back. She had reached her limit. Fortunately, Hizashi and the group arrived at the village before dark.
They found an inn and could finally rest properly for the night.
To their surprise, the inn even had a hot spring. Soaking before bed was pure luxury. But the entire village's people looked listless and lifeless.
They paid little attention to Hizashi's group's arrival. Some were even preparing to flee overnight with their families.
Only the innkeeper was relatively warm and treated them well. The innkeeper was a kind old man who had clearly been through many hardships. He wasn't afraid of the ninjas, instead, he seemed somewhat hopeful.
Noble ninjas, have you come to eliminate the mountain bandits? The innkeeper asked cautiously. Hizashi saw the plea in his eyes and nodded. Yes. Have those bandits affected the village? Hizashi was a bit puzzled. After all, the bandits were a whole day's journey away and shouldn't have come this far. The boss sighed. It's not directly because of the bandits. This village is small and relies on small shops to make a living. But the presence of bandits causes merchants and travelers from various villages to avoid this route. No one comes anymore, and the village can't survive. If no one gets rid of that group of bandits, everyone will probably be doomed.
Only then did Nichiren understand that although the village was small, it was a transit point where multiple villages intersected. Long-distance travelers often rested here, but now the place was deserted, and the villagers' livelihoods were hard to sustain. He immediately promised the boss that he would definitely solve the bandit problem.
When the news spread, the villagers were overjoyed, finally seeing hope.
To end it quickly, Nichiren led everyone to formulate a detailed battle plan to ensure the bandits had nowhere to escape. After a night's rest, everyone was full of energy, and Yuri had also regained vitality. At dawn, they set off, maintaining a fast pace. By afternoon, they reached the border of the Land of Fire. The management here was lax, with a mix of all kinds of people. Even rogue ninja from the Sand Village could cause trouble here. The border was mostly dense forest, making it easy for enemies to hide.
Uchiha Kagami quickly found traces of the bandits using his Sharingan.
Everyone followed him, tracking all the way until they finally found the valley where the bandits were hiding. The entrance was narrow, only wide enough for two people side by side. As dusk fell, visibility in the forest was very low. Only Kagami and Yuri could see clearly using their Sharingan. There were few guards at the entrance, and a few of them were silently taken out quickly. Everyone sneaked into the valley, with Sarutobi Nichiren calmly commanding, "Before dark, annihilate them all. Take out the small fry first, then kill the ninja last."
Torike studied and watched, mentally noting Nichiren's decisiveness and control, since he would have to carry out missions like this in the future.
As they prepared to act, Torike took 7 crystal-clear crystal seeds from his ninja tool pouch and handed one to each person. "This is a new ninjutsu I developed. It can block one physical attack." Everyone nodded and accepted them. Facing experts, this shield was especially important.
"Move out."
At the command, several people turned into afterimages and flew off in all directions. Only Torike's remained. He was to seal off the valley. 50 crystal seeds formed in his palm and were scattered at the entrance. With chakra activation, crystal vines rapidly grew, intertwining into a dense net deeply embedded into the mountain walls, blocking the entrance completely.
But Torike's knew the valley might have other exits. He couldn't let the bandits escape and endanger more people.
So he used crystal release, crystal explosion technique, condensing a crystal ball the size of an adult's head in his palm and throwing it high into the valley's sky. The crystal ball instantly exploded, the sound of glass shattering echoing, alerting the bandits, but they soon relaxed. In fact, this explosion scattered the crystal seeds into every corner outside the valley. Torike frantically activated his chakra, causing the seeds to rapidly grow and envelop the entire valley. The chakra consumption was enormous, using up half of his total supply, but he successfully sealed the valley, allowing no one to escape. If it weren't for having prepared enough crystal seeds in advance, the chakra within Chu Feng's body would have been exhausted long ago.
The consumption is about as expected.
Let us restore our strength first. Leave the small fry to them. Using so much chakra at once was quite a burden for 6-year-old Chu Feng.
He could only rest on the spot, adjusting his condition to avoid affecting the upcoming battles.
20 minutes later, Chu Feng stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and walked toward the center of the valley.
That was the final battlefield.
Although this place was called the Mountain Bandits' Lair, it wasn't too much different from an ordinary small village. The only difference was that these people were thoroughly wicked. The further in he went, the more corpses he saw, stained with blood. The deaths were clean and efficient, clearly the work of experienced hands.
Some bodies bore wounds that Chu Feng immediately recognized as the enemy's doing. As he passed a small hut, a sudden angry shout rang out. "Give me your life!"
A middle-aged man in tattered clothes swung a knife at Chu Feng, a smug smile on his lips. Chu Feng glanced at him coldly, extended his left hand, and a crystal vine shot out from his sleeve, quickly wrapping around the man. Unlike before, the tip of the vine was actually a snake's head with sharp fangs.
Crystal escape, crystal poison.
The snake head bit fiercely into the bandit's neck, injecting venom into his body. The man's neck quickly crystallized before he could even speak. His head turned to crystal. The vine was then retracted back into Chu Feng's sleeve.
Such minor characters are not worth using chakra on. Tofu was just testing a new ninjutsu. This move was inspired by Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. Regardless of strength, Orochimaru's life-saving ninjutsu is considered the best in the ninja world.
Tofu also learned many techniques from him.
For example, when fighting Yuri, traveling through the crystal mirror was borrowed from Orochimaru's snake-spitting technique.
Using snake vines combined with crystal poison, this move is extremely effective. After killing the mountain bandits, Tofu continued toward the center to meet up with Hiruzen and the others. The sounds of battle grew clearer, and Tofu quickened his pace.
By the time he reached the rendezvous point, the fight was already intense.
Uchiha Kagami and Danzo were facing off against the strongest of the 5 warriors. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Akinobu Tofu were battling 2 ninjas. Mito Munin was struggling to handle 4 warriors alone and was forced to retreat. The situation was dangerous, and Yuri had yet to appear.
Big brother Munin, I'm here to help you.
Tofu activated Crystal Release, Crystal Mirror and Crystal Release, Crystal Clone, using both techniques simultaneously. 2 clones appeared from the mirror, blocking 2 warriors and easing Munin's pressure.
That's better.
I can handle 2 warriors, you go help Hiruzen.
Tofu set off without hesitation. Everyone knew their own strength and would not recklessly show off in critical moments.
On Hiruzen's side, the 3 against 2 Sand Village rogue ninjas could not gain a decisive advantage, and vice versa, the situation was deadlocked. Fortunately, Tofu arrived, and the counterattack opportunity had come.
Multiplication technique.
Tofu's palm enlarged, slapping away the fire-style specialist Ramaru. Hiruzen and Koharu seized the chance to launch a fierce attack on Raken, who was skilled in wind style, successfully separating the 2 brothers. Without their combined attack, they were still strong but no longer coordinated.
Fire style, flame bullet barrage. Ramaru quickly formed hand seals, spitting out fireballs like a machine gun. Although small, the number was large, and Tofu's palm burned painfully.
Tofu quickly sprayed water style, forming a water wall. The fireballs were extinguished upon contact with water, producing clouds of steam. Damn it, this brat can use water style, I have to deal with him first.
Ramaru suddenly charged at Torike's. Torike's body doubled in size, clenching his fists to counterattack.
Ramaru dodged just in time, nearly getting injured.
Torike smiled. He knew he had support from his comrades and would never retreat.
Ramaru missed a good opportunity and found it difficult to launch another surprise attack. Torike's lightly exhaled, and the water currents within the water formation swirled into a fierce water dragon, rushing fiercely at Ramaru.
Unwilling to give up, Ramaru unleashed fire-style flowing fire technique.
The flames wrapped around the water dragon like flowing water. The 2 clashed fiercely, water and fire countering each other, producing thick steam that obscured vision. Within the steam, Torike's whispered, cloud-style cloud spear technique. He exhaled white clouds, condensing them into a long spear that merged with the steam, using cloud energy to precisely lock onto Ramaru. The spear was thrown, accompanied by a painful howl, and Torike's revealed a triumphant smile.
Whether it was steam or mist, Torike's could blend cloud energy into it, controlling the entire environment.
In this fog, he was like a fish in water, dominating everything.
The cloud energy permeating the wind was undetectable even by the Sharingan. Upon hearing it, Raken immediately recognized his brother's voice.
He broke free from the attacks of Hiruzen and Koharu, desperately running toward his brother.
Ramaru,
pull yourself together.
Use that move. Raken found the direction by voice and rushed into the cloud energy.
When he touched his brother, he found him cold all over, like a block of ice.
Ramaru struggled to utter vague words. Raken, I'm almost done for. After using that move, you have to run. Raken's eyes turned blood red, nearly mad. You're my brother. We both escaped from Sunagakure, don't talk about giving up. Ramaru shook his head, understanding the situation himself.
He was having difficulty breathing, his lungs felt frozen and he couldn't hold on any longer. Come on. His resolute attitude made Raken both furious and helpless. They had clearly escaped, yet his brother was about to die in this mountain valley.
Wind style, tornado technique.
Raken unleashed a gust of wild wind from his mouth, dispersing the cloud energy and whipping up the surrounding ruins and debris. The storm rapidly expanded, forming a massive vortex with a powerful suction force that seemed ready to tear everyone apart.
Torike's, relying on his strong physique, steadied himself and held everyone in his palm, barely escaping.
Unexpectedly, these 2 were so powerful after giving their all in one strike, it was doubtful whether everyone could hold on. Fire style, great flowing fire.
Ramaru gritted his teeth and used his last chakra to unleash fierce flames.
The flames surged instantly upon meeting the storm, forming a gigantic fiery tornado.
You all will die with us, brothers. Raken roared wildly, with Ronmaru already collapsed in his arms. Raken clearly had no intention of escaping, vowing to perish together with the enemy. Torikes tightly held everyone and rushed toward the valley exit.
The storm's suction was enormous and closing in their situation was extremely perilous.
What do we do? Any ideas?
Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grave. The situation was far beyond expectations. He couldn't understand why the two strong ninjas chose to betray the village.
Kohara shook her head helplessly. The combination of these two ninjutsu is already S rank, even beyond S rank. Torikes, do you have any ideas? Hiruzen asked urgently. If this dragged on, everyone would be doomed.
My chakra is almost depleted. I can't perform stronger water-style techniques, Torikes answered in a low voice.
Even with sufficient chakra, the ninjutsu couldn't match the fiery tornado of the Raken Ronmaru brothers. This is bad.
Shiri. Uchiha Kagami suddenly remembered his sister was still hiding in a certain room. He was about to jump down to search when Danzo grabbed him. Don't rush, the tornado hasn't reached the houses yet, your sister might not be in danger.
But if you jump down, that will be dangerous.
Tenzo was right. Shiri was placed in a room far from the center, and the enemy hadn't reached there yet.
Kagami, don't lose your head, Hizashi reminded. Shiri should be fine. Acting rashly could cost you your life.
At that moment, Torikes spoke up, I'll go find Shiri.
Everyone else, meet at the valley entrance.
Hizashi frowned, just calmed one down, and here comes another.
I promise I'll come back unharmed. Trust me. I'm the captain. I can't let you take risks. I'm responsible for your safety.
Others also opposed, and Kagami advised Torikes, Tenzo is right, Shiri is fine.
Don't take unnecessary risks. Kagami's words made everyone uneasy. If they were stronger, would the situation be different?
Torikes wanted to argue but didn't want to watch his friend get hurt helplessly.
I would release tree birth.
A loud roar, countless thick trees burst from the ground, spreading like vines throughout the valley. The fiery tornado shattered instantly upon touching the branches, dissipating into nothing, leaving only sparks burning on the trees.
It's the Hokage. Hizashi pointed toward the valley entrance.
Everyone looked and saw the Hokage, their hearts steadied.
Shiri is with him too.
Looks like the Hokage saved him on the way, Kagami said with a smile, her face radiant.
Torikes saw it too indeed. Shiri was being carried by their master like a briefcase. He smiled as well.
Luckily, the master came otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do.
He was even ready to desperately exchange for enhancement items in the shop. With the tornado's suction gone, Torikes took a few steps toward the valley entrance. Hokage-sama. Everyone saluted in unison. With Hashirama here, everyone felt at ease except the enemies.
Ha, scared, huh? Hashirama laughed heartily, looking at the kids with dirt-smudged faces, especially Torikes, whose white hair had turned gray. Nishin blamed himself, sorry, Hokage-sama, I failed in my duty.
Hashirama patted his head, I watched all your actions, they were perfect. It's just that the enemy was stronger than expected. Intelligence is never 100% accurate. This lesson must be remembered.
Hearing this, Nishin felt a warmth in his heart. With the Hokage saying this, he felt somewhat reassured. But failure is failure. If it weren't for the Hokage stepping in, he really wouldn't know what to do. On the battlefield, they probably would have faced only a dead end. At that moment, Yuri rushed into Kagami's arms, her voice trembling with tears.
Kagami gently stroked her head and said softly, it's good that you're okay. Now you understand how dangerous it is to carry out missions, right? Yuri said nothing, only nodded.
Facing that massive fiery tornado, she was completely panicked and utterly unable to intervene. It was even difficult to escape. Fortunately, the Hokage saved her just in time. When she heard the Hokage's voice, all fear vanished. Kagami whispered to her, if you want to fight alongside Torikes, you have to work hard to improve yourself. Yuri did not respond, only holding Kagami's hand tightly. Everyone performed well this time, Hashirama praised, but the key was Torikes' surprise attack on Ronmaru. Everyone agreed that if Ronmaru hadn't been seriously injured, the battle might have dragged on much longer. Hashirama reviewed everyone's strengths and weaknesses one by one, making them clearly aware of their shortcomings.
In the world of ninjas, there must be no arrogance or complacency that is fatal. Alright, the mission is complete. Let's return to the village and report. Hashirama said with a smile, I won't be accompanying you on the next leg of the journey.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hashirama's body gradually stiffened and eventually turned into wood. Hisashi exclaimed in surprise. After releasing such a powerful ninjutsu, it turns out it was just a clone.
Danzo patted him on the shoulder. The Hokage is busy with official duties and doesn't have time to personally handle such low-level tasks. That's true, the Hokage's strength is just too overwhelming. The god of shinobi is no joke. Let's go, we should hurry back and report.
This battle was really exhausting. Hisashi led his companions toward the valley entrance, only to find the valley sealed off by Takaru's ninjutsu.
Takaru, can this ninjutsu be undone? Takaru nodded and stepped forward to touch the crystal.
With a snap of his fingers, the crystal vine network instantly shattered, and all the crystal vines outside the valley disappeared as well.
Hisashi looked at Takaru's Kekkai Genkai with great envy. This endless supply of crystals could be generated simply by consuming chakra, truly an inexhaustible wealth.
Seeing a few large crystals on the ground, Hisashi picked them up, planning to give them to Biwa Lake. The girls would definitely like these gems. With the crystals no longer blocking the way, everyone began their return to Konoha village.
Although the mission was over, Takaru had not received any system rewards or even a notification.
He guessed it might be because the mission hadn't been officially submitted yet, so he wasn't worried. After all, there wasn't a single survivor left in the entire valley, so there was no reason the mission wasn't completed. Sarutobi, Hisashi, Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami walked ahead, while Koharu, Munin, and Akinichi Takaru guarded behind, sandwiching Takaru and Yuri in the middle for protection.
Takaru, are you hurt?
I'm fine, I'm pretty strong, Takaru replied with a smile.
Yuri pouted after hearing this. I knew I didn't have to worry about you.
Just now, Yuri had heard from Kagami that Takaru wanted to rescue her alone, and she was deeply moved. They had only known each other for a little over a month, yet Takaru was willing to risk his life to save her. To prevent such situations from happening again and to avoid being left behind by Takaru, Yuri decided to train even harder.
Chufeng looked at Jilly and couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't know what she was thinking.
Although they had known each other for a short time, friendship was not measured by time. Chufeng's dream was to live a peaceful life, but if his family or friends were in danger, he would definitely step in to help.
That was his principle. Avoiding danger and letting friends fall into crisis that wouldn't be him. Jilly, you keep it up too. You are a genius of the Uchiha clan, and you will never be worse than me. Hearing this, Jilly's heart grew even more determined.
That's right, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, she would never lose to anyone. Although they traveled at night, with the Uchiha mirror's Sharingan guiding them, their speed was still very fast. At dawn, they returned to that small village. At first, the villagers didn't believe that all the mountain bandits had been wiped out. After all, it had only been a little over a day.
Nishiki repeatedly explained and even brought up the Hokage-sama, and only then did the villagers believe it.
The news spread quickly, and within a month, the small village would return to normal.
Everyone was very tired after fighting and traveling all night yesterday. For safety, Nishiki suggested resting in the village first before continuing the journey.
The group returned to the inn where they had stayed before. The owner warmly welcomed them, offering free fruit and waiving the accommodation fee. But everyone still paid the original price. Ordinary people had a hard life, and Nishiki and the others were not short of money. After resting for about 4 hours, the group set off again, this time heading straight for Konoha village. They maintained a steady pace and encountered no special situations.
After another 3 hours, Konoha village was reached.
Chufeng was somewhat looking forward to the upcoming reward, but the system prompt said most of it would only be calmness points.
The chance of mysterious items was extremely low.
Knowing his luck was not good, he didn't have high hopes and only wished for more calmness points. Passing by a large river, Chufeng suddenly felt the familiar sensation from the day he sparred with Jilly on the mountaintop. He was clear about it in his heart but did not show it. After walking with the team for a while longer, he suddenly clutched his stomach and squatted down.
Chufeng, what's wrong? Jilly immediately noticed and asked anxiously. I'm fine, just a stomachache.
I need to use the restroom.
You guys go ahead. Chufeng's face showed embarrassment.
Nishiki and the others couldn't stay long either. They just told him to catch up quickly and then slowed their pace to move on. After the group had gone far away, Chufeng regained his composure and said coldly, "Come out, don't hide." The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only a few birds flying up.
Stop pretending, it was you who attacked me on the mountaintop last time, Uchiha Setsuna. As soon as the words fell, a fireball roared from the right side of the forest. That was the Uchiha's signature great fireball technique. Water release, water wave.
Chufeng sprayed out a large amount of water, forming a shockwave, violently colliding with the fireball. Water vapor scattered, steam filled the forest. In the thick fog, a figure gradually appeared. You originally had a chance to live, all because of your arrogance and foolishness. A pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan eyes opened, their gaze piercing through the steam locking onto Chu Feng.
Chu Feng disdainfully countered, Mangekyo Sharingan, so what? Do you think you're Uchiha Madara? Setsuna sneered, ha, underestimated by a 6-year-old? Then I'll show you the power of the Sharingan. TSK, I'm afraid you won't get the chance.
Chu Feng quickly formed hand seals, a smile rising at the corner of his mouth.
Cloud release, cloud mist technique.
A mouthful of cloud vapor was expelled, rapidly engulfing the steam. Setsuna was shocked to find that the Sharingan couldn't see clearly ahead. The water vapor spread like white clouds.
What kind of ninjutsu is this? Damn it!
Setsuna roared in anger, but no one responded. He had originally planned to use the steam to his advantage, but was instead exploited. Even his proud Sharingan was rendered useless. Uchiha Setsuna was too arrogant, never seriously investigating Chu Feng, not even considering the 6-year-old Chu Feng a threat. Only now did he begin to regret it, but it was too late. The arrow was already drawn, and he had to act.
No Sharingan, I can still kill you. Chu Feng replied calmly, then you try.
No sooner had the words fallen than Senya swiftly threw 3 shurikens toward the sound, but all that was heard was the clatter of stones. They missed the target.
So sneaky, using reverse psychology.
Senya was infuriated by the mockery and couldn't help but roar angrily, fire release, great fire annihilation. A huge fan-shaped flame burst from his mouth, burning away part of the clouds, but they were quickly replenished by the surrounding mist. Having wasted his energy with no result, Senya grew increasingly impatient, his inner voice urging him, kill him.
Kill him. Are you just going to hide in this thick fog like a scared turtle?
Chu Feng chuckled lightly, this is Cloud, a unique bloodline elimination technique of our Cloud clan.
Didn't you do your homework before attacking? Senya was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. Bloodline elimination? Even stronger than the Sharingan?
He couldn't believe it and forced himself to stay confident. Impossible. He's just trying to distract me. As his mindset gradually calmed, a short figure appeared in the mist. It was Chu Feng.
Why are you so weak? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Senya ignored the taunt, drew his blade, and slashed fiercely. Chu Feng stepped back easily to dodge. Impossible. Senya was shocked. Few in his clan could evade his blade, yet this kid dodged effortlessly.
Chu Feng explained calmly, the cloud slows your functions. Once inhaled, your body gradually stiffens.
In other words, the moment you enter the cloud, you start dying slowly. Senya refused to believe it. How could a patch of cloud threaten his life? He hacked wildly, losing technique, roaring madly, impossible. I'm a Uchiha genius. I won't die by your hand.
Then he gathered his power to unleash fire release, great fireball technique, expelling half his chakra to form a massive fireball far larger than usual. Chu Feng waved his hand, and a thick shield of cloud gathered to block the attack. The fireball collided with the cloud shield, sparks flying, and the surrounding mist was scorched and dissipated. The view suddenly brightened.
Heh, your cloud is gone, your death is near. Senya's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he raised his blade to strike. Not so fast. Chu Feng replied calmly as 2 crystal vines suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, firmly entangling Senya. Crystal escape, crystal blade.
A sharp blade flashed from Chu Feng's right arm, slashing down.
Accompanied by flying blood, Uchiha Setsuna's right arm was severed and fell into the grass.
This strike was revenge for the previous grudge.
The heart-wrenching pain made Setsuna scream in agony.
But Chu Feng did not stop. Don't worry, your brother won't survive. Soon he'll be with you.
Cloud release, cloud transformation technique.
His left hand wrapped in cloud energy, he slammed a heavy palm onto Setsuna's chest. But Setsuna surprisingly felt no pain. He wanted to mock, but found his whole body powerless, lips heavy, limbs seemingly vanished, eyes full of terror, unable to make a sound, only able to stare fixedly at Chu Feng.
Do you know why this move is called cloud transformation?
Chu Feng said calmly. Setsuna stopped struggling, his eyes hollow, without a trace of emotion. The next moment, his body suddenly turned into wisps of white clouds, drifting toward the horizon, disappearing without a trace. This cloud transformation is one of the core ninjutsu of cloud release, capable of turning a living person into cloud energy, crucial for cultivating stronger cloud release techniques. It's still different from dust release, Chu Feng muttered to himself. Dust release shatters matter into atoms, while cloud release turns it into cloud energy.
Though similar, they are quite different.
Although cloud release seems less powerful than dust release, it is more versatile, whereas dust release has only one technique. Chu Feng glanced toward the direction where Nichiren and the others were advancing, estimating he could still catch up. After all, killing Setsuna didn't take much time. Cloud release Cloud Surge. Cloud energy sprayed from his sleeve, propelling Chu Feng into the sky like a thruster, then descending again. Wow, so thrilling. I'm still not very good at this. This was his first time using this move. Unsteady control made him fly erratically, nearly crashing into trees several times. Taking the wind, he intensified the cloud energy surging out, finally stabilizing and flying into midair. After several attempts, he finally mastered it with ease. In a great mood, he circled a few times in the air. Let's go. Then he flew towards Hizashi and the others, leaving a long trail of cloud energy in the sky. Shortly after Chu Feng left, a black and white head slowly emerged from the soil in the roadside grass. It's his descendant, Baiju said calmly, without any emotion. Heiju responded, looks like it. Clearly, he secretly altered the scroll, but unexpectedly still learned it. Heiju picked up Chu Feng's severed arm. Anyway, it was just a casual move, it doesn't matter if it fails. Baiju softly replied. Is this thing useful? Who knows? Anyway, it was just a casual move. After speaking, Heiju slowly sank back into the ground. Unaware of all this, Chu Feng was now speeding wildly along the wide road. In the cloud surge state, his speed was extremely fast. Because this move only relied on thrust to maintain flight, chakra consumption was low, but it couldn't be used in battle only for traveling or showing off. Ding Chaos event ended, completion A+, reward, 6,000 comm points. Wow! This Chaos event directly gave 6,000 comm points. After confirming no increase in Chaos value, Chu Feng celebrated wildly in midair. Everything was moving in a good direction. With things going so smoothly, why fear Uchiha Madara? In a great mood, he accelerated his flight and finally saw Hizashi and the others at the fork in the road. Hey, everyone! Chu Feng shouted loudly. On the ground, Nichiren's ear twitched. I think I heard Chu Feng. Xiaochun looked back but saw no one. You must have misheard. Who would be here? Impossible. Nichiren said seriously, don't underestimate my years of eavesdropping on the women's bathhouse. I mean patrolling the women's bathhouse. Hearing this, Xiaochun didn't hesitate and gave him a fierce beating. You pervert! How can you say peeping so openly and proudly? Nichiren rubbed his swollen face, looking wronged. I really heard it. Tanzo shook his head beside them. You patrol all year round, how come you didn't know Chu Feng is in the sky? Everyone looked up and indeed saw Chu Feng hovering in midair, white clouds swirling around his sleeves. Nichiren pointed to the sky. See, I told you I didn't hear wrong. As a result, Xiaochun beat him again. I'm not hitting you because of that, you pervert. Beaten twice, Nichiren was speechless and just felt wronged. Isn't peeping on the women's bathhouse a family secret technique? At this moment, Chu Feng slowly descended, smiling. Everyone was puzzled, how could someone be so happy with diarrhea? However, Chu Feng's entrance was really cool, descending from the sky with full presence. Hello everyone, rushing to catch up, finally caught up with you. Xiaochun circled around Chu Feng and curiously asked, Chu Feng, what kind of ninjutsu are you using? Can cloud release really fly? Chu Feng explained straightforwardly, Sister Xiaochun, this isn't flying, it's generating thrust by continuously releasing dense white clouds. He then mentioned the drawbacks of this ninjutsu, and Xiaochun finally understood it's actually a travel technique. Although novel, it was her first time seeing it. At this moment, Nichiren squeezed out from behind, looking helpless. Chu Feng is back too, let us keep moving. When Chu Feng heard the voice, he suddenly didn't recognize who it was, and when he saw Hizashi, he was even more confused. Xiaochun, who is this guy? Xiaochun awkwardly scratched her head. This is Hizashi. Chu Feng didn't say much, just gave Hizashi a look, and Hizashi nodded back, as if saying, good brother, understood without words. Because Hizashi's speaking always made people chuckle, Danzo temporarily became the team leader and led everyone back to the village. With Chu Feng back, the team's speed also increased quite a bit. 2 hours later, everyone clearly saw the gates of Konoha village. Hizashi happily said, finally back to the village, these past few days really wore me out. It's worth mentioning that the injuries Hizashi got from Xiaochun's beating were also healed by Xiaochun. Chu Feng then realized that Xiaochun's medical ninjutsu was quite impressive. Usually silent, Chu Feng also spoke up, these past few days have made me lose weight from hunger, I need to eat more when we get back. Hearing this, everyone recalled the terrible rations from the past 2 days and decided to reward themselves properly once back. Speaking of rations, Chu Feng hated them the most in both his past and current lives. He had never eaten something so awful. To supplement nutrition, almost everything was thrown in, making the taste complex and unbearable. Chu Feng swore that next mission he would bring his own food. Eating that stuff every day was truly unbearable.
At the Konoha village gate, security checked everyone's identity and let them through after confirming they weren't spies. Back in the village, everyone still had to report the mission to the Hokage and receive their rewards. For Chu Feng, the mission was nothing special, just encountering stronger opponents. But for Jili, it was a huge growth experience. She killed someone for the first time, feeling disgusted and dizzy, almost unable to hold on. However, her training since childhood helped her adjust. This experience helped Jili improve a lot, and before long she would become an outstanding kunoichi capable of handling things on her own. Chu Feng was very uncomfortable the first time he killed someone. After all, in his previous life, he lived in a peaceful world and had never witnessed a killing. But his experiences after transmigrating had changed him somewhat, and with the crystal escape ninjutsu, he turned the spy into ashes before Chu Feng even had time to react. Afterwards, Chu Feng used ninjutsu like crystal escape or cloud escape, which left almost no trace every time he killed someone, so he adapted more quickly. As soon as the group entered the village, they headed straight for the Hokage building. Everyone was eager to relax, their steps hurried. The guards at the building's entrance saw Hiruzen and the others but did not stop them. Everyone understood that the Hokage and Tobirama's disciples held prestigious identities, so there was no need to cause trouble. Inside the building, there was a knock on the door. Hashirama paused his administrative work. "Come in." The door opened, and Hiruzen and the others entered the office. Seeing the children return, Hashirama smiled and said, "You must be exhausted from the journey." Reporting to the Hokage, "We are not tired." Captain Hiruzen spoke formally, reporting a mission couldn't be as casual as in private. Hashirama took out the scroll that recorded all our rank missions, found their task, and stamped it as completed. He said to Hiruzen and the others, "I've seen all your performances on this mission. I've already commented on individual performances before, so I won't say more. Take this certificate to collect your mission reward and get some rest." He reminded them again, "Don't forget the test I gave you." Hearing this, Hiruzen and the others' expressions darkened, their mood to relax was completely gone. Hashirama smiled and added, "You still have 2 days. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sarutobi, Hiruzen and the other 5 rushed out with their certificates, forgetting even to say goodbye. Only Chu Feng and Yuri remained inside. After giving them some training tasks, Hashirama let the 2 leave. Chu Feng didn't mention encountering Uchiha Setsuna on the way and killing him. Since the other party had already turned to ashes, there was no need to cause trouble. If he told anyone, the Uchiha elder, having lost 2 grandsons, would definitely cause trouble for Chu Feng. It's better to avoid unnecessary matters. Even Yuri didn't mention it, they just pretended Uchiha Setsuna never existed. After leaving the Hokage building, Yuri and Chu Feng went to collect their mission reward. The heavy bag of paper money was worth about 50 to 60,000 ryo. Chu Feng didn't pay much attention, this amount was like a drop in the ocean in the clan's treasury. Yuri wanted to treat Chu Feng to a good meal but was postponed until tomorrow. Yuri readily agreed, and they arranged to eat together at noon the next day. Having eaten 2 meals in a row, she felt a bit embarrassed but finally made up for it. Chu Feng waved goodbye to Yuri and returned to the Cloud Clan. There were still system rewards to claim. If he summoned the system outside, others couldn't see it, but his talking to himself would definitely make him look like a fool. Unlike chaotic events, missions required the reward to be claimed manually. The system wouldn't remind automatically. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he summoned the mission scroll. Ding host detected mission completion. Claim reward? Claim. Ding mission complete. Reward 4,000 com points. Chu Feng was satisfied. An A rank mission gave 4,000 com points. If he worked hard to accumulate them, 60,000 wouldn't be a problem. His current efforts were for a better future. Just as he was about to relax, the system sounded again. Ding, first time completing an A rank mission. Reward doubled, and a random gift obtained. Chu Feng was excited, he didn't expect the system to be so generous. Was this like a first recharge reward? Anyway, earning something was earning something. It was his first time seeing a random gift, and he wondered how it differed from the mysterious reward. While pondering, a flash of yellow light appeared, and a golden gift box materialized in front of him. This is way too classy. The golden gift box was dazzling and eye-catching. Chu Feng opened it without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, host has received a random reward space ring. Space ring. Chu Feng's eyes fixed on the silver-white ring, unable to stop smiling. He didn't expect the random gift to be so powerful. He immediately took out the ring, and the gift box instantly turned into light particles and disappeared. Chu Feng didn't care how it vanished, he focused on studying the ring.
The ring was silver white, engraved with mysterious characters, and set with a transparent gem at the top. He put on the ring and tried the method of infusing spiritual power from fantasy novels. Sure enough, he felt there was space inside. Holy crap! Chu Feng was so excited he couldn't speak. The ring seemed boundless. He quickly ran to the family secret chamber and placed his collectibles into the ring one by one. After putting in the last scroll, he shouted excitedly, "This ring can store infinitely." Chu Feng could hardly believe it, the gift from the system was this powerful. Perhaps because the ring's space was huge, the things Chu Feng stored hadn't filled it up yet. In any case, this ring brought him great convenience. No more eating soldier rations. He was in a great mood, never expecting the system he always scolded to give him such a precious item. Although luck played a part, Chu Feng decided not to scold the system for the next 3 days. He was almost at his limit. Although the system made him stronger, life was far from peaceful. Every day was either fighting, training, carrying out missions, or being chased by enemies. He missed the days when he could lie on the grass and listen to the sound of the stream. However, Chu Feng had strong self-regulation and wouldn't be overwhelmed by bad emotions. A bit of emo actually helped him relax and avoid breaking down. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the empty secret chamber and took out all the things he had stored in the ring earlier. He had learned most of the ninjutsu, although storing them in the ring didn't take up space, it was too messy. Also, in case something happened, leaving these items as an inheritance for the village was a kind gesture. Then Chu Feng left the secret chamber. It was still early, so there was no need to stay in the quiet house. He went out of the clan territory and strolled along the streets of Konoha. By then, everyone had finished eating, and it was the perfect time for a walk. Passing by the ninja academy, he saw 3 familiar figures. The 3 also recognized him and started calling out loudly, "Hey! Xiufeng!" Xiufeng waved in response. It had been a long time since he last saw Gyuk, Shinku, and Ichikaku. Maraboshi Gyuk and the others ran over and lightly tapped his fist. "It's been so long since you came to school. Where have you been?" Shinku chimed in, "Yeah, we even thought you got expelled. Even teacher Wenshui wouldn't say anything." Hearing their complaints, Xiufeng recalled that he hadn't seen them since the practical combat class. He didn't have time to explain then because he was summoned to the Hokage's office. After that, he had been training with his master and Lord Tobarama, and hadn't returned to school. "Sorry, Gyuk, Shinku, Ichikaku, after that day I was taken as a disciple by the Hokage, so I didn't come to school." As soon as he said this, the 3 suddenly fell silent. Xiufeng felt a bit annoyed, wondering if he had hurt their young feelings. After a while, usually the calmest Shinku asked uncertainly, "Xiufeng, are you really the Hokage's disciple?" Xiufeng took a deep breath and nodded. Since he had said it, hiding it now would seem petty. Maraboshi Gyuk patted his shoulder with a big smile. "Ah. You scared me. Although we're shocked that you became the Hokage's disciple. Knowing you're okay, we're relieved." Yumano Ichikaku nodded sincerely, congratulating Xiufeng on becoming the Hokage's disciple. After all, they were good friends. Xiufeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried it might affect Gyuk and the others, but it turned out he had been overthinking. Then, Xiufeng shared his recent experiences with these kids who weren't even ninjas yet, broadening their horizons. They hadn't expected Xiufeng to be so powerful, able to fight alongside Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that their relationship was quite good. This made them yearn even more for the ninja life. Xiufeng didn't tell them early on about the harshness of being a ninja. Shattering dreams is the cruelest thing. After finishing the stories from his mission journey, Xiufeng shared his insights on chakra and ninjutsu training. Although they hadn't started learning ninjutsu yet, they would need it sooner or later. After chatting for a while, Maraboshi Gyuk suddenly remembered something and hurriedly left. Chu Feng watched them run off into the distance, a faint smile appearing on his face as he continued to stroll leisurely through the village. On the surface, he looked like a 6-year-old child, but Chu Feng's soul carried nearly 30 years of experience. He could happily play with the real children, perhaps because of his personality from his previous life. Back then, his friends often said he was over 20 but still acted like a child. Chu Feng felt it was more because he treated everyone here as living, breathing people. He didn't see this as a transmigration to another world, nor did he treat everyone as NPCs after watching anime, thinking of himself as the chosen one. Precisely because he had watched anime, Chu Feng understood that everyone here worked hard for their family and village. From the ninja in Naruto to the children just starting school, there were no exceptions. He hated being transmigrated into this era of constant war and where human life was as fragile as grass. But he also liked it, because he could witness firsthand the future of Konoha village where he existed. "Hey! Isn't that Chu Feng?"
A familiar female voice came from behind. Shu Feng turned around and sure enough, it was Aunt Kato. The one calling him was Kato Sasuke's wife, Kato Mamiko. Their home was not far from Shu Feng's, and the two families had a good relationship. After his parents passed away, the Kato couple took even better care of Shu Feng, and he respected them greatly. Shu Feng noticed Mamiko was holding a blue-haired toddler of about 2 years old in her arms. Aunt Kato brought Dan out to play? Mamiko smiled and said, yes, Dan was making a fuss at home, so I specially brought him out to get some fresh air. Shu Feng walked over to tease Kato Dan, but Dan turned his head and ignored him. Asamiko said somewhat awkwardly, Duan is a bit shy around strangers. You don't come often, so he doesn't really know you. Shu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Although he could play with children, 2-year-old Duan was really too young to play actively. After teasing him for a while with no response, Shu Feng lost interest, thinking that Duan was still young and it wasn't too late to play with him later. Takeshi has always liked Kato Dan. Although they didn't team-meet often, Dan's spirit transformation technique left a deep impression on him. Being able to let the soul leave the body to attack enemies, how amazing is that? Few in the ninja world can use this move. But the drawback is obvious: when the soul leaves the body can't move, becoming a sitting duck, vulnerable to being killed at any moment. Dan ultimately died because of this. So young, he gave up his dream of becoming Hokage, becoming a lifelong pain for Tsunade. Takeshi, are you out for a walk too? Asamiko asked. Takeshi scratched his head. It's too quiet at home, so I came out for some fresh air. Hearing this, regret showed in Asamiko's eyes. Takeshi's parents died early, leaving him alone, but fortunately, his life was without worries. If you feel lonely, come over to my place to play, Asamiko said gently. Takeshi felt warm inside and nodded in agreement. They chatted for a while. When Asamiko heard that Takeshi became a ninja at such a young age, she was very worried. She repeatedly reminded him to be careful on missions and to take good care of his health. As the sky darkened, the two began walking home. Asamiko nagged like a mother, reminding Takeshi not to stay up late or overwork himself. Takeshi enjoyed this care and felt reassured. When they reached the entrance to the Cloud Tribe's territory, Asamiko reminded him again, get some rest early. Hokage training must be tough. Keep it up. After saying this, she turned and left. Takeshi watched her go home before entering the tribe's territory. Opening the character compendium, he unlocked Kato Dan and Uchiha Setsuna, gaining 1000 com points. This was the first time since awakening the system that he had encountered Kato Dan. Uchiha Setsuna was a case of making use of a useless asset, which also added some com points. After a simple wash-up, Takeshi lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Late at night, in the Uchiha clan territory, an old man stood in front of the house, gazing at the star-filled sky. Fate always loves to torment those who are already miserable. His son and daughter-in-law had died one after another, and his grandson had taken forbidden medicine, his life uncertain. The old man's only hope, his eldest grandson Uchiha Setsuna, was now nowhere to be found. They say he went to avenge his brother, but he's still alive. You might end up buried in a foreign land. Saying this, the old man shed 2 lines of bloody tears, his voice choking into sobs. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated, finally solidifying into a shape resembling a shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan, I never thought I would awaken it just before death. The old man's voice was somewhat deranged, hard to tell if it was joy or sorrow. This was the edge of the clan territory, where only his branch of the family lived. It seems I am not ready to die yet. He turned his head to look at the skeletal form of his grandson on the bed, a blazing fire of hatred igniting in his eyes. I will make you all pay the price. One day later. At dawn, Torifune, Shiri, Saratobi Hiruzen, and others gathered atop the Hokage's rock face. This was the 3rd day since they had completed their mission and returned to the village. The deadline for the task assigned by Hashirama had also arrived. Although there was still a trace of uncertainty on their faces, the previous panic and helplessness were gone. Just as Hiruzen was about to inquire about everyone's will of fire, Tobirama appeared before them alongside Hashirama, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Children, good morning. Ha ha ha. The Hokage was in a good mood, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, careful not to say anything that might anger the Hokage. Tobirama's expression was calm. You all know what day it is today, right? Everyone immediately stood up straight and answered in unison. I hope your answers won't disappoint us. Tobirama said this just to put some pressure on them. These kids had been training under him since they were young and understood. Since he and Hashirama taught them together, someone had to play the bad cop, otherwise, the kids wouldn't be afraid and couldn't be controlled. Monkey, you go first. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to dodge, but Tobirama called on him first. Hiruzen had no choice but to grit his teeth and speak. My will of fire is protection. Hashirama's lips twitched slightly, but he wasn't noticed. What is protection? Tobirama asked. I love the village, I love the people in it. Every time I return from a mission and see everyone's smiling faces, I feel energized. So I want to protect the village and every single person here. Tobirama nodded. Although it was similar to Hashirama's will, he knew Hiruzen was sincere. I hope you always remember what you said today. Next, Danzo. Danzo stepped forward. Though he had his own will of fire, he wasn't sure if what he said would anger the two elders. My will of fire is suppression. Hashirama and Tobirama were momentarily stunned, and Danzo continued. Suppression means strengthening the entire village's power, using overwhelming force so that other villages won't dare to scheme against us. After Danzo finished speaking, the two brothers fell silent for a long time, which made him even more nervous. Hashirama and Tobirama thought Danzo's idea was a bit too harsh, but the starting point was not wrong. This was the current state of the ninja world. Because of Hashirama's strength, Konoha's position among the 5 great ninja villages was solid, and no one dared to challenge Konoha lightly. Tenzo, your idea is not bad, but there is one bottom line: you must not harm anyone in the village, understand? Tobirama's tone was serious, carrying a warning. Tenzo bowed deeply. Understood, master. Then he stepped back into the formation. Next, Koharu, Munin, Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami each took turns explaining their will of fire. Although some were lacking, they all passed smoothly. Hashirama told them to go back and think carefully, continuing to improve. Torafu, it's your turn. Hashirama called out. Torafu took a deep breath and stepped forward. When he saw Hiruzen and the others speak earlier, he had felt nervous and confused. But now, facing the two guardians of Konoha, his heart began to tighten with tension. Don't be nervous, Torafu. Tell us your will of fire, Hashirama comforted him. He had always liked this disciple. Since their first meeting, Torafu had shown a deep love for the village. Hashirama had been watching him closely. Torafu did not disappoint his master. His ninja academy skills were outstanding, and he could easily mediate disputes among classmates. He had unique insights into the relationship between family and village. The more Hashirama thought about it, the more he looked forward to hearing him speak. Where Konoha's leaves dance, the fire also burns endlessly, Torafu said. The crowd looked puzzled. The Hokage had asked everyone to realize their own will of fire, but this phrase was not very clear. Withered branches and leaves turn into nutrients, nourishing the tender buds of early spring. Everyone was still half confused, but Hashirama and Tobirama showed expressions of relief. They knew that the withered branches in this phrase referred to themselves. Why do you say that? Hashirama asked. Torafu climbed onto the Hokage platform, overlooking the entire Konoha village. The wind tousled his snow-white hair but could not extinguish the fire of his will within. I am my master's disciple, bearing the responsibility to inherit his will, but I also have my own will of fire. He said firmly. Konoha is a growing tree, we are the tender buds, and master, Lord Tobirama, and the elders are the branches that shield us from wind and rain. One day, the branches will wither and fall, but they will turn into nutrients that nourish the tender buds. In the future, we too will become branches, sheltering the next generation from wind and rain, and eventually wither and turn into nutrients. As long as we see the sheltered tender buds grow strong, we will fear nothing, even in the face of withering. Everyone will grow old, and the era will roll forward like a mighty river, but Konoha will always prosper. After Torafu finished speaking, he unexpectedly received applause. From everyone's eyes, he felt the applause was sincere, not mocking. The most enthusiastic was Uchiha Chiri, who looked at Torafu with full confidence and pride. It was as if she was saying, "Look, this is my good friend Uchiha Torafu, how outstanding." Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others also began to see Torafu in a new light. Their initial jealousy gradually turned into admiration. Hashirama looked at Torafu and recalled when he and Madara had once talked about the future here in their youth. Back then, they had promised to build a village of their own. Now the village was prosperous, but his old friend's whereabouts were unknown. Hashirama walked over to Torafu and gently patted his head. You truly are my Senju Hashirama's disciple. Torafu, you will become an extraordinary ninja. Hashirama did not hesitate to praise because he knew that even if he were not around in the future, the village would still prosper. Hashirama rarely spoke about the will of fire and did not force anyone to inherit it, but the 6-year-old boy had already grasped this will. What a genius! Takeshi was very happy to hear this. His master recognized his will.
He did not say these words to seek attention but spoke from the heart. He had already planned his future, to marry at the right time, have a few children, teach them well, become an elder of Konoha, and keep the village moving forward. Living a simple life would be fine, and if he could take on a few apprentices to pass on the legacy, that would be even better. But it was okay if not, he would not force it. Alright, Takeshi, you can go back now. It's Chiri's turn. Takeshi bowed to Hashirama and returned to the group. Chiri clapped so hard she forgot she was about to go on stage. After being called, she suddenly realized, with Takeshi being so dazzling, her performance might seem ordinary. If Hashirama criticized her because of this, it would be terrible. She was currently the only one without a master. Everyone else had a master, only she trained under the Hokage himself, and that was thanks to Takeshi's connection. Chiri timidly stepped forward and nervously began to speak about her will of fire. My will of fire is about integration and unity. Seeing no particular reaction from the others, she relaxed a bit and continued, before school, I often heard villagers telling children not to provoke the Uchiha clan. Hashirama frowned deeply. He had also heard about the Uchiha's arrogance and the villagers' grievances against them. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, it was difficult for Hashirama to personally control the Uchiha, which might have made them increasingly arrogant and damaged their reputation. Chiri said, when I first heard these words, I was very sad. Why was I hated when I hadn't done anything? Her tone was bitter. She continued, there are many children like me in the clan who want to fit in, but because of the Uchiha's bad reputation, they often fail. I have always considered myself a Uchiha genius and thought I could change how people see the Uchiha, but I realized I could do very little and felt frustrated. But I don't want to give up. At this moment, Chiri was no longer timid or nervous. Standing before everyone, facing the ninja she admired most, she firmly expressed her will. I want the clan and the village to integrate, for everyone to unite without discrimination or fear. No matter which clan a child belongs to, they can become friends and reliable partners. She was no longer that young lady, but a ninja with firm beliefs. Although I don't have the ability to achieve it now, I will always hold this will firmly until the day truly comes. Yuri's words won everyone's approval, especially Uchiha Kyo, whose eyes were full of relief. The sister who used to only follow behind him had now begun to grow. Although realizing her dream was fraught with difficulties, with her brother by her side, she would not be alone. Everyone cast kind looks, and Yuri felt greatly encouraged. Very good, Yuri, Hashirama praised, you have such thoughts and awareness at such a young age, I am very pleased. Then, Hashirama's words made Yuri overjoyed, I want to take you as my disciple, are you willing? Yuri nodded excitedly, repeatedly saying, I am willing. Lord Hokage, I am willing. Hashirama was in a great mood, feeling that the test he set was very wise. Through this trial, he clearly understood the will in the children's hearts. He could also select from them those suitable to lead Konoha village forward in the future. Being Hokage is not about overwhelming strength, but having a true heart that loves and protects the village. You must treat everyone in the village as family to protect them. Only such a person deserves to become Hokage. Haha, good child, remember to call me master next time. Yuri's eyes glistened with tears. She had finally become the disciple of the Lord Hokage. The ninja she admired most, the strongest man in the entire ninja world. Master! Hashirama patted Yuri's head, signaling her to go back. Children, today I have seen your will of fire, and I am very pleased. Except for Torikes and Yuri, everyone else is an excellent ninja. But please remember, your will of fire must be built on protecting the village's honor and the safety of its people. We must never ignore the safety of the village and the lives of its people for the sake of our own will. Hashirama's tone was serious, his authority unconsciously showing. He wanted the children to understand that if anyone went against this, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Takeshi and the others all promised that such a thing would never happen. Hashirama withdrew his imposing aura, finished giving instructions, and let them descend the mountain. Only Hashirama and Tobarama remained at the mountaintop. Hashirama, wearing a loose robe, suddenly had his sleeves flutter as a gust of wind blew. Tobarama, who among these children do you think is most suitable to lead the village? Tobarama smiled faintly, Big brother, you already have someone in mind, don't you? Hashirama looked toward the direction of the village. He liked sitting here alone when there was nothing to do, sometimes for an entire day. No one can say for sure what the future holds. We need to observe more carefully. Tobarama nodded, feeling it was too early to make a final judgment now. The children were not yet old enough to be chosen as successors. Before they laid down their burdens, they would carefully nurture these children. From among them, they would select the one most suitable to protect Konoha.
Suddenly, Hashirama asked Tobirama, "What do you think Konoha will be like 50 or 60 years from now?" "I don't know, only that by then we will have turned to dust." The two brothers exchanged a smile. "Yes, but if given the chance, I really want to see what Konoha will look like in the future. Everyone will eventually die, even the ancient six-path sages cannot escape. But will and ideals will be passed down through generations. Hashirama has already found that person." Time flies, and nearly a year has passed in the blink of an eye. There are 3 days left until Uchiha Madara launches his rebellion and attacks Konoha. During these nearly 12 months, Shufeng has learned a lot of knowledge and physical techniques from Hashirama. In his spare time, he also goes on missions with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Shufeng is strong in combat, so Hiruzen Sarutobi is naturally happy to take him into battle. As a result, Shufeng's calmness value has been steadily accumulating, and now it has reached 74,300 points, enough to get him through this important chaotic event. Shufeng actually doesn't want his master to go to war with Uchiha Madara. He believes that Hashirama's sudden death was because, after countless battles, his cells kept regenerating to heal injuries, eventually reaching the limit of cell division and causing his death. If his master could avoid this battle, he might live a few more years, during which Shufeng might find a cure. After all, the system store keeps updating, and maybe he could buy something that allows cells to regrow. At this moment, Shufeng and Yuri have just finished training and are planning what to have for lunch. Facing the imminent attack by Uchiha Madara, Shufeng is nervous but dares not show it, so he reminds Yuri, 3 days from now at night, it's best not to stray too far from your brother. Yuri is a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Is something going on? Shufeng has been acting strange since morning, speaking mysteriously in ways she can't understand. Shufeng says, "I just have a bad feeling. Anyway, just do as I say." Although Yuri doesn't understand, since Shufeng said so, she trusts him. She lives not far from her brother, and Shufeng has helped her out of many crises, so naturally she chooses to believe him. After much consideration, the two finally decide to go eat barbecue. Since the first time Shufeng took Yuri to that barbecue place, she has loved it and often visits. The shop owner's business is booming, and after renovating the store, business has become even more prosperous. After the meal, Shufeng and Yuri say goodbye and return to their clan territory. Over the past year, Shufeng has hardly rested, focusing all his energy on accumulating calmness value. He increasingly feels that this damn calm life system is all show and no substance. Ever since he got it, his life hasn't had a moment of peace. "System, open the store!" he shouted twice. After the store interface opened, he began searching through the screen full of items. He didn't dare use the product search because he didn't know which category the item he wanted belonged to. It was too special. While searching, he noticed some appealing items and kept an eye on them. Even if he spent 60,000 calmness points, he still had 14,300 left, enough to buy some novel gadgets. He swiped through the screen but didn't find what he wanted. Instead, other things caught his attention. Summoning seed. Combining the summoning seed with beasts, insects, or plants can evolve the essence of life, breaking bloodline restrictions and gaining extraordinary power. Price, 10,000 calmness points each. The first time he fought alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shufeng became fascinated by the summoning technique he used. Although the summoning technique is easy to learn, summoning beasts are extremely hard to find. There are many chakra animals in the world, but very few can be cultivated into summoning beasts. Shufeng concluded that this summoning seed must be newly added. He hadn't seen it last month. Stroking his chin, he thought, this thing is quite interesting. With it, as long as you catch a potential youngling, you can cultivate it into a powerful summoning beast. Although one costs 10,000 calmness points, getting a summoning beast completely trained according to your own ideas is really worth it. Whatever summoning beast you want, just catch a youngling and leave the rest to the summoning seed. After noting down the product information, Shufeng continued searching for today's target. He repeatedly asked the system why there was no favorite or bookmark function, but the system's intelligence was limited and gave no answer. He could only keep browsing. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and a smile spread across his lips. "Finally found it. For you, I've almost become Konoha's model worker after a year of hard work." He clicked on the product details and carefully examined. Yunjong Huachan 1-day power experience card takes effect immediately upon use. For 24 hours all content, voice, form, strength, and temperament transform into Yunjong Huachan. Price, 60,000 calm points. That's right, Shufeng had always wanted to survive the Uchiha Madara rebellion using this experience card. To be honest, he was always curious about just how strong this ancestor was, since the system offered such an expensive item separately. There were few records about the ancestor in the family, only that he founded the Cloud Release and was very powerful.
Exactly how strong no one said, and no one knew if he was alive or dead. Chu Feng always felt this ancestor wasn't he from this world, maybe also a traveler from another world? After all, there was no Cloud Clan or Cloud Release in the Naruto world. He hoped to discover some clues when using the experience card. When asked why he was so obsessed, he said he was just bored and didn't he have enough missions. Maybe this ancestor really was a sword immortal? Who could say for sure? Take Chu Feng's family heirloom sword, the Cranesong sword, for example. He had searched for many ores to forge top-quality weapons, but none matched the Cranesong sword. After using the experience card, I'll definitely have to fight, so I must remember the feelings well, maybe even learn some moves. After all, an ancestor is an ancestor. If he didn't have real skills, he would have been finished long ago in that era. Plus, his suspected identity as a sword immortal from another world made Chu Feng start to have expectations. Closing the shop, Chu Feng felt restless again. This outdated shop couldn't store goods, and the Ancestor's experience card was ready to use right out of the bag. If others got the jump on it and he hadn't found anything good yet, it would be over for him. If there were a user satisfaction survey, Chu Feng would definitely give a bad review. But complaining and buying were two different things. Now only Uchiha Madara was left. Chu Feng hadn't met him yet. Madara had long left Konoha and was even born earlier than Chu Feng. Chu Feng was curious. I really don't know if he is the same as in the anime. But no matter how strong Madara was, he was just a pawn. Though he thought he saw true peace, it was just an illusion. At that moment, Chu Feng had a sudden idea. If I could directly take out Uchiha Madara and stop him from activating the Rinnegan, wouldn't that prevent all the subsequent trouble? But this idea didn't have much logic. If Madara died or didn't activate the Rinnegan, Kuratsuchi's plan probably wouldn't succeed either. Madara bit off Hashirama's flesh before dying, used Izanagi to fake his death, and only then activated the Rinnegan. Chu Feng wasn't confident without Madara. Kuratsuchi might find someone else to carry out the plan. All he could do was try his best to protect this small world of Konoha. His strength was also constantly improving, so even if danger came in the future, he could ensure the village's safety. After thinking this through, he stopped worrying and decided it was better to learn more ninjutsu. It's worth mentioning that Chu Feng had been granted a ninja headband by Hashirama, officially becoming a Konoha ninja. At only 7 years old, this genius ninja was unmatched in the village and was even the disciple of the Hokage, with many noble families vying to curry favor. Chu Feng didn't dislike this kind of relationship. After all, everyone was from the same village, and maintaining good relations was never a bad thing. Although a living genius is the true genius, and there is a warning not to be too sharp or you might get into trouble, with Chu Feng's strength, it's unlikely anyone could successfully assassinate him. That year, his chakra had reached 5 cards, making him one of the top among jonin, and he had developed many life-saving ninjutsu. Therefore, when he sparred with Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others, he mostly won and rarely lost. Even Hiruzen and Danzo were unwilling to compete with him anymore. After all, a 17-year-old ninja being defeated by a 7-year-old, where would their pride be? At night, in a remote room within the Uchiha clan territory, 5 elderly elders were conspiring about something. It seemed their opinions were not unified. Some wore joyful expressions, while others looked troubled. Uchiha Kai, grandfather of Kyo and Setsuna, asked, "What? Do the 5th and 6th elders disagree with my plan?" The 2 elders hesitated for a moment. "It's not that we disagree, but we feel it might be a bit too rushed." Uchiha Kai waved his hand. "No, we have been planning for a year. Besides, my eyes can already do many things." His pupils twisted and rotated, turning scarlet, the black pupils transforming into shuriken shapes, each corner adorned with a Magatama bead. "This is the Mangekyo Sharingan," the elders exclaimed. Everyone knew Uchiha Kai's talent was average, so no one expected he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 5th elder asked, "When did you awaken your eyes?" His body trembled slightly. This was something he had pursued all his life. Uchiha Kai said bitterly, 12 months ago, at the cost of my grandson." "What?" The elders were shocked. "Setsuna died? What happened?" Setsuna was the genius of their faction, and everyone had high hopes for him. How could he have just died like that? Uchiha Kai sighed. "Setsuna went to avenge Kyo but never returned." That child was the Hokage's disciple. He must have encountered the Hokage's hidden assassin. The 6th elder immediately became alert. "Doesn't this mean the Hokage has already targeted us?" The Uchiha family was divided into pro-war and pro-peace factions. The Hokage could not have been unaware of this. If Setsuna was truly killed by the Hokage's methods, it meant they had long been under surveillance. If Chu Feng heard this, he would probably laugh for 3 days straight without sleeping. The Hokage's hidden assassin? They were too arrogant.
Setsuna's skills didn't even require a hidden assassin. So I say, we must strike as soon as possible. A year is too long, we can't wait any longer. Uchiha Kai had endured for a year, dreaming every night of his grandson riding on his neck playing, waking up with only anger burning in his heart. The 8th elder spoke first. Stop dithering, I agree with the 4th elder. I really regret not following Uchiha Madara back then. Elder 9 trembled as he said, I agree as well, let the Senju clan taste pain. His body was weak, and it seemed he had little time left. He wanted to fight one last battle before his end. Seeing that Elder 8 and Elder 9 both agreed, Elders 5 and 6 hesitated but ultimately had to nod in agreement. Uchiha Kairi was in high spirits. If it weren't for the consecutive deaths of his 2 grandsons, he wouldn't have been so reckless. He blamed the Hidden Leaf Village and hated Uchiha Madara even more. If Madara hadn't insisted on bringing the clan into the Leaf, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. But these were just excuses he made for his own incompetence. In fact, he had many chances to leave the Leaf but was unwilling to give up his position as Elder 4, preferring to gamble on an unseen future with Madara. Now that his grandsons were dead, he began to complain again, masking his own helplessness. Uchiha Kyo passed away 5 months ago. Although medication was continuously supplied, his body was like a sieve with countless holes, his life slowly draining away. In the end, he held on for more than half a year but still passed. Chisato informed Torikes, and since he was a clan member, she also attended the funeral. But the way Uchiha Kairi looked at her sent chills down her spine. The elders discussed the plan of action inside the house for 3 days, preparing to secretly mobilize trusted clan members. The primary target was the peaceful faction of the Uchiha. They planned to crush them first and then absorb them. In this way, Uchiha Kairi and the others could gather the full strength of the clan to rebel against the Leaf. However, on the roof, a boy with the 3 Tomo Sharingan was eavesdropping on them. Uchiha Kagami, the young leader of the peaceful faction, the strongest in the clan, and highly respected. Apart from the 5 elders inside, elders 1, 2, 3, 7, and 10 leaned toward the peaceful faction. Although they did not possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, they were not afraid of Uchiha Kairi. Months ago, Uchiha Kagami had already sensed that Elder 4 had a secret conspiracy and began to monitor him secretly. Although Uchiha Kairi spoke of hating the Leaf and wanting revenge, he had not taken any real action. Kagami had no evidence and could only wait. Now, Kagami finally had solid proof that they intended to harm the clan and the Leaf. He was not panicked because he had anticipated this. But this matter could not be resolved alone. He had to report it to the Great Elder for discussion. After all, this was an internal Uchiha affair, and if it escalated, it would become a scandal within the clan. By then, Chisato's wishes and will would never be realized. Uchiha Kagami lightly leapt and silently disappeared into the night. Returning home, Kagami went straight to his father's room. His father was the Uchiha clan leader, and his grandfather was the clan's great elder. Though of noble status, they never grew complacent but constantly pushed themselves. After knocking twice, a calm, magnetic voice came from inside. Is that you, Kagami? Come in. Kagami pushed the door open in response and saw his father and grandfather playing chess. The old man, though aged, was spirited and was arguing with his father about wanting to take back a move. Seeing Kagami enter, the elder casually put down his chess piece and stopped playing. His father shook his head helplessly. After all, the old man was a stubborn old boy, still robust, so it was best to go along with him. The middle-aged man was Kagami's father, Uchiha Teruyo, and the elder was Uchiha Shintaro, Kagami's grandfather. Shintaro smiled and asked, Kagami, in such a hurry, what happened? Without much thought, Kagami directly reported the information he had just heard. Elder 4, Uchiha Kairi, is plotting rebellion. The action is set for 3 days from now, and he has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shintaro and Teruyo were not surprised upon hearing this. They had long known that Elder 4 was secretly scheming, but this time he was preparing to make a formal move. However, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan was a big deal. His power would instantly double, so they had to be cautious in their response. Shintaro said anxiously, this is trouble. I didn't expect him to really activate the Mangekyo. Hikaru calmly asked Kagami for detailed information to make a judgment. After Kagami recounted the 5 elders' conspiracy word for word, Hikaru frowned deeply. The 5 elders rebelled, and their primary target was their own clan members. If this news got out, it would be a joke. But Hikaru noticed that the 5th and 6th elders were forced to participate, half reluctant and half consenting. This was a breakthrough. These old guys didn't have such firm beliefs. What nonsense about following Uchiha Madara. Especially the 5th and 6th elders, 2 cowardly old men who didn't even dare to go to the battlefield. These kinds of people are the easiest to manipulate. Kagami, I have a task for you. Father, please speak. Hikaru pondered for a moment and then revealed the plan. The fifth and sixth elders are the most greedy for power and wealth. Find a way to bribe them in the next few days. As long as they don't take action, that's enough. Kagami was somewhat puzzled, but Hikaru added, "We'll settle accounts with them afterward." Only then did Kagami nod and accept the task. Father, grandfather, should we tell the teacher and Lord Hokage about this? Hikaru immediately stopped him sternly. No one can be told. I know you respect Tobarama and Lord Hokage, but until this matter involves outsiders, it is an Uchiha family affair. At this moment, Shintaro interjected, if the news leaks, it will only be seen as an Uchiha clan rebellion. No one will care whether you are hawkish or peaceful. His eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils showed a six-pointed star and a comma-shaped mark that was the Mangekyou Sharingan. The Uchiha's matters must be resolved by the Uchiha themselves. Shintaro's aura was imposing and ruthless, no longer the old mischievous boy who wanted to take back his move. These old guys thought they could be safe for a few days, but they activated the Mangekyou just before death and still dared to provoke me. Kagami and Hikaru felt immense pressure. For the first time, Kagami witnessed his grandfather's true strength. It turned out the old man had been hiding such power. Father, give up the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shintaro listened to his son and slowly closed his Mangekyou Sharingan. Truly, there is war at every moment. A battle-hardened Shintaro deeply understood the pain of war during the Warring States period. Clans fought over land, and even now, with villages established, conflicts were inevitable. His wife, eldest son, and brothers all died in the war, causing him deep sorrow. Therefore, he called on his clan to integrate into Konoha and cherish peace. Alright, Kyo, let your grandfather rest now, you should take a break first. Okay, father, grandfather, I'll head back first. Kyo turned and left, exhaling a breath of relief. He had always thought his grandfather was like a big kid, but he never expected him to be so powerful. Kyo longed for the Mangekyou Sharingan, but the cost was immense mental anguish. Perhaps only by losing his father, grandfather, or Osamu could it be awakened. He would rather not have the Mangekyou Sharingan and believed that relying on his own strength, he could still reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kyo's ideal was simple, to protect his sister and family well, and also do his best to safeguard the people in the village. He was more suited to being a good older brother or a good husband. Becoming Hokage didn't seem to fit him. Brother, why did you come back so late today? Osamu had been waiting at the door for a long time and finally saw his tired brother return. I was reporting some matters to father and grandfather, so I was late. Osamu pulled him inside. You must be exhausted, get some good rest. 2 days later, Torikes was awakened by the system. Ding, congratulations, host, for living a peaceful day in Konoha village. Reward, 100 tranquility points. Chu Feng had long been used to ignoring the first half of the sentence, only caring about the reward. This system says every day that his life is peaceful, but he doesn't feel peaceful at all. He is either earning peace points or preparing to earn them on the way. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is going to attack Konoha tonight. Where is the peace now? Chu Feng remembered that in the anime, Madara attacked at night, leaving time to prepare during the day. Reality is full of changes. No one knows the exact situation tonight. Will anyone sacrifice themselves tonight? Chu Feng worried in his heart. Reality isn't anime. Once Madara comes, even if Konoha reacts quickly, casualties are hard to avoid. If casualties increase, the system's chaos value will definitely skyrocket. Last time the chaos event raised it by 5 points. Now only 4 points remain, having dropped by 1 point, slowly paying off the debt. I have to find a way to minimize casualties. The best way is to discover Madara immediately and restrain him. But sensory ninjas can't watch 24 hours straight. They need rest at night too. No one in the village knows something is happening today who would stand guard late at night. Even if discovered, it's hard to send a message alive. Chu Feng was troubled. Might as well have my master guard the gate all night. Of course, that was a joke. No training today, so there is time to make arrangements. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. He had to do it personally. After a simple tidying up, Chu Feng went out. The sky had just brightened, and there weren't many people on the street. A few middle-aged women were buying breakfast at the breakfast shop's entrance, preparing hot meals for their families. Xu Feng showed a gentle smile and walked toward the Konoha gate. Good morning, Xu Feng. Going out so early, are you on a mission? The ninja guarding the Konoha village gate were already quite familiar with Xu Feng. He was always busy carrying out various missions and often came here. No, brother Gangzikian, I'm just taking a stroll outside the village, Xu Feng said with a smile, chatting with Gangzikian. Brother Ziqian, are you on day duty today? Xu Feng asked. Gangzikian smiled, showing a set of bright white teeth. Yes, I just finished my shift, and here you are. Xufeng nodded, his face carrying a hint of seriousness. Brother Ziqian, please have the on-duty ninja be extra careful during the handover tonight. There might be trouble. Gangzikian grew tense upon hearing this and cautiously asked, is someone coming to cause trouble in Konoha? Xufeng shook his head, it was a reminder from Master. Just tell them to stay alert, but don't tell the fourth, to avoid causing panic. Although tonight was indeed uneasy, it wasn't directly told by Hashirama. Xufeng was just too lazy to explain further. Who in the village wouldn't believe the Hokage? Hearing it was a reminder from the Hokage, Gangzikian immediately became serious. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone except the on-duty ninja. Xufeng nodded in satisfaction and left Konoha village. He reminded the guards because ninjas also get sleepy at night. If Uchiha Madara attacked from the main gate, the first to fall would be cannon fodder. Xufeng walked into the forest outside the village, the place where his dream began. It was also where he met the busy working system, starting his life of being tricked into working. This forest surrounds Konoha village like a natural barrier. It is said to have been created by the Hokage using wood release, but its truth is uncertain. Xufeng took out a diamond-shaped crystal block from his space ring, squatted down, and inserted it into the soil. Crystal release, crystal connection technique. The crystal block rapidly grew, and after half a minute, it turned into a translucent crystal flower. The crystal flower is similar to an ordinary flower, entirely transparent and sparkling. Looking closely, there is a tiny hollow tube in the center of the stamen, barely noticeable. Cloud escape, cloud and mist perception technique. After finishing the hand seals, Xufeng did not release the mist from his mouth or sleeves. Instead, the stamen of the crystal flower continuously sprayed out dense mist. Though small, the flower releases a powerful mist, no different from Xufeng directly casting a ninjutsu. This is a major breakthrough for Xufeng this year. Through the crystal connection technique, he can remotely control upgraded crystal creations to release ninjutsu. Except for taijutsu, almost all ninjutsu can be used with this method. As long as crystal seeds are planted in advance, the enemy has no way to defend. Xufeng used this to launch ninjutsu bombardments, always grateful for the genius buff's help. Although ninjutsu is useful, planting seeds in Konoha village is not so simple. Konoha is vast, unlike last time when he scattered seeds with a crystal explosion in a small valley. No one knows Uchiha Madara's attack points, so Xufeng could only scatter seeds throughout the forests surrounding the village. I'm just a worker, right? A few months ago I was running errands, now I'm a farmer? Xufeng looked at the endless forest, full of rage. Such a huge forest, how long do I have to plant? Planting each seed by himself was impossible. If he didn't finish, Uchiha Madara would be at his doorstep. Suddenly, a flying bird gave him an idea. Why not use birds to plant the seeds? So dumb. He exhaled cloud vapor, forming dozens of small white cloud birds circling above his head. Xufeng touched one, it was cool and reassuring. He took out an equal number of upgraded crystal seeds and precisely inserted one into each cloud bird's body. The cloud birds flew off separately, and upon reaching suitable spots, they dove down, burying the seeds in the soil, then disintegrated and vanished. After releasing several waves of cloud birds, half the forest was already blooming with crystal flowers. Xufeng chose a hidden area so the flowers wouldn't be destroyed and could continue to be used. The mist emitted by the flowers allowed him to sense everything within it, like setting up a protective barrier around the village. An hour passed. At this rate, the entire outer forest would be planted in another hour. Luckily, he had enough seeds, otherwise, continuously using ninjutsu would have drained his chakra. Nearly another hour later, the whole forest was finally covered with seeds. Xufeng activated ninjutsu to accelerate the growth of the crystal flowers and used the crystal connection technique to link all the flowers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Confident in his ninjutsu, once his chakra recovered, he could release the cloud and mist perception technique, covering the entire forest with mist. Uchiha Madara's chakra was enormous. He definitely couldn't hide from the perception. Given Madara's personality, he wouldn't sneakily hide chakra to launch a surprise attack. As long as his location was locked down immediately, he could handle it. Xufeng shook his head and exhaled lightly. Without me, this Konoha village is doomed sooner or later. Cloud escape, cloud and mist perception technique. Chakra was instantly consumed in large amounts, his spirit began to tire, and his eyelids grew heavy. Takashi's breathing was rapid. Obviously, the ninjutsu surrounding the outskirts of Konoha village had consumed a lot of chakra. Fortunately, this was just ordinary mist and didn't instantly drain his chakra. The early morning forest already had some thin fog, which gave him the confidence to boldly release such a wide-range ninjutsu.
The so-called cloud and mist perception technique was actually just ordinary mist. Takeshi only named it that to sound more sophisticated. The crystal flowers emitted thick clouds of gas, instantly merging with the morning fog. Soon, the mist spread throughout the forest, making it very difficult for anyone who accidentally wandered in to find an exit. But don't worry, with Takeshi's constant perception, he would never get lost. As the mist grew thicker, Takeshi stretched and prepared to return to the village to inform his master or Lord Tobarama, so as to avoid being mistaken for an enemy attack. Back in Konoha village, the ninjas had already noticed the unusual mist outside and were all on high alert. After Takeshi explained, everyone finally relaxed. However, they still didn't understand why so much effort was needed. Did anyone really dare to invade Konoha? Takeshi just smiled and said nothing, afraid they would be scared or think he was crazy. After all, who would believe Uchiha Madara would suddenly attack Konoha? Even Hashirama, upon hearing that Madara had appeared, was initially happy and didn't expect him to make a move against the village. Without much discussion, Takeshi headed straight to the Hokage's office. By this time, his master, or Lord Tobarama, should have already gotten up. It didn't matter whom he spoke to. In the minds of the village ninjas, the second Hokage was definitely Senju Tobarama. Takeshi quickly arrived at the door and knocked lightly a few times. A voice inside told him to enter. "Master, Lord Tobarama, I have something to report." Takeshi saluted and explained his purpose. Tobarama asked with interest, "What's the matter so early? Tell me." Tobarama liked Takeshi very much, thinking he was smart and shouldn't just learn taijutsu. He wanted to steal him from his older brother. "This morning I was in the forest outside the village." Takeshi gave a detailed report of the morning's situation in the forest but didn't mention preparing for Uchiha Madara. He only said it was to strengthen the village's defense and to instantly sense external enemies. The cloud and mist technique was different from others. The fog in the forest was hard to disperse, and the cloud and mist formation laid down was long-lasting and effective. After hearing Takeshi's explanation, Hashirama and Tobarama finally understood the whole situation. "Good boy, I was just telling your brother that it must be you again working on new ninjutsu outside. I guessed right." Tobarama grew more and more satisfied with Takeshi. Although his group of disciples were all talented and worked well together, their ability to develop new ninjutsu was far inferior to Takeshi's. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had some talent, the others were no good. Sarutobi could develop 1 or 2 ninjutsu a year, while Takeshi could create 7 or 8 in a year. Tobarama had only one feeling in his heart: if he hadn't met Takeshi, he wouldn't have been able to endure those dark times. He used to often encourage Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Monkey, you are my most promising disciple, don't disappoint me." But now, what he said most to Hiruzen was, "Look at Takeshi, so many new ninjutsu in a year, and you can't even come up with a fart in half a year." In short, Tobarama was increasingly dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen but treasured Takeshi like a precious gem, wishing he could snatch him from Hashirama's hands. "Takeshi, you did great this time. The village will be safer now. You must be exhausted," Hashirama said with a face full of relief. To be able to perform large-scale ninjutsu at such a young age was truly genius. Takeshi replied calmly, "I prepared for a long time in advance, so the consumption wasn't that great." Hashirama nodded, feeling reassured about Takeshi but also thinking he was somewhat incompetent himself. "Why did you want to set up a cloud and mist formation outside the village?" Hashirama asked. "The forest outside is a natural barrier. I wanted to see if I could make it stronger." Hashirama smiled. Takeshi's move meant the village wouldn't need to send too many ninjas to guard, freeing up manpower for other tasks. Now that Konoha village was thriving and short on personnel, this formation perfectly eased the pressure. "Not bad, I'll give you credit for this." "Thank you, master." Shu Feng originally just came to report, but unexpectedly was praised and credited with an achievement. This is an honor that every ninja dreams of, and he truly deserves it. With the cloud and mist formation set up, the village might lose far fewer people. Then, Shu Feng discussed some training matters with the two elders and quietly warned that tonight might not be peaceful. Hashirama didn't pay much attention, but Tobarama's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. Anyway, Shu Feng had done everything he was supposed to do, setting up the cloud and mist perception formation, and reminded the gatekeeper to be vigilant tonight. He almost couldn't help shouting on the street, "Uchiha Madara is coming tonight, everyone be careful." But if he really did that, he'd probably be locked in a dark room immediately. Shu Feng still felt a bit worried. His biggest fear was that Uchiha Madara's first stop would be the Uchiha clan, trying to win over his old clan members. He had heard from Jing that the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan were almost all a bit unhinged. Even though their lives were pretty good, they just wanted to go out and fight.
If Uchiha Madara appeared, they would definitely follow him eagerly. But thinking back to when Uchiha Madara led his clan out of Konoha and no one followed him, he probably wouldn't care about these foolish clan members now. He had seen true peace and wouldn't be attached to this family at all. Tonight Chu Feng had to face Uchiha Madara and couldn't take care of Chiri, but with Jing by his side, it should be fine. Konoha definitely wouldn't be peaceful tonight. The Uchiha Hawks, upon hearing the news of Madara's return, were very likely to stir up trouble. Hopefully, not too many people would get involved. With Tobirama-sama around, the problem wouldn't be too serious. As Chu Feng repeatedly pondered if he had missed anything, time quietly passed. Night fell, people went home to sleep, and on the first day of the Great Formation, the village's ninja patrols were still numerous. After all, the formation's practicality still needed testing. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly closed, focusing on sensing everything in the clouds and mist. Occasionally a few kittens ran by, a few wild boars wandered around, but no life forms with chakra were detected. Just as Chu Feng was about to relax, a figure with enormous chakra slowly walked into the mist. That person strolled leisurely, casually observing the surrounding clouds and mist. Without hesitation, Chu Feng blurted out, "Uchiha Madara is here." After waiting a whole year, this man finally appeared. A complex mix of emotions filled his heart: excitement, hesitation, anger, and relief. The only thing he didn't feel was fear, probably because he held the trump card or because he had rehearsed this moment countless times over the past year. No matter what, this man, whom only Senjo Hashirama could match, still made Chu Feng nervous. Cloud release, technique of the flowing cloud and flying bird. A bird slowly took shape within the mist. After whispering into its ear, Chu Feng released it, and it flew toward Hokage Yanyan. This day has finally come. System. Open the shop. A pale blue shop interface unfolded before his eyes. Chu Feng had no time to look at anything else and quickly searched for the Ancestor Experience card. Found it. System, redeem. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed one-day experience card of Cloud Transformation into Dust. Seeing 60,000 comm points vanish instantly, Chu Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart. The money he had saved for a year was spent in an instant. Chu Feng felt that heaven was punishing him for being too rich by giving him a system. In reality, he was wealthy beyond measure, but the comm points taught him humility. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged into his body. Chu Feng found he could no longer control his body. His skin, voice, and appearance began to change. Initially panicked, recalling the system's introduction, he gradually calmed down. "This experience card is truly marvelous," he said, but the voice was unfamiliar, a young man's voice tinged with a worldly weariness. The ancestor was actually a young man? This thought occupied his mind, unable to explain the voice. Gradually regaining control of his body, he looked into a mirror and saw a tall, handsome man about 8 feet tall, wearing a jade crown, white hair flowing down his back, and a white robe embroidered with cranes among clouds. If the ancestor Cloud Transformation into Dust was a swordsman from another world, he would definitely captivate countless female cultivators. He was lost in thought before the mirror when a memory not his own flooded his mind. It was the ancestor's martial arts techniques, completely different from the ninjutsu he had learned. His head spun, but after a minute, he cleared his thoughts and began studying these techniques. His strength was unknown, but Chu Feng felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After reviewing the memories, he confidently declared that Uchiha Madara was not worth mentioning. Missed? Uchiha Madara walked through the forest. Having not returned to Konoha for many years, he noticed thick fog had appeared around the outskirts. "That's not right, there's chakra in the mist," he said calmly, seeing through the nature of the fog within moments. He was unhurried, familiar with the forest, and even with the dense fog obscuring his vision, he would not get lost. When did Konoha learn the mist style? The 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, but he could not see through the trees beneath the fog. The mist concealment technique can hide the Sharingan, but this fog is too thick. An image of an old man flashed through his mind. Is it the old man from the Cloud Clan? He should have died when I left. He analyzed the person who created this thick fog as he walked, without any particular thoughts, just boredom. Although he left the village early, he knew the villagers well and knew the Cloud Old Man's son was useless. Unexpectedly, it was the 7-year-old child Yun Zhongshan from the Cloud Clan who created this heavy fog. Uchiha Madara walked to a place not far from Konoha village, stopped, and wanted to look up at the moon, but his view was blocked by the thick fog. Summoning technique. He whispered. Hashirama sat on a rock, the evening breeze gently blowing. Smoke curled from the village chimneys as everyone prepared dinner, a scene of tranquility.
He watched the fluttering leaves, casually plucked one, and noticed a hole bitten by an insect, thoughtfully examining it.
What belief did you hold back then? Hashirama's heart stirred with memories.
At that time, they built the village together under this cliff. The village still stood, but he was alone. Though there was some regret, he quickly calmed himself and resolved to protect this land alone.
A few white birds flew from afar, circling around Hashirama's ears before transforming into clouds and entering his ears. Hashirama heard a familiar voice, "Master, Uchiha Madara has returned. Madara comes from the forest, and he is not friendly." This news shocked and worried Hashirama. Madara was his brother and the village's founder, how could he be an enemy?
But the words made him sober. He had to prepare for the worst. He immediately jumped off the cliff, landed steadily, and quickly ran home.
Tobirama saw his hurried appearance and asked suspiciously, "Big brother, what's wrong?"
Mito also felt uneasy. It was rare to see Hashirama so flustered.
"Mito, help me put on armor quickly, Madara is back." This sentence struck Tobirama and Mito like thunder.
The name Uchiha Madara hadn't been mentioned for a long time, as if deliberately avoided.
"How do you know?" Tobirama found it hard to believe. A ninja who hadn't been seen for years suddenly returned. There was no way it was just for tea, right? Fuhito sensed it. He said Madara comes with ill intent.
While they talked, Mito quickly took out the long sealed armor and helped Hashirama put it on. It was the battle armor Hashirama had worn throughout his life, thought to be useless now, but at this moment, he donned it again.
"I'll go gather the ninja."
Tobirama turned to act but was stopped by Hashirama's hand. "Ordinary ninja can't handle him, only I can respond.
Besides, he might not harm the village." Hashirama forced a smile, still believing in Madara but prepared for the worst.
"Order the clan to patrol the village. We can't let those with ill intentions take advantage and cause chaos."
Tobirama nodded and set off immediately.
He knew he was no match for Madara. Protecting the village was the priority.
The hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan will probably make a move tonight. Evil Uchiha clan. You better behave.
Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the village, thick smoke rising. In the white smoke, 9 orange-red tails whipped wildly, and a ferocious 9-tailed giant fox appeared, roaring angrily at the sky.
9 tails. Hashirama gritted his teeth, standing on the rooftop. Madara's intention was clear. Summoning the 9 tails outside the village was tantamount to declaring war on Konoha. "Madara, why did you choose this path? This is our village." Hashirama leapt suddenly, soaring into the air. Madara stood atop the 9 tails head, controlling it as it advanced toward Konoha. Wood release, wood dragon technique.
In midair, a wooden dragon appeared, steadily supporting Hashirama as it flew toward the 9 tails. Villagers heard the noise and poked their heads out, but the Senju clan warned everyone door to door not to go outside. The Senju clan's prestige was high, so people immediately went home and locked their doors.
Madara looked at the wooden dragon in the sky and laughed. "Hashirama, you finally come." "Why?" Hashirama stood atop the wooden dragon's head, questioning, "Why attack the village? Do you want to destroy the peace we've built?"
Madara sneered, "What village?
What peace? It's all a false illusion." 3 tomos swirled in his eyes as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Madara's expression was calm. "Hashirama, with these eyes, I have seen the true path to peace."
The wooden dragon slowly landed, confronting the 9 tails. "Is your so-called peace about destroying the village?" Madara scoffed, "I was too naive back then to believe in building the village with you." The 9 tails' massive body towered above the clouds, the bright moonlight illuminating Madara's face. "I will personally kill that naive version of myself." Tobi hesitated not at all, commanding the 9 tails to attack. Sharp claws slashed across the wooden dragon, leaving deep scars.
"Madara, are you really going to destroy all our efforts?"
Uchiha Madara remained silent, offering no response. However, Hashirama's face was no longer confused. It seemed he had made up his mind. The 9 tails opened its massive mouth, releasing a fusion of blue and red chakra into a black-purple sphere, the tailed beast ball.
This was a powerful ninjutsu unique to tailed beasts.
The 9 tails spat out the tailed beast ball, heading straight for Hashirama. When the wooden dragon collided with the tailed beast ball, it instantly shattered into countless wooden fragments.
Wood release, wood human technique.
A wooden knot on the dragon's body quickly transformed into a wooden giant with a mouth full of fangs, grabbing the tailed beast ball barehanded and forcefully pressing it against the 9 tails' face. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit, the 9 tails' head suddenly sprouted blue armor resembling bone. The tailed beast ball struck the armor, triggering a powerful explosion that destroyed most of the forest. Huge cracks appeared in the nearby walls of Konoha village, but no one was injured. As the dust settled, Uchiha Madara stood atop the nine tails, activating Susanoo, completely unharmed.
Hashirama was protected by numerous mask-shaped wooden shields, safe and sound. Would release, ranking technique? Uchiha Madara murmured. Hashirama's eyes were resolute, a smile on his lips, wrapping Susanoo around the tailed beast? Good idea. The entire nine tails was enveloped by Susanoo, wielding two giant swords in its hands, suddenly slashing down. Hashirama stepped forward, clapping his hands, would release, all-encompassing bag technique. Two wooden hands firmly caught the nine tails swords, followed by more wooden hands emerging from all directions, reaching for the nine tails. But the nine tails slashed through all the wooden hands with one stroke, scattering wood chips into the air. Hashirama kept leaping, searching for a foothold. This place is too close to the village, I must get away. He turned and ran toward the distance. Uchiha Madara thought Hashirama was trying to escape, so he controlled the nine tails to pursue. Reaching the riverbank, Uchiha Madara finally lost patience. While chasing, he commanded the nine tails to unleash the tailed beast ball, merging Susanoo's swords into it. A massive sphere of destructive energy slowly formed. This time you won't be able to stop it, Hashirama. The tailed beast ball roared forth, pulverizing everything in its path. Even the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, seemed insignificant before this power. Sensing the danger behind him, Hashirama was already far from the village. He bit his finger and pressed his palm to the ground, summoning technique, 5 layers of Rinnegan gates. The earth trembled violently as a hellish gate rose from underground, followed by the other 4 gates appearing one after another. Smoke and dust filled the battlefield, Hashirama's long hair flowing in the wind. The tailed beast ball instantly pierced through the 5 layers of Rinnegan gates but was forced to change course, bypassing Hashirama and striking the opposite riverbank. The explosion erupted instantly, covering an area the size of the entire Konoha village, with land and trees vanishing in an instant. You used the Rinnegan gates to change the tailed beast ball's direction. Truly worthy of being Hashirama. Though the words were praise, the expression was cold and unreadable. Have all our efforts been in vain, Madara? Hashirama tried to awaken Madara's gentleness, remembering how he once deeply loved Konoha. Is there any point in saying that now? The nine tails roared angrily, and Madara's face showed fury. Hashirama, I've already reached the opposite shore. Hashirama clapped his hands, the markings of sage mode appearing on his face, would release True Thousand. Just as the two prepared for an all-out battle, a cold voice came from the horizon, disturbers shall be punished. The voice inspired awe, causing both Hashirama and Madara to freeze, fear rising in their hearts. Madara muttered in disbelief, I, Uchiha Madara, actually feel fear? Before he could react, a massive white sword cleaved through the clouds, descending like divine punishment with destructive power. The sword's tip blazed fiercely, as if it could burn away all filth. What is this? Madara roared, staring at the falling giant sword. Hashirama was also shocked, sensing that this ninjutsu's power far exceeded his own, yet he vaguely felt it was familiar, though he couldn't recall it at the moment. Run, Madara! Hashirama shouted. Madara was awakened, struggling to move, but the giant sword was enormous, and even the nine tails couldn't dodge in time. I will never die like this. Madara leapt up in fury, fully detaching his Susanoo from the nine tails. He stood like a giant, looking at the giant sword, finally feeling powerless, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the fan and scythe. The sword keeps absorbing the mist, growing larger and larger. Madara's complete Susanoo was like an ant before the giant sword, utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, several white chains appeared on the horizon, quickly shooting toward the nine tails. The chains rapidly wrapped around the nine tails, tightening firmly, dragging it into the sky, and eventually disappearing into the clouds. At the same time, divine punishment descended upon the earth, and the weak lifeforms felt the wrath of the gods for the first time. Though suppressed by the giant sword, Uchiha Madara fought back fiercely with his survival instinct. In his complete Susanoo state, he drew his great sword and slashed at the giant sword. The two clashed, sparks flying, flames scattering like meteors, turning everything they touched into a sea of fire. Madara gave it his all, his chakra rapidly depleting, but it was all in vain. Before the wrath of the gods, all resistance was pale and powerless. Just like ants, no matter how strong, they can only be crushed in the end. Crack! Cracks spread from the top of Susanoo's head, quickly covering the entire body. Hashirama watched his old friend struggle under the devastating blow, knowing he was powerless to change the situation. If Madara died, it would benefit Konoha, but the stance of the mysterious powerful figure made Hashirama uncertain. Such an attack nearly wiped out one of the strongest in the ninja world. How terrifying. Hashirama sighed, in the end, I was still just a frog in a well. The title of God of Shinobi now sounded laughable. But he resolutely said, as long as he dares to strike Konoha, I will risk my life to stop him. Susanoo shattered beneath the giant sword, and Madara fell with the fragments, looking at the giant sword that was about to pass judgment on him, letting out a bitter smile. Claiming to be a god, he was ultimately just an ant. There are always greater powers beyond. He slowly turned his head toward Hashirama and closed his eyes. The giant sword pierced the earth with the force of thunder, tearing open a huge fissure in the once solid ground. The crack rapidly spread, the surface began to collapse, and river water rushed wildly into the chasm. The ground beneath Hashirama trembled and cracked, forcing him to move away from danger. Just as he jumped away, the land where the fissure had been instantly collapsed, forming a bottomless pit. Soon, Hashirama felt the heat. Red light flickered where the giant sword had fallen, black smoke billowed. Lava erupted from underground, spreading and burning everything. Trees and rocks alike were consumed, the fire spreading far with no sign of abating. That direction is the village. This is bad. The lava flowed rapidly. Though it was still far from the village, Hashirama could not predict when it would stop. Without hesitation, Hashirama immediately set out to block the lava. At this moment, his chakra was full, and he was in sage mode, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, the previous voice sounded again, disperse. As soon as the words fell, the white giant sword embedded in the ground instantly turned into mist, enveloping an area of more than 10 miles. In a moment, the mist seemed to be pulled, all flowing backward toward the sky. Hashirama stood on a small hill, witnessing this spectacle, his eyes full of shock. Such a scene, many people might never see in their lifetime. Seeing this method of controlling the mist, his suspicions gradually grew, and his earlier worries slightly lessened. After all the mist returned to the clouds, Hashirama found that the area within more than 10 miles was covered by a layer of white veil. It formed a sharp contrast with the green in the distance. Lava, land, rocks, and trees were all frozen and sealed. All life seemed to be frozen in time, forever sealed in this place. Those dense cracks and bottomless chasms showed the terrifying power of this attack. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the chasm. Looking up, a young man was leisurely walking in midair. He seemed to be playing with something in his hand, but from afar Hashirama couldn't see clearly. Strangely, where had the 9 tails gone? That massive 9 tails was easily taken into the clouds, so how did it just disappear? The clouds in the sky were blown by the wind, but that ray of moonlight was never blocked. The wind was strong, but the man's robes did not move at all, not even his hair was blown. This person was Yunzhong Chufeng, the one using the Ancestor Experience card. This too much? After all, this is our own land. The technique just used was the family's inherited Cloud Escape Cloud Sword. The Cloud Sword technique blessed by the Ancestor, one sword could shake mountains and rivers. If fully unleashed, with all swords returning to the origin, the entire land of fire might be destroyed. Of course, Uchiha Madara was not someone to be killed easily. After all, he had Izanagi. Chufeng didn't know if he could truly defeat Uchiha Madara today, but he still decided to try. Perhaps he could rewrite history. He clenched his left hand in the void, and countless drifting clouds in the sky converged into a pure white spear. With a gentle swing, the spear flew toward the spot where Uchiha Madara had just been, instantly piercing the rift. An intense explosion followed, causing the land around the rift to collapse and form a deep pit. At that moment, countless agonized howls came from the deep pit, sounding like the voices of hell. When Hashirama heard it, he thought the heavenly beings had opened the gates of hell. Not only Hashirama, but even Chufeng himself couldn't figure out what exactly was happening. He had planned to give up and let loose his chakra since things had already reached this point. Unexpectedly, there was still life underground emitting mournful cries? Chufeng still wasn't sure whether Uchiha Madara was dead or alive. The howls from the pit came in waves, making people break out in cold sweat. But there was no other abnormality, leading Chufeng to suspect the sounds might be the wind blowing through underground caves. At that moment, under the bright moonlight, a naked figure crawled out of the deep pit. He was pure white all over, without a trace of blood color, with spikes growing on his back and green hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Chufeng was astonished. He didn't expect to encounter White Zetsu at this hour. That White Zetsu grinned at Chufeng in the sky. Then, countless White Zetsu began crawling out of the pit one after another. Dense and numerous, numbering at least tens of thousands, from a distance they looked like swarms of maggots, disgusting to behold. Chufeng roughly guessed their purpose. Otsutsuki Shinso wanted to split the moon to save his mother. But finding an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in this world was almost impossible, so he had to take a desperate risk. As expected, rewriting the script isn't that simple, Chufeng said softly. With so many white Zetsu coming to hold him back, Uchiha Madara had already been taken away by black Zetsu. He could only pray that this incident would not affect his plan. After the number of white Zetsu reached the limit, no more would climb out, the rest had to stay to hold the line. Look, I have so many white Zetsu soldiers, all at your command. You will surely achieve great success. The black Zetsu had lived so long that deceiving these little guys was easy. What Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara ultimately were nothing more than pawns in his hands. Hashirama, watching the scene from the mountaintop, did not understand what these white creatures actually were. They all looked the same, definitely not ordinary people. He worried about the consequences if these monsters roamed freely throughout the land of fire. But if he acted rashly, he might anger the presence in the sky, leaving him in a dilemma. Soon, an anomaly appeared in the sky. The wind seeker slowly ascended into the clouds and disappeared. Hashirama thought he had left and was about to strike at those white creatures when suddenly the clouds gathered into a vortex. Within hundreds of miles, the clouds converged toward the center, condensing into a white dot. Suddenly, it exploded, and the clouds surged out wildly, spreading outward from the wind seeker as the center. A massive amount of clouds continuously rose, forming 9 layers of cloud rings. 10,000 Immortals Formation, Return. As the voice fell, the 9 layers of cloud rings instantly transformed into 9 heavenly palaces. Each layer of clouds was adorned with pavilions and towers, cranes flew among the clouds, and rare beasts stood on the cloud edges overlooking the land. In an instant, countless beams of light descended from the sky, each releasing immense pressure, oppressing the ground below. As the light beams dispersed, several figures appeared on the clouds, each with different appearances, some fat, some thin, both men and women, but all without exception wore jade crowns, dressed in white robes, holding sharp swords, exuding an immortal aura. Tens of thousands of white Zetsu were pressed down by this overwhelming pressure, unable to stand steadily, yet Hashirama remained completely unharmed, puzzled as to why he was unaffected. This incredibly magnificent heavenly palace was something Hashirama had never seen or even heard of before, let alone the fact that each layer of clouds was inhabited by tens of millions of people, their strength far surpassing his by several times. Everything tonight completely reshaped his understanding of the world. Although Hashirama was not arrogant, he was already the strongest ninja in the ninja world, yet the countless immortals in the sky were far beyond his power. They all obeyed the man high above in the sky. Everything is for the sake of all living beings. 10,000 Immortals Formation, activate. At Chu Feng's command, countless cloud swords poured down like a torrential rain, wildly slashing and killing the white Zetsu. The immortals on the ninefold heavenly palace all formed hand seals, unleashing lightning, storms, blazing fire, extreme ice, metal and stone, and rainwater to jointly attack the white Zetsu. If the previous giant sword was a force of world destruction, this attack was even more terrifying. Lightning and extreme ice fell like heavenly punishment with precision, each strike capable of cutting down dozens of white Zetsu. Blazing fire incinerated the corpses, while metal, stone, and rainwater repaired cracks and extinguished flames. The offensive of the 10,000 Immortals Formation was earth-shattering, yet it also gradually healed the wounds on the land. Except for the land scorched black by lightning and fire, the deep pits and cracks had all disappeared, as if no damage had been done. After repeated cleansing, there was not a single white Zetsu left on the ground. With this technique, tens of thousands of white Zetsu were simply insignificant. For Chu Feng, the power accumulated over a year was meant to be fully unleashed at this moment. How could he easily stop? Through the Ancestor's technique, Chu Feng confirmed that the Ancestor was no ordinary person, and this place was not the ordinary world. None of his techniques required hand seals, and his energy was not chakra. What exactly it was, Chu Feng could not explain. 10,000 Immortals Formation, retreat. With these words, the ninefold heavenly palace and the immortal cranes and rare beasts transformed into mist and dispersed, and the thousands of immortals vanished, riding the glow of the clouds. Only then did Hashirama come back to his senses. The battle was over, and it was his turn to take the stage. He felt uneasy in his heart. The posture of the man in the sky seemed more like a friend than an enemy, but he still remained cautious. Taking the wind and turning it into a shooting star, it instantly approached Hashirama, startling him. Regaining his composure, he quickly bowed. Junior Senju Hashirama greets the senior. May I know your honorable name? Taking the wind blocked Hashirama, not allowing him to bow. After all, no matter how much he used the experience card, he was essentially still Yunzhong Chu Feng. If he bowed to his master, he might shorten his lifespan. No need, I understand your intentions, Taking the wind said calmly, his voice carrying a magical power that gradually calmed Hashirama's emotions. In fact, Taking the wind had added a calming spell when speaking, and the effect was indeed good. I am the ancestor of the Yunzhong clan, Yunzhong Huachan.
Sure enough, Hashirama had long suspected the other was from the Yunjong clan, but he did not expect him to be the ancestor.
He must be at least several hundred or even 1,000 years old, right? How does he still look younger than me? Thanks to Senior Yunjong's help tonight, Hashirama said sincerely.
Tonight he hardly exerted any effort, yet all problems were resolved.
Konoha was safe and sound, but unfortunately Madara was dead.
The two had already fought desperately, and he was just a bit luckier. Taking the wind put on a mature demeanor and waved his hand. No matter, that person disturbed my lonely soul's peace, so I punished him.
Come to think of it, I seem to have a junior still alive? The protagonist does not cultivate immortality. The protagonist does not cultivate immortality. Come to think of it, I seem to have a junior still alive? Hashirama smiled. Yes, senior.
I do not know which generation descendant, but the bloodline of the Yunjong clan still exists.
Taking the wind nodded. That is very good. I have accepted your descendant as my disciple.
I hope the senior will not mind, Hashirama said respectfully.
When facing a powerful person, one must be cautious. If angered, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No matter, you are already the strongest in this world, so it's most fitting for you to teach.
Being lectured by his disciple was a new experience for Chu Feng.
Usually, it was the master who sternly corrected him, but today it was the other way around.
With you here, how dare I call myself the strongest? Senior, please don't joke.
Chu Feng put on a solemn expression. As I said earlier, I am but a lone spirit, long dead. Hashirama was stunned. He had thought lone spirit was just a title, but it turned out to be an actual soul.
Even the soul was so powerful, how terrifying must the real person be?
Hashirama immediately felt disheartened. Even the soul is beyond me, the thought lingered in his mind.
But this was just an excuse Chu Feng made up. Who knew if the master was really dead?
Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. He was just borrowing the name to complete the task. It seemed he had unintentionally hurt his master's feelings, triggering hidden emotions. Young man, your path is still long. Don't compete with this dead man over strength, Chu Feng said, seeing this, offering comfort. Hashirama finally came to his senses and said, I fear I will never reach your level in my lifetime, senior, but I will do my best to teach your disciples. Chu Feng understood the master's character, never lying because of circumstances, and hearing this warmed his heart.
Here, I'll give you a gift.
Chu Feng opened his palm, a swirl of mist appeared, and a white jade cube floated above it, carved with the pattern of a nine-tailed fox.
Senior, what is this?
Hashirama asked, puzzled though exquisite. Its purpose was hard to guess. That is the nine-tailed fox. Hashirama suddenly understood after the nine tails was captured earlier, it hadn't appeared again. It had been sealed into an ornament by the senior in the clouds. Seeing Hashirama's expression shift between doubt and realization, Chu Feng explained, this is a sealing technique I created. It can seal any object or living being into jade, but each piece of jade can only be used once.
What if you seal it again? Explosion. Only then did Hashirama understand.
He carefully took the sealing jade from the cloud ancestor's hand.
The cool touch gradually became warm and smooth, truly precious. Does this seal have a time limit? He asked.
Chu Feng smiled faintly. As long as no one with strength equal to mine forcibly breaks it, the seal remains effective forever.
Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief.
As the strongest tailed beast, the nine tails was often hunted by various countries. Although the tailed beasts never harmed humans, they became irritable and aggressive due to human greed. There is a small space inside the jade, enough for the nine tails to live comfortably. After speaking, Chu Feng produced 8 more pieces of unmarked white jade, square-shaped and different from the previous one.
Hashirama tentatively took them.
The cloud ancestor nodded in approval, and only then did he accept them. You should know, besides this nine-tails fox, there are 8 other similar strange beasts. Hashirama nodded, understanding that these were the other tailed beasts, now scattered across various places, some already controlled. The sealing jade I gave you confused with the human body, allowing you to freely control the sealed beasts inside the jade.
Hashirama's mouth dropped in surprise. The old man's news today was one shock after another.
He said nothing more. After all, this treasure was a recognition of himself. Capture and seal the other 8 strange beasts, choose suitable people to control them, so your village can endure. Hashirama's heart trembled upon hearing this, feeling a faint hesitation inside. This conflicted somewhat with his original idea. Hashirama wanted to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them evenly among the villages to balance power and prevent easy wars between villages. Chu Feng understood Hashirama's intention but also knew this decision almost destroyed the good situation previously established.
Only by being strong yourself can you intimidate others. Without strength, how could I stand here and talk to you? The cloud ancestor said coldly, peace never truly exists. You may temporarily control the ninja world, but your descendants may not be able to hold it. These words shocked Hashirama. He knew that he could build the village with Madara because his strength suppressed the Uchiha clan, and after defeating Madara, he made him understand his intentions. The peace in the ninja world was maintained by their powerful strength, leaving other villages powerless to resist. Hashirama smiled wryly, having held a high position for so long. His thoughts inevitably became idealistic. Everyone can be deceived by what's in front of them, it's okay, the key is to awaken. Chu Feng's voice was cold and clear as he cast the clear mind spell. Hashirama cupped his fists in salute to the cloud ancestor but was stopped. Thank you, Senior Yunjong, for enlightening me today. No matter, I am also thinking of the juniors. Remember, strength must be controlled by yourself. Hashirama showed his signature smile. I will remember this deeply, Junior. Today's meeting was very good, I shall take my leave. Hashirama hurriedly saw him off, feeling reluctant in his heart, but could only watch as the mist gradually dispersed and the breeze blew everything away. Just one meeting, yet he received such a precious gift and guidance, how could he ever repay it? At this time, Chu Feng had already returned home. The Ancestor Experience card's time had not yet ended, so he could continue to play. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Chaos Event Uchiha Madara Rebellion, completion rating S+, reward. Reward obtained, Bloodline Limit Ice Release, 20,000 com points, 5 chakra cards. Not bad, the rewards are quite generous, a year of hard work wasn't in vain. The ice release and chakra merged into his body. Chu Feng felt waves of coolness, like eating an ice pop. Name Yunjong Chu Feng. Age 7 years old. Strength Elite Jonin. Chakra 10 cards. Bloodline Crystal Release, Cloud Release, Ice Release. Talent All Attribute Chakra, Genius. Com points Chaos points 343004. Looking at the panel, Chu Feng was in a great mood. He was still within the Ancestor Experience card's duration but could already summon the panel. His strength had reached Elite Jonin, and his chakra was incredibly powerful. Now, except for shadow-level experts in the ninja world, no one could threaten him. Phew, Chu Feng exhaled lightly, finally resolving the Uchiha Madara rebellion, bringing him one step closer to living a truly peaceful life. After experiencing the power of the ancestor, Chu Feng finally understood what it meant to be a true strongman. Capturing the 9 tails was as simple as grabbing a toy claw machine prize. Any random jutsu could firmly seal it. Even when the Jinchuriki was weak, the tailed beast could hardly escape. And with the 10,000 Immortals formation, a world-destroying technique, Chu Feng in his current state could easily unleash it thousands of times, with an endless supply of chakra. There were many other jutsus that Chu Feng never even had the chance to use. After all, he didn't want the Land of Fire to disappear from the ninja world map. The 10,000 Immortals formation was considered a relatively weak technique, which only made him more curious about the ancestor's origins. Previous guesses had some merit, but only the ancestor truly knew the real situation. Unfortunately, the old man had probably long since passed away or returned to the source. Only 3 hours had passed since exchanging the Ancestor Experience card. He had thought dealing with Uchiha Madara would be difficult, but unexpectedly, the Ancestor's first move decided the outcome. One strike took down Madara, although Korazetsu saved his life. The event was rated S+, and no major chaos occurred, so Chu Feng was very satisfied. Madara's Susanoo was indeed impressive and domineering, but since it concerned Chu Feng's life, he would never go easy. Better others die than himself, better a fellow cultivator dies than this poor cultivator. Madara wanted to strike the village, and as a disciple of the Hokage, Chu Feng had to stop him. As expected, without me, Konoha is doomed sooner or later. Chu Feng had originally planned to go out and have some fun before the experience card ended, but after thinking it over, there was nowhere worth going. Why not just wipe out the other 4 countries directly? As soon as this thought appeared, details began to form in his mind. Just as he was about to laugh loudly and head out, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Chaos event triggered Uchiha clan rebellion. Is this on me too? Chu Feng wondered, but the system gave no response. This made him so angry it felt like hitting cotton. Damn system. Do you know how great I am? I'm about to single-handedly create the grand finale. But you're making me do tasks. Chu Feng firmly believed the system was monitoring his thoughts, otherwise, how could a task arrive just as he finalized his plan? It must be afraid he would directly cause the grand finale. He gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll do it. Is that okay? He couldn't show his face now. If Hashirama, who had returned to the village, found out, it would immediately blow his cover and require explanations too troublesome. Such a task involving many people, a slight mistake would increase the chaos value.
For nearly 12 months, Xu Feng had been especially cautious and prudent when handling chaos events. He waved his sleeve, and a white feathered bird, lifelike as if real, flew to the window and headed toward the Uchiha clan territory. First observe the situation. Shiri should be fine if he listens to my advice. Xufeng had a premonition that something would happen tonight, so he specifically told Shiri not to stray too far from Kagami.
The original intention was to prevent the stubborn elders of the Uchiha clan from colluding with Uchiha Madara.
Unexpectedly, the battle on Madara's side had already ended, while it was just beginning here. Xufeng sighed, thinking the Uchiha clan really didn't know how to pick the right time. Hashirama was probably almost at the village gate by now. This was simply courting death. Yet, he didn't expect that he himself was the external factor. The battle that was supposed to last all night ended in 2 or 3 hours, leaving people speechless. The white-feathered little bird flew in the air, transmitting what it saw back to Xufeng's mind. It quickly arrived at the Uchiha clan territory, where Senju clan members had come upon hearing the commotion but were blocked outside by the Uchiha clan. The clan was divided into 2 factions, hawks and peace advocates, confronting each other with weapons drawn in tense stares.
Xufeng was surprised to find that the originally weaker peace faction actually outnumbered the hawks. Kagami stood behind his father and grandfather, holding Shiri's hand. At this moment, Shiri must not be left alone inside the house to avoid being taken hostage. Uchiha Kai roared angrily, "Elders 5 and 6. How dare you betray us at such a critical moment? Have you thought about the consequences?" The named Elders 5 and 6 cowered, unable to meet his gaze. Though they belonged to the Hawk faction, they had only joined for power and profit. 2 days ago, when Uchiha Kai wanted to rebel, they hesitated and were forced to join.
Yesterday, Kagami used various means to tempt them, successfully turning them to the peace faction.
These 2 were typical fence-sitters, swaying wherever the benefits lay. Uchiha Hikari looked at them with a face full of disdain.
If it weren't for the stability of the clan, he wouldn't bother with these 2 wastes at all. Killing 5 elders would cause division among the clan members. It can't be done. The great elder Uchiha Shintaro's Manjikyu Sharingan flashed in his eyes, chakra surged, and pressure pressed down on Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai also activated his Manjikyu, pale bone claws reaching out to grab Shintaro. "Prepare to die, Shintaro." The great elder sneered lightly, standing with his hands behind his back, a black bone claw appearing behind him to counter. The 2 Susanoo bone claws clashed, releasing a powerful shockwave.
Uchiha Hikari hurriedly shielded Kagami and Osamu, fearing the children would be harmed. "Uchiha Kai, you're still too inexperienced with Susanoo."
Uchiha Shintaro had awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan in middle age. Uchiha Kai had only had his eyes for a year and was not as skilled with the Manjikyu. After several exchanges, Uchiha Kai quickly fell into a disadvantage.
Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation.
As Uchiha Kai struck, Shintaro simultaneously unleashed flames.
2 streams of fire roared out, instantly blackening the trees and cracking the rocks.
Fortunately, this was the Uchiha clan's training ground, with no houses nearby. Otherwise, the clan's territory might have been burned down. As the fire spread, Uchiha Hikari immediately ordered clan members skilled in water style to extinguish the flames and prevent further spread. "Uchiha Kai, I thought you had some skill, but you're nothing special."
Shintaro mocked coldly.
Uchiha Kai angrily retorted, "Don't think you automatically win just because you awakened your Manjikyu earlier." Amid the roar, a layer of white bones quickly enveloped him, forming a massive skeleton.
Toku observed the battle through a white-feathered bird and thought Uchiha Kai's Susanoo was far inferior to Madara's complete form.
Uchiha Kai controlled the bone claws to attack Shintaro, but Shintaro showed no fear, leaping into the air as chakras surged within him. His entire body was wrapped in layers of bone armor, blood veins spreading over the skeleton, clad in black armor, wielding a long sword. With a swing of the long sword, he cut through Uchiha Kai's bone claws as if slicing tofu.
"Damn it, perfect Susanoo!"
Uchiha Kai gasped, covering his eyes in frustration.
"Elder 8, Elder 9, act quickly!"
he shouted angrily, snapping the 2 elders to attention. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless against the Susanoo collision. Unable to intervene, ninjutsu was ineffective, let alone attacking with kunai. Since they had already sided with Uchiha Kai, there was no turning back. Though Shintaro and the others struggled against Uchiha Kai, they were restrained by him and unable to split their focus.
"Strike first!" The 2 elders acted simultaneously, launching 2 massive fireballs straight at Uchiha Hikari.
"Father!" Q stepped forward to block the fireballs but was stopped by Hikari. "No need to worry. Lightning release, thunder slash." In an instant, the blade flashed with electric light, and amid the thunderous roar, the 2 fireballs were cleaved apart and then dissipated.
An old man wearing a deep blue robe and wielding a long sword appeared before Uchiha Hikari. Second Elder. Q, Harasato, and the clan members behind them all bowed. He was the second elder of the Uchiha clan, not belonging to any faction, but with the family in turmoil today, he had no choice but to intervene. Thank you, second elder, Hikari said respectfully. The second elder waved his hand in response, it's nothing. Then, his sharp gaze locked onto elders 8 and 9, dare to move against the clan leader? Have you thought through the consequences? Elders 8 and 9 were deeply frustrated, their teeth nearly grinding to pieces. They Han-T intended to kill the clan leader in one strike, but Han-T expected the second elder to intervene. Must you really take action? Why not defect from Konoha and establish a new village instead? The second elder's eyes were full of disdain, as if looking at fools, you bunch of good-for-nothings, who among you can lead a village well? As soon as these words were spoken, not only the 8th and 9th elders, but even the younger generation were stunned. The second elder continued to mock, back when Uchiha Madara led the clan away, maybe they could have built a new village. Now that Uchiha Madara is gone, you are nothing, yet you still delude yourselves into thinking you can build a village? His words sharply pierced the 8th and 9th elders and those who had been misled. Not to mention whether you can leave Konoha, even if you escape the land of fire, your eyes will be gouged out. The 9th elder was angry in his heart but had no retort. Shut up! The 8th elder drew his sword and slashed at the second elder. But all he got in return was a mocking laugh. Who do you think you are? Dare to challenge me? Lightning release, thunder slash. Blades and lightning intertwined, and after a flash of white light, a charred corpse lay on the ground. One strike instantly killed an elder. The trembling 9th elder widened his eyes, not expecting the second elder to actually kill. Have you defected to their side? The 9th elder's voice was hoarse, full of doubt. I am simply Uchiha. The 9th elder smiled bitterly. If he had such strength, he could freely choose. But he did not. As a dying old man, he thought not only of himself but also of the younger generation. This was merely him choosing the wrong path. Fire release, great. The 9th elder quickly formed hand seals but was powerless to turn the tide. A flash of white light passed by, and amidst the thunder, the 9th elder turned to charcoal. Paralysis from lightning and thunder, death without pain. Though old and flawed, he had still made an indelible contribution to the clan. The second elder clasped his hands in a fist salute, gently nodded to the bodies of the two elders, then turned and left. The Uchiha standing behind the 8th and 9th elders all trembled, some even unable to hold their weapons steadily. Facing such a powerful being as the second elder, they had no room to resist. Fortunately, the second elder did not blame them, which gave them a slight relief. But with two elders dead and the fourth elder barely holding on, failure was inevitable. The only thing they could do was pray that their wives and children would not be implicated. At this moment, Uchiha Kai was still fiercely battling Shintaro, but the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Shintaro was as steady as a mountain, easily deflecting Uchiha Kai's attacks and occasionally counterattacking. He drained his opponent's chakra and stamina like boiling a frog in warm water. Uchiha Kai knew this well but was helpless. He had thought that activating the Mangekyo would make him evenly matched with Shintaro, but he had overestimated his strength. Maintaining the consumption of Susanoo while dealing with Shintaro's sudden counterattacks left him exhausted. Whenever he tried to catch his breath, Shintaro's attacks landed precisely at the limit he could endure. Uchiha Kai cursed countless times in his heart, but Shintaro remained indifferent, which only made him so furious he nearly fainted. Shintaro, is this all you dare to do, cowering like this? If you have the guts, fight me to the death. Dragging his weary body, Uchiha Kai roared. He already understood that death was certain tonight, but as an Uchiha who had activated the Mangekyo, he refused to die disgracefully. Oh? Ready to face death? He was silent, mobilizing the last of his chakra. Overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan caused blood tears to flow from his eyes. On the white skull like Susanoo, veins and muscles rapidly grew, instantly transforming into a white warrior wielding a sharp blade. Two complete Susanoo appeared, their aura shaking the heavens and earth. The villagers had long been warned by the Senju clan not to go outside. Only a few ninja from major clans witnessed the scene. Senju Tobarama had sensed it as soon as Shintaro activated Susanoo, but seeing it as an internal Uchiha conflict, he did not intervene and only observed secretly. He would act immediately if the village was threatened. Forcibly activating the complete Susanoo severely drained Uchiha Kai's body, causing him intense pain all over. It felt as if every bone was shattered. The elderly man nearly fainted. But he persevered with willpower, regretting that he could not avenge his grandchildren. Overestimating himself and underestimating his opponent was his greatest mistake. Yomi slash. Shintaro drew the long sword at his waist, the blade pointing directly at Uchiha Kai. Countless fierce ghostly shadows surged along the blade, brandishing sharp claws as if to drag Uchiha Kai into an endless hell. Facing this fierce strike, Uchiha Kai did not retreat. His great sword fiercely met the attack. The collision of two powerful forces unleashed a shockwave that shook the earth and sky, sending nearby clan members flying, dust and sand swirling, and the ground cracking with deep furrows. The ghostly claws on Shintaro's sword frantically tore at Uchiha Kai's Susanoo, managing to rip through its defense with the combined force of countless claws, penetrating inside and tearing wildly. Outside was Shintaro's Yomi slash, inside were the demon claws. Uchiha Kai was overwhelmed. Suddenly, a claw pierced his heart, and the white Susanoo collapsed with a roar. Uchiha Kai fell heavily, his life ended. Shintaro deactivated Susanoo and slowly landed, staggering from exhaustion. Uchiha Kagami hurried forward to support him but was waved off. It's nothing, just very tired. He looked at Uchiha Kai's body on the ground, shaking his head with a sigh. A genius who awakened the Mangekyo just died like this. It would have been great if he had served the clan, but unfortunately he was short-sighted. He said coldly, burn him, scatter the ashes anywhere. Traitors don't deserve to remain in the ancestral tomb. With that, Shintaro prepared to return to his room to rest, overwhelmed by fatigue. Before leaving, he instructed Kayaharu, handle those hawkish clan members yourself, no one dares oppose you. Kayaharu solemnly replied, my son understands. For traitors, though not severely transgressive, punishment was inevitable, not death, but no peace either. Uchiha Kagami escorted his grandfather inside, then turned to his father to ask how to deal with the traitors. After some discussion, a preliminary plan was set. Suddenly, Kagami caught a glimpse of Uchiha Kai's corpse on the ground moving slightly out of the corner of his eye. His heart tightened, fear surged, and he immediately shouted, Yuri! Get away from Uchiha Kai! But it was too late. Uchiha Kai suddenly rose, reaching out to grab Yuri's throat. Little Yuri, I'm taking your life. Yuri's mind went blank, staring at the claw so close, his heart repeatedly echoing, am I going to die? Shiri! Uchiha Kagami shouted heart-wrenchingly, desperately pushing through the crowd and sprinting toward Shiri. Kagami looked at Shiri's bewildered and helpless face, and at Uchiha Kai's hands that were about to take his sister's life. A strange feeling surged in his heart instantly. In his eyes, the three tomo twisted and deformed, forming windmill-like rotating pupils. But at this moment, he couldn't care about the change in his eyes. The distance was only a dozen meters, yet it felt as far as a lifetime. Shiri! Kagami suddenly shouted, accompanied by a crisp sound like a mirror shattering. However, Uchiha Kai's hand was already pressed against Shiri's throat, gripping tightly. Shiri struggled, wildly scratching at Uchiha Kai's arm with his hands. Uchiha Kai only gave Kagami, who was rushing toward him, a cold sneer. The next second, he snapped Shiri's neck. Shiri's head fell down limply. Uchiha Kai laughed wildly, thinking that killing this little girl would surely cause Shintaro unbearable pain. He wanted Shintaro to also taste the bitterness of losing a grandchild in his old age. But at that moment, the Chiri he was tightly gripping suddenly turned into a pile of fragments, scattering all over the ground. How can this be? I clearly. Uchiha Kai screamed in shock. Chiri reappeared about 10 meters away. Uchiha Kai lunged again and easily snapped Chiri's neck once more. But just like before, Chiri turned into fragments and disappeared, then reappeared not far away. Time and again, the same scene repeated. Genjutsu? Only one Sharingan remained in Uchiha Kai's eyes, his ocular power greatly diminished, his reaction sluggish. He began to disrupt the chakra flow inside his body. The chaotic pain brought him back to clarity. There was no real Chiri in front of him at all. He turned to look at Kagami, seeing the boy's eyes flashing with the Mangekyo Sharingan, watching him warily. And Chiri was hiding behind Kagami, safe and sound. Ha, I didn't expect to be defeated by a little kid like you. Uchiha Kai sneered coldly. Shintaro heard the commotion outside, went out to check, and saw Uchiha Kai swinging white bone claws at Kagami. Damn it! He actually learned forbidden techniques. None of these 3 generations are good people. Shintaro cursed angrily and rushed out suddenly. Uchiha Kai was not far from Kagami. The bone claws were already close to Kagami's heart. Kagami was well prepared. Genjutsu was ineffective against Uchiha Kai. A white streak of light flashed over Kagami's head, easily piercing through Susanoo and striking Uchiha Kai. A white bird flashed before his eyes. Uchiha Kai's head was pierced through, and he fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Finally saved? Kyo was momentarily stunned. 1 second Susanoo was almost piercing his chest, the next second Uchiha Kai collapsed.
He looked back to see Chisato holding him tightly, crying, while Shintaro was running over from a distance. There was no time to think further. Kyo immediately retreated with his sister until they were close to their grandfather, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You two stay close to me, don't fall behind," Shintaro ordered, then activated Susanoo, using its skeleton to protect his grandchildren. Reaching Uchiha Kai's corpse, Shintaro examined it carefully and finally relaxed. His eyes were gouged out, so he can't use his Izanagi. He should be fine now. Chisato didn't understand what his Izanagi was yet, but judging from their grandfather's tone, the danger was temporarily over. Kyo secretly felt relieved. If he hadn't suddenly awakened, Chisato might really have been in trouble. That despicable person actually used such a forbidden technique. Shintaro exhaled a burst of flame, burning the corpse to ashes, then had the clan throw the ashes into the cesspool. "Grandpa, were Uchiha Kai's eyes taken by the person who saved me?" "Probably. Mangekyo Sharingan are very valuable in the ninja world, but since that person saved you, taking them is understandable." Shintaro patted Kyo and Chisato on the head, feeling grateful toward that lifesaver. If he knew who it was, he would definitely thank them in person. One Sharingan is not more important than the life of a grandchild. Opening the Mangekyo at such a young age, "You really are your grandfather's pride," Shintaro said with a smile, looking at Kyo. His grandson's awakening process was much smoother than his own, with no family members sacrificed. Back in his day, well, never mind, better not mention it. But Kyo wasn't that happy inside. If he had a choice, he would rather not open the Mangekyo and never experience the terrifying feeling again. Chisato was also slowly recovering. Tonight's ordeal would be remembered for a lifetime, having come close to death several times. Fortunately, everything was safe in the end. "Alright, children, go back and rest. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow." Shintaro personally escorted them back to their rooms before leaving, and even assigned a few trusted men to guard them. The Uchiha internal conflict had finally come to an end. Chufeng looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan and the cultivation fluid, pondering its use. He didn't have Uchiha blood, so he couldn't use the Sharingan. With his current strength, he wasn't necessarily weaker than the Sharingan. After much thought, he didn't know what to do, so he decided to just leave it be for now. After all, the cultivation fluid had a long shelf life. He stored the Sharingan in his spatial ring, secretly admiring how practical it was. Hiding such things was safest this way. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Chaos Event Uchiha Clan Rebellion. Completion rate B, reward 5,000 com points. 5,000, not bad at all. In this event, Chufeng had hardly contributed, only saving Jing's life at the end. It was purely a windfall, and he was more than willing to take the 5,000 com points. After all, he was just watching the show from above. Chufeng especially hated the Uchiha world. In the end, they even gouged out his eyes. That old guy dared to lay hands on Shiri. He had lived way too long. As soon as Izanagi was activated, he kept hiding, afraid to show himself. If he had suddenly fought back when being taken for cremation and killed those Uchiha, maybe he could have left Konoha alive. But if that had happened, Chufeng might not have been able to easily earn those 5,000 points. It seemed that old guy was destined to die. Another 5,000 added, Chufeng's com points had now reached 39,300, enough to exchange for many good things. What excited him most was the summoning seed. With it, he could summon a powerful summoned beast. Things from the system were at least not worse than Enma. He had originally planned to wipe out the four nations, but after the Uchiha clan stirred things up, he lost interest. Since there was probably nothing major left, he deactivated the Ancestor Experience card and returned to his original form. The sudden drop in power made him a bit uncomfortable. Just as he was about to go to the shop to exchange for the summoning seed, a thick fog silently flooded the room, engulfing the entire space. Whispering voices sounded in the mist, "Come here." Chufeng's head spun, he lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. When he woke up again, the scene before him was extraordinarily wondrous. He was in a vast star river, countless stars twinkling, stars being born and dying. He drifted through the star river, nearly swallowed by a black hole. The scenery was unbelievably beautiful, something only truly felt by being there. All of this made Chufeng unable to tell if it was real or an illusion, even suspecting he was dreaming. To verify, he gently pinched his cheek and felt pain, proving it wasn't a dream. Yet the cosmic scene before him was so dreamlike. How did he end up in the universe just by closing and opening his eyes? Could it be that I've been kidnapped by the dog system? He muttered to himself. But after thinking it over carefully, he realized he had nothing now, so the system kidnapping him made no sense. Suddenly, a huge meteor hurtled toward him. Chufeng hurriedly raised his hand to block it, and the moment they made contact, the surrounding scenery shifted again. When he opened his eyes, the starry river had transformed into a courtyard shrouded in mist. The courtyard's features were obscured by the fog, while outside the yard, 3 ancient pines stood tall, and a few cranes danced in the air, occasionally calling out, "Come in, child." A familiar, gentle, and cool voice sounded, instantly dispelling the distractions in Chu Feng's mind. He straightened his clothes and stepped into the courtyard. Passing through the mist outside, Chu Feng finally saw the courtyard clearly. The yard was simple, with a small pond beside a modest house, where several green lotuses bloomed. On a stone table by the pond, a cup of hot tea was gently steaming, releasing a fragrant aroma. The owner of the voice sat beside the stone table, beckoning Chu Feng over. Chu Feng hurried forward and respectfully saluted, "Old ancestor, your descendant Yunzhong." Chu Feng pays respects. "Good child, sit quickly and have some tea." The voice was warm and kind. It turned out this was the ancestor of the Yunzhong clan, Yunzhong Huachen. Just a few hours ago, Chu Feng had been using the ancestor's name to scare off Zhu Jian. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. Could it be that the ancestor knew about this and called him here? He had even told Zhu Jian he was a lost soul. Perhaps he had angered the ancestor. Don't be nervous, drink the tea." The ancestor smiled and handed him the cup. Chu Feng dared not be negligent and took a gentle sip. The tea entered his mouth, and he immediately felt invigorated. His chakra even seemed to increase. Though amazed, Chu Feng still savored it carefully, afraid of being disrespectful. If he truly angered the ancestor, he might never return. But that would be fine too if trapped here. His dream was almost fulfilled, to live quietly on this unknown little mountain. Seeing this, Yunzhong Huachen nodded silently, thinking, if my descendant can't resist such a temptation, he is really too weak. After finishing the tea, the ancestor said no more. Chu Feng spoke first. "Old ancestor summoned me, what are your instructions?" Yunzhong Huachen saw his nervousness and laughed. "You just now impersonated me quite well, even scared your master silly." Chu Feng blushed, not expecting the ancestor to be so straightforward. He wondered if this matter shouldn't be so openly discussed. "Junior," is because before he could finish, the ancestor interrupted, "I already know the reason. Your fate is extraordinary. You even managed to capture a fragment of my divine consciousness left in this realm." This realm? Chu Feng's heart stirred. It seemed the ancestor was truly from another world. "That's right, I am not from this realm." Yunzhong Huachen sighed. "I accidentally came here long ago, met a woman, and stayed for 100 years. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. After the woman passed away, I shattered the void and returned to my original realm." Chu Feng tentatively asked, "Old ancestor seemed to love her deeply. Why didn't you take her with you?" Yunzhong Huachen shook his head and sighed. "The people of this realm are weak, their bodies cannot withstand the pressure of escape. At that time, I was also powerless to take her away." Chu Feng felt a bit regretful in his heart, but thinking that having a beloved companion to grow old with, the ancestor's wife probably wouldn't feel regretful. "I could only bring her soul back to the original world and reconstruct her body." Chu Feng thought to himself, what a waste of feelings, why not just say it all at once instead of panting for so long? He suddenly realized that the ancestor had been talking for a long time but hadn't said why he summoned him. "Ancestor, you haven't said what you summoned me here for, have you?" Yunzhong Huachen smiled slightly and said, "A wisp of my divine consciousness was captured by your opportunity a year ago and was only freed just now. But my magical power has been exhausted, so I sent you here." Chu Feng was speechless for a moment, thinking the ancestor had come out of the system and was imprisoned until the experience card he exchanged for ended. It didn't seem like he was here to punish him. This wisp of divine consciousness originally existed to prevent the family's extinction. "Since your crisis has been resolved, it can be considered complete." Saying that, Yunzhong Huachen took out 2 crystal clear eggs like white jade from his sleeve, emitting a rosy glow. These are crane eggs, which can be used to make spirit beasts for control. Chu Feng stared at the crane eggs in his hand, his eyes lighting up. He had always wanted to find spirit beasts, and the ancestor actually gave him 2 at once. And they were cranes. Once they grow up, they would be invincible. Seeing his satisfaction, Yunzhong Huachen reminded him, "These 2 crane eggs have extremely high potential, but how far they grow depends on your own cultivation." Chu Feng took the crane eggs and nodded solemnly. "I understand, thank you, ancestor." Yunzhong Huachen nodded, his gaze filled with reluctance, then his body turned into mist and gradually dissipated. "Without this wisp of divine consciousness, I would never find the way to this world again. The future of the Yunzhong clan is in your hands." As his words fell, he completely vanished. The courtyard disappeared along with him, leaving only darkness. After a while, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found himself back at home. He couldn't tell if what just happened was a dream or reality, but seeing the two crystal clear crane eggs beside him, he couldn't help but smile. It's not a dream, the two crane eggs are still here. He carefully cupped the crane egg, confirming it was undamaged before finally feeling at ease. But the problem arose, the crane egg was fine, but how to incubate it? He definitely couldn't hatch it himself. Was he supposed to hold it every day? That wouldn't work. A thought flashed through his mind, how about finding an old hen to help incubate the egg? I remember Aunt Kato has an old hen, maybe I can borrow it tomorrow? The two families had a good relationship, so Aunt Kato probably wouldn't mind it was just borrowing an old hen to hatch an egg after all. If there was a chance to hatch a crane, then his life wouldn't have been in vain. No time to waste, let us do it. At this moment, the old hen at Mrs. Kato's house was leisurely strolling in the yard, completely unaware that she was about to become a mother. If she could talk, she would definitely complain, "You're really putting me old hen through a hard time." Chu Feng opened the system store and continued searching, hoping to find something like an experience card. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Perhaps, as the ancestors said, his existence was only to handle the family crisis. But now Chu Feng didn't need it much anymore, since the biggest crisis had already passed. There were still several years before the first ninja war, enough time for him to improve his strength. Chu Feng spent 20,000 com points to exchange for 2 spirit seeding seeds from the system store, leaving him with 19,300 com points. Almost 20,000 points remained, enough to handle emergencies. A flash of blue light passed, and 2 blood-red, pulsating seeds appeared in his hands. Their appearance was truly unappealing. If not for the system's introduction, Chu Feng would have thought he bought forbidden items. He placed the 2 heart-like spirit seeding seeds on top of the 2 crane eggs. The seeds quickly spread out vein-like substances, wrapping around the eggshells. Gradually. Sometimes, he would wave and greet Chu Feng, saying good morning. But Chu Feng flew too fast to respond at all. What should have been a journey of 10 or even 30 minutes, Chu Feng reached the mountaintop in 5 minutes. As a result, everyone else hadn't arrived yet. He was the only one there. Arriving early wasn't bad either. He could stand on the mountaintop and watch the sunrise. After about 10 minutes, everyone gradually arrived at the mountaintop. Seeing that Chu Feng had come early, everyone was quite envious. Who wouldn't want to fly in the sky? But very few ninjas can actually fly. Ordinary ninjas who want to fly can only rely on bird-type summoning beasts. Once everyone was gathered, they all got together to talk about the chaos from last night. Kagami and Yuri were both present, but they didn't talk much about it. Chu Feng clearly noticed the dark circles under Yuri's eyes. After such a harrowing experience last night, who could sleep well? Chu Feng, you look quite energetic, Yuri said tiredly. She hadn't slept a wink all night and looked terrible. Yeah, I heard from the Senju clan about the chaos, so I went to bed early, Chu Feng asked gently. Are you okay? Yuri shook her head and forced a smile. Not really. Being alive to see you today is already very lucky. Although she had gone on missions with her brother a few times, it was only after yesterday's life or death moment that she truly understood what fear was. She also felt very weak and helpless. Chu Feng patted her shoulder and offered some comforting words, though he wasn't sure if they helped. At this moment, Hashirama and Tobarama suddenly appeared above Yin Yen. Everyone immediately stopped chatting and lined up. Good spirits, kids, Hashirama said with a smile. He had just returned to the village last night and heard about the Uchiha internal conflict, which gave him a headache. Madara had just been dealt with after his betrayal, and now the Uchiha were in turmoil again. Fortunately, Tobarama said it had already been quelled. Hashirama summoned Uchiha Shintaro and Teruwaki for a talk overnight, and the results were good, earning high praise. Teacher, you're here, Torikes greeted with a smile. For some reason, Hashirama looked at him with a bit more meaning. Hashirama nodded at Torikes, then said to everyone, the village is about to carry out an important plan. Hearing this, everyone was curious if it was related to last night's unrest. Hashirama didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, in the near future, the village will launch a tailed beast capture operation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They had thought it was about last night's incident, but it turned out to be about capturing the tailed beasts. The book recorded that the tailed beasts were powerful, 9 in total, each with different abilities. Even if killed, they could revive after some time. Lord Hashirama was actually going to capture such beings? Nichiren, Danzo, and Akimichi Torikes will go with Sarutobi Sasuke next week to capture the 8 tails. Kagami, Koharu, and Hanu will go with Uchiha Teruwaki to capture the 7 tails. Nichiren and the others accepted the orders without hesitation. The ninja leading the teams reflected the importance of the mission. Sasuke and Teruaki were both clan heads with prominent strength and status.
The involvement of such high-level ninjas showed how seriously the Hokage took this matter.
Torakaze. Hashirama hesitated in his heart. Although Torakaze was strong, he was only 7 years old.
Sending him to capture a tailed beast made Hashirama uneasy.
Perhaps he was also worried about unexpected accidents and not being able to explain to the Cloud Elder from yesterday. After all, the Elder had given Konoha a great gift yesterday, and now his grandson was being sent on a high-risk mission, which was somewhat unsettling.
Torakaze sensed his master's difficulty.
If the master gave the task, it would break his principles. As a disciple, he should share his teacher's worries.
Moreover, he had fought Uchiha Madara and had not been defeated.
Master, I am already a ninja, Torakaze said firmly. Indeed, he had long worn his forehead protector and become a true ninja. Hashirama recalled that he had once said Torakaze was different from other children and immediately dispelled his doubts. Cloud S. Torakaze, go with Tobirama to capture the 6 tails.
Departure next week.
Chisato's strength is still shallow, so she will not be assigned to participate in this mission. Although Chisato was somewhat disappointed, she was also clear about her own strength. She had made considerable progress over the past year, but it was not enough to capture a tailed beast. Going would only be like bringing snacks.
Kaze could act alongside Tobirama, and she was somewhat envious.
After all, his strength was evident. Even Tsunade often lost to him, let alone herself.
Ding, mission accepted, capture the 6 tails, mission rank S. Kaze thought to himself that this system would definitely reward a lot of comm points.
Following a strong person to capture a tailed beast, he was confident there would be no major problems.
Although Tobirama was not as strong as Hashirama, he was second only to their master.
The 6 tails was of medium strength among the tailed beasts, making the difficulty much lower, but caution was still necessary since none of the tailed beasts were benign.
Even the weakest tailed beast was not someone just anyone could provoke. After assigning the mission, Hashirama gave a few instructions and then dismissed Hizashi and the others.
Hizashi and the others were already 17 years old. There was little more they could learn from Tobirama, nor did they need special training.
Kaze and Chisato then began their training for the day.
Over the past year, Hashirama had not only taught them taijutsu but also arranged training based on their individual strengths. As a result, both of their abilities had improved significantly.
However, Hashirama was not good at genjutsu, so Chisato could only go home to learn this from her father or grandfather.
After a whole morning of training, Tofu and Chisato were drenched in sweat. Hashirama's training was just at their limit, not putting too much strain on their bodies, but maximizing their strength improvement. Although both were tired, they felt it was worth it.
Let us go, Chisato, time to eat, Tofu said, wiping his sweat.
Chisato shook her head. She hadn't rested well last night and had trained all morning, so she couldn't hold on any longer.
Tofu, I'm going back to rest first. Tofu understood and, worried she might faint on the way, escorted her home. After seeing Chisato enter the clan territory, he turned and left.
With Chisato not around, there was no need to go to the barbecue shop, so he just bought some food to take home. Just as he entered the door, he suddenly remembered he wanted to borrow a hen to hatch eggs. So he stepped back out and headed toward the Kato household. The two families were neighbors, and it didn't take long to arrive.
3-year-old Dan was playing in the yard when he saw Tofu coming. He quickly ran inside.
Soon, Asamiko came out smiling, with Dan timidly following behind her, peeking out.
Tofu, how have you been these days? Tofu smiled in response, not bad, Aunt Kato.
Then he added, I came to borrow a hen.
Asamiko looked a bit puzzled. Did he want to eat chicken? Want to eat chicken? Come inside, Auntie will kill one for you.
Tofu quickly explained, no, I found 2 eggs and want to hatch a pet, but...
After understanding, Mamiko smiled, so that's how it is. Let me find you a strong hen.
After saying that, she turned and went to the chicken coop.
Duan stood there, wanting to tease Chu Feng, but unexpectedly, he ran away crying. Why is this kid so afraid of me?
Since the first meeting, Duan has been afraid of Chu Feng, and even Mamiko didn't know the reason.
Kids just have people they don't like.
Soon, Mamiko returned, carrying a white hen that looked very sturdy, about twice the size of an ordinary hen.
Come, Chu Feng, see if this one is suitable.
Mamiko specially picked an old hen that had been raised for several years and had hatched several broods of chicks, with rich experience in incubation.
Chu Feng didn't understand these things. As long as it could hatch eggs, it was fine. He took the hen, thanked Mamiko, and went home.
Back at the clan land, Chu Feng found an empty room, laid down straw, placed the crane egg carefully, and then put the hen inside. The new environment made the hen a bit uncomfortable, and it kept clucking inside the room. Chu Feng ignored it and turned to leave. The crane egg shell was very hard, it wouldn't break even if it fell from the table, so there was no need to worry about the hen pecking it. After some busy work, the lunch Chu Feng bought on the way had cooled down. Not wanting to go out again, he had to make do and eat it. A week later, the day to carry out the mission arrived. Before leaving, Chu Feng checked the crane egg. It was the same as a week ago, with no changes. Maybe there would be a surprise when he returned from the mission. Chu Feng arrived at the Hokage's office and happened to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and others just coming out. Hizashi was complaining about something to a middle-aged ninja. Togakure recognized that it should be Sarutobi Sasuke, the current head of the Sarutobi clan, a powerful figure. In this mission to capture the tailed beasts, the Sarutobi clan deployed a large number of ninjas to ensure the task was flawless. Each clan sent troops to participate. The tailed beasts were strong, and a few ninjas alone could hardly cope. This was the first collective mission for Konoha village, and any clan that slipped up would be ridiculed. The Sarutobi clan was responsible for capturing the 8 tails, the Uchiha clan the 7 tails, the Senju clan the 6 tails, the Hyuga clan the 2 tails, and the Aburame clan the 1 tail. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans jointly captured the 3 tails. Hashirama himself dispatched wooden clones to capture the 4 tails and 5 tails. All the tailed beasts would belong to Konoha. Each team had a wooden clone of Hashirama responsible for sealing the tailed beasts, not participating in combat. This was a major operation to strengthen the cohesion of Konoha's clans, which is why Hashirama entrusted it to the major families. Otherwise, a few tailed beasts and several wooden clones could easily handle it. Lord Sasuke, Hizashi, Danzo, and big brother Akimichi Togakure, are you all about to go on a mission? Sarutobi Sasuke recognized Togakure. After all, he was the disciple of the Hokage, with strength even surpassing his own son. Although the little monkey himself didn't admit it. Togakure, yes, we are preparing to capture the 8 tails, Sarutobi Sasuke said with a smile, appearing friendly and approachable. Wishing Lord Sasuke success, I also have to report in. Sarutobi Sasuke listened and thought it wasn't surprising that this kid was also going to participate in the tailed beast capture. After all, with enough strength, gaining more experience outside was good. Back in the day, he had also fought his way up step by step in the ninja world. He patted Togakure on the shoulder, showing his approval. After watching Sarutobi Sasuke leave, Togakure knocked and entered the Hokage's office. Tobirama had long been waiting here, and the operation to capture the 6 tails involved only him and Yukifune. Yukifune was not surprised. He knew Tobirama's strength, and the 6 tails habitat was moist and watery, practically Tobirama's territory. Yukifune has arrived, Hashirama said with a smile. Yes, master. Yukifune then asked Tobirama, Lord Tobirama, when do we set out? The other clans have already started moving. Tobirama nodded, we move immediately. But this time, keep it low-key, don't attract the attention of other villages. However, with so many ninjas suddenly missing from the village, including clan leaders, it was clear something big was happening. They had to act quickly and decisively, finishing the capture before others could react. Hashirama took a piece of pure white jade from his bosom. It was a gift from Yukifune in his capacity as the old ancestor of the cloud. Take this, Tobirama. Brother, what is this? Tobirama asked, puzzled, not understanding why he was given a piece of white jade. This is a sealing technique. It can easily seal a tailed beast, with almost no weaknesses, even I can't break it. Tobirama thought to himself, is the sealing technique really that powerful? Even my wife's Uzumaki clan's sealing technique has flaws. This matter is complicated, we'll talk more when we return. Tobirama took the white jade half in doubt and tucked it into his bosom. Then let us set out, big brother. Hashirama waved his hand, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. Go, and don't get hurt. Tobirama smiled. It was just a tailed beast, it couldn't hurt him. Then he left the office with Yukifune. I hope they behave themselves, Hashirama said softly. He didn't want to start another war, but for the long-term peace and stability of Konoha, capturing the tailed beasts was necessary. The words of the cloud ancestor made him ponder repeatedly, strength must be in one's own hands to command respect. Hashirama hoped the major ninja villages would show some face and turn a blind eye to Konoha's current operation. Otherwise, Lord Tobirama, where is the 6 tails? Kaze asked. He really didn't know. The anime never mentioned which country the 6 tails was in before capture. In the land of hot water, the 6 tails lives in an underground cave. Big Brother had long planned to capture the tailed beast and had already done the investigation. The land of hot water? Isn't that the place with many hot springs? In later times, the land of hot water is famous for tourism, a peaceful little island. Because it is remote and small in territory, other major countries have no interest in occupying it.
Over time, people got used to peace, and even ninjas became redundant. After all, this is the later era. Kaze only hoped the ninjas of Hot Water Village wouldn't cause trouble for themselves. They were just here to capture the tailed beast and did not want to make enemies with the Hot Water Ninjas. Lord Tobarama, how strong are the ninjas of Hot Water Village? Kaze asked. Tobarama answered without much thought, no famous ninjas, overall strength is weak. Kaze thought the same.
If they were strong, the village would have tried to expand long ago, not just guard a small island. Tobarama used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly bring Kaze to the back mountain of the village.
For a secret mission, of course, they couldn't just walk out the front gate openly.
Tobarama jumped onto a tree branch and moved through the forest, with Kaze following behind.
Tobarama deliberately slowed down to avoid leaving Kaze behind. Half an hour later, the two left the Konoha village area. Tobarama stopped and said, "The land of hot water is on the sea, we have to take a boat." Kaze nodded.
Rivers can be crossed with ninjutsu, but crossing the sea cannot unless you have flying ninjutsu or a large summoning beast, otherwise, you must take a boat.
Where do we find a boat? Kaze asked.
The coastline of the Land of Fire is far from the Land of Hot Water, shipbuilding technology is limited, and long voyages are difficult.
Konoha usually only trades by sea with the Land of Whirlpools, which is close enough for their boats.
First go to the Land of Iron, and borrow passage to the Land of Hot Water.
Small countries usually have connections, Tobarama said. Kaze was familiar with the name Land of Iron. It is a neutral country in the future and the last sanctuary of the samurai.
With the spread of the ninja village system, many samurai became ninjas, and Bushido gradually disappeared.
The Land of Iron still upholds Bushido, and samurai look down on ninjas. Would the Land of Iron really establish diplomatic relations with the Land of Hot Water? Kaze was skeptical.
But since Tobarama said so, he must be confident. After briefing the plan, the two set off again toward the Land of Hot Water. The journey was smooth, no dangers encountered, but the distance was long, so they stayed in tree hollows for several nights. The forest was vast, and Kaze kept an eye out for creatures suitable to be summoning beasts. The more summoning beasts, the better. As long as you have summoning seeds, you can cultivate strong beasts. Unfortunately, even near the border of the Land of Fire, no gifted animals were found. They could only rely on luck. If luck is bad, even traveling the ends of the earth, you might still miss your chance. The surrounding trees gradually deepened in color, their branches upright. Xufeng recognized these as black iron trees, their trunks as hard as steel. These trees are excellent for making scabbards and handles, difficult to cut down, and expensive.
Seeing a large area of black iron trees, Feijian stopped. "We have entered the Iron Kingdom."
He lightly tapped the tree trunk, producing a crisp metallic sound. Feijian laughed. Having a treasure land but unable to utilize it is truly painful. Xufeng swung the crystal blade in his hand, slashing at the tree trunk. With a crack, the crystal blade broke, leaving only a white mark on the trunk.
Feijian patted his head. "Let's go, head towards the coast."
Before leaving Konoha, the two changed into casual clothes, and Feijian disguised himself, fearing recognition.
"Understood, Lord Feijian." They continued forward. Night fell, and the two arrived at a small village.
The village was mostly elderly, weak, women, and children, with kids playing with wooden samurai swords. The way of the warrior was deeply ingrained from childhood.
After a brief discussion, they decided to stay overnight in the village. Feijian's disguise was flawless, no one saw through it.
Just as they entered the village entrance, an 8 or 9-year-old boy blocked their way. His voice was childish but firm. "Stop.
Who are you?" Feijian calmly replied, "My name is Ikeda Tsushima, and he is my son Ikeda Tatsuya. We are travelers, seeking to stay for one night." The little boy remained cautious. "Open your bag." Tojima immediately complied. Inside the bag were only clothes, some silver coins, and a few cakes. After confirming the two were harmless, the boy relaxed his tone. "Welcome to Gantian village. My name is Sanfun, and I am the guardian here."
Xufeng was astonished, thinking to himself, just by casually entering a village in the Iron Country, I've met a future leader. This Sanfun would one day become the leader of the Iron Country, the top warrior in the ninja world, with formidable strength.
Xufeng suppressed his expression, unnoticed by Tojima. Tojima asked, "Little Sanfun, where are your elders? Why aren't they here?" Sanfun's expression turned somber. "They have all gone to pursue their own warrior paths." "Is this your first time in the Iron Country?" Tojima nodded. Sanfun said the Iron Country is a land of warriors. Everyone, whether gifted or not, wants to become a warrior. The way of the warrior is a process of constant pursuit and breakthrough.
Therefore, many have become obsessed with the warrior's path, even abandoning their families. No one cares for the elderly or children, and they all gather here. Sanfun's words made him seem somewhat lonely, as if he himself was a child abandoned by his father. Tojima wanted to comfort him and reached out to pat his head, but Sanfun dodged.
Don't underestimate me. I've already killed many mountain bandits. I will protect this village well. At first glance, Tojima felt Sanfun was no ordinary boy despite his young age. He had a firm ambition.
If he did not die young, he would surely become an important figure, perhaps leading this lost country back on track.
Do you want to become a warrior? Tojima asked. Mifune answered without hesitation, of course I want to.
When I grow a bit older, I'll go to the capital to study the way of the samurai.
Tojima nodded without saying much. After all, he was just a traveler. Let's go. I'll take you to my house to rest for one night. You have to leave early tomorrow morning.
The two were not angry at Mifune's words. After all, it was their first meeting, and being able to stay overnight was already good.
Moreover, Tojima and Shufeng would also leave tomorrow.
From the village entrance to Mifune's house, many villagers watched them warily along the way. Mifune introduced the two's background to everyone, and the villagers finally relaxed. The village was mostly made up of the elderly, weak, women, and children. There were few young people with any samurai background.
The samurai moves Mifune learned were also taught by the villagers. Though simple, they laid the foundation. Mifune led them to a small courtyard where a few poultry were free-ranging. This is my home. It might be a bit messy, please don't mind. Tojima nodded to show it was fine and followed him into the courtyard.
Shufeng looked at the chickens in the yard and thought of the hen at his own home that was incubating eggs, wondering if any had hatched. After entering the house, Shufeng placed his bundle on the table and sat down to rest. The house was small and had few pieces of furniture but was clean and tidy.
You two rest here.
I'll go get some food, Mifune said and then left.
Lord Tojima, when do we depart? Shufeng asked quietly.
The village is still some distance from the seaside.
Rest first, and we'll leave at dawn.
The two spoke softly to avoid drawing attention. Although no one in the village dared to provoke them, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Being cautious was never wrong. Before long, Mifune returned, carrying a plate of unfamiliar wild vegetables and a few pancakes. These are wild vegetables unique to the land of iron.
They taste pretty good, give them a try. No one refused. Everyone took a bit and tasted it. Indeed, the flavor was much fresher and more delicious than ordinary vegetables.
To avoid letting Tobikura discover his space ring, Tofu had to rely on ration pills these past few days, enduring great hardship. He made a firm decision that this time, when he returned, he would definitely learn space ninjutsu, which would allow him to store items without arousing suspicion. After the meal, Tofu wanted to help Mifune clean up but was politely declined on the grounds of being a guest.
He didn't mind having no chores, was actually relaxing.
As dusk fell, there was only one bed in the house.
Mifune let Tobikura and Tofu sleep on it, while he laid a mat on the floor.
Tobikura gestured for Tofu to take the bed, but Tofu declined. After refusing in vain, he finally agreed.
Thus, the night passed. The next morning, Mifune woke up to find he was alone in the house and exclaimed, "Where is everyone?"
His gaze swept to the table, where he saw a brand new samurai sword. The morning light reflected off the blade, which gleamed coldly.
What a fine sword! He picked it up and toyed with it. The weight was just right.
Drawn by the sword, he momentarily forgot that the two travelers had left.
Upon reflection, he felt their identities were extraordinary and not simple.
He had only let them stay overnight, yet they left such a precious sword behind. This was the first sword of his life.
On the table was also a deep blue cloth bag. Opening it revealed a bag full of money.
On top was a note: "Stay on your path, keep moving forward." These words greatly encouraged Mifune. He was the first person outside the village to support him. If fate allows us to meet again, as long as we are not enemies of the land of iron, we will always be friends. But in the vast sea of people, meeting again would be truly rare. At this time, Tobikura and Tofu had arrived at the port village of the land of iron, from where they could take a boat directly to the land of hot water. The samurai sword and money bag were left by Tofu. Tobikura had no interest in these things. After all, they were just children, and the future was unpredictable. But Tofu was different. He could see Mifune's potential, and sponsoring him was a way to leave a good impression. This port village was very different from Mifune's village. It was one of the more prosperous places in the land of iron, with a large population and a normal social structure, unlike Mifune's village, which was mostly elderly, weak, women, and children. After a brief inquiry, the village gate guards let them through, as many people came to take boats daily and it was impossible to check everyone thoroughly. After entering the village, the first thing the two did was gather intelligence.
Tobikura learned from an old fishmonger that the village was protected by samurai. The boat to the land of hot water would not depart until the afternoon, so they had to wait a while longer. Tofu suggested finding a small restaurant to eat something first, and Tobikura agreed. He noticed that Tofu really disliked eating ration pills. He himself found the taste unbearable and could only swallow them reluctantly. When the dishes were all served, the two began discussing how to quickly deal with and seal the six tails. But the real battle had too many variables, so they could only formulate a strategy based on the six tails' abilities. Tofu also told Tobikura that he had developed a new bloodline limit ice release and believed it would be useful this time. Tobikura asked if it was like the ice release of the Minazuki clan, but Tofu shook his head, saying he didn't know. He poured a glass of wine and lightly touched the rim with his fingertip. The wine immediately froze into ice cubes. Tobikura looked and said, "Sure enough, it's ice release, quite similar to the Minazuki clan's." Tofu scratched his head and said, "It was accidentally created while developing a new technique. I haven't studied many ninjutsu yet." Tobikura laughed. "No matter, adaptability on the battlefield is most important." After the dishes were served, the two ate and chatted, and time passed quickly. The boat was about to set sail. They paid and boarded, finding a quiet corner. Speaking of which, this was Tofu's first time taking a boat out to sea. He hadn't done so in either his previous or current life, so this made up for that regret. The ship set sail, the weather was fine, and the sea was calm. Standing on the deck, facing the sea breeze and looking at the boundless ocean, the mood was pleasant. Unknown seabirds flew around, occasionally resting on the mast. Xufeng asked the sailor, "How long to the land of hot springs?" The sailor answered warmly, "Not far, we'll arrive by evening." Xufeng thanked him, and the sailor smiled and continued his work. Xufeng had thought they would sail all night, but unexpectedly, they could arrive in half a day. They had been struggling since leaving the village, and this mission would probably take about half a month. After knowing the exact time, Xufeng no longer asked and quietly sat beside Tobarama. The journey was smooth, and the two deliberately chose a quiet place to avoid disturbance. They encountered no villains or bandits and arrived safely at the land of hot springs. Stepping onto the land, Xufeng stretched and said, "Finally arrived. Let's rest for a night first. Tomorrow we start looking for the cave where the six tails is hiding. We only have a rough location, no exact spot." The real challenge was just beginning. The land of hot springs was full of hot springs and volcanoes, with many underground caves. Even with only a general direction, it would save a lot of time. Xufeng did not complain. After all, they were not here to capture the tailed beast but to arrest it. Upon landing, they were checked by locals, but their identities were perfect and not exposed, allowing them to enter the land of hot springs easily. They casually found an inn to stay. Xufeng went to the port village to buy some dry food, which increased the weight, but he thought it was better than eating soldier rations. Early the next morning, the two set off in the direction of the six tails. The land of hot springs lived up to its name. Along the way, ponds bubbled, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The steam from the hot springs invigorated Xufeng. The cave area was shrouded in morning mist. Xufeng exhaled clouds that blended into it, manipulating the mist to spread into every cave entrance. After a while, no chakra lifeforms were sensed. The six tails is a giant slug. Don't just check the big caves. Slugs can squeeze into anywhere, Tobarama reminded. Xufeng then manipulated the mist into medium and small caves and finally found traces. "Lord Tobarama, I found chakra traces, suspected to be left by the six tails during movement." Direction? Northwest, a medium-sized cave. After confirming the location, the two set off immediately. The cave was damp and waterlogged, and a flock of bats was startled as they entered. Following the direction sensed by the mist, they did not get lost and quickly found the traces. Tobarama scooped up some water and touched the slippery substance, which was some kind of animal fluid. Definitely left by the six tails. The slime extended deeper into the cave, and the two followed the traces further. Xufeng kept sending the mist ahead to scout because the cave terrain was complex, and a slight misstep could lead to a bottomless pit. The deeper they went, the darker it became. The cracks in the cave ceiling disappeared, and they had to rely on perception and torches to find their way. Passing a corner, Xufeng's expression suddenly changed. He pushed Tobarama away sharply but was immediately engulfed by a waterfall like pale yellow acid. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind. "Human, leave my territory." A giant white slug with six tails slowly crawled out, its hands gripping the walls. Seeing Xufeng swallowed by the acid, Tobarama rushed forward without hesitation, ignoring the slug's words. The slug roared angrily, "Human, how dare you ignore me?" It sprayed thick acid mist from its mouth, corroding the cave walls on contact.
Tobarama performed a water release technique, forming a fierce water dragon from beneath his feet that lunged at the six tails, dispersing the acid mist. The water dragon struck the six tails, only staggering it slightly without causing real damage. Then, Tobarama used a crystal release technique. A crystal serpent burst out from the acid river, biting the six tails fiercely. The venom spread quickly, crystallizing half of its tail. But the crystallized part began to twist, turning into mucus and falling off, while the six tails' main body remained unharmed. The six tails roared angrily, "Arrogant humans, all of you stay." It spat out countless bubbles, quickly filling the cave. The bubbles exploded upon contact with the walls, the sound deafening. "It wants to collapse the cave and bury us alive," Tobarama exclaimed in his heart. Although the tailed beast was strong, the cave collapse wouldn't affect it much, but humans would struggle to withstand falling rocks. Clearly, these two were no ordinary people. Tobarama performed crystal escape. A huge hexagonal crystal pillar shot up into the sky, encasing the falling rocks. Countless small crystal pillars emerged from the ground, supporting the cave that was about to collapse. Taking Wind waved his hand, and countless flower buds instantly sprouted on the crystal pillars, shooting toward the six tails. The buds rained down like arrows, covering the massive six tails, turning it into a living target, instantly pierced all over. The six tails tried to use mucus to separate the hit areas, but the buds exploded simultaneously, their sharp petals stabbing into its body. The intense pain made it scream out loud. Even the tailed beast could hardly endure it. But it wasn't over yet. As Taking Wind's attack landed, Tobarama immediately charged forward. He formed hand seals, and a huge whirlpool spun beneath his feet. A large amount of water inside the cave gathered above his head, forming a massive water sphere. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. The water sphere exploded instantly, and a fierce water dragon roared as it lunged at the six tails. The six tails had just recovered from the pain when it was bitten by the water dragon. It desperately swung its short arms, trying to tear the water dragon apart, but the chance was gone. With a roar, the water dragon exploded, the immense force knocking the six tails back, causing it to fall against the wall. "Humans, you have gone too far." Six Tails looked up, red and blue chakra merging into a small black sphere in front of its mouth, growing larger and larger. "Baijadama! The strongest move of the tailed beast, watch out!" Tobarama shouted to Chofu behind him. Chofu nodded, aware of the power of the Baijadama. He had also captured the nine tails, but without an experience card now, he had to rely on himself to deal with it. "I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you out. After the Baijadama explodes, I'll come back to deal with the six tails." With that, Tobarama placed his hand on Chofu's shoulder, preparing to use Flying Thunder God. "Wait, Lord Tobarama, the Baijadama explosion will attract the attention of the Land of Hot Water." "I can handle it," Tobarama said sternly. "Do you know how powerful the Baijadama is?" "You only dare say that because you haven't seen its true power." Chofu remained calm. "Don't worry, I'm confident. I won't be reckless." Tobarama reluctantly nodded. "If it doesn't work, I'll take you out immediately." The Baijadama's explosion speed couldn't catch up with Flying Thunder God. Tobarama was very confident in himself, otherwise, he would have retreated earlier. The Baijadama formed, radiating a purple-black light that exuded despair. Life turned to dust before it. The six tails swallowed the Baijadama in one gulp, then suddenly spat it out. "Baijadama!" The Baijadama shot out like a small sun, emitting an orange-yellow glow. Chofu stood in the path it had to pass, his expression calm. He could even feel the heat of the Baijadama. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Chofu stretched out his left hand, and the Baijadama instantly touched both his hands. Yotan, reverse, crane crying scattering blossom technique. Boom! Thick clouds burst apart, and three pure white cranes flew out, disappearing in an instant. Chofu's hands were intact, and the Baijadama vanished without a trace. Tobarama and the six tails were both shocked. In all their years, they had never seen anyone so easily block a tailed beast orb. "Xufeng, what is this?" Tobarama knew clearly this should be a new technique developed by Xufeng, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand the principle. This was originally a travel ninjutsu from Cloud Release, allowing the body to transform into a cloud crane. One day when I was free, I tried reversing this technique, and unexpectedly, the effect turned out to be so powerful. Xufeng felt a bit embarrassed. After all, this technique was not his original creation, but it was an improvement, turning a travel ninjutsu into a new skill that could disrupt enemy ninjutsu, a significant enhancement. Tobarama nodded repeatedly. He no longer wanted to say things like, "Xufeng, you really are a genius," since he had said that too many times already. Every so often, Xufeng would come up with new tricks that left Tobarama deeply impressed. In ancient times, I saw people who could control clouds. I never thought I would meet one today. The Six-Tails voice was sharp, like a crying baby, giving one goosebumps.
That must be an elder from my clan.
The Six-Tails did not reply but tried hard to recall the scenes it had witnessed back then. At that time, it was just a small slug following the sage of the six paths, and had seen a man controlling mist laughing and talking with the sage. Now, seeing his descendant, it sighed at how time flies.
Why have you come here?
The Six-Tails' tone was calm, no longer as violent as when they first met.
My village needs your power, Xufeng answered lightly.
He did not understand why the Six-Tails' attitude suddenly changed, but in any case, it would eventually be sealed.
Do the other tailed beasts face the same fate as I do?
The Six-Tails asked. Xufeng almost blurted out that the Nine Tails had been captured, but he bit his tongue to hold back. Tobarama stepped forward and said to the Six-Tails, "The Nine Tails has also been caught." The Six-Tails was stunned. It did not expect that the strongest Nine Tails had also been captured, and it admired the ninja of the village for their skill. Not only the Nine Tails, but the other tailed beasts will also be captured to become the power of Konoha Ninja Village. The Six-Tails roared angrily, spewing dense acidic mist from its mouth, corroding even the crystal pillars of the wind extraction technique with a sizzling sound.
Then let's see if you have the ability.
Acid, acidic mist, and foam surged wildly, attacking the entire cave. The acidic gas spread, the ground shook violently, and debris fell everywhere. Although the crystal pillars were sturdy, they kept cracking under the relentless bombardment, leaving only the largest one standing, covered in cracks. Wind extraction hurriedly summoned more crystal pillars to support the cave, while Tobarama launched ninjutsu attacks on the Six-Tails' main body.
For the tailed beasts, physical attacks were useless.
Swords and blades struck its body but couldn't even cut through the slime. Instead, they were corroded by the acid, losing their effectiveness.
Lord Tobarama,
use this. Wind extraction took out the crane cry sword from the space ring and threw it directly to Tobarama. Ordinary swords couldn't harm the tailed beasts, but the crane cry sword was different. Tobarama drew the sword and slashed at the Six-Tails. The sharp blade cut through the Six-Tails' skin, easily opening a wound. However, there was no blood, and the wound healed instantly.
What a nuisance, Tobarama said calmly.
He had thought the Six-Tails wasn't very strong, and that was indeed the case. But this slippery slug was very tough, and they hadn't been able to inflict effective damage all this time. The Six-Tails was also very annoyed. It even used its tailed beast orbs but posed little threat to them. It didn't want to be restrained, having grown used to freedom. It condensed red and blue chakra in its mouth, and this time the tailed beast orbs became very small, only the size of eggs, but were sprayed faster, one after another, like a hail of bullets. Wind extraction couldn't decompose them all and had to keep dodging to find opportunities. The Six-Tails had a slight advantage and kept spitting out mini-tailed beast orbs to attack the two.
The tailed beast's body chakra was abundant and could be consumed continuously.
The two had less chakra and had to find a way to break the deadlock. Tobarama seized the gap between the Six-Tails' tailed beast orb bursts and quickly formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. As he finished speaking, four coffins slowly emerged from the ground. The coffin lid slammed heavily on the ground, and four people covered in cracks stepped out, their eyes hollow and expressionless, like the dead.
Wind extraction glanced at Tobarama in surprise and said, "Using Edo Tensei to capture the tailed beast?"
Clearly, their master had forbidden it, but Tobarama had secretly used four living people.
Tobarama controlled the four Edo Tensei ninja to attack the Six-Tails.
The Six-Tails, seeing these non-living beings, emitted a repulsive aura. It aimed a tailed beast orb at them, which exploded on impact, easily killing them.
It immediately turned toward Tobarama and wind extraction. But the four ninjas surprisingly reassembled piece by piece, restoring their human forms.
Mutually detonating explosive tags. The four ninjas surrounded the Six-Tails, reaching into their chests to pull out explosive tags, one after another, triggering chain explosions that set off more explosive tags. The Edo Tensei ninja continuously created new explosive tags, forming a constant point-blank detonation with tremendous power. The power was no less than that of a small-tailed beast orb. The slime on the Six-Tails' body made the explosive tags stick firmly, exploding before they could fall off.
The explosions were deafening, shaking the cave violently.
If it weren't for the crystal pillars continuously summoned by wind extraction, the cave would have collapsed long ago. Wind extraction was extremely excited at this moment. He had been shocked by the second Hokage's use of mutually detonating explosive tags with Edo Tensei in the anime, but seeing it in person made his heart surge even more.
Humans, ah!
The Six-Tails was precisely blasted by countless explosive tags, unable to finish its words, but wind extraction could feel its deep hatred.
Tobirama ignored it and continued controlling the Edo Tensei ninja to bombard it relentlessly. Whenever the six tails tried to escape, they immediately intercepted it. The corner of the cave where they first encountered the six tails had been blasted open, revealing a large pool of water inside, clearly the six tails' resting place. Unfortunately, it would probably never return there again. The bombing with the mutually detonating tags lasted a full 20 minutes. The six tails tried to escape multiple times, either intercepted by Tobirama or blocked by the crystal barrier set by Torikes. It was bombarded until utterly exhausted, finally collapsing heavily to the ground. As the smoke cleared, the six tails' body had turned charred black, its mucus dried into a thin layer of skin that could be blown off with a light puff. Tobirama sighed, capturing the tailed beast was necessary for the village's future. Although they lived in seclusion and rarely harmed others, their immense power inevitably attracted covetous eyes. Tobirama took out the white jade piece given by his elder brother. Before he could study it, the jade piece flew on its own above the six tails, releasing a gentle glow, and the massive body of the six tails instantly vanished. The white jade piece slowly returned to Tobirama's hand, engraved with a white slug bearing six tails. Tobirama smiled and said, "This counts as a successful capture. I didn't expect Big Brother's stuff to be so powerful." He wasn't in a hurry to research the principle. Once back in the village, his elder brother would naturally explain it was a secretless bond between brothers. After putting away the white jade piece, Tobirama waved his hand, and 4 coffins appeared. The 4 Edo Tensei ninjas seemed to be pulled back and were quickly sealed inside the coffins, which then slowly closed and sank underground. Seeing Torikes watching intently, Tobirama made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, this is our secret. Don't let Big Brother know." Torikes nodded repeatedly, thinking that doing such a harmful and pointless thing was of no benefit. "Tobirama-sama, is this mission over now?" Torikes asked. Tobirama smiled, feeling good, of course, perfectly completed. "The commotion was too loud just now, we need to leave here quickly." Torikes looked around. The once beautiful cave had turned into a wasteland. Under the six tails' rampage and Tobirama-sama's explosive tags, the entire cave was filled with rubble, utterly devoid of beauty. Tobirama patted Torikes' shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the two were outside the cave. Breathing fresh air, Torikes felt much more comfortable. The thick acidic air inside the cave had caused a dull pain in his lungs. "Tobirama-sama, shall we return to the village now?" Torikes asked. Tobirama shook his head. "Since we're in the land of hot water, we should bring a gift for Tsunade. Tsunade is only a month old. What do you plan to give her?" Torikes was puzzled. A month ago, Konoha village joyfully welcomed the granddaughter of Hashirama, Senju Tsunade's birth, and the entire village cheered for this noble little princess. Although Tobirama had never married, he regarded Tsunade as his own granddaughter, always smiling brightly whenever he saw her. "I don't know. Girls probably like dolls, right? Let us buy her the best one." Tobirama grew increasingly uncertain as he spoke, having never raised a child before. Torikes was helpless and could only buy whatever caught his eye. After all, money was no problem. "Shall we take a stroll around the capital of the land of hot water?" Torikes suggested. Tobirama nodded. "All right, but don't dawdle. After buying the gift, we'll return to the village." The two set off for the capital. On the way, the system notified, "Ding host completed S-rank mission, capture the six tails, reward 10,000 com points." Shufeng smiled, feeling that this mission was worth it. Not sure about the other team's situations, but since all had strong leaders, there should be no major problems. The tailed beast was too powerful, injuries were inevitable. He just hoped everyone could return alive. After leaving the lava cave, other ninja squads arrived and searched everywhere to no avail. Only broken walls and ruins remained, and even the crystals had been taken by Shufeng. Helpless, they could only treat it as a sudden rampage by the six tails and left with their heads hung low. Tobirama and Shufeng arrived at the capital, visited various major shops, and gathered many interesting items. With their bags full, the two set off back to the village. "Hokage-sama, ahead should be the habitat of the eight tails, right?" Sarutobi Sasuke asked. Although Lord Hokage will not take action personally, everyone feels at ease with him around. "That's right, the target is just ahead. This is truly an excellent habitat, surrounded by mountains and waters, with both forests and the sea. Not only suitable for the eight tails to survive, but any animal can also breed here. It is an extremely fertile land. It can even rival the land of fire." Zan listens to the conversation between the Hokage and his father, feeling extremely excited. He is about to battle the tailed beast. This is the first time in his life he has seen a tailed beast, wondering if it will be very different from the description in the books.
Danzo remains as calm as ever, maintaining composure even though the battle is imminent.
Danzo, aren't you excited at all?
We're about to see the tailed beast.
Zan doesn't understand Danzo's indifference. People their age should be fired up. Why is Danzo always so cold?
The tailed beast is just a weapon. Sooner or later it will become Konoha's tool.
There's nothing to be surprised about. It's ultimately something within our grasp. Danzo replies calmly.
He finds Zan's passion a bit troublesome but also appreciates his enthusiasm. It's rare to see him downcast.
Hashirama overhears their words and can't help but laugh.
Different personalities, but both are right. Suddenly, 3 huge octopus tentacles rush out fiercely from behind the mountain, without any warning.
As if appearing out of thin air, less than 50 meters from everyone. Fire style, great fireball.
Sarutobi Sasuke spits out a fireball, instantly burning the tentacle and forcing it to retreat. Danzo, Zan, and Akimichi Torafu attack another tentacle.
The remaining tentacle is handled by the Sarutobi clan ninja. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Danzo spits out a bullet like wind wave aimed at the tentacle.
But the tentacle's skin is thick and tough. The attack has no effect and is blocked with a wave of its hand.
This move enraged it, and it suddenly grabbed at Danzo. Multiplication technique.
Akiyama's body swelled up like a little giant, firmly grabbing the tentacle, but his strength was limited and he struggled to match the tailed beast.
However, he successfully held the tentacle back for a moment. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Wind release, vacuum consecutive waves.
Hizashi spewed out a fierce fire dragon, while Danzo continuously unleashed multiple wind blade slashes at the tentacle. The tentacle, scorched and shriveled by the fire dragon, was then cut open in countless places by the wind blades, causing it to retract in pain. At that moment, a thick purple arm propped up the mountain peak, followed by a huge bull's head emerging.
Sarutobi Sasuke sneered, finally found you, 8 tails.
The 8 tails did not respond and immediately launched an attack, spewing ink like surging waves toward everyone. The ink was blocked from spreading by the mountain walls on both sides, rushing straight at the Konoha group.
Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release. Earth flow wall.
The ground rumbled loudly as a thick earthen wall quickly rose, surrounding the Konoha group completely. The ink struck the earth wall with a fierce sound, but the wall did not move an inch, not even a crack appeared.
Not bad, Sasuke, looks like you haven't been slacking off, Hashirama said with a smile. Sarutobi Sasuke also smiled, serving the village. We can't let others underestimate the Sarutobi clan. He slapped the ground, earth release, rising platform technique.
The earth beneath his feet slowly rose, quickly surpassing the height of the earth wall. The Konoha group faced off against the 8 tails, neither side making a rash move. But the 8 tails finally could no longer hold back, moving all 4 limbs to charge fiercely at the crowd, 8 tentacles shooting out like sharp blades, directly aiming at Sasuke.
Summoning Jutsu.
As the white smoke cleared, a burly ape appeared on the platform.
Sasuke, we've got a tough opponent, the ape demon said in a deep voice. Enough talk, let's go.
The ape demon stared at the 8 flying tentacles, roared, and transformed them into a black staff with eyes. Sasuke swung the staff and a strike. The staff instantly thickened beyond the 8 tails' tentacles, pushing all 8 tails back in one blow.
He leapt high, skillfully weaving through the hills.
Approaching the 8 tails, the black staff expanded again and slammed heavily onto the 8 tails' head, the shock echoing through the valley.
The 8 tails staggered backward, its head dazed from the blow.
The others seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, various ninjutsu striking the 8 tails, wounds gradually appearing.
But the 8 tails' defense was astonishing. It recovered within minutes. After recovering, it counterattacked swiftly.
Red and blue chakra gathered in its mouth, the black-tailed beast ball slowly taking shape. Sasuke's expression grew serious. This was the tailed beast's strongest attack, and he had to give it his all. He had the ape demon revert to its original form to directly attack the 8 tails' main body, while he quickly formed hand seals. Triple attack, earth release earth dragon technique, fire release fire dragon ball technique, wind release gale breaker. The earth dragon soared into the air, climbing and extending along the mountain range. The fire dragon wrapped around it, sparks flying, igniting a forest fire. A fierce wind rose, intensifying the flames, the fire dragon burning as brightly as the sun. However, the 8 tails tailed beast ball exploded outward, turning the mountains, rocks, and trees along its path into powder, leaving only a hollow trail behind. The earth and fire twin dragons collided with the tailed beast orb, causing an earth-shattering explosion, but the earth dragon and fire dragon remained resilient, not easily defeated. The 2 giant dragons circled the tailed beast orb continuously, finally biting fiercely into its surface, triggering a cataclysmic explosion like the end of the world. In an instant, everyone seemed to lose their hearing and sight, only feeling the scorching wind rushing towards them, as if death had arrived. Fortunately, no one died, though some ninjas had their bones broken by flying rocks and lost their combat ability. As expected, it's a tailed beast orb. My ninjutsu can only barely hold it off. Sarutobi Sasuke gritted his teeth. He had clearly underestimated the tailed beast, as just defending against one tailed beast orb consumed a huge amount of chakra. If there were 10 or 20, he might not be able to hold out. Hisashi, Danzo, and others could only watch, releasing 1 or 2 ninjutsu during the 8 tails attack intervals, but they couldn't truly join the battle. Don't be discouraged, you're still just sprouts, Hashirama said, noticing Hisashi's low morale and offering comfort. Hisashi nodded in response. Just as Hashirama was talking with everyone, a tailed beast orb suddenly veered off course and flew straight toward Hashirama. Oh? Targeting me? Hisashi and Danzo hurriedly shielded Hashirama but were easily pushed aside. You really know how to pick your opponent, 8 tails. Hashirama leapt up and shouted, "Would release, would human technique." A wooden giant with a mouth full of fangs appeared in the valley. Hashirama controlled the wooden figure to catch the flying-tailed beast orb barehanded, forcefully pressing it against the 8 tails, then quickly jumped away. Amid the explosion came the 8 tails' painful howl. This was the first time it had been hit by a tailed beast orb and even caught and counterattacked barehanded, a mix of humiliation and pain that made it roar continuously. Sarutobi Sasuke seized the opportunity to release a composite ninjutsu again, the earth and fire twin dragons smashing fiercely into the 8 tails. The blazing fire scorched its tough skin, causing it to char and peel off. As the thick smoke cleared, the 8 tails was covered in wounds but still clung tightly to the mountain peak, using its tail for support, desperately trying to stand. It knew the consequences of being captured. As a tailed beast, it was long accustomed to freedom and could not bear being restrained, especially by weak humans. Just as the 8 tails prepared to gather chakra again, a deep male voice sounded, "Let us end this here, 8 tails. You belong to Konoha. Would release, tree world descent." Countless thick tree vines, as thick as tails, quickly climbed up and tightly wrapped around the 8 tails. The 8 tails struggled desperately but found all its strength was in vain. It finally realized it could not escape. It had already failed and was about to be controlled by others. Hashirama took out a sealed white jade block from his bosom, and a gentle white light shone on the 8 tails. The wounds from the battle immediately vanished, and its stamina was restored to its peak. The next moment, the massive 8 tails was sucked into the white jade block and disappeared. Only then did Sarutobi Sasuke breathe a sigh of relief, secretly admiring the Hokage's strength. Releasing wooden clones to follow each team's actions and still capturing 2-tailed beasts, how terrifying the chakra consumption must be. If it were him, he would have died long ago. He was also glad that he had led his entire clan to join Konoha back then. With such leadership, the village's future was surely bright. With the 8 tails successfully sealed, the ninjas gathered toward Hashirama. Sarutobi Sasuke glanced over the team. No one was missing and smiled. This tailed beast capture mission had no casualties, thanks to the 8 tails attacking first. Perhaps it was tired of this place and wanted a change of environment. After all, no one could guess a tailed beast's thoughts. "All right, everyone, let us return to Konoha," Hashirama ordered, and everyone adjusted their state, preparing to head back. The 8 tails location was far from Kumobikure. Even if discovered, they wouldn't catch up, especially with Hashirama's wooden clones in the team. No one dared act rashly. Hashirama's reputation was far-reaching. Who would dare provoke him? Sarutobi Sasuke's mission was complete, and other teams also gradually finished, successfully sealing the tailed beasts and returning safely to the village. Whenever a ninja suffered a fatal injury, Hashirama would step in to rescue them. As Hokage, he would never allow villagers to die before his eyes. 10 days later, in the Hokage's office, Hashirama looked at the 9 white jade pieces on the table and laughed heartily. "Ha, all 9-tailed beasts now belong to Konoha." The clan leaders also wore smiles on their faces. With the village's strength enhanced and the clans developing better, Konoha could now be called the #1 village in the ninja world. Thank you all for your hard work. The Senju clan will cover the medical expenses for all the injured for 1 year. Make sure to take good care of them. The clan leaders responded in unison, knowing the Hokage cared most about the people. Although no ninja had died, there were many injured, and the costs for treatment and food were high. The Hokage covered the entire year's expenses, easing the burden on the clans. After discussing future development plans, Hashirama stood up to see off the clan leaders. Opportunities for such a gathering of great clan leaders were rare. Taking advantage of this period of peace, everyone also used the chance to connect with clans they were usually not very familiar with. Phew, this matter is finally settled. Hashirama exhaled deeply, worried that other countries might take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Fortunately, he had been overthinking it, as there had been no signs of trouble so far. Big brother, you still haven't told me, what exactly is this white jade thing? Tobarama asked curiously. He had personally tried sealing the white jade, and the strange sensation left a deep impression on him. On the way, he kept fiddling with it, trying to understand the principle. Don't rush. Hashirama smiled teasingly at his younger brother, knowing how excited he got whenever he encountered new ninjutsu. Over the years, they had developed dozens of ninjutsu, but only a few were truly usable. He really didn't understand why such talent wasn't used for the righteous path. Faced with his younger brother's urging, Hashirama recounted in detail the events of the night Uchiha Madara rebelled. What? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. The ancestor of the Cloud Clan actually helped you? Tobarama looked incredulous. Hashirama said helplessly, I told you, they only helped us because of the wind. Tobarama asked skeptically, so this white jade block was also given by the Cloud Clan ancestor? And he told you to capture the tailed beasts to increase strength? Hashirama nodded, yes. Tobarama stroked his chin, eyes narrowing, then what was your original plan? Hashirama's expression immediately stiffened, I thought the same way. Tobarama was no ordinary person. Just by seeing Hashirama's reaction, he knew his big brother was hiding something. Did you want to capture the tailed beasts as a gift? Hashirama quickly waved his hand, no way, I wouldn't do that. Alright, no escape, he guessed it right. Big brother really wanted to capture the tailed beasts as a gift. I really don't understand what he was thinking. I say, big brother, how can you capture the tailed beasts and send them to other villages? Isn't that aiding the enemy? Hashirama immediately retorted, I know the idea was inappropriate, now I understand that strength is the foundation of peace. Don't dwell on this anymore. After some explanation, Tobarama finally stopped accusing this first Hokage of being a traitor, which was truly a cause for celebration. Alright big brother, hurry up and pack to go home, leave a wooden clone here, Tobarama urged, I still have to go see Tsunade, I brought her lots of gifts this time. Tsunade is so young, she can't play with gifts, Hashirama said. Never mind, just go. Tobarama suddenly shouted, and Hashirama immediately lost his dignity, his brotherly aura completely gone. Hashirama couldn't argue with his younger brother and had to obey, after all, he only had one brother. After quickly tidying the official documents on the table and putting them in the drawer, the 9 white jade blocks sealing the tailed beasts could not be left here. They had to be taken home for Mito to guard. Although Mito was not as strong as Tobarama, she was the village's best at sealing techniques and Hashirama's most trusted partner. To keep a low profile, Hashirama packed the white jade in an old cloth bag, then the two left the Hokage office and went home. As soon as Keisuke returned to the clanland, the first thing he did was check on the old hen to see if the crane eggs had hatched. Before he even opened the door, he heard the chirping of chicks and felt a joy in his heart. Opening the door, he saw 2 fluffy white little cranes hiding under the hen's wings, much bigger than chicks and looking healthy. He wasn't sure exactly when they hatched and regretted missing the first moment. The hen was clearly very good at caring for her young. Seeing him enter, she called out warily and guarded the little cranes even more closely. Keisuke didn't disturb them much, confirmed the chicks were healthy, and felt relieved, planning to wait until they grew up to sign a contract. He also wanted to buy this hen from Aunt Kato, since she was the mother of the 2 little cranes. As night fell, Keisuke didn't want to go out and just grabbed something to eat to fill his stomach. After dinner, the sun set and the day came to an end. Early the next morning, Chufeng got up very early, even earlier than the system's suggested time. He first went to the kitchen to grab a handful of grains to feed the hens, then began pondering new ninjutsu. Chufeng had mastered quite a few group and single-target ninjutsu, but almost none with large-scale destructive power. The existing ones were still from the Cloud Release inheritance. He had a spark of inspiration last night and was eager to experiment in the morning. After practicing for over an hour, he stopped, panting, as his chakra was depleted. Fortunately, his master allowed everyone to rest for a day, no training required. With the new technique taking shape, he rested and ate. Chufeng knew that high-intensity training was unwise and was very measured. Today I should go find Jili. Haven't seen her in a while, and it's a good chance to share the experiences from the journey. Jili regretted not being able to participate in the tailed beast capture. Almost the entire village was mobilized for this mission. If not for the family turmoil the night before, she would have really wanted to join, but that internal conflict made her realize her own strength. In recent days, while Chufeng was out on missions, Jili had been training and cultivating under Hashirama. Her strength improved significantly, mainly due to her own hard work. Although Hashirama was satisfied, he worried about her health and had the Uchiha prepare some nutritious meals for her every few days to help her recover. Approaching noon, Shufeng finally left home, just in time for lunch. He arranged to meet Jilly at the Aki Road barbecue shop. From afar, Jilly excitedly waved at Shufeng. He quickly walked over and stopped steadily. "Long time no see, Jilly." "Yeah, you've been away for almost a month, right?" Jilly said with a smile. Shufeng nodded. Most of the time was spent traveling, and the tailed beast capture was actually very quick, ending in just a few hours. "Come on, tell me. Was the tailed beast powerful? Did it look like what the books say?" Jilly's eyes sparkled as she asked 3 questions in a row. "Don't rush, let us eat first and chat while we eat," Shufeng said with a smile. Jilly happily followed along. Shufeng had worried she might be discouraged for not going on the mission, but now it seemed he had overthought it. "Yo, the little shop escort of wealth has arrived." The owner greeted them warmly and led them to the best seats in the house. "The owner is too kind," Jilly responded with a smile. "The usual, right?" the owner probed. Shufeng glanced at Jilly and received a confirming nod. "Yeah, the usual." The owner immediately shouted, "All the appetizers for table 1, and 20 more plates of meat." Onlookers marveled at their appetite, but they were used to it and ignored the attention. They were still growing, so eating more was no problem. The other customers, watching the spectacle, went about their own business. The owner returned to the kitchen and instructed to serve the dishes quickly, so as not to delay the god of wealth's appetite. "Shufeng, come on, tell me," Jilly urged excitedly. Shufeng then carefully recounted all the things he had seen along the way to her, including the matter of staying at the Mitsufune family in Gantian village with Feijian. "A samurai?" "I haven't seen one," Jilly said curiously. Shufeng waved his hand and said, "Most warriors nowadays are just mediocre and easy to defeat." Jilly pouted, "Maybe that Mifune can revive the warriors in the future?" "You're quite optimistic about him?" Shufeng asked. "Just a guess. From what you said, this person has good willpower, maybe there's hope." Takeshi didn't say much more, feeling that Chisato's judgment was quite accurate. "Where are we going next?" Chisato asked while grilling the meat. "Let us go see Tsunade. I also brought a gift for her." "Ha? I didn't prepare a gift." Chisato immediately panicked upon hearing this. It would indeed be a bit inappropriate to visit the master's precious granddaughter empty-handed. "It's nothing, I've prepared it for you." Shufeng took out a delicate small wooden box from his bosom and pushed it in front of Jilly. Jilly took the box, looked at it carefully, then gently shook it. "What is this? How much does it cost? Can I afford it?" "You'll know when you open it." "It's not expensive, about 1,000 taels or so." Jilly nodded. 1,000 taels was indeed not much for her. "Why so mysterious?" Jilly placed the box on the table and slowly opened the lid. Immediately, a warm and gentle pale green light shone on her face. She felt much more relaxed, even the soreness in her hands and feet from the past few days of training disappeared. The people nearby were also attracted by the green light and turned their heads to look. Jilly was frightened and quickly closed the lid. "What is this?" she whispered to Shufeng, afraid others would hear. "It's a family heirloom, said to prevent illness," Shufeng replied. Jilly hurriedly pushed the box back. "How can you give away a family heirloom?" No. Shufeng smiled. "It was probably made by some elder in the family, and there are quite a few of them. If you like, I can give you one too." Although a bit doubtful, after a few words of persuasion from Shufeng, Jilly still accepted the box. Actually, this so-called family heirloom was just a story Shufeng made up. In reality, it was a healing necklace exchanged from the system store, costing 200 com points, usable for 5 or 6 years. It could only simply heal minor injuries and prevent common illnesses, which was considered worth the price. Other customers, seeing no movement from Shufeng's side, stopped paying attention and continued eating. After settling the bill, the two set off for the Thousand Hands clan territory. The barbecue shop owner kindly called out, "Come again next time." Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Kaze and Yuri had come here many times, and the Senju clan members were very familiar with them, greeting them warmly. After all, they were the clan leader's apprentices, considered part of the family. Master, Mistress, Lord Tobarama were here. Mistress Mito came out to greet them and gestured for them to come inside. Since having a granddaughter, Mito had been smiling every day, and her complexion had improved considerably. "Mistress, is little Tsunade at home? We brought her a gift," Yuri asked. Before he finished speaking, a voice came from inside the house. "Why are you acting like Tobarama, coming over and bringing gifts?" Tobarama said helplessly that since his younger brother returned from the land of hot springs, he had brought back a huge pile of gifts. Not only him, but other clan leaders also sent gifts one after another, and there was almost no space left at home. Come in quickly, don't loiter outside, and help me tidy up while you're at it. Hearing Tobarama's words, Kaze and Yuri immediately took off their shoes and entered the house.
Mito smiled and followed them in as well.
Pushing open the door, Kaze and Yuri saw Tobarama holding little Tsunade, while Tobarama was busy picking up the scattered gifts.
Kaze momentarily couldn't tell who the real grandfather was. Master, we're here to help you.
The two immediately joined in tidying up, working much faster than Tobarama. Before long, all the gifts were sorted and neatly arranged.
Finally done. Tobarama sat on the floor, wiping sweat.
He wasn't supposed to be doing this hard work, he just wanted to see what the clan leaders had given Tsunade. But after unpacking the whole room and making a mess, he was scolded by Mito and then punished to clean up. When his younger brother arrived, he held little Tsunade and didn't help, just watching coldly from the side. It was only then that Hashirama understood what it meant to experience the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Fortunately, he still had two reliable apprentices. Big brother, don't blame me, it's big sister-in-law who wouldn't let me help. Hashirama was about to get angry, but seeing Mito's kind smile, he immediately put on a serious face. Ahem, this is my responsibility.
You're right not to help.
Only this way can I understand Mito's difficulties and take better care of her in the future. Mito leaned against the door, quietly watching her husband act. She didn't believe a word Hashirama said. She knew his true nature well. When he was unreliable, he was even more troublesome than a child.
Just clean up, you two talk, I'll go cut some fruit.
After Mito left, Hashirama slowly got up, mumbling something under his breath, too quiet to hear clearly.
Kaze and Chisato had never seen Hashirama like this before and found it novel. He was usually so dignified. Master, where's big brother Soken? Why isn't he here?
Hashirama sat down at the table, poured some tea, and said, Soken went to his father-in-law's house with his wife.
He won't be back for a few days. Kaze felt a bit disappointed. It had been a long time since he last saw big brother Soken and thought he might see him this time. Married people really are busy. Kaze took out a delicate cloth doll from his sleeve, which he had bought with Tobarama in the land of hot springs. Although it wasn't expensive, it was a token of goodwill. As for not using the system to redeem it, of course, he saved wherever he could. Chisato hadn't prepared a gift, so Kaze helped redeem one. He had already bought his own earlier, so no need to redeem. Hashirama looked at the cloth doll and found it familiar.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a matching pair with the one Tobarama had given.
Put it over there, together with the ones from Tobarama. Hashirama held some resentment towards Tobarama, but Tobarama chose to ignore it, carrying Tsunade around the room. Master, Lord Tobarama, this is a gift I'm giving to Tsunade.
Shiri took out the small box that Torafu had given her and placed it on the table.
What is this? Hashirama asked curiously. Shiri imitated Torafu's tone and said, You'll know once you open it.
Hashirama took the box and opened it. Green light flickered, and warmth washed over him. After the light faded, everyone saw clearly that inside the box was a pale green gemstone necklace, exquisitely designed.
Shiri explained the necklace's function in detail. After listening, Hashirama laughed, thinking this was the most practical gift.
Children are easily hurt. This necklace can protect Tsunade, giving her a safe and peaceful childhood. He hoped the little princess would be healthy and happy, and he would teach her everything she wanted to learn.
This is a very good gift. Shiri put a lot of thought into it, Tobarama said approvingly. Shiri felt a bit embarrassed because the gift was actually prepared by Torafu. She looked at Torafu, who smiled and winked, saying, Don't mind it. I helped this time. Next time you have to pick an even better gift. Shiri smiled and nodded. Hashirama carefully placed the necklace around Tsunade's neck.
The green gemstone emitted tiny green glimmers, like fireflies. Little Tsunade giggled and reached out to catch the light, but couldn't grasp it.
At that moment, Mito came in with fruit, saw everyone gathered around Tsunade, and asked curiously, What are you all doing? Tobarama held Tsunade and said, Big sister-in-law, look, this necklace fits perfectly.
Mito examined the necklace closely and nodded in approval. Tobarama explained the necklace's function to her, and Mito was very pleased. She held the emerald in her hand and applied a sealing technique. This way, the necklace's power will last longer and better protect Tsunade. Hashirama waved his hand and said, With Tobarama and me here, who would dare harm a single hair on Tsunade? Kaze and Yuri also said in unison, And us too. Mito pulled the two into her arms and patted their heads. You are both good children. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are both long-lived. Mito believed she would live to see Tsunade become an outstanding kunoichi. Watching little Tsunade trying to catch the green light, Mito couldn't help but smile. Hopefully, you won't pick up your grandfather's bad habit of loving to gamble. After chatting for a while, Kaze and Yuri left the Senju clan territory. The gift had been delivered, and little Tsunade had seen it, so there was no need to stay any longer. After all, they could see their master every day, and today was a rare day off, so naturally, they should relax well. After Kaze and the others left, the three inside changed the subject. Tobarama put little Tsunade back into the cradle and asked, "Big brother, what should we do with the nine-tailed beasts we captured?" Hashirama pondered for a moment, then took out 2 pieces of sealing white jade from a hidden compartment in the wall. "I don't need the tailed beasts myself, these 2 are for you." He placed the jade on the table, with carvings of the 9 tails and 3 tails on the surface. The 9 tails is the strongest. Even though it is sealed, we cannot afford to be careless. Hashirama looked seriously at his wife. "Mito, you are the princess of the Uzumaki clan. I feel at ease entrusting the 9 tails to you." He was worried because he had never truly tried to use the white jade seal to control the tailed beast. If the tailed beast went berserk, only Mito, skilled in sealing techniques, could control it. "If you're unwilling, I won't force you," Mito said with a loving smile, gently touching Hashirama's face. "We are husband and wife, our hearts are connected." Hashirama nodded, grateful for his wife's support. "Tobarama, you are skilled in water release, and the 3 tails suits you best. It can enhance your strength." Tobarama nodded and took the white jade that sealed the 3 tails. Using the power of a tailed beast was a new experience for him, and it might inspire more ninjutsu creativity. "How are we going to divide the remaining tailed beasts? Has the eldest brother decided?" Tobarama asked. "I've thought it through." Hashirama began the allocation. The 1 tail goes to the Shimura clan. They excel in wind release and match well with the 1 tail. The 2 tails go to the Uchiha clan, the 4 tails to the Sarutobi clan, and the 5 tails to the Hyuga clan. No one is suitable for the 6 tails for now. The 7 tails goes to the Yamanaka clan, and the 8 tails will be set aside for the time being. Tobarama nodded, distributing the tailed beasts entirely according to each clan's expertise in ninjutsu, without any personal bias. The remaining unsuitable tailed beasts would find suitable hosts in the future. Konoha had many talented people and wouldn't have to wait long. The next day at noon, Hashirama gathered the clan leaders in the Hokage's office, where Tobarama announced the tailed beast distribution plan. Everyone agreed, as completing the mission and returning to the village meant rewards for all clans. Hashirama asked the clan leaders to select candidates to merge with the tailed beasts, but he would personally screen them. The clan leaders already had candidates in mind, mostly outstandingly talented juniors. With the matter settled, the clan leaders left one after another. "I also want to merge with a tailed beast. It must feel amazing," Tobarama said. He had already fused the white jade sealing the 3 tails with himself last night. He now felt that the white jade was like a part of his own body, able to be controlled at will. The stronger the power, the more tailed beast chakra one can master. For a ninja of Tobarama's level, it was like having an endless reserve of chakra. For other ninjas, the improvement might not be as significant. However, as they grow, the amount of tailed beast chakra they can control naturally increases, so the overall situation is good. "No need, the tailed beasts 1T help me." Hashirama actually wanted to assign a tailed beast to Torifune, but none of the 9 tails were suitable. Torifune also said it wasn't necessary, so Hashirama didn't consider it further. What is the reaction from other countries? Tobarama glanced at the intelligence and quickly replied, "The Land of Lightning strongly protests and condemns our capture of the 8 tails. The Land of Earth and the Land of Water have also expressed some complaints, but there is no news from the Land of Wind." Hashirama pondered for a moment. He had long expected the Land of Lightning to make some moves, as there were several spies sent to Konoha, all previously handled by Tobarama. "Can you contact the Kages of the other villages? I want to hold a meeting," Hashirama said. Tobarama was momentarily taken aback. Meeting with the other 4 Kages? But the Hokage's orders were not to be disobeyed, so he had no choice but to comply. "No problem, I will send invitations to the other villages' Kages in your name shortly." Hashirama nodded. With Tobarama's help, it was much easier. "Set the time for 3 months from now, so there is enough preparation." Hashirama suddenly slammed the table. "Good. Tell him to come to Konoha for the first 5 Kage summit in 3 months." Tobarama nodded, and after confirming Hashirama had no other matters, he left. The meeting with the Kages of the other ninja villages was extremely serious, representing the world's 5 strongest individuals who effectively controlled the entire world. Hashirama's strength was overwhelming, but he couldn't be too arrogant. He had to respect the other 4 Kages to avoid conflict.
Tobarama drafted the letter and handed it to Hashirama for confirmation. After approval, he arranged for a ninja to deliver it. The specific courier hadn't been decided yet but would be within 2 days. The task wasn't difficult. Konoha was sincerely gathering the 5 Kages to discuss peace, so no village would dare harm the messenger. After giving instructions, Tobarama busied himself arranging the meeting venue and welcome ceremony. At Hashirama's command, Tobarama was extremely busy, but he never complained as long as it benefited the village. He would do his best.
While carrying out Hashirama's orders, Tobarama also thought about Konoha's future. The village was still in its infancy, with a very backward ninja system and education. A thought sprouted in Tobarama's mind. Though still immature, it needed constant improvement. Like developing ninjutsu, one must weigh pros and cons and balance gains and losses. Torifune ran into Sarutobi Hiruzen and others while wandering the streets. It had been almost a month since the mission to capture the 6 tails, and they hadn't seen each other.
The reunion was especially warm.
Big brother Hiruzen, big brother Danzo, sister Koharu, big brother Kagami, where are you all headed?
Torifune asked.
Torifune, long time no see. Hiruzen warmly embraced him as soon as he saw him. The days capturing the 8 tails had been tough. This was his first time so far from the village. Hiruzen chatted with Torifune about this and that but didn't get to the main point.
Danzo saw this and quickly interrupted. We want to see if there are any missions to take. We've rested for 2 days and can't just sit idle.
Koharu stepped forward and patted Torifune's head. Yeah, everyone's a bit restless.
Torifune, do you want to come along?
Torifune naturally agreed. They often carried out missions together and worked well as a team. It was just a pity that Chiri wasn't here today.
Of course, but Chiri isn't here today. Should we call her? Kagami smiled and said.
Chiri said to bring her along on missions, so don't worry.
Kagami added.
Hearing this, Torifune didn't hesitate and followed Hiruzen and the others to the mission reception place. Half a year ago, Tobarama had named the mission reception place the Mission Assembly Hall, managed by respected ninjas in the village.
The process of accepting missions, submitting them, and receiving mission fees became more professional, and a dedicated building was constructed.
This initiative was unanimously praised by the ninjas. A more professional mission system better protected their interests.
For Konoha, this was a significant improvement, and everyone looked forward to more actions from Lord Tobarama in the future. The group arrived at the Mission Assembly Hall.
As soon as Hiruzen entered, he saw a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, chatting noisily.
Hey, are you taking it? I'm not brave enough. The mission is too far. I'm afraid I won't make it back.
Me too, my child was just born. Better to take a safer mission.
It's okay, if we're not strong enough, we'll leave it to someone stronger and just do what we can.
Listening to everyone's discussion, Nichiren was curious and weaved through the crowd like a monkey, quickly squeezing to the front row.
Wow, this mission is really not simple. Nichiren exclaimed. A ninja who knew him nearby said, Nichiren, why don't you take it? Seems like only 3 are left.
Hearing there were only 3 missions left, Nichiren wanted to take one immediately, but thinking of his teammates, he stepped back.
Danzo saw hesitation on Nichiren's face and asked, what's wrong? What are they looking at?
The Hokage is going to hold a 5 Kage summit and needs ninjas to deliver messages to other villages. Everyone was surprised to hear this, not expecting such an important mission.
This mission should be considered S rank, right?
I really want to go too, but it depends on whether you all are willing. Of course we'll go, everyone answered in unison.
This is the first ever 5 Kage summit in history. Taking this mission means we're part of it. Koharu is right, it's so important, we have to fight for it. Nichiren didn't expect his teammates to think the same as him.
They had just captured a tailed beast, yet everyone still wanted to travel far.
Truly worthy of being good partners. Danzo reminded calmly, don't delay, hurry to take the mission, it will be gone if you're late. Nichiren immediately ran to the mission office. The line wasn't long because everyone was looking at the bulletin board. Uncle, I want to take the mission to deliver the letter for the 5 Kage summit.
The middle-aged ninja saw it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and nodded. This mission was important. Other ninjas had to check their records, but Hiruzen was Lord Tobarama's disciple and held great prestige in the village, being the backbone of Konoha's new generation. You're late, only one mission left to the Land of Wind.
The environment in the Land of Wind is harsh, no one wants to go.
I'll take it.
Of course I'll take it.
Hiruzen said without hesitation.
The first chance to attend the 5 Kage summit was rare. If missed, it was gone.
The Land of Wind was nothing compared to that. After completing the procedures, the mission was assigned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's team, and the letter was to be collected from Tobarama. Back with his teammates, Hiruzen shook the mission certificate and laughed. I grabbed the last mission.
Everyone can relax now, I was just worried it would be all sold out. Which country? Saochun asked anxiously. The Land of Wind, no other choice since we are late. No one was surprised, it was expected.
The Land of Wind is the Land of Wind, might as well go visit the desert, Xiaodao Chufeng said, munching on snacks as he agreed.
Xiaodao Chufeng wasn't too bothered, wherever everyone went, he would go too.
Xiaochun only complained a bit about her skin getting tanned, nothing more.
Overall, everyone was quite satisfied. Sure enough, this mission was another S rank.
Ding host detected accepting mission. 5 shadows meeting deliver letter to the Land of Wind, mission level. Chufeng was in a great mood. This mission was practically a freebie, and completing it would earn him a good amount of comm points.
He currently had 21,900 comm points, enough for now.
After some discussion, they made a plan for the diplomatic mission to the Land of Wind. Since there might be unexpected events on the way, they needed to prepare in advance to avoid panic. After the discussion, Ryzen said, "Let us go get the letter from the teacher first."
Yeah, the teacher should be in the office. The group went to the Hokage's office to get the letter from Tobarama and also to hear the teacher's opinion. They knocked and entered the office. Both Hashirama and Tobarama were there.
Seeing the kids arrive, they put down their work.
Why have the kids come? Hashirama asked.
Hokage-sama, we accepted the mission to deliver a letter to the Land of Wind, so we came to get the letter, Ryzen replied.
Hashirama looked pleased. Good, young people need experience to become pillars of the village. Tobarama also smiled and took out an exquisite wooden box from his arms, handing it to Ryzen and patting his shoulder. This is the letter for the Kazekage. Don't mess it up.
Ryzen smiled confidently. Don't worry, we're not kids anymore.
Hashirama and Tobarama were momentarily stunned.
They themselves were no longer children, they were already the backbone of the village. But every time they saw Ryzen, Tobarama still thought of that mischievous little monkey climbing trees.
You are the future of Konoha, keep it up.
The teacher affirmed their growth, and everyone nodded with a smile. They had been training with the teacher for nearly 10 years. Though it was tough, the rewards were many.
Hashirama asked Chufeng, "Are you going too?"
"Nothing else to do. If I run into big brother Ryzen, I'll go with him."
Hashirama sighed. Shiri will definitely be going too. Why do they all love to venture out so much? They're still kids, Hashirama lamented.
Chufeng was stronger than most ninjas in the village and never worried him on missions. But he was only 7 years old. When Hashirama was 7, he was still playing in the mud. If Chufeng grew a few more years, he might surpass him.
Hashirama looked forward to it. Which master doesn't he hope their disciple surpasses them? Alright, it's up to you. When do you plan to depart?
Chufeng looked at Sarutobi Ryzen. After all, he was the team leader, so the departure time had to follow his decision. Sarutobi Ryzen nodded. We plan to leave the morning after tomorrow, taking the route where we wiped out the mountain bandits straight to the Land of Wind. Hashirama thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Alright, you are more familiar with that route.
Hizashi briefly explained the plan, hoping Hashirama and Tobarama could offer their opinions.
The group chatted for a while longer until the sky grew dark.
Hashirama smiled and said, "We've talked enough for today, you should head back."
The two had always been very concerned about the safety of these children. In the past, for difficult missions, they would always send strong ninja to accompany them. This time, it was all on their own, so naturally there were more reminders, like parents worrying their children aren't dressed warmly enough.
Then we'll head back first, Lord Hashirama, sensei. I'm going back too. Hashirama waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Only then did everyone leave the Hokage building. The teachers really can't stop worrying about us.
Hizashi thought for a moment. After all, this is our first time carrying out an S-rank mission alone. The mission has been accepted. I'll go back and tell Chiri. She is still waiting foolishly.
Kagami suddenly spoke up, wanting to see everyone's opinion to decide whether to bring Chiri along.
Although this is an S-rank mission, it's not difficult, so there's no need to worry too much. Hizashi said, and no one else objected. Everyone had witnessed Chiri's growth over the past year. If she were going to be a burden, she definitely wouldn't be allowed to come.
Then let's each go back and have a good rest for the day. Everyone nodded and dispersed.
Another long-distance mission, Chufeng decided to bring enough food this time.
No more eating military rations.
He began to scour the streets for long-lasting foods like dried meat.
The trip to the Land of Wind, the timing is uncertain.
Everyone wanted to eat it when they saw it, so Feng simply bought a portion for each person and stored them in rings.
Carrying a ring full of food, he happily went home.
After finishing the meal and tidying up, he also checked on the two little cranes. By the time he finished, it was already late. Chu Feng lay down on the bed to sleep, full of anticipation for the trip to the Land of Wind the next day. Early the next morning, Chu Feng washed up and dressed neatly, wearing the Konoha ninja outfit and forehead protector. After breakfast, he checked if the food in the space ring was enough, and felt at ease after confirming it. He had also prepared strategies to deal with the possible exposure of the space ring. He had been practicing space ninjutsu with Tobarama frequently these past 2 days. If asked, he would say it was unintentionally created while training ninjutsu and that he didn't know how to mass produce it. Since he was going on a long trip, the two little cranes and the hen at home were entrusted to Aunt Kato for care. Yesterday, Chu Feng had just bought this hen, officially becoming a member of the Cloud Tribe. Kato Mamiko originally didn't intend to charge, after all, it was just a chicken, but Chu Feng was firm, so she had to accept the payment. As the agreed meeting time approached, Chu Feng set off for the village entrance. From afar, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who were always inseparable. Hiruzen's face was full of smiles. "Hey, Chu Feng, good morning." "Good morning, brother Hiruzen, brother Danzo," Chu Feng replied. Danzo nodded in greeting but didn't say much. Chu Feng knew Danzo's personality and didn't mind. "Brother Hiruzen, you look so happy, what's the good news?" Chu Feng asked. Hiruzen took out a small lunchbox. "This is a lunchbox Biwa Lake made for me, it's pretty good." Chu Feng finally understood that there had been progress in the plan to win over Lake Biwa. A year ago, Nikison had asked him for a crystal to give to Lake Biwa, but it never worked out. "That's right, but your progress is way too slow," Chu Feng teased with a smile. Nikison rubbed his nose. "What do you know? I don't want to start a relationship so easily." He said it so seriously that if it weren't for knowing he was a big flirt, one might have believed him. Tuanzang couldn't stand it. "Come on, if you hadn't been caught peeping at the women's bathhouse by Lake Biwa, you two would have been together already." Before he finished, Nikison quickly covered Tuanzang's mouth. "You didn't hear anything." In his heart, he cursed Tuanzang for being so talkative, spilling everything. He shouldn't have asked how to win Lake Biwa's favor in the first place. Chu Feng signaled that he would keep it a secret after all. It would be embarrassing if the young clan leaders peeping at the women's bathhouse got out. While they were joking around, Xiaochun, Yan, Xiaodao, Jing, and Jili arrived one after another. Xiaochun immediately teased Nikison. "What are you doing, peeping in broad daylight?" Nikison let go of Tuanzang's hand. "Nothing, you didn't see anything." Xiaochun was helpless. Jili walked over and smiled. "Chu Feng, you came early." She had planned to casually join everyone on the mission. The night before, her brother told her that this mission was to deliver a message to the sand-hidden village of the Wind Country, related to the 5 Kage summit. She was so excited she barely slept all night and was still a bit thrilled. "I'm used to it, I usually get up around this time every day." Jili smiled sweetly. "We get to do a mission together again this time. This is the first S-rank mission of my life. And it's of great significance, I must give it my all." Shiri was full of confidence, and Chu Feng was happy for her. Shiri was not a pessimistic person to begin with. The regret of not participating in the last-tailed beast capture instead motivated her. She had improved a lot, and this time going to the Land of Wind, she would definitely show her skills. "Everyone is here, if there is nothing else, let us set off." Everyone had already taken care of their personal matters yesterday and was ready to depart at any time. At Hizashi's command, the team left the village and headed toward the Land of Wind. They had traveled this route a year ago. The terrain hadn't changed, so their pace was fast. On the way, Hizashi explained how to respond to unexpected situations. Hizashi and Danzo were at the front, Chu Feng and Shiri on the sides, and Hyo and Akiyama at the rear, with Koharu as the medical ninja in the middle. Koharu was strong in water release, but if the medical ninja got into trouble, the team would be in great danger. The journey went smoothly without any trouble. Perhaps because there had been many missions in the past year, the mountain bandits had been cleared out. The Land of Fire was peaceful now, with no enemies, and the country was developing well. By evening, they arrived at the small village from a year ago. With plenty of time for the mission, they decided to rest for a night. This might be the last comfortable night's sleep. Tomorrow they would reach the border of the Land of Wind. That place was full of yellow sand and harsh conditions. The innkeeper had changed. It was the son of the old man from before. The old man was advanced in years and had retired to live out his days in peace. Since they were not acquaintances, Hizashi and the others did not chat much and found a few good rooms to stay in. They also soaked in the hot springs to relieve their fatigue. The next morning, after settling the bill, the group set off again. This time they increased their speed, aiming to reach the Wind Country by nightfall. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the group arrived at the valley where the mountain bandits had been wiped out years ago. The ruins were now covered with weeds, making it hard to recognize. There was no time to reminisce. They bypassed the valley and continued forward, soon entering the wind country.
Everyone stay alert, we are about to enter foreign territory. There may be rogue ninjas.
At Hizashi's command, everyone became vigilant of their surroundings. After bypassing the valley, the closer they got to the wind country, the stronger the wind and sand became, and the trees grew sparser. The wind country's land was barren, filled with yellow sand, with very few places suitable for farming. Water sources were scarce, mostly sustained by oases.
Survival here was extremely difficult. There's movement, Kagami whispered to his teammates.
Behind that large rock ahead, there's chakra fluctuation, probably a ninja. His voice was faint, audible only to the team. There was a Sharingan ninja in the group, which saved a lot of trouble.
But they did not act immediately and continued forward.
As they neared enemy attack range, Danzo suddenly formed hand seals rapidly.
Wind release, vacuum wave.
A sharp wind blade shot from his mouth, easily slicing through the giant rock and hitting the ninja hiding behind it. The wind blade was thin. Although it cut through the rock, it did not cause it to collapse. Behind the rock, they found 2 headless corpses, their heads nowhere to be found, blood splattered all over the ground.
The group showed no expression, having seen much. The small scene was nothing.
Looks like they're not from the sand-hidden village, no forehead protectors or uniforms, Hizashi said calmly.
Danzo nodded, they should be rogue ninjas.
There are wandering ninjas in every country, with the most in the sand village. The village is barren, and no matter how hard they work, they can't earn money, making it hard to support their families.
Ninjas raised in the wild refuse to endure humiliation and take risks by ambushing passers-by. If they encounter a wealthy person, they can live off them for a lifetime. But these 2 were unlucky. They ran into Chu Feng and his group.
Chu Feng asked, "These 2 are weak.
I wonder if there are stronger ones behind them." Danzo analyzed, there should be.
These weak ninjas are likely the vanguard, meant to exhaust stamina, or maybe just 2 reckless fools who aren't afraid to die.
Chu Feng waved his hand, not wanting to pity such people.
When dealing with sharp blades and licking blood, one must be careful not to get their tongue cut off.
Alright, let's keep moving and stay alert.
The group didn't stop much and continued toward the land of wind. An hour later, there were no trees around, only endless yellow sand. The sun scorched the earth, and the desert baked them like an oven.
Brother Hizashi, how much longer until we reach the sand-hidden village? Chu Feng asked. Hizashi took out a map, about a day and a half.
It's natural to be slow the first time, let's say 2 days to be safe. Chu Feng nodded, realizing he had underestimated the desert's harshness.
The sun was especially fierce today.
If it weren't for the large amount of food and water stored in the space ring, everyone would have collapsed long ago. No matter if it was Biwa Lake bento or high-grade soldier pills, without water, they were useless. The water they fetched from the village was already gone, and everyone was parched. Seeing everyone in poor condition, Chu Feng casually produced buckets of clear water. The group was puzzled. Chu Feng had prepared in advance and gave some plausible explanations, so no one doubted him much. Then, he used ice release to create ice cubes and threw them into the water, chilling it and quickly cooling everyone down. After this operation, the companions ate and drank their fill, their condition improved significantly, and they no longer looked sickly. Hizashi perked up and complained, "I really don't know how the Aburame clan fights the One Tail in this desert." He couldn't stand it shortly after entering the land of wind. Kohara urged, "Rested enough, hurry up and keep moving, don't waste time." Hizashi reluctantly got up and continued forward. At this moment, Chu Feng quickly formed hand seals and performed cloud release cloud garment technique. A cloud of mist transformed into a vest-like garment and flew in front of everyone.
Everyone, try it on. It should be much more comfortable. Remembering the cool mist around Chu Feng, everyone immediately put it on.
The clothes were soft yet cool, and wearing them brought instant relief and comfort.
Hizashi mocked Kohara, "Chu Feng is always reliable, unlike some people." Kohara's sarcastic remark fell on deaf ears. Alright, let's move out.
With the cloud garments, everyone moved much faster and wasn't afraid of the sun. The cloud garments were maintained by Chu Feng's chakra, consuming little, only a third per day. In the distance, Kagami and Yuri simultaneously cast fire release, great fireball technique. 2 fireballs merged into a huge one and slammed into a sand dune, causing a fierce explosion.
Then, 4 black shadows sprang out from the dunes, surrounding the group.
Hizashi immediately noticed the scratches on their forehead protectors, the mark of rogue ninjas.
Danzo said coldly, "Rogue ninjas from the sand-hidden village?" The lead ninja roared, "You are from Konoha. Coming to the land of wind means you want to start a war. Danzo responded coldly, no need for words, kill them. He felt reasoning with these fools was a waste of time and charged at the lead ninja, with Hizashi close behind. The battle erupted. Chufeng stomped hard and performed ice release ice assault, sending a row of sharp ice spikes toward the enemy. The enemy clearly had never seen this ninjutsu and panicked for a moment. Wind release wind break. The man waved a fan, stirring up a strong wind that instantly blew the ice spikes away. Sand and dust mixed in the wind, instantly blurring the vision. At that moment, a crystal-clear giant crystal snake burst out from the dust, quickly wrapping around him. Crystal escape brilliant crystal strangulation formation. Countless sharp crystal spikes erupted from the ground, piercing his legs and arms, firmly pinning him down. The crystal snake coiled tightly, continuously applying pressure, and his face gradually turned purple-black. His comrades tried to rescue him but were blocked by Hizashi and others, unable to get close. With a dull thud, his head drooped lifelessly. He was already dead. After dealing with the enemy, Xufeng immediately rushed toward Zhili, only to find Zhili had already taken down the opponent and was smiling brightly at him. Xufeng signaled Zhili to attack the rogue ninja leader of the sand-hidden village. Together Zhili nodded and drew his blade, striking fiercely. Wind release wind pressure. The rogue ninja leader spewed out a fierce storm. The wind and sand slowed everyone's movements. Ice release ice wall. Xufeng struck the ground, and a massive ice wall rose up, blocking out the wind and sand. He could have used earth release but wanted to take the opportunity to test his ninjutsu. Ice release eternal freeze ring. Xufeng unleashed chakra, stomping the ground fiercely. A blue-white halo rapidly spread, covering everything in ice and snow. Large sand dunes turned into ice and snow, resembling snowy mountains from afar. The attackers were all frozen into ice sculptures, maintaining their postures from life. Hizashi and the others were unharmed, even feeling refreshed. Sarutobi Hizashi almost slipped as he stepped forward. Xufeng, this ice release is really powerful, a treasure in the desert. Chufeng said nothing. Zhili poked the ice sculpture. Are we just going to leave these bodies like this? Chufeng shook his head. Ninjas operate with secrecy, then began forming hand seals. Wind release wind sunban. A burst of dense wind exploded, turning into countless wind sunban that pierced through the frozen bodies. Before long, the bodies were completely shattered. To ensure cleanliness, Zhili also spat a mouthful of fire onto the ground. Only then did everyone feel at ease to leave. They encountered rogue ninjas as soon as they arrived in the land of wind. The situation was unstable. But for Chufeng and the others, this was just minor trouble. Except for Zhili, the rest were Jonin and elite Jonin. As long as a shadow-level expert didn't intervene personally, no one could easily defeat them. According to the map's direction, they were getting closer to Sunagakure. At their current pace, they should arrive within 2 days. Speaking of which, they hadn't been to other ninja villages yet, so they didn't know how they differed from Konoha. Probably not much better, since all ninja villages were modeled after Konoha. After just a few years, there was little room for innovation. The group traveled on, occasionally encountering a few wandering ninjas, but no major trouble. They were lucky at night, finding an oasis that became an ideal place to spend the night. Desert nights have large temperature differences, and it's easy to get sick if not careful. Fortunately, Hizashi had learned some coping techniques before departure, so they passed the night safely. Early the next morning, everyone set out again. Hizashi urged them to quicken their pace, aiming to reach Sunagakure by the afternoon. After walking briskly for a long time, a valley-like place appeared on the distant horizon. Look, it should be there. Everyone, hurry up. Hizashi reminded. With plenty of energy, everyone sped up again. Getting closer and closer, everyone became excited, confirming it was the sand-hidden village, exactly as Lord Hashirama had described. Thick sand-proof walls were built around the village, a hallmark against sandstorms. When less than 1,000 meters from the village, everyone slowed down to rest. Don't act high and mighty toward the outsiders from the village, don't cause trouble, Hizashi repeatedly warned. Everyone understood. Before reaching the village gate, a ninja threw a kunai from the shadows, hitting the ground near Hizashi's feet as a warning not to come any closer. They probably knew they were Konoha ninjas and were deliberately warning them. We are Konoha ninjas, invited by the Hokage's order to attend the 5 Kage summit at the request of the Kazekage. Suddenly, a voice questioned, how do you prove that? Hizashi took out a copy of a letter personally written by Hashirama. A gust of wind blew the letter away, and Hizashi didn't chase after it. Immediately, a group of sand-hidden ninjas emerged from the sand, surrounding them. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, holding the letter, clearly the leader. I am sand-hidden Jonin Ebizo, follow me.
Turning to lead the way, Hizashi and the others followed closely.
Successfully entering the sand-hidden village, half the mission was complete. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief since there was no conflict. Who likes fighting anyway? If it can be talked out, then talk it out.
Walking to the village entrance, they finally saw how thick the sand protection wall was, far thicker than the valley, at least 10 times over. It took quite some time to pass through the wall.
Guests have come from afar.
I will first arrange accommodations for you to rest. Ebizo's voice was not cold, instead, it felt warm and friendly, as if they had known each other for a long time.
When will we be able to meet Lord Kazekage? Hizashi asked.
Ebizo smiled and replied,
the meeting is arranged for tomorrow.
Don't worry. Hizashi nodded, knowing that urging was useless and that they must not be rude. Passing through the sand-hidden village's protective wall, the entire village came into view. The buildings looked like oddly shaped mounds made of sand and earth. Ebizo turned to Hizashi and the others and said, "Welcome to the sand-hidden ninja village, honored guests from Konoha." Everyone expressed their thanks and followed him onward. The ninjas who had been accompanying them had long since disappeared. After all, this was someone else's territory. Kazekage roughly scanned the village. Its structure was similar to Konoha's, with the Kazekage's office at the center. The residents' houses were scattered around, and the people on the streets had dark skin, clearly tanned from years of sun exposure.
Both men and women wore long robes and scarves, their clothing simple.
Compared to Konoha, it seemed rough, but good clothes were useless in the sand and wind. They would wear out in half a year.
Generation after generation, the desert people had developed reasonable customs to adapt to their environment. Ebizo led them to a small building and said, "This is the guest house for honored visitors. Rest here for the night. You will meet the Kazekage tomorrow."
After speaking, he left. Hizashi pushed open the door and entered. The interior was neat and exquisite, with a strong exotic atmosphere. There were many rooms, all clean and orderly, truly a place for hosting guests. However, there was no water in the bathroom, which everyone understood water was scarce in the desert, and bathing was somewhat a luxury.
The male ninjas didn't mind, as long as they had a place to stay. Koharu and Osato carefully observed every decoration, finding it novel. "What kind of person do you think the Kazekage is?" Hizaru suddenly asked.
Koharu laughed, "Who cares? We're not here to take orders from him anyway, just to deliver the message."
Danzo pondered, being able to establish a village and govern it in an orderly manner, the Kazekage must be no ordinary person.
He added, "But compared to the Hokage-sama, there is still a big gap."
Kazekage silently nodded. That was true.
The first-generation Kage of other villages could be crushed by his master with a single finger.
Speaking of the Kazekage of Sunagakure, few stood out.
The first Kazekage gave up the tailed beast during the 5 Kage summit and demanded a large sum of money and a fertile piece of land from Hashirama, who foolishly gave it. But later, due to lax management, Sunagakure became independent as the land of wind. The second Kazekage invented puppet techniques, giving Sunagakure a foothold and finally a secret technique to rely on.
The third and fourth Kazekage were even more outrageous.
The third sent Sasori's parents to ambush Konoha but were killed by Shikaku Nara. Sasori grew up and killed the third Kazekage unawares, even turning his corpse into a puppet. The fourth Kazekage, Gaara's father, conspired with Orochimaru to collapse Konoha but was killed by Orochimaru. No wonder Sunagakure is the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages.
With problematic leaders, how could the village be strong? Koharu stretched and said, "Once we deliver the message to the Kazekage tomorrow, we can return to the village."
These past few days have been exhausting. Everyone empathized. Traveling far to the land of wind was more tiring than capturing a tailed beast. Thinking about participating in the first ever 5 Kage summit in history, their hearts blossomed with joy, and all fatigue was forgotten. Kazekage and Yuri wanted to go out for a walk, but unfamiliar with the place, they feared getting lost and feeling awkward.
Konoha ninja wandering around Sunagakure would attract too much attention. It was better to keep a low profile.
Since they couldn't go out anyway, everyone sat together to discuss the meeting with the Kazekage tomorrow and how to respond if anything unexpected happened. Only returned indoors to sleep after dark. The house built with sand and soil had good insulation, so there was no feeling of cold throughout the night. The next day, near noon, Hoshigaki came to the small building where Hizashi and the others were resting, lightly knocked 3 times on the door, and said, "Guests from Konoha village, the Kazekage is summoning you." Inside the building, Sarutobi Hishirazu responded, and Ebizo waited quietly outside the door. Soon, everyone was dressed and ready, and Hishirazu pushed the door open and nodded, "Please take us there."
Everyone followed Ebizo to the village's central building. Last night, by gathering information, they unlocked Ebizo's character card, earning 500 com points.
It's unknown how many the first Kazekage Reito will give. Reito and Chiyo should be married, so perhaps Chiyo's character card can also be unlocked.
With Ebizo leading the way, they soon arrived at the Kazekage building.
Ebizo explained their purpose to the guard, who, upon learning they wanted to see the Kazekage, immediately accompanied them.
Upon entering, they found that although the Kazekage building was large and had thick walls, its interior space was only half that of the Hokage building. Ebizo knocked on the door of the top floor office. Lord Kazekage, the guests from Konoha have arrived.
A deep voice came from inside, "Come in." He pushed the door open, and everyone followed him in. When Torikes looked up, it was indeed the Kazekage himself, exactly like in the animation. Behind him stood a short-haired woman with a bun, wearing a gray-black robe, a faint smile on her face.
"Greetings, Lord Kazekage."
Hizashi and the others slightly bowed, not performing a full salute. After all, he was the shadow of a foreign village.
Retsuto smiled as he saw them enter and said, "Welcome to Sunagakure. Did you rest well last night?" Hizashi smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Kazekage, I rested very well." Retsuto laughed, "That's good. Now, to get to the point, please tell me your purpose." Hizashi explained in detail that the Hokage wished to hold a 5-Kage summit to discuss peace.
After hearing this, Retsuto furrowed his brows slightly.
Everyone yearned for peace, but could anything be accomplished with 5 people sitting together to talk? I understand your sincerity and the Hokage's intentions.
I will attend the 5-Kage summit as promised.
The Kazekage's words brought smiles to everyone.
Hizashi took out a letter personally written by Senju Hashirama. This is a letter from the Hokage himself, sending greetings to the Kazekage and including the summit agenda for your review.
Retsuto glanced at the woman behind him, who understood and stepped forward to take the letter.
He did not open it immediately but placed it on the table and continued chatting casually with Hizashi, clearly trying to build rapport. Hizashi was also relaxed and happy the mission was delivered, and the other party agreed to participate.
If they backed out in the end, the unlucky ones would be them. Retsuto smiled and said, "Let's end the discussion here for today.
You can take a walk around Sunagakure and notify Kaibozu when you leave." Hizashi agreed immediately, not wanting to haggle with the old fox any longer. "Chiyo, see off the guests from Konoha," Retsuto instructed. Hearing the name Chiyo, Torikes was secretly pleased, knowing that a good amount of peace points had been earned again. Chiyo was ordinary-looking and not outstanding among Sunagakure's ninja, but her strength was formidable. Perhaps because of this, she became the most respected woman in Sunagakure. Chiyo escorted the group out of the Kazekage's building before returning. Koharu and Yuri wanted to stroll around the village, with Kagami responsible for protecting Yuri, while the others returned to their lodgings to rest. There was not much to see in Sunagakure, just sand everywhere. There were some crafts, but compared to Konoha, they were far inferior. Locals did not buy, and outsiders did not come to Sunagakure. The village simply could not develop.
Koharu and the others walked around several times before finally pooling money to buy a few passable ceramic jars.
The ceramic jars were small, not taking up space, and would not be a burden.
Inside the Kazekage's office, Retsuto stared at the letter personally written by Senju Hashirama, his expression growing more conflicted.
Chiyo stood behind him, gently squeezing his shoulders. "What's wrong?
What did the Hokage say?" Retsuto sighed and placed the letter on the table.
"It's pretty much what that young ninja said, talks about peace in the ninja world. And there's hope that trade between the villages can be restored."
Chiyo was a bit puzzled. Isn't that good news? Why was he still so worried?
No one had mentioned these things before, but now that the strongest person in the ninja world was leading the talks, it should be easier. Of course, I want peace in the ninja world, but for Sunagakure to develop, it needs resources.
He stood up and walked to the ninja world map on the wall.
The land of wind is all desert, with very little water, not to mention arable land. I originally planned to annex a few small countries and turn them into resource bases, but now that seems difficult. Only then did Chiyo understand that her husband had been thinking about a lot. The results of the talks aren't decided yet, maybe we still have a chance.
Retsuto shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Even if peace talks fail, everyone will give the Hokage face and maintain the status quo. But if Sunagakure rashly starts a war, it will definitely be a provocation against Konoha.
Everyone in the ninja world knows the strength of Senju Hashirama. Even 4 Kage combined can barely harm him, let alone just him alone.
Sigh, we can only take it step by step.
If it really comes down to it, we'll have to buy land with money, but I don't even know who would sell. He was born amid endless yellow sand, and his lifelong dream was to lead his clan to live on this sandy land. Now that the village was established, the burden was heavier. He had thousands of families to protect. Resources were scarce, food was tight, and their strength was the weakest. If it weren't for Hashirama maintaining peace, Sunagakure would have long been targeted and divided.
How is the new technique developed by the Sand Monk coming along?
It should be close to success.
Finally, some good news. Retsuto breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. If this technique succeeds, Sunagakure's strength will greatly improve.
Seeing her husband's mood improve, Chio also became happy. Let's go home early today, Kasako keeps calling for her dad every day.
All right.
As the sky darkened, Koharu, Osato, and Kagami had already returned to the residence.
Everyone sat in the living room discussing when to return.
It mainly depended on whether Koharu and Osato had played enough. If they still liked Sunagakure, they would stay one more day.
Forget it, let's just hurry back to the village,
Koharu and Osato said in unison. After spending the whole afternoon wandering around, besides the sand blown into their pockets, they only bought a few small porcelain bottles. The food was nothing special, nowhere near as good as in Konoha. It was fresh and exciting at first, but by the second day, they wanted to go home.
Alright, if we've had enough fun, we'll return to the village tomorrow.
Having set the return time, everyone planned to rest early to gather energy for the upcoming challenges. Takeshi went back to his room and opened the character compendium. The portraits of Retsuto and Chio lit up. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the first Kazekage Retsuto, reward, 1000 com points. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking Chio, reward, 700 com points. Including the sign-in rewards, Takeshi already had 24,400 com points. Completing this mission would likely earn him over 10,000 more, easily securing an S-rank mission that wasn't too difficult and a chance to travel as well. With everything finished, Takeshi lay down on the bed for a good sleep. The moonlight was cold and clear by the window, utterly peaceful. The fierce winds still howled, but the sand barrier blocked the dust, allowing the residents of Sunagakure to finally sleep soundly. Early the next morning, Takeshi and the others packed their luggage, preparing to return to the village to report. The mission had gone very smoothly, encountering only some minor thugs on the way. Ebizo seemed to have anticipated this and knocked on the door early.
Honored guests, are you leaving today? Won't you stay a few more days? Hizashi happened to come looking for Ebizo.
No need, we have to return to the village to report. We hope the Kazekage will arrive as promised.
Ebizo squinted and smiled. Of course, upon receiving the peace invitation, the hidden sand village will definitely send someone. Hizashi nodded. Please convey to the Kazekage, thank you for your hospitality. We will set off immediately. Safe travels to you all.
Everyone nodded in farewell and left the small building where they had stayed for 2 days. Over these 2 days, Torakes felt deeply moved. The hidden sand village was not as prosperous as Konoha but was quietly rising amidst the vast yellow sands, establishing its own village.
No matter what the future held, Torakes could feel their deep affection for their village. However, the history of the ninja world was quietly changing with Torakes' arrival.
No one knew the outcome of the 5 Kage summit. Whether the ninja world would erupt into war or maintain peace depended entirely on the will of the 5 Kage. After all, they were the rulers of the ninja world. The group passed through the heavy sandstorm walls and once again felt the violent desert storm. Dust and sand filled the sky, visibility was extremely low, but they already knew the general direction.
As long as they kept walking in the current direction, they would reach the oasis from that day. The wind and sand there should be much lighter. However, it might already be occupied by others.
In the sandstorm, they could only communicate with hand signals. Speaking would fill their mouths with sand, which was extremely uncomfortable. They walked for a long time. Because of the heavy sand and the sun being obscured, they couldn't tell the time.
Torakes didn't dare to fly up recklessly, fearing separation from his companions.
They could only blindly move forward, but the direction Hizashi led was fairly accurate. Even if they couldn't reach the oasis, they would at least arrive at the border of the land of wind. Gradually, the wind and sand lessened, and the oasis appeared before them.
Koharu couldn't help but complain, "The sandstorm is so strong, I'm suffocating."
Her hair and ears were full of sand, so she hurried to clean up. Kagami praised, "Hizashi is really amazing, finding the oasis in such a sandstorm." Hizashi humbly said, "Just a little trick passed down in the family." But in this vast yellow sand, being able to locate it accurately was definitely not easy. After Koharu and Osamu finished cleaning up, they were much cleaner. The male ninjas didn't mind, they just shook their heads to get rid of the sand. "Let us go deeper into the oasis, stay alert." This oasis could block the wind and sand, covering an area about half the size of Konoha. It was impossible for no one to be here. Hopefully, they wouldn't encounter trouble. Sure enough, when they reached the center of the oasis, the water source was already occupied by a group of people. They looked like a caravan, but such tricks wouldn't fool Torikes and the others. They didn't expose them for now to avoid raising suspicion. The scar-faced leader spoke, "The sandstorm is fierce, we want to rest here for a night, you don't mind, do you?" Koro said, "This isn't our territory, we're just sheltering from the sandstorm." Then he asked, "Little brother, what is your name?" Hizashi smiled faintly, "My name is Fujimoto, pleased to meet you, brother Koro." Koro was definitely a fake name. This group was ninja, very likely connected to the rogue ninja who attacked them before. Their strength was unknown, so caution was necessary. "You're not from the land of wind, so how did you end up here?" After leaving the hidden sand village, Hizashi and the others had removed their headbands and changed into ordinary clothes, making travel easier and confusing enemies. "Ah, we are from the land of fire, looking to do some small business in the land of wind, but we got lost." Hizashi said this, casually glancing at his own bag. This action was clearly seen by Koro, who smiled. He climbed onto Nichiren's shoulder. "Come on, little brother, sit down quickly." Then he called over Chufeng and the others, serving meat and wine generously. If they were ordinary people coming to Fingwa's capital to do business, they would have been confused long ago. Nichiren and the others pretended to be drunk, unable to finish their sentences. Seeing the opportunity, Hiro eagerly spoke, "Little brother, I'm short on cash, can you lend me some money?" Just as he finished speaking, a kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing straight into Nichiren's abdomen. "Ah, brothers, there's wine to drink." After succeeding, Hiro shouted loudly, as if he had been ambushing civilians for years and had forgotten the duties of a ninja. Suddenly, the sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and Hiro was shocked to see Fujimoto shattered into pieces on the ground. He looked up and saw Fujimoto standing not far away, wearing a mocking smile. The man beside him had eyes glowing with a crimson light. "Sharingan! You are ninjas from Konoha! Damn you all!" Hiro shouted, but no one responded. Turning around, he saw all his brothers lying on the ground, clutching their throats, their faces pale and cold as frost. Only then did he suddenly realize that a thin mist was spreading all around. Where would there be mist in the oasis at dusk? "You can still react, so it seems you haven't completely fallen," Chufeng said coldly. With a wave of his left hand, all the mist gathered into his palm. Jing said coldly, "The moment we met, you were already caught in the Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu." Hiro gritted his teeth, never expecting to fall here today. It's a pity these brothers died innocently alongside him. That ninja could even control the mist, truly strange. "You think you've got me cornered?" Hiro suddenly laughed. "Hey Luo, haven't wasted these years for nothing. Even if I die, I'll take at least one of you down with me." Everyone was on high alert, not daring to be careless for a moment. Wind released blowing sand. Hey Luo forcefully exhaled a strong gust, whipping up the sand and gravel on the ground, forming a small sandstorm. The wind and sand obscured vision, but Jing and Jilly remained unaffected. The Sharingan could clearly track the enemy's movements. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Flames like flowers wrapped around shuriken, shooting into the yellow sand. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone quickly pinpointed the location and simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu attacks. Yet it seemed to yield no results. Ice release ice sword slash. Chufeng condensed ice crystals, transforming them into a giant sword, fiercely striking the ground. The ice sword shattered, countless tiny ice crystals scattered, merging into the sandstorm, then freezing the sand and dust. An ice wall gradually formed, and the sandstorm slowly dissipated under its barrier. Chufeng looked around but saw no sign of He Luo. "Didn't expect him to run away," Nichiren said, somewhat dissatisfied. Jing smiled faintly. "After all, he's someone who's struggled and survived in the desert. It's not surprising he has some tricks. As long as he doesn't come to bother us, it's fine." Chufeng was also unconcerned if he could escape, it was his luck. As long as he didn't cause more trouble, it was good. The bodies left from the battle were scattered everywhere, the environment in disarray. If someone came out at midnight and saw the ground covered with corpses, they would inevitably feel uneasy. The most direct way was to burn the bodies, but the firelight might attract more enemies. Crystal release, clustered vine growth. Chufeng stomped the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Beside each corpse, small crystal buds sprouted rapidly, growing quickly to envelop the bodies, eventually forming a large cluster of crystals that slowly sank underground. Buried this way, it might remain a mystery even 1,000 years later. After handling everything, everyone could finally rest peacefully. Chufeng rekindled the campfire, warming the surroundings. He took water and food from his ring and distributed them to everyone, since he couldn't finish all the supplies himself. After eating and drinking to their fill, the sky was completely dark. To guard against a midnight sneak attack by Kuro, Jing took the first half of the night watch, while Chiodao and Xufeng were responsible for the second half. Being in a foreign land, trusting teammates was the only guarantee, so everyone rested peacefully. That night passed quietly without incident. Although Kuro had narrowly escaped death, he did not seek revenge against his brothers. In the ninja world, such bonds are rare, only self-preservation matters most. If you die, everything ends. The next morning, Hizashi woke everyone up, planning to return to the Land of Fire as soon as possible. At dawn, the group set off. They hurried along, slowing down only briefly when exhausted, but never stopping. After 2.5 days, they finally arrived at Konoha village. Seeing the village gate, everyone cheered. Although the mission was not difficult, the long journey was extremely tiring, and everyone expressed that if it weren't for an important mission, they would never go to the Land of Wind again. Upon returning to the village, the top priority was to report to the Hokage. The group hurried non-stop to the Hokage's office. Hashirama had already learned of their return and was waiting early. When the knocking sounded, Hashirama smiled, "Come in." The door opened, and Sarutobi Hizashi and the others walked in. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hizashi's team has successfully completed the mission of delivering the message to Sunagakure. Hashirama nodded. The children truly did not disappoint. It must have been tough all the way, right? Hizashi laughed heartily. No matter how hard, it was worth it to complete the mission. Tell me about what you saw. What did this trip to the Land of Wind teach you? The children shared their experiences one after another, with Koharu and Hizashi speaking the most, as if competing to see who had the broader perspective. Hashirama was occasionally amused to laughter. This journey broadened everyone's horizons, letting them understand the differences between other villages and their own, and also learn about the lifestyle in Sunagakure. Hashirama wrote Hizashi and the others' names on the S-rank mission scroll, marking the mission as successful completion. Another S-rank mission reward was secured, and everyone was excited. The happiest was Chiri, as this was her first S-rank mission, marking her official status as a ninja. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the S-rank mission, 5 Kage Summit message delivery to the Land of Wind. Reward, 15,000 comm points. Torikes nodded, satisfied with the number. The trip was well worth it. Based on the comm points earned from these two missions, Torikes guessed the highest reward for an S-rank mission is about 15,000 points. However, this was only a guess. More missions need to be completed to accumulate experience. Alright, children, you've worked hard these past few days. Go claim your mission money and get some good rest at home. Hashirama then said, you don't need to gather early tomorrow, you have a day off. Hearing about the holiday, everyone got excited, looking forward to a good rest. Xiaochun and Jili were quietly discussing where to go tomorrow, secretly asking Chufeng. Chufeng just wanted to stay home and rest, politely declining the invitation. Jingzhe happily wandered around with his sister on his back, a typical example of a brother who dotes on his sister. After leaving the Hokage's office, everyone went home separately, without any extra feelings of farewell. After all, having been together all these days, everyone wants to enjoy their own private time. When Chufeng got home, the first thing he did was check on the two little cranes. Coincidentally, Aunt Kato had just finished feeding the chickens and was about to go home. Ah, Torikes, you've been on missions outside for so long? Mamiko didn't know the specifics of the missions, she just felt the time was too long. Her husband would return in at most 2 or 3 days, but Torikes' recent missions had lasted nearly half a month. Yes, Aunt Kato, there have been some issues in the village lately, and as a disciple of the Hokage, I have to help. Mamiko smiled and patted Torikes on the shoulder. Torikes has grown up and become a ninja who can handle things on his own. He must be much stronger than your Uncle Kato. Torikes scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, no, I still have a lot to learn. Uncle Kato is a veteran ninja. He then asked, by the way, Aunt Kato, how are those two little cranes doing? Upon hearing this, Mamiko's face showed a conflicted expression. Just in time, you're back. Come with me to take a look. I'm not quite sure if this is normal. Aunt Kato's words made Torikes puzzled. Logically, with her careful care, there shouldn't be any problems. Anyway, let's go see first. If something's wrong, we'll figure out a way. So Torikes and Mamiko walked together toward the room where the old hen and the little cranes were. Pushing open the door, Torikes was shocked and finally understood what Aunt Kato meant by normal or not. The old hen was leisurely walking around inside, occasionally pecking at the feet on the ground, looking very content. But the two little cranes that should have been in the nest were crouching on the beams. Torikes stared in surprise. These aren't little cranes?
Their size is almost as big as mine. They had pure white feathers, with a few black feathers on their wings that made them look even more lively. Torakaze was momentarily speechless. They had been fluffy little crane chicks before. How had they grown so much in just half a month? The room was small, originally only for the old hen to live in. Two cranes nearly Torakaze's size crouching on the beams made the space feel very cramped. Mamiko covered her forehead and sighed, "They're growing too fast, I don't know what breed they are. I wanted to move them to another place, but you hadn't come back, so I didn't dare move them on my own." She continued, "Now that you're back, quickly find them a bigger place." Chufeng shook his head, barely coming to his senses. "Okay, Aunt Kato, I'll go move them right away. Thank you for taking care of them all this time." Mamiko waved her hand, saying, "It's no trouble, just a few minutes." Seeing such magical creatures has really opened my eyes. You're planning to raise them as summoning beasts, right? They have quite a talent. Hearing this, Chufeng suddenly remembered that Aunt Kato was also a ninja, but after marriage, she chose to live a family life. Chufeng smiled and said, "Yes, I plan to sign a contract with them. I really appreciate Aunt Kato raising them so well. Now I can contract with them directly." Alright, you must be tired from being away so long. I won't bother you anymore, get some good rest." Chufeng quickly escorted Mamiko to the clan estate, repeatedly thanking her before returning to the old hen's residence. With Mamiko there earlier, the two cranes were still quite reserved. Although Mamiko had been feeding them these past few days, they barely paid her any attention. Seeing Chufeng, they suddenly became lively, flapping their wings and flying down from the beam. Both in posture and appearance, they were extremely graceful, truly cranes. Even in such a cramped space, the two cranes still exuded an ethereal aura. They seemed to have already recognized their master and were very close to Chufeng. Although they had met less than twice, it felt like a reunion of old friends. Seeing their intimacy made Chufeng very happy. After all, they would be fighting side by side in the future. Building a bond from a young age would surely make their cooperation smoother in the future. I wonder when you'll be able to speak, Chufeng thought. The summoning beasts in Naruto could all talk and were highly intelligent. These two cranes came from another world, so they must be even smarter. But since they were less than a month old, there was no need to rush. Chufeng seriously said to the two cranes, "Do you want to sign a contract with me?" They called out once and rubbed their heads against his face. Although they didn't speak, Chufeng understood their intention. He took out an ancient summoning scroll from his spatial ring, a family treasure. After capturing the tailed beast and returning to the village last time, he had stored all his collections, books, and weapons in the spatial ring to carry with him. Chufeng unrolled the scroll, which was simple but brand new and unused. He cut his finger and wrote his name on the scroll with blood. The cranes also pecked their legs to draw blood, dripping it onto the scroll. Both cranes completed this action, officially establishing the summoning contract, becoming Chufeng's summoning beasts. Chufeng was overjoyed, itching to ride the cranes for a flight right away. But they were still small, and their size was limited, so they needed to grow a bit more before going out. What made him even happier was the feeling that he could communicate with the two cranes telepathically. They understood his thoughts, which would be very convenient in battle. With the contract signed, they obviously couldn't stay locked in the small house. Chufeng let them fly freely, allowing them to live wherever they wanted. Perhaps from spending these days with the cranes, the old hen's eyes had become much more lively. Since they were all part of the family, Chufeng set rules for both the old hen and the cranes, such as not relieving themselves anywhere. Although he wasn't sure if they understood, Chufeng still gave the instructions. Afterward, he also let the old hen roam freely within the Yunzhong clan territory. The old hen was still not used to the vast space, cautiously squatting at the door and hesitating to wander. The two cranes, however, were very playful, flapping their wings and soaring, circling above the village, attracting passers-by to stop and watch. Cranes are rare birds, and everyone wants to take a closer look. Chufeng has already signed a contract with the two cranes, so he is not worried about them running off and just lets them play. When they get tired or hungry, they should come back on their own. The old hen has also relaxed a bit by now and started wandering around the house. Chufeng doesn't pay it any mind, letting the old hen adapt to the environment on its own. At this moment, Chufeng realizes that in the past few days, the wind and sand in Sunagakure have been strong and water scarce. He hasn't bathed for a long time, his body covered in sand and dirt, looking like a beggar, completely unlike the head of the household. He needs to clean up properly when he gets home. So he goes back inside to take a bath, then eats a little after washing up, and sits on the bed flipping through the system shop. His current calmness value has reached 39,900 points, so he can afford to spend a little. Improving strength is hard to rely on chakra, so he focuses on things that can enhance external power.
After searching for a long time, he doesn't find anything satisfactory. Most items are either strange or too expensive to buy. It's really hard to find something cheap and practical. He wants to find something like a summoning seed, affordable and effective. The shop has many items, but few are useful. At this moment, he catches a glimpse of a strange item out of the corner of his eye. Its name doesn't match what he is thinking at all, but it attracts him. The picture shows a blood-red skeleton with a large hole in the heart area. He is interested because the style of this skeleton is very similar to the summoning seed. The appearance of the spirit seed is a heart, but this skeleton lacks a heart. I wonder what the connection is. Actions speak louder than words. He clicked to see the detailed introduction. Original puppet. Placing any flesh into the damaged heart area can activate the puppet. The puppet will decompose the flesh's energy genes and replicate the same abilities. The puppet is unconscious and fully controlled by the host. After reading, Chu Feng could only say, brilliant. This is truly amazing, absolutely perfect. The price is the same as the spirit seed, 10,000 com points, and it can be purchased continuously, not a one-time disappearance. With this thing, 1 be able to collect all bloodline abilities. As long as flesh is placed into the puppet's heart, the puppet can be activated to gain the abilities of the flesh's owner. This means that as long as he has enough com points, he can build an army entirely composed of bloodline limit or bloodline elimination. Chu Feng had to admit, this product was truly stunning. Flipping through still has its benefits. Sure enough, he found a new product. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and immediately exchanged points for it. A flash of crimson light passed, and a skeleton with some flesh appeared in the room. The skeleton looked extremely eerie, making Chu Feng shiver involuntarily. Why does it feel like some evil scientist's experiment? He muttered to himself. At first, he thought there would be a strong bloody smell and hesitated to approach. But after a while, he instead smelled a fresh fragrance, something special like spices. He slowly approached the skeleton. The scent grew stronger until he stood beside it and confirmed the fragrance was emanating from it. This made Chu Feng even more puzzled. Where exactly did this damn system get this magical thing from? He wondered. The skeleton looked like a human stripped of skin and most of its flesh. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be some unknown species from the universe? Captured and disassembled by the system, just like that wisp of divine consciousness from his ancestor. But he felt there was nothing about himself worth the system's attention. Even if it was an alien species, it had nothing to do with him. It was all the system's business. With that thought, he stopped dwelling on it and calmly began studying the skeleton. The skeleton was taller than an adult man, with thick bones. There was a large hole in the heart area, and the ribs were broken. It was estimated that the heart had been removed and sold. Perhaps the two little cranes were using this very heart. Although it looked frightening, after getting used to it, the eerie feeling gradually faded. It was already late, and fiddling with a skeleton alone at home was indeed not very auspicious. He quickly thought about how to use it. As the first puppet, he had to find the right ability to activate it. He had plenty of blood resources on hand. The teacher and his wife had powerful abilities. Would release and the Vajra seal of the Whirlpool clan were both good choices. But if the puppet was sent out on missions, and if the ninja world saw another would release user, it might cause trouble. So he decided not to try that for now. There were also the Uchiha and Akimichi clans. Akimichi's multiplication technique was a secret art, and it was uncertain whether it could activate the puppet. The Uchiha Sharingan varied. Activating it with the blood of Kagami or Chiri would yield the same ability but was easily detected, posing a risk of exposure. After thinking for a long time, using his own blood was still the safest. He mastered 3 types of bloodline abilities but only used one to control the puppet, so it wouldn't attract attention. Just as he was about to draw blood, he suddenly remembered something and his consciousness entered the spatial ring to start searching. Chu Feng had put the family's centuries-old savings into the spatial ring, but inside it was a complete mess. He searched for a long time and finally found that item. I almost forgot about you. Chu Feng laughed as he took out a small glass bottle. Inside the bottle was the Mangekyo Sharingan from the Uchiha world. He had taken it off back then and had been keeping it idle in the ring. After all, without the Uchiha bloodline, it was quite difficult to wield the Sharingan. If one's strength was sufficient, there was no need to transplant this Mangekyo. Not throwing it away nor transplanting it, he could only preserve it in the culture fluid and see if it would be useful later. Chu Feng had almost forgotten about it, treating it as a collectible, never expecting it to come in handy today. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan to activate the original puppet was simply perfect. The Susanoo from the Uchiha world was also very cool. This made Chu Feng extremely satisfied. He conjured a small crystalline spoon and poured the Sharingan into it. Then he inserted the spoon into the hollow of the skeleton's heart and slowly poured in the Sharingan. As soon as the Sharingan entered the hollow, the flesh on the skeleton began to writhe, as if coming back to life. The hollow in the chest gradually grew granulation tissue, slowly enveloping the Sharingan. The heart began to beat, as if the Sharingan had become the new heart. With the heartbeat, golden yellow veins sprouted all over the skeleton's body, dense and intricate. Chu Feng watched, deeply shocked. This was a scene few would ever see in a lifetime. Muscles wrapped around the meridians, and the skeleton gradually transformed into a human shape. But it wasn't over yet. Tendons, skin, and hair began to grow, and eyeballs and a tongue appeared in the hollow eye sockets and mouth. The eye color was unusual, not the scarlet Sharingan. The pupils were shaped like shuriken, just like in the Uchiha world, but the color was gold. Chu Feng was unsure if this affected strength, or if it was comparable to a real Mangekyo. The system had never produced a defective product, so it was probably even stronger. The pale yellow skin looked normal, but the hair was pure white. The white hair of Chu Feng was tinged with gray, while the puppet's hair was pure and flawless, which made him feel strange. Soon, all the changes were complete, and the puppet remained lively. Eyes open, a pair of golden kaleidoscope Sharingan quietly lay in the eye sockets. Took the wind and tried to control it, no rejection, as smooth as controlling one's own hands and feet. There is no need for blood recognition, because the puppet has only one master. He can also project his consciousness into it and control it remotely. This means that tasks requiring travel can be assigned to the puppet. He only needs to give an order and can easily command from home. After controlling the puppet, Chu Feng noticed it wasn't dressed yet, so he hurriedly found a suitable robe for it to wear. The puppet has no gender, so Chu Feng didn't feel awkward, but he couldn't just leave it naked. After putting on the Cloud Clan's attire, the puppet looked more refined, with a handsome face and golden eyes, appearing ethereal and extraordinary. However, this puppet couldn't close its Sharingan like the Uchiha, so Chu Feng had to cover it with a white silk ribbon. When he projected his consciousness to control it, he sensed that the puppet's chakra was the same as his own, and keeping the Sharingan open continuously did not consume chakra or cause blindness, which was much better than the Uchiha. Today he was in an especially good mood, and the fatigue from going to the sand-hidden village vanished. Having a puppet with a Mangekyo Sharingan greatly increased his strength, almost matching his own. What pleased Chu Feng the most was that this puppet could transform into a mark attached to his body, carried with him at all times, allowing him to fight 2 against 1 in emergencies, which was very convenient. Multiple puppets sharing one mark also avoided the trouble of having too many marks on his body. There are still 29,900 com points left. Tomorrow it will reach 30,000, enough to buy 3 puppets at once, Chu Feng thought. But the key is what bloodline to use for activation. Konoha has many secret technique clans, but if he used their blood to activate the puppet, it would probably only be at the level of an ordinary ninja. Konoha's truly bloodline possessing clans are few, only the Uchiha and Hyuga. Maybe tomorrow I can ask a Hyuga ninja for some blood, Chu Feng planned in his mind. Although he wasn't familiar with the Hyuga clan and had only exchanged a few words during the handover of the Tailed Beast mission, he didn't even know their names, so asking for blood rashly might be too offensive. Better to build a good relationship first. In addition, Chu Feng also had his eyes on the abilities of his master's wife, Mito. He wanted to acquire the Uzumaki clan's unique strong vitality and the adamantine sealing chains. Konoha's bloodlines were too few, mostly secret technique clans, and aside from the Uchiha and Hyuga, there were almost no other bloodlines. The future Moonlight Gale had once developed the transparent escape technique but ultimately failed. Taking wind can only be done by stealing Kekei Genkai from other villages, as many villages have strict limits on their Kekei Genkai. If I get the chance, I must obtain Dust Release. He had already mastered Cloud Release and could easily use Dust Release with the help of puppets, but flesh and blood were rare. Suddenly, a flash crossed Chu Feng's mind, second Suchikage. Just thinking about how Anoki managed to forget him. This guy is the true developer of Dust Release. But he began to ponder again. That one came to Konoha before to seek an alliance, but it seems he was driven away by Uchiha Madara. This guy definitely has a bad impression of Konoha, so the negotiation will be quite difficult. Even if they go head to head, the strength of Chu Feng and Wu is probably evenly matched, but there won't be any substantial benefits gained. Dodging dust release attacks requires a great deal of energy, unless one has the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu. So far, nothing has been found that can truly withstand the damage of dust release. Dust release can directly break objects down to an atomic state. It's terrifying. Precisely because of this, Chu Feng is even more eager to obtain the power of dust release.
In the story, did Mu die at the end of the First Ninja World War? I wonder if it's possible to go retrieve his body. Speaking of which, Mu's death was quite unfair. Taking advantage of the gap when the second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama, died in the Hidden Cloud Village, he tried to sneak attack Konoha to gain some benefits. As a result, the second-generation Mizukage Hozuki Genjutsu also set his sights on this opportunity. These two enemies met and immediately started fighting, ultimately perishing together, which was quite tragic. The Hidden Mist Village began to decline after Hozuki Genjutsu's death. Although the third-generation Mizukage improved on policies that Genjutsu Henti had time to implement, such as forming the 7 ninja swordsmen, his achievements were mediocre. In contrast, the Hidden Stone Village, after the death of the second Tsuchikage, had his apprentice Inoki succeed as the third Tsuchikage. His position was legitimate. Not only was he the second Tsuchikage's apprentice, but also the grandson of the first Tsuchikage. He was powerful even though he was elderly. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he remained the strongest among the 5 Kage. Anyway, the 5 Kage summit is only 2.5 months away. I'll meet him in person then. Musashi was the first Tsuchikage's personal guard and would definitely come to Konoha. Maybe they could even have a sparring match. Xufeng glanced out the window. It was already late, so he prepared to turn off the lights and sleep. He stored the puppet inside the golden leaf-shaped seal on his arm, shook it to confirm everything was normal, and then went to bed. Early the next morning, the system woke him up. His calmness value had increased by 100 points, now reaching 30,000. Xufeng rubbed his eyes and reluctantly got out of bed to wash up. He and T slept well due to excitement the night before and felt groggy. After splashing cold water on his face, he felt much better and glanced at the golden leaf seal on his arm. Good thing this isn't a dream. After washing up, he released the puppet again for a closer look. Although this puppet was activated using the eyes of that old Uchiha guy, its appearance was thousands of times better than that old thing. So far, he hadn't found an opportunity to use it. His own strength wasn't enough to wield such a thing lightly, lest he bring trouble upon himself. When he carried out missions alone, he was less cautious. After all, the dead don't talk. After washing up, Xufeng stepped out of the house. The morning sunlight shone on his face, warm and pleasant. The weather was nice. His old mother had long since gotten up and was strolling in the yard, occasionally catching a few bugs, leisurely and content. Because the old hen had helped Xufeng hatch 2 cranes, he decided to take good care of this heroic mother. Although the 2 young cranes had signed contracts with him and were very affectionate, their first recognition was still the old hen, whom they regarded as their mother. At night, they would all lie beside her to sleep. The young cranes were large in size but still young, and having the old hen accompany them as they grew was very good. Perhaps after they matured, they might even be able to speak. After all, many summoned beasts in the ninja world can talk, and the cranes from another world were no exception. After feeding the old hen some food, Xufeng left home. There were not many people on the street, mostly vendors busy setting up their stalls, trying to get everything ready before everyone else woke up. He bought some food from a familiar shop and ate while walking. Today, Jili and Xiaochun were going shopping, and since he had nothing to do, he planned to find some familiar people in Konoha village to enrich his character encyclopedia. Tsunade was born about 2 months ago. He wondered if Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were the same age as her, had been born yet. Anyway, since he was free, he decided to go look. Xufeng remembered that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both commoners whose parents had died early. This time, I'll try to help them, at least to give them a complete childhood. He didn't know how their parents died and could only find them first and then figure it out. Most likely, they died on the battlefield, since the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to break out 5 years later. Although the story's direction had changed, the future wouldn't be completely altered. Judging from Uchiha Madara's rebellion, major events basically wouldn't change, only the process would differ. It was like how he almost killed Uchiha Madara using the Ancestor Experience card but was saved by Kuratsuchi. The world's overall situation wouldn't drastically change because of one person. Xufeng's current strength was enough to survive the Great Ninja War. His goal was to do his best to let his master live longer. Although they had only been together for a little over a year, Hashirama had taught him ninjutsu, taijutsu, and life lessons without reservation. Hashirama was like a loving father, guiding and protecting him. Every time he thought about his master suddenly passing away 4 years later, Xufeng's heart ached unbearably. The cause of Hashirama's death was a mystery. The cellular division limit was only Xufeng's guess. How to make Hashirama live longer was a difficult problem. Fortunately, Xufeng had a system. As long as he found the problem, he could cure it completely. He walked while thinking, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building.
Although it was a day off today, other ninjas were working as usual, but it was still early, and there was no one inside the building.
Chu Feng didn't want to linger and was about to leave to avoid being grabbed by Tobarama as a conscript. Tobarama always loved teaching him ninjutsu. At first, Chu Feng was very willing since his master was a ninjutsu expert. But gradually, he found that some of the ninjutsu Tobarama developed were somewhat sinister.
Chu Feng didn't mind because he controlled the ninjutsu and wasn't controlled by the techniques, but if these techniques were sealed or stolen, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, except for space-time ninjutsu, he basically didn't discuss other ninjutsu with Tobarama, fearing the techniques would become unfamiliar.
Just as he was about to leave, a figure approached from afar.
Chu Feng felt the figure looked familiar but couldn't recognize him, so he waited until he got closer.
When the person came near, Chu Feng slapped his thigh. I said last night I wanted to get close to you, and today I ran into you. The person who came was Hyuga Kazuna, the young clan leader of the Hyuga clan. The two had met before during a tailed beast capture mission and exchanged polite greetings. Although he was a disciple of the Hokage, Kazuna's status was extraordinary, and the title of young Hyuga clan leader carried great weight. Kazuna saw Torikase from a distance and remembered this Hokage disciple. The age gap was large, so he hadn't paid much attention at first. But upon hearing that Torikase had helped Tobarama capture the Six Tails at the age of 7, he immediately looked at him with new respect. Only 2 people worked together to capture the Six Tails, a contribution not to be underestimated. The Hyuga clan mobilized half the clan to capture just one tail. Such young age with astonishing strength, truly, the Hokage is unfathomable. The clan leader father repeatedly advised Shizuma to befriend Kazekage. Although he did not act promptly, upon learning that Kazekage had gone to the Land of Wind to deliver a message, he gave up. Unexpectedly, they met today, and Shizuma quickened his pace. Kazekage-kun, were you waiting for me? Shizuma asked as he approached.
Kazekage smiled and said, yes, big brother Shizuma, I saw you from afar and wanted to catch up.
Shizuma was also very happy to hear this.
Of course, he could make friends with others, but the premise was to maintain his own dignity. As the young clan leader of the Hyuga, he would not flatter others.
I thought about it too, but since you went to the Land of Wind before, I gave up on the idea, Shizuma continued. Did the mission to the Land of Wind go smoothly this time?
Seeing Shizuma so enthusiastic, Kazekage felt much more comfortable. He had been worried about awkwardness. Luckily, before leaving, Brother Hizashi asked your ninjas about the situation in the Land of Wind, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, Kazekage said. We encountered a few minions on the way, and the Kazekage warmly hosted us.
Kazekage briefly described his impressions of Sunagakure.
Although Shizuma had been to the Wind Valley, Sunagakure was not a place one could visit casually. Hearing this, Shizuma smiled. Fortunately, the Land of Fire is rich in resources, so we don't have to suffer like that. The two chatted more and more congenially, from strangers to like old friends. Being honest and straightforward is indeed the way to make friends.
By the way, big brother Shizuma, why are you at the Hokage building so early? Isn't it before work hours? Kazekage was curious. The building was empty, and the doors were locked. Why come so early?
I plan to go to the mission meeting hall. That route is shorter. The hall is always crowded, so I want to get there early to pick a good mission.
Kazekage suddenly understood it was to get missions more smoothly.
As the young clan leader, it was normal for Shizuma to work harder than others.
What about you, Kazekage? I heard the Hokage gave you guys a day off today? Shizuma asked. He got this news from Hizashi.
Kazekage scratched his head embarrassedly. I just bought some food and was eating while walking, and before I knew it, I was here.
Kazekage, you're really funny, Shizuma laughed.
The two then talked about the thrilling stories of capturing the tailed beasts, getting more and more excited as they spoke. They only stopped when more people gathered around.
Kazekage looked up and saw that about an hour had passed.
Although they had only met a few times, they had gotten along so well.
Kazekage thought to himself, hoping to talk even more.
Once they truly became friends, he could bring up the matter of the blood.
White-eyed puppet, just around the corner.
Chu Feng said apologetically, Brother Shijin, sorry to have kept you today.
You should go take on your mission.
Shijin waved his hand and said, I had a very rewarding chat with Lord Chu Feng today.
What is a mission compared to that?
I didn't expect someone so young to have such broad knowledge.
I really feel inferior.
The two praised each other again, making Chu Feng a bit embarrassed, and then they parted ways. As he left, Shijin seemed reluctant but knew he couldn't be impatient, so he finally departed. Watching Shijin gradually walk away, Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. This young master of the Hinata family is down to earth. It's quite comfortable being around him, just like Brother Risen. He had thought noble children were all arrogant, but didn't he expect such a friendly attitude?
Of course, this was also thanks to Chu Feng's identity as a disciple of the Hokage.
Otherwise, even if he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't casually chat with ordinary people on the street for so long.
Time is reserved for important people and matters.
Watching the village gradually become lively, Chu Feng continued to wander around. Today was a day off anyway, and the mission was completed, so the rest of the time was his own. As for finding Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Chu Feng decided to let things take their course. After all, the war was still some time away, so there was no need to rush.
However, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were civilians, maybe asking Marusei Kosuke would yield some results?
But Kosuke was currently at school, so Chu Feng didn't want to go to him directly. Besides, he had been busy with missions lately and hadn't seen Kosuke for a long time. Forget it, it wouldn't be too late to ask next time they met.
Just like that, until almost noon, Xu was still wandering the streets, having almost roamed the entire Konoha.
Most people in the village knew him, so he had to greet them as he walked, which was quite tiring. As it neared noon, Xu didn't want to eat outside and decided to head home.
At that moment, he ran into two acquaintances, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Biwako.
To Xu surprise, it seemed they had made up. Previously, Nichiren was caught peeping at the women's bathhouse by Biwako, which led to a 2-month Cold War between them. Nichiren went to great lengths to make amends, which only slightly eased the tension.
It looks like they have completely made up now.
Chu Feng originally didn't want to disturb them, but Risen noticed Chu Feng was about to leave.
"Hey, Chu Feng! Where are you going?"
Called out. Chu Feng had no choice but to turn around and chat a bit, though he really didn't want to listen to their lovey-dovey show. "It's brother Risen and sister Biwahu, I was just about to go home for dinner." Biwahu had met Chu Feng more than once, and every time they met, she thought he was quite nice.
"Hello, Chu Feng. Risen is off today, and we're about to have lunch. Want to join us?"
Biwahu linked arms with Risen, smiling sweetly. Although the invitation was very polite, Chu Feng understood it was just a courtesy. Of course, even if it were a genuine invitation, he wouldn't go. Just watching the two of them show off their affection was enough for him.
"No thanks, I won't disturb your private time.
I'll just go home to eat," Chu Feng declined with a smile.
Hearing private time, Biwahu's face flushed slightly.
Risen scratched his head and laughed. "Hey, it's a rare day off today, and I brought Biwahu out to eat.
Any good recommendations?"
Risen usually ate at home, where the chef was quite skilled. This time, bringing Biwahu out, he didn't know where to go, and Biwahu always said anything is fine, which gave him a bit of a headache. Seeing Chu Feng, he thought maybe he could help. Chu Feng thought for a moment. There's a barbecue restaurant run by the Chodao clan. Jili and I often go there. The taste is really good. If the owner heard himself being called a living god of wealth and being promoted like this, he'd probably be moved to tears. Chu Feng also gave a detailed introduction to the types of barbecue he usually likes to order. Just listening to it made people salivate. Biwako was also interested after hearing it. Although she didn't say anything, Chu Feng could tell she wanted to go. "Alright, then let us go to that barbecue place. I trust Chu Feng's recommendation. What about you, Biwako?"
Nichiren asked with a smile.
Biwako smiled and said, "Hearing you say that, I'm salivating too.
Let us go and try it."
Nichiren finally felt relieved after hearing that. This date was all thanks to Chu Feng, otherwise, he really feared he would mess up the opportunity. After all, Biwako had forgiven him with great difficulty, and if he messed up the relationship, it might be over. Nichiren gave Chu Feng a meaningful look, and Chu Feng nodded in response. The three chatted about daily life for a while, and soon it was nearly noon.
Nichiren and Biwako said goodbye to Chu Feng.
Worried the barbecue place might be full, the two quickened their pace. Chu Feng smiled, thinking that with their speed, they might be married in a few years. All he could do was offer his blessings. After seeing them off, Chu Feng prepared to go home for a meal. If it weren't for the three animals at home that needed feeding, Chu Feng definitely wouldn't have gone back. The old hen pecked at bugs in the yard on her own without issue, but the two young cranes had astonishingly big appetites. Chu Feng had to buy 5 or 6 pounds of fresh small fish to feed them so they could grow quickly. Spending time with the two young cranes always made Chu Feng feel refreshed and clear-headed. He wondered if it was the good aura brought by the celestial cranes. Just as he returned to the clan territory, the young cranes flying in the air suddenly landed and rubbed against Chu Feng's face like two spoiled little kittens.
Alright, I know you're hungry."
Chu Feng took out 2 large basins of small fish from his spatial ring and fed them. The two young cranes ate ravenously, and before long, all the fish in the basins were gone. After eating their fill, they flew off to play again. Chu Feng took the opportunity to observe them carefully.
They look like a male and a female. Could they breed little celestial cranes? If so, they could leave a contract for descendants or disciples. These two celestial cranes had long lifespans and might one day become beings like the great toad immortal. He shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too far ahead. The situation was still unclear, so there was no need to rush into future plans. Xiaobi was full, but Chu Feng was still hungry. Fortunately, he had bought some vegetables earlier and could cook a simple meal himself. The food here didn't have many seasonings, and the flavors were all quite similar after all. It wasn't as rich and diverse as Earth. As long as it filled the stomach, that was enough. After finishing the meal with nothing to do, he started studying ninjutsu again. Actually, Chu Feng was quite bored now during the holidays. There was nothing to do except shopping. Earth had phones, TV, and games, but here there was nothing. Although he could exchange items through the system, the technology wasn't advanced enough. Even if he had a phone, it would be like a brick, useless. Chu Feng knew nothing about technology, so he needed to find a professional. He had heard that the Naruto world had TVs, air conditioners, and refrigerators, but the inventor was unknown. If he could find that person and train them well, using system blueprints, Konoha's technology could rapidly improve. Then, mobile games would no longer be just a dream. But everything had to take its natural course. The clues about Orochimaru and Jiraiya were still there, but there was no news about that potential scientist. Orochimaru was a biologist and had little to do with technology, so Chu Feng could only wait patiently. For now, these matters could be set aside. He had previously planned to develop a large-scale destructive ninjutsu but stopped halfway. Later, he was busy with missions and had no time to continue. Today was a rest day, so he wanted to see if he could succeed in one go. Several hours passed, and crystal fragments were scattered across the training ground of the Cloud Clan. Under the sunlight, they sparkled transparently. Chu Feng looked at the fragments all over the ground with a satisfied smile. Clearly, he was pleased with the result. Just need to refine it a bit more, and this will be my first large-scale destructive ninjutsu. The complexity of this technique had already reached S rank, and its power was extremely formidable. Using it against small fry would undoubtedly be a waste, but in war, it could intimidate enemies, making them hesitate to act rashly, which also represented strength. Chu Feng hoped not to use this move too early. After all, once unleashed, it would surely cause a bloodbath. He didn't want to create large-scale slaughter, provided no one provoked him first. If he could live peacefully all along, that would be nice too. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already set in the west, and time quietly slipped away. One day has passed just like that. Tomorrow, I'll continue training. Hashirama's training was still tough, pushing them to their limits every time, leaving them exhausted and uncomfortable. But both Chu Feng and Jili's strength was rapidly improving, and no one complained about the hardships of training. They each had their own goals and willpower and would not be defeated by difficulties. After feeding the two immortal cranes and the old hen, it was completely dark. Chu Feng was about to go to bed to rest. It had been a fulfilling day, and he lay down contentedly, waiting for the new day. Inside a certain temple in the ninja world, a man dressed in a monk's robe sat on a stone chair, his fingers tapping the armrest. Only a few candles flickered weakly in the temple, but he seemed unaffected. More than a month has passed, and that person's presence has completely vanished from this world. He muttered to himself, his voice cold and merciless. Someone arrived even earlier than the Otsutsuki clan, with strength that probably even Kagaya could hardly match. Mentioning Kagaya, anger and confusion surfaced in the man's voice, but he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled lightly. The one who betrayed me was ultimately betrayed by his own son. How ironic. After a brief silence, he said calmly, now that the otherworldly strong one has left, my plan can begin. This body is too fragile to withstand my power. If it weren't for Kagaya, I would never have fallen to this state. This man was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had been betrayed by Kagaya. He had come to the ninja world with Kagaya, who held a lower status and was originally meant to be sacrificed to the 10 tails to produce the chakra fruit. Unexpectedly, Kagaya suddenly rebelled, severely wounding Ishiki and throwing half of his body into the 10 tails to produce the fruit. Ishiki did not die but possessed a monk named Jigen. With a weak body, it took him a long time to suppress Jigen's consciousness and seize control. Otsutsuki Ishiki could revive himself anytime using the karma mark, but Jigen's body was too fragile to sustain Ishiki's power. Even if revived, he would only have 2 days to live. Ishiki had to find a suitable vessel. But since Yun Zhonghuachen's divine consciousness still lingered in the world, he dared not make a move. Now, sensing Yun Zhonghuachen's complete disappearance, Otsutsuki Ishiki began to secretly plan. But he was not the only one scheming.
In a cave, a half-black, half-white figure with pitcher plant-like growths on his shoulders smiled as he looked at the unconscious person on the stone bed.
They were Black Setsu and Uchiha Madara. Madara had been severely injured by the power of the heavenly god during battle and remained unconscious. White Zetsu asked in confusion, could he really be dead? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Black Setsu laughed and said, it's nothing.
Maybe his pride is hurt and he wants to avoid reality.
Those people always think they're strong. Baiju asked again, is it worth offending that person? Is he really that important?
Heiju answered, he possesses the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the key to unlocking the Rinnegan.
He cannot die. Offending him is indeed unwise, even Mom is no match for him.
But it seems he has already left this world.
Oh?
I can no longer sense his presence. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he's dead. His descendants are still around, so there's no need to kill him. Heiju recalled the jet-propelled little boy from a year ago and said, no need, he is not Yunzhong Huachun. Since he is gone, my plan can proceed. Heiju did not take Yunzhong Chufeng seriously. Everyone in the Yunzhong clan can use cloud release, but no one compares to Yunzhong Huachun. In his eyes, Chufeng was just a talented child. Heiju had seen many like him.
He was not worried that Chufeng would ruin his millennia-old grand scheme. Success was within reach. As long as he could manipulate Uchiha Madara, half the battle was won. What he truly needed was Madara's Sharingan to unlock the Rinnegan. Everyone was just a pawn. Should be about time to wake up. Probably.
The next morning, Chufeng was awakened by the system.
Last night, two old veterans of the ninja world acted secretly, and he was completely unaware. He got up, washed, and ate in one go. The rest from yesterday left Chufeng refreshed and free of fatigue.
Although he thought about training, he still couldn't muster much enthusiasm. He looked at the two little cranes. They had changed noticeably overnight, growing quite a bit. In a few days, Chufeng would be able to soar through the sky with the two cranes. After checking, he found they were in excellent condition with no abnormalities. Perhaps it was due to their crane bloodline or the summoning seeds. In any case, it was beneficial. The faster they grew, the sooner they could become combat power. Since they had grown, they should no longer be called little cranes.
He still needed to name them.
But he couldn't think of any names right away, so Chufeng was in no rush and would think of names while training.
Cloud Release Crane Cry Scattering Blossom Technique.
A thick cloud burst open, and Chufeng split into 3 pure white cloud cranes, flying toward Hokage Yanyan. The villagers had never seen this technique, but those familiar with Chufeng's gathering time recognized him and waved greetings. The Yunzhong clan had a deep connection with cranes. Not only was their family emblem a crane, but cranes also appeared in their ninjutsu, much like the Nara clan raised deer. Cranes had long become a symbol of the Yunzhong clan. Chufeng thought it might be because the ancestors kept several celestial cranes nearby, and later generations believed he liked cranes, so they designed the family emblem accordingly. According to family records, cranes are naturally proud and free, difficult to tame as summoned beasts. The clan's crane summoned beasts were all raised from a young age, forming deep bonds with their masters.
Coincidentally, Chufeng's 2 cranes were also raised from infancy, so they could be considered summoned beasts.
In his cloud crane form, Chufeng flew very fast. This technique was not only for traveling but also ideal for escape and retreat.
The 3 separated cloud cranes could each reconstitute into the original body. As long as one survived, Chufeng could escape danger.
While speaking, he had already flown above Yanyan. The 3 cloud cranes merged, the cloud energy swirling, and Chufeng's figure gradually appeared.
Looking around, no one had arrived yet.
It seemed he was early again.
After waiting 15 minutes, everyone gradually gathered.
After a good rest yesterday, everyone was in good spirits today.
Tobirama arrived at the mountaintop with Hashirama using Flying Thunder God. Good morning, children.
How was your rest yesterday? Hiruzen asked with a smile, clearly pleased.
Good morning, Hokage-sama. Good morning, Master. Everyone seems to have rested well. Hashirama nodded, noticing the children were very energetic today.
That's good.
I'm fine here. You all go talk with Tobirama.
Hashirama pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others away, while he focused on Tofu and Yuri, thinking about how to tailor their training plan for today. The 2 kids were constantly improving, but their room for progress was getting smaller, so they could only repeatedly consolidate the basics to grow better in the future.
Training will proceed as usual today, no stopping before noon.
Yes. At this moment, Hashirama was serious and strict, completely unlike the kind and gentle man before. If their movements were off or they slacked, he would mercilessly point it out.
At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others often sat around Tobirama. sometimes chatting casually, sometimes seriously, but the atmosphere was relaxed, which made Tofu very envious.
Clearly, he was stronger, yet he still had to train hard. What annoyed him most was watching them chat leisurely, which made his heart ache with frustration. Hiruzen was talking to someone when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Tofu staring at him, causing him to shiver involuntarily.
Finally, the training ended, and it was noon.
The whole morning was either training or fighting with Hashirama, not a moment to rest. Hashirama was in a great mood, feeling gratified watching his disciples improve bit by bit. In a few years, these kids would become the backbone of Konoha, and he could relax a bit. Actually, Hashirama had long wanted to lay down the heavy burden and enjoy life. But now, with so many affairs, if the 5 Kage summit went smoothly, he might be able to step down as Hokage. Letting his younger brother Tobarama take over as Hokage. Tobarama had proposed many policies beneficial to the village, which Hashirama felt he couldn't accomplish. If his brother took charge, Konoha would surely reach new heights. He would only need to protect the village's stability, making life much easier.
However, he wasn't sure if Tobarama was willing to take on this heavy responsibility. "Teacher, are we training like this again tomorrow?"
Shiri wiped sweat and asked. Hashirama thought for a moment. Since he couldn't find a better training method suitable for both disciples, he could only nod helplessly. "That's right, tomorrow will be the same." Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months went by. Today was the day Konoha held the 5 Kage summit, and Torikes, as the Hokage's disciple, accompanied him. For such a grand occasion, Torikes naturally agreed, while Chiri went with Kagami to entertain guests from other villages. The two had different roles but equal status. These 2 months, the village had been bustling with activity. No one wanted to be looked down upon by other villages. Every detail was meticulous. Tobarama arranged for everyone to rehearse every few days to avoid mistakes at critical moments. The other Kage were expected to arrive in Konoha around noon, and Torikes was not in a hurry. After washing and dressing, he went to feed 2 young cranes. He had named them a month ago.
The male crane was named Qingyun, and the female was named Lufeng.
The names suited the elegance of the cranes, and the young cranes liked them, so they were called Torikes. In these 2.5 months, Qingyun and Lufeng had grown to twice the size of ordinary cranes. Adult cranes beside them looked like just month-old chicks. With such a large size, they were big enough to carry Torikes into the sky. Torikes had tried a few times and felt it was pretty good. He just needed to adapt and gradually learn to control them better. After all, Qingyun and Lufeng hadn't cooperated with Chufeng before, so their tacit understanding was not enough. Chufeng was not in a hurry either. Tacit understanding is built up over time, not something achieved overnight. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so he wasn't anxious. After feeding them, Qingyun and Lufeng flew out to play again. These 2 cranes spent most of the day away from home, and no one knew where they went. At dinner time in the evening, they would return punctually, leaving Chufeng both amused and exasperated. After they left, Chufeng also left the clan territory. Once outside, he noticed the streets were more crowded than usual, mostly villagers who were barely disguising themselves. This was the first time Konoha village was negotiating with other villages, so everyone was tense and on guard. Even if there were conflicts, other villages dared not act rashly. With Hashirama guarding Konoha, no one dared to cause trouble. Chufeng bought some food at a familiar shop, then went to report at the Hokage building. Today was the 5 Kage summit, and Chufeng had specially worn a black and gold robe, the formal attire for important occasions. Unexpectedly, when he entered the office, Hashirama and Tobarama were dressed very casually, no different from usual. In contrast, Chufeng looked like a peacock, particularly eye-catching. Standing behind Hashirama, all eyes were on him. "Master, Lord Tobarama, why are you dressed so simply?" Hashirama put down his speech notes and smiled, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a few village leaders chatting."
Tobarama made it so formal, but I'm not used to it.
Wearing armor and such is too restrictive. It seemed Master was also nervous, worried something might go wrong at the summit, so he deliberately dressed casually. "Then I'll change back into ordinary clothes later, or else I'll feel uncomfortable." Hashirama nodded. After all, it was his own home, no need to put on airs. Today's talks are not just about peace, but also to let you younger ones see the strength of other villages. Consider it laying the foundation for your future. Takishio understood it meant the ninja from each village would spar with each other to understand each other's strength.
Tobarama smiled and patted Takishio on the shoulder. "Kid, don't hit too hard."
Takishio responded naturally. You invite people to your own village for a meeting, and before it even starts, your son gets beaten up with a bruised nose and face. Does that make sense?
Of course not. The meeting was set on the second floor of the Hokage building.
Tobarama specially arranged it to be spacious so that all the Kage could feel comfortable. Hashirama held a script in his hand, mumbling the opening remarks. Takeshio found it boring and took the opportunity to change clothes, wearing the usual white robe with gold threads, which showed his status yet was simple. When he returned to the office, Tobarama was organizing the meeting agenda. Takeshio leaned over to take a look. The topics included not only peace but also development and trade between villages, practical issues. Just after finishing reading, Tobarama pulled him over to help organize. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and Yuri and Kagami walked in. Hashirama put down the script. Actually, he already remembered the content. Rereading it several times was just to ease his nerves. Yuri and Kagami, is the reception arrangement going smoothly? Hashirama asked. Yuri nodded. Master, rest assured, the reception fully followed Lord Tobarama's procedures. The Kage and their entourage will stay in Konoha for 3 to 5 days, with accommodations and meals all arranged. Hashirama trusted the process designed by his brother and felt even more at ease with these kids, except for a little worry about himself. Very well, try to avoid conflicts with ninjas from other villages, but if provoked, you may retaliate. Shuri and Kyo gave the order, so it neither appeared arrogant nor weak. After speaking, they went to the village gate to welcome them. A few hours later, the other 4 Kage would arrive at Konoha. How is the protection coming along? Hashirama asked. Tobarama replied, I have entrusted it to Hizashi and Danzo. They have already begun deployment. Hashirama sensed the streets of the village. The ninjas were dressed plainly, making them hard to detect. They were all experts in counter-surveillance, their shadows barely noticeable. Truly the elite of Konoha. Very good, everyone has worked hard. Everything is for Konoha. Hashirama looked out the window, his tension dissipating. Yes, everything is for Konoha. Seeking peace was to let the great tree of Konoha thrive in the ninja world, to let the village's children grow up safely, and to keep smiles on the villagers' faces. If that is the case, what is there to be nervous about? He had fought for this for many years. Even Madara couldn't stop it. What were a few Kage? If they agreed to peace, wouldn't everyone be happy? If they didn't agree, then they were enemies of Konoha. Although Hashirama longed for peace, he understood that true peace required a heavy price. Torikase clearly felt the change in his master's aura, shifting from confusion to determination. His master was always like this, sometimes downcast, sometimes passionate, and Torikase was used to it. This time was no exception. Hashirama stopped reading the report and invited Tobarama to take a walk around the village. Tobarama gladly agreed, and Torikase naturally followed closely. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the undercover ninjas on the street, though respectful upon seeing the Hokage, pretended to be ordinary people due to their missions, softly greetings, Lord Hokage. Hashirama responded to each one, warming everyone's hearts. Though the ninjas knew the Hokage was warm-hearted, actually greeting him face-to-face felt more like family. Hashirama walked slowly, responding to every greeting, savoring this warmth. Tobarama was equally immersed. The villagers called him Lord Tobarama because he handled many trivial matters and was deeply trusted. Besides the Hokage, the villagers trusted Tobarama the most. Watching this scene, Torikase was deeply moved and recalled the saying, it's not becoming Hokage that earns recognition, but being recognized that allows one to become Hokage. Undoubtedly, Hashirama was a revered and great Hokage, and Tobarama was the same. Their love for Konoha was selfless, dedicating everything to it. If not for the bond of Konoha, they might have perished long ago. But because of Konoha, they feared neither life nor death, and when facing pursuers, they could unhesitatingly sacrifice themselves, entrusting the village to the new generation. After walking for a long time, hearing that the Hokage was on the street, villagers came out one after another to greet him. Hashirama greeted everyone, and knowing the 5 Kage summit was about to begin, people hurried home, afraid of causing trouble. When the 3 reached the village gate, Yuri, Kagami, and other ninja had been waiting for a long time. 2 hours later, the visitors arrived. Hashirama decided to wait here, not wanting Konoha to give an impression of arrogance. Time passed, nearing noon, the scorching sun blazing, everyone silently endured. Suddenly, Torikase felt the air become much more humid. Before Torikase could act, a huge water dragon suddenly burst out from the distant horizon, rushing straight toward them. Torikase looked at his master Hashirama, who smiled but made no move. The water dragon fell about 50 meters from the group, splashing a huge wave, but the water seemed controlled, not splashing on anyone from Konoha. The water gradually calmed, turning into thick mist. Torikase saw the large mist and felt an itch in his palm, almost unable to resist exhaling cloud vapor, but he held back. Slowly, a group of figures emerged from the mist, led by an elderly man with white hair, a long beard, wearing a Mizukage straw hat, blind in his left eye with a deep scar. He smiled, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. This man was none other than the first Mizukage of Kirigakure the White Lotus. He single-handedly unified the islands and ninja clans of the Land of Water, a battle-hardened strongman. Behind him followed a black-haired man with narrow eyes, calm and wise in demeanor. Behind them was a group of ordinary ninja, nothing special.
Is the Hokage in good health?
White Lotus asked with a broad smile, extending his hand. Hashirama also reached out and shook his hand.
Naturally, very well. Mizukage-sama also looks in good spirits. The two shook hands, speaking easily despite never having met before.
White Lotus laughed. I'm not like the Hokage, just an old man now, but I can still live a few more years. Hashirama smiled in reply, life and death are in the hands of fate, we only need to do our best, leaving the rest to the next generation. White Lotus nodded repeatedly, regretting that his successor could not accompany him this time, otherwise he would have gained much insight. He was curious to see what kind of person could match his heir, who might become a strong rival to Kirigakure in the future. They chatted briefly. The sun was harsh, so it was not suitable to stay long.
Hashirama ordered Ninja to escort the Mizukage and his party to a resting place.
White Lotus appeared somewhat tired along the way and no longer spoke much with Hashirama. The accompanying ninja left. Torike stared at White Lotus's sharp teeth, vaguely feeling he resembled someone from the Hashigaki clan, but unfortunately without proof. Regardless, White Lotus could contribute 1,000 points of calmness to Torike's, and the black-haired man behind him was likely the third Mizukage, who could also contribute a lot. The benefit of this 5 Kage summit was that each Kage brought their successor, greatly increasing calmness points. Just unlocking character profiles could earn nearly 10,000 points.
It was estimated that chaos events would also occur. Strange, why hadn't the chaos event started yet? Uchiha Madara had announced it a year in advance. Chaos event triggered, Konoha village holds the 5 Kage summit. Now this damn system doesn't even give reminders anymore. Could it be that it will be scrapped in a few years?
This mission should be simple. The main talks are led by my master, and I just need to win in sparring.
It's enough to let the other villages see Konoha's strength. How many calmness points can I get this time?
I currently have 21,000 calmness points. Before, I had over 30,000, but I used some a few days ago to exchange for a puppet.
I got some blood from the mistress and activated a native puppet. The bloodline owner's traits will appear in gold on the puppet. For example, when activated with the Uchiha's eyes, the Sharingan is golden. This time, the puppet's hair turned golden. Red hair is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan.
Actually, asking Mito for blood was quite presumptuous. After all, she is an elder. But she didn't ask much, since she knows me well, and she didn't tell Hashirama. Anyway, I already have the 2 trump cards of puppets from the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans in my hands. I can almost walk through the ninja world with ease.
Hinata Nozomi is almost conquered as well. I plan to ask her for blood after some time.
The Hyuga clan treasures the Byakugan, but a small vial of blood should be no problem. If all goes well, I will be able to have a Byakugan puppet. But I'm not too concerned about this. I'll go with the flow, strive for suitable bloodlines if I encounter them, but one T-force it if I don't. There was still some time before the meeting started, and the Mizukage Byakuran arrived early. After Byakuran entered the village to rest, the other Kage arrived one after another. A fierce wind blew up, sand and stones flying at the entrance of Konoha village. When the storm subsided, a group of figures emerged.
Lord Hokage, a pleasure to meet you. Retsuto extended his hand to greet Hashirama.
It was his first time meeting the Hokage. He didn't expect the Hokage to be so young, looking about the same age as him, yet already renowned throughout the ninja world. He himself had not yet achieved much.
Hashirama smiled and shook hands. Lord Kazekage, a pleasure. Did my disciples cause any trouble delivering the message?
Retsuto was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the Hokage's disciples were the young ninjas who delivered the message that day.
Not at all, the children were very polite. It was just that Tsunagekyure's hospitality was lacking.
The 2 Kage spoke without any flaws, their words clear and sharp, making it impossible to discern their true intentions. I found their mutual flattery meaningless, so I began to observe them more closely. This time, the Wind Kage did not bring his wife Chio, but instead brought a burly, muscular man with a coiled dragon tattoo on his face. This should be the 2nd generation Wind Shadow Shaman, the pioneer of puppet technique and sand control technique. These 2 ninjutsu greatly enhanced the combat power of the Sand Hidden Village. Otherwise, the Sand Hidden Village would not deserve to be listed among the 5 great ninja villages.
Sand control techniques have almost become an essential skill for successive Kazekage.
Whether it is iron sand, gold sand, or ordinary sand, one must be proficient in at least one to become Kazekage. Torai is not very interested in puppet techniques. No matter how powerful a puppet is, it cannot compare to controlling it personally. For him, the most important thing is the calmness level of the sand user. Just as Hashirama and Reto were chatting enthusiastically, a giant made of earth blocks rose from underground. Compared to Hashirama's wooden giant, this earth giant was only half the size, hardly a match, and could be easily torn apart. Floating above the earth giant's head was a short old man wearing an earth shadow straw hat, clearly the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who was also Inoki's grandfather. Ishikawa floated over to Hashirama and Reto, slowly landing and shaking hands with them one by one. Lord Hokage, Lord Kazekage, how is your health? Reto smiled in response. Lord Tsuchikage, like Lord Mizukage, you really care about your health. Ishikawa chuckled. Old folks like me and Lord Mizukage, we try to live one more day at a time, so naturally we have to take good care of ourselves. Hashirama waved his hand. I'm not too concerned, just going with the flow. Reto didn't continue that topic, feeling that talking about life and death was unlucky, so he changed the subject. Lord Tsuchikage, why did you come alone? Where are your guards? Ishikawa looked back and saw no one behind him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then he clapped his hands and suddenly realized, I must have walked too fast and left my guards behind. Seeing the dust kicked up by Lord Kazekage, I hurried over and didn't expect to lose them so far behind. Ishikawa laughed, stroking his beard like a mischievous child, amused at having left his guards behind. Hashirama and Reto thought this was normal as people age, they come to terms with many things and becoming childlike isn't so bad. 10 minutes later, the Tsuchikage's guards slowly arrived. Leading them was a tall, slender man wrapped in bandages, wearing a gray vest, a black long sleeve on his left arm, carrying two katanas on his back, dressed in typical Iwagakure attire. To Kazekage's eyes, those two swords were just for show. Someone with dust release abilities wouldn't rely on close combat. Seeing this man, Kazekage secretly calculated how to get a piece of his flesh or a bottle of his blood. Opportunity must not be missed. This was probably the only chance to see him in the next few years. If he missed this, he'd have to find Inoki, and who knew when he'd see him again. This matter couldn't be rushed. He had to find a chance to strike during a sparring session. If he couldn't get dust release this time, he'd have to go to Inoki, but then who knew how long that would take. Lord Tsuchikage, why are you in such a hurry? We can't keep up with your pace. Wu knelt and apologized, feeling derelict as a guard for not staying by the Tsuchikage's side. By the time they arrived, the Tsuchikage had been chatting with the other Kage for over 10 minutes. Ishikawa lightly waved his hand, helping Wu up inside. Don't make a fuss, I'm not in any danger. Just chatting a bit with the Hokage and Kazekage. In Ishikawa's eyes, Wu was good but stubborn, insisting on doing what he believed had to be done. Like when he insisted on sparring with a ninja from Kirigakure, and that young man ended up blown up like a mummy. Ishikawa was terribly worried at the time, but luckily he survived and finally recovered. He heard that Kirigakure's ninja was still unconscious. He wondered if when he met Sueya he would bring this up. Shurha thought better not to mention it, let the younger generation handle their own matters. Ignoring Wu, Shurha continued chatting idly with the two Kage at the village entrance. I shouldn't be the last to arrive, right? I set off several days early. Hashirama shook his head. Reikage hasn't come yet, he's the last one. Shurha stroked his beard. That's good. I thought I was the latest. Kaze, listening nearby, thought that Tsuchikage seemed like an old rascal. Whether it was an act or his true nature, he looked quite easy to get along with. After half an hour of chatting, Reikage still hadn't arrived. Hashirama suggested that Kazekage and Tsuchikage enter the village first to rest, so they wouldn't be in poor condition during the meeting. Both agreed, also curious to see what Konoha village looked like and whether their own villages could compare. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thick clouds, the air heavy and low, like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded, lightning spreading across the sky like tentacles. A thick bolt of lightning surged toward the ground, scorching the earth black and smoking. Through the smoke, a large hand parted the clouds, and a dark-skinned man stepped out. He had thick lips, wore a simple yellow robe, a purple scarf tied around his neck, and a Reikage straw hat on his head. This entrance truly befitted the Reikage's identity. The first Reikage had finally arrived at Konoha village. Hashirama saw the Reikage arrive as promised and breathed a sigh of relief. The talks could finally officially begin. Most from Kumogakure were proud and ambitious. Tobarama had repeatedly reported their attempts to send spies to Konoha. Hashirama had turned a blind eye for the sake of peace. But if they didn't even attend the 5 Kage summit, Kumogakure might no longer be considered one of the 5 great ninja villages. Although the Raikage was arrogant and ambitious, he dared not act rashly in front of Hashirama. Upon arrival, the Raikage walked toward Hashirama and extended his hand. Hokage-sama, pleased to meet you. Hashirama shook his hand in response. Likewise, Raikage-sama, thank you for your hard journey. The Raikage was indifferent. It's nothing, just ran into some rogue ninjas on the way, dealt with them quickly, delayed me a bit. Hashirama smiled and noticed the Raikage had no guards, so he asked, where are your guards, Raikage-sama? The Raikage shook his head. Why bring so many guards? I only brought one. At that moment, a thunderbolt struck down, and a figure landed steadily. It was the second Raikage. For this 5 Kage summit, everyone brought their most trusted successors, both to show off and to give them real combat experience. After all, the Kage themselves could not fight directly and had to send their disciples instead. The Raikage's approach left Hashirama speechless, but he understood the reasoning. Bringing too many guards would only cause more casualties. The Raikage's method seemed wise. Since the Raikage had arrived, all 5 Kage were finally gathered. Hashirama arranged for ninjas to lead them to temporary lodgings to rest, planning to start the meeting later in the cooler afternoon. Kaze, with nothing to do, flipped through the character profiles. Sure enough, except for Reto, everyone else had 1,000 points of calmness, and his own calmness had risen to 30,000 points, with more to come after the summit. While Kaze was free, Shiri was busy beyond measure, arranging personnel to prepare food and clothing. As the meeting was organized by Konoha, it had to be generous and proper, not stingy. At first, it was chaotic, but after getting familiar, it improved, though still not as leisurely as Kaze. Inside the Hokage's office, Kaze asked, have you seen the leaders of the other Kage's guard squads? Kaze nodded, yes, I have. They will all become the village's Kage in the future and will be your strong rivals. Kaze was full of confidence. Don't worry, master. If they dare offend Konoha, I will definitely kill them. To others, this might sound like arrogance, a 7-year-old child daring to say he would kill the successors of other villages. Hashirama was clear Torafa had this ability, after all, he had been following him for so long. During the meeting, you stand behind me and stay silent, but you must closely watch the speeches of the other Kage. Torafu nodded. The meeting was not a place where he could speak recklessly, but his master wanted him to pay attention to the words of the other Kage. Was it to learn how to negotiate with other villages? After pondering for a long time without understanding, he simply stopped thinking and followed his master's instructions. A few hours later, the 5 Kage summit officially began. On the surface, it was just 5 middle-aged ninjas gathered together. But every move they made concerned the fate of the ninja world. War or peace often hinged on a single thought. For the 5 great nations, war was just a drain on resources, but for smaller countries, it could mean extinction. So the small countries always wavered between the 5 great nations, seeking survival by siding with the strong. Once a country became a battlefield, that was truly tragic. The Kage sat down in the conference room that Torafu had prepared early, with a pentagonal table in the center. The atmosphere was solemn. Besides the Hokage, who had Torafu and Tobarama standing behind him, the other Kage each had only one person behind them, mostly their successors. A group of old foxes immediately understood that Torafu, this child, was the Hokage's disciple or heir. However, some thought that a 7 or 8-year-old child attending such a meeting was too immature, especially since there would be sparring afterward. But no one said much since he was the Hokage's disciple. He must have some skill. Still, compared to their own heirs, he was far behind and not to be feared. After everyone was seated, Hashirama, as the host, spoke first with a brief welcome. The other Kage also expressed that they had come for the peace of the ninja world. Their words were bold, but their intentions were hard to read. Since everyone yearns for peace, today's meeting should go smoothly. Hashirama shifted his tone and went straight to the point. I hope everyone can sign a peace treaty to ensure no more wars are started arbitrarily. As soon as the words fell, the 4 shadows, who had just been full of spirit, immediately fell silent. Each of them had their own plans. Some wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate smaller countries and strengthen their own power. In fact, many wars that should have broken out were postponed only because Hashirama wanted to hold talks. This indirectly saved quite a few small countries. What? Is everyone not very willing? Seeing the reactions of the shadows, Hashirama frowned. Just now he was full of righteousness, so why was everyone silent now? Kazekage said lightly, Lord Hokage, Tsunegakure is willing to sign a peace treaty. Zhu Jian listened, and his mood immediately improved significantly. Without the shadow contract, wouldn't this meeting have been a waste of effort? Lido continued, but everyone is well aware of the situation in the sand-hidden village. Endless yellow sand, no land, and no way to cultivate. Water resources are scarce, and the villagers' lives cannot be guaranteed at all. He sighed and shook his head. I can sign a treaty to maintain peace in the ninja world, but who will ensure the livelihood of the villagers in Sunagakure? Retsuto's words were very realistic, and what Chufeng saw in Sunagakure was indeed like that. The villagers lived a hard life, but they were still full of hope. Lacking clothes and food, even bathing had become a luxury, yet they still worked hard to live. Hashirama felt deep sympathy for Sunagakure. The land of wind had been barren since ancient times, and crops struggled to grow. Relying solely on food aid could only provide temporary relief, at most sustaining them for a few years. He wanted to find a more long-term solution but worried that Sunagakure might turn against them in the future. At that moment, Chufeng leaned close to Hashirama's ear and quietly proposed a plan. Hashirama nodded, no longer hesitant, and said, I can use wood released to create a forest for you. As long as you diligently fertilize it, in a few years you will have vast farmland. Retsuto was overjoyed upon hearing this. This is truly a good plan. If the Hokage's words are true, Sunagakure finally has a foundation. Even if the yield is somewhat less, it is better than nothing. Once food production stabilizes, their strength will surely increase. Thank you, Hokage-sama. On behalf of Sunagakure, I sign the peace treaty. Retsuto expressed his gratitude verbally but was already calculating the future in his mind. Can Chufeng's plan really make Sunagakure prosperous? Once these villages grow strong, they always want to start wars. If what Hashirama said is true, it might be helping the enemy grow stronger. The forest created by wood release can last for several years, with higher yields initially. But ninjutsu will eventually decline, and the land will gradually become barren. It can still be cultivated, but the yield will be far less than before. Barely making ends meet is manageable, but trying to stockpile combat resources is difficult. Other Kage easily sign agreements when they see the wind, but they also fall into confusion. If they sign, the village loses the chance to plunder smaller countries. If they don't sign, the Hokage might respond harshly, and the village suffering would be a loss not worth the gain. Hashirama asked calmly, aren't the Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage planning to sign? Didn't you just say you wanted to maintain peace in the ninja world? As soon as the words fell, the named Kage all felt a chill. Though they share the same status, in front of the Hokage, none dared to act rashly because their strength was simply not on the same level. Ishikawa was the first to speak, making no demands or complaints, and directly signed the treaty. The Mizukage struggled for a while, unwilling in his heart, but ultimately signed as well, clearly subdued by Hashirama's strength. At this moment, the Reikage questioned, Hokage-sama, did you capture the 8 tails in the Land of Lightning? We need an explanation for this. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage side almost all the tailed beasts had been captured by Konoha within days. Everyone knew this, but no one dared to speak up. The Reikage's accusation seemed somewhat ridiculous because he didn't have enough strength to back it up. The 8 tails was indeed captured by Konoha, the Hokage replied. However, I don't think I owe you any explanation. The tailed beasts have no owner, and the Land of Lightning also tried to capture the 9 tails but failed. After hearing this, the Reikage realized how foolish he sounded, but the words were already out, and Hashirama's rebuttal left him quite angry. Aben thought no one knew about the plan to capture the 9 tails, but unexpectedly, the Hokage had already sensed it, which made him extremely embarrassed. The previous words had offended Hashirama, and if the treaty wasn't signed now, Hashirama might really get angry. The Hidden Cloud Village also agrees to sign the treaty, from now on jointly maintaining peace in the ninja world, the Hokage announced. The Reikage didn't believe these words at all. After all, the first ninja world war was started by the Hidden Cloud Village. He thought that with Hashirama dead, Konoha would fall apart, but unexpectedly, it was Tobirama who defeated them utterly, and in the end, they had no choice but to seek peace. The Reikage firmly believed that only Hashirama could maintain this peace, and once he died, the treaty would inevitably become invalid. Although no one could kill the god of shinobi, time would take everything away. One day, the Reikage's descendants would trample over Konoha. Since the treaty has been signed, you must abide by its terms, or Konoha will forever be your enemy. After the treaty was signed, the atmosphere immediately became harmonious. Everyone began chatting casually about the village's recent situation, the children's growth, and the mood was warm. It was like a group of old men sitting around chatting after a meal. During the casual talk, many villages took the opportunity to establish trade relations, accelerating their development. With Konoha taking the lead, everyone felt more at ease. In the past, there was almost no communication between villages, but now that the ninja world was temporarily at peace, everyone began to try interacting with each other. 2 hours passed quickly. From topics of peace to family matters, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant.
The guards behind kept reminding everyone not to stray off topic, but the enthusiastic Kage paid no attention.
Outside, darkness gradually fell, and the meeting finally ended, marking the conclusion of the first 5 Kage summit. Hashirama was in a great mood. Being able to chat so long with the other Kage was truly a rare honor. He believed that the signing of the peace treaty meant that as long as he was alive, war should not occur.
I think so too.
Unfortunately, I won't live much longer, and it will probably be hard to meet again, Byakuren said with a smile about life and death, clearly having long since come to terms with it. Ishikawa also laughed and said, "Here, only the Mizukage and I are the oldest. You 3 are still young and will live a long time." Hashirama smiled and shook his head. Life and death are unpredictable, the key is to cherish the present. They said their goodbyes and left the table, returning to their lodgings to rest. The time originally reserved for sparring was instead spent chatting by the old men, so they would have to wait until tomorrow. Tobikase had been standing all afternoon, his bones stiff, and followed Hashirama back to the office, where he saw Chiri and Kagami also waiting for the report.
"Master, Tobikase, Lord Tobarama, you're finally done," Hashirama said with a smile. "Unconsciously, we talked for too long, so the sparring is postponed until tomorrow."
While Kagami was reporting to Hashirama, Tobikase briefly shared the gossip from the meeting with Chiri.
Chiri happily listened without stopping, even asking him to retell the story about the tailed beasts. "Luckily I didn't follow Master, otherwise this meeting would have been so boring, I'd probably have fallen asleep,"
Chiri said exaggeratedly. After this meeting, Tobikase only felt the overt and covert struggles among the Kage, along with physical and mental exhaustion.
After Kagami and Chiri finished their reports, they greeted Tobikase and left. Hashirama gave instructions for tomorrow's sparring and told Tobikase to go home and rest. He and Tobarama still had to organize documents.
Seeing there was nothing else, Tobikase went home. Since there were outsiders in the village and sparring was tomorrow, he decided to keep a low profile and not use any ninjutsu. On the way home, Cyan and Ryufu also flew back to the clan, snuggling beside the old hen. The old hen gently preened their feathers with her beak.
Tobikase didn't disturb them much, fed them, and then left.
After returning to his room, he took a hot bath, which relieved much of his fatigue and refreshed him. He found it strange normally training didn't tire him this much.
Could it be that the oppressive environment affected his condition?
After all, they were all Kage-level experts, and the strong aura around was stifling. Such occasions were rare. The 5 Kage meeting was a rare sight.
After the bath, Tobikase went to bed to rest.
With sparring tomorrow, he needed to maintain his best condition. This was not only about the honor of Konoha but also affected his mood.
Early the next morning, the system woke Shufeng up.
The sparring was in the afternoon, so there was no need to rush training in the morning and he could rest more. After washing up, Shufeng took some simple food from the ring and ate a few bites before heading out.
"Hey, Shufeng, you're off this morning, why are you up so early?"
Jili called out with a smile.
Shufeng looked back and said, "I'm used to it, I can't sleep at this time."
Jili also laughed and said, "Me too, otherwise I wouldn't be out this early."
He then asked, "Are you confident about the sparring this afternoon? The other village ninjas are much older than you." Shufeng smiled and replied, "It'll be easy."
Jili made a funny face and said, bragging again.
Shufeng said, "If you don't believe me, just wait until the afternoon to see." Actually, the sparring in the afternoon didn't mean much. The other 4 were all second-generation Kage or successors, and they might not go all out.
At most, it was a friendly match, hard to gauge true strength.
The Kage might be able to infer something from it.
Since no one was using their real skills, Shufeng planned to just casually deal with it, using the most basic ninjutsu. But since the opponents were all experienced ninjas, he had to be careful, or mistakes could easily happen.
"Good luck this afternoon, bring honor to the village." Jili was excited as if he were the one going to fight.
Shufeng smiled and said, "No tasks this morning, pretty free."
"What about you? Got anything this morning?"
Jili said sweetly, "This morning I'm taking the other Kage on a tour of Konoha village, an easy mission."
Shufeng nodded.
This kind of mission wasn't suitable for Jili after all, he was young and might seem unreliable, so usually older ninjas were chosen. Kyo was also called to the Hokage's office to be assigned a mission. Jili woke up feeling bored at home, so he came out for a walk.
"What are you planning to do this morning? Go eat barbecue?"
As soon as Jili heard barbecue, he immediately decided, "I'm going." Barbecue was her favorite, and training with Hashirama helped her keep in shape without gaining weight. Jili became even more uninhibited whenever barbecue was mentioned, she agreed without hesitation.
"Been pretty busy lately, haven't been to that place?"
Heard the owner tore down the old building and rebuilt it.
"That I didn't know." I only care about his meat, as long as the shop isn't closed, it's fine.
The two of them wandered back and forth through Konoha village several times and chatted for a long time with Hishigaki, who was disguised as a civilian ninja. But Chufeng felt that this civilian ninja disguise was useless, completely ineffective. Hishigaki had talked with Reto for a long time when in Sunagakure village. Even if he couldn't remember everything, it would make the Kazekage familiar. Just casually pretending to be an ordinary villager like this was really unreliable. But since it was an order, Chufeng didn't say much after all, existence justified reason. Around noon, Chufeng and Jili went together to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant.
Yo, you two are here. I've reserved a private room just for you, come on in.
The owner was still enthusiastic, but the barbecue restaurant looked brand new. It had changed from a small bungalow to a two-story building.
Actually, even if they came every day, the owner wouldn't make that much money. It was mainly because of Chufeng and Jili's fame.
With Hokage disciples often coming, business naturally improved.
Long time no see, have you gotten tired of eating here? The owner asked.
Jili quickly waved his hand. No, there have been a lot of tasks lately, that's why I haven't come. The boss felt relieved. As long as they were around, the shop could keep running continuously. Following the boss upstairs, more than 30 plates of meat were brought to the table one after another, all of which were favorites of the two. The boss was well aware of the regular customers' tastes, so the service was naturally attentive. After all the dishes were served, the boss quietly left, and the two began to feast heartily. The meat plates were quickly emptied, and Chufeng said with a smile, I've been dieting recently, so I'll just eat until I'm 80% full. If someone outside the door heard this, they would definitely be shocked.
Barbecue kept coming non-stop, yet he said he was only eating 80% full? If he wanted to be full, he'd probably have to eat an entire person. As long as you're happy? Jili said with a smile. By the way, what time is your sparring session? Chufeng asked.
He couldn't quite remember himself, probably around the same time as yesterday. The sparring didn't last long. The winner was decided in the blink of an eye.
I forgot too, just keep an eye out anytime.
Chufeng gently exhaled, and a few cloud birds flew out the window, circling within Konoha village, observing the situation.
Master was very happy last night. I heard from Lord Tobarama that he got drunk. This morning, Mistress still gave him a sobering soup. Shuri probably heard it from Kagami, and Torike's understood as well, since Hashirama had always pursued peace. Now that the goal has been achieved, how could he not be happy?
Although peace is still unstable, at least a small step has been taken. The ninja world finally has a chance to develop and will no longer be ravaged by endless wars.
After the two finished eating, they chatted leisurely in the private room until a message came from the Cloudbird, signaling activity. Torike's and Shuri then headed to the Konoha village training ground. Torike's was there to spar, while Shuri came to support and observe. After all, this was a rare opportunity.
At the training ground, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Koharu, Iwa, and others were present.
Tobarama stood nearby, talking about something unknown. Hashirama patted Torike's head and said, Torike's has arrived. The two began chatting. The main topic was that only Torike's would participate in the upcoming sparring.
Hashirama originally wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to step in, but Tobarama refused on grounds of etiquette, so Torike's had to face the challenge personally.
As a master, Hashirama had great confidence in Torike's strength, but the ninjas from other villages were not easy opponents. If you get seriously injured, stop the sparring immediately. Don't push yourself to avoid lasting damage, Hashirama reminded him. Torike's nodded, confident he wouldn't lose. Torike's south strength was close to quasi-kage level. The main reason he hadn't become a true kage was his slightly weaker taijutsu, though Hashirama's training had improved it considerably.
While they were talking, Uchiha Kagami arrived at the training ground with the Kazekage. After shaking hands with the Hokage, the Kazekage sighed, I strolled around Konoha this morning. It's great not to have sandstorms.
Hashirama laughed and said, don't worry, after our talks, I'll send a wood clone with you back to the land of wind, so the sand village can have forests too. Reto clasped his fists in gratitude again. Regardless of motives, his heart to protect his people aligned with Hashirama's. Hashirama paid special attention to him, as he was the only other kage he could get along with. The other old men or proud types didn't mesh well. The two exchanged words, and other kage soon arrived, followed by their heirs. Everyone's eyes were full of confidence, as if victory already belonged to them. Hashirama spoke, since everyone is here, let us start today's sparring early. The other kage agreed and took their seats in the stands, ready to watch and see whose heir was stronger. Shaman, Ai, Mu, and Tsukiji went on stage one after another, followed by Torike's.
The crowd was still guessing which family this kid belonged to, when Hashirama smiled and said, "This is my disciple Torakase from the Yuno clan. He is still very young, so please go easy on him." The heirs in the audience were stunned. Sparring at 7 years old? It was hard to understand. Wasn't he this just handing over a free kill? Some chuckled lightly, seeming to think Konoha no longer had any decent ninjas. Torakase ignored these looks, knowing words were useless. He just needed to defeat his opponents. The old ninjas on stage glanced sideways. Though they had never seen the Yuno clan's reputation firsthand, they had heard of it. They didn't know when the Yuno clan had joined Konoha or that one of their own had become the Hokage's disciple. This was bad news, but since the Kage had signed a peace treaty, no one dared to make a move in front of the Hokage. Even if they did, they might not be able to kill Torakase. He had many trump cards. Hashirama announced the rules. Today's sparring will have 2 rounds. The first round is one-on-one by drawing lots. Those who get a bye can save their strength and directly participate in the second round, a 5-person free-for-all. The winner of the free-for-all will receive a prize. I hope you all perform at your best. The audience below was eager to try, and AI was the most excited, impatient to start the battle. Mirror held the drawing box and let a few people draw lots. Shufeng flipped through the bamboo slips and got a Wu also got a Shaman and AI got B, and Yueji got C, so he could skip the first match. Yueji smiled and walked to the stands to sit down. Shufeng felt unlucky to have encountered Wu. Could this be a fated duel? 2 bloodline elimination candidates were about to face off. Shufeng thought to himself that Wu probably wouldn't use dust release, since that was a deadly ninjutsu. Wu remained calm, unaware that Shufeng was a bloodline elimination candidate, only thinking that the missing mist hidden ninja was his true rival. Uchiha Mirror shouted, "Those who drew A, step onto the field." Wu strode forward, with Shufeng close behind. The others retreated to the stands. In the arena, Wu and Shufeng each stood on one side, waiting for the battle to begin. Begin! Earth Release, Ultra Light Rock Technique. Wu instantly flew up, looking down on Shufeng from above. This was a hidden rock village shadow-level ninjutsu, rare in its ability to allow flight. Shufeng remained calm, having anticipated Wu would use this move. He also had a flying ninjutsu, but couldn't use it yet. He bit his finger and whispered, "Summoning jutsu." Thick smoke rose, instantly obscuring Shufeng's figure. After a moment, a crane twice the size of a normal one flew out of the white smoke, carrying Shufeng toward Wu. Wu clearly hadn't expected Shufeng to have such a strong counter, or such a large flying summoned beast. Earth Release, Rock Rain. Wu's body instantly gathered countless small rocks, which under his control rained down on Shufeng like a storm. Shufeng's fingers moved rapidly, quickly forming hand seals, wind release, wind pressure. A gust of wind blew from his mouth, and the rocks under its influence immediately endured immense pressure, shattering into fine dust. Interesting, Wu said lightly, showing some disdain for the 7-year-old ninja before him. Shufeng didn't respond, instead seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Sharp wind blades shot out from his mouth, incredibly swift. They instantly cut through Wu's throat. However, Wu's body instantly collapsed into a pile of earth blocks. It was a substitution. Looking around, Shufeng found no trace of Wu, and even the crane Xingyun showed no signs of abnormality. Shufeng knew Wu could conceal chakra, making dust release extremely terrifying. Since he couldn't detect him, he had to be cautious. Water Release, Gentle Rain. Water droplets gathered around Wu's body, slowly falling like a nourishing drizzle. Though seemingly ordinary, each drop contained Shufeng's cloud energy. As long as the raindrops hit the opponent, Shufeng could pinpoint their location. The rain covered the entire training ground, leaving nowhere to hide. Shufeng sat on Xingyun's back with his eyes closed, sensing. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Found you. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. He quickly formed hand seals, flames and water swirling around him, transforming into 2 roaring giant dragons of water and fire, charging straight toward the sense direction. With a rumble, the ground was blasted into a large crater. At this moment, Wu appeared. Although not seriously injured, he was covered in dust and looked disheveled. He had long suspected this rain was deceptive on a real battlefield. He could have avoided the area, but since the sparring had distance limits, he had no choice but to endure it head-on. Wu's 2 advantages were both nullified now, forcing him to fight directly. The previous battle had already revealed that this 7-year-old child was no ordinary person. Just the water and fire dragon bullet technique alone was beyond what a ninja of his age could master. Konoha really has a lot of monsters, Wu remarked lightly. Though tricky, the outcome was still uncertain. Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear. Wu finished forming the seals, the ground trembled, and countless earth spikes shot straight up into the sky. Anyone hit by them would surely die. Fortunately, Xing Yun was quick to react and had already sensed the danger. As the ground began to shake, he spread his wings and took flight, circling in the air, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Though the countless earth spikes were spectacular, they failed to harm Chu Feng in the slightest.
Xing Yun's abilities were even beyond Chu Feng's understanding. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A huge dragon had emerged from the earth spikes, opening its mouth and spraying rocks like a machine gun. Chu Feng understood Wu's intention. Both were airborne, so many earth release techniques couldn't reach them. The earth dragon bullet was essentially raising the ground to create obstacles. Xing Yun dodged through the hail of rocks, the dragon head changing direction as Wu controlled it, and Chu Feng could only try to shatter it. Lightning Release, Thunder Beast Charge. Electricity crackled in Chu Feng's hands, blue light radiating in all directions. The lightning condensed into a fierce beast, its sharp fangs and claws revealing a ferocious aura. Instantly dashing into the earth dragon's head, a palm strike shattered the earth dragon. The thunder beast had not dissipated and continued to charge toward Wu. When the thunder beast was just an arm's length away from Wu, a punch scattered it. The rock giant floated behind Wu like a guardian deity. Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon. For earth stone dragons suddenly emerged from the ground. Their bodies were heavy but agile and swift. They climbed along the thrust of the earth mound spear, opening their mouths to bite at Chu Feng. Xing Yun immediately carried Chu Feng flying into the distance, but the earth dragons were as long as giant snakes, almost filling the entire training ground. Wu smiled faintly. He could also use ninjutsu that could cover the entire field. Water Release, Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Chakra was consumed frantically, water surged around his body, and a whirlpool roared beneath his feet. A water sphere gathered above his head and exploded, splashing water everywhere. A huge water dragon rose into the air, soaking the earth stone dragons and slowing their movements. The earth dragons, like drowning insects, were smashed by the water dragon. Neither side had fully unleashed their strength. It was just back and forth, difficult to determine the winner. Chu Feng's chakra was sufficient. If Wu did not use dust release, he would surely lose in a prolonged battle. Konoha ninja, you're impressive. To fight me this long, besides that little mustache, you're the first. Chu Feng's expression was normal, but a smile played at the corner of his mouth. So are you. If told that Uchiha Madara had never lasted a single round against Wu, would Wu collapse? If experience cards don't count as cheating, Uchiha Madara has become a psychological shadow for Wu. Being easily defeated and humiliated by Chendun was something no one could bear. Show me your real skills, let me see what else you can do. Xing Yun slowly landed, turning into dust and disappearing. Since there was some impulse to have a proper fight, he certainly would not back down. However, Xing Yun was still young and lacked combat experience. It would be troublesome if he got injured. Without the spirit beast, the sky fell into Wu's hands again, but he became more cautious. He was unclear about Chu Feng's true strength, but the fact that the other party gave up flying and returned to the ground showed great confidence. Wu decided to strike first. Earth Escape Super Heavy Rock Technique. He condensed a huge earth ball in his hand and threw it while using the super heavy rock technique. The earth ball instantly became as heavy as a meteorite, smashing toward the ground. The ground cracked, and soil and stones scattered everywhere. The surrounding spectators were almost affected, and the dust cloud covered the entire training ground. Wu could see nothing in the air. The scene was momentarily calm, but Wu knew that this ninjutsu alone was no match for Chu Feng. Sure enough, before Wu could react, four crystal vines emerged from the dust, quickly entangling his four limbs. He struggled but found the crystal vines as hard as rock. Wu could only control the rock giant to smash the vines fiercely. The hard crystals could not withstand punch after punch. The vines shattered one after another, turning into fine dust drifting in the air. Crystal Escape Crystal Thorn. The wind-controlled crystal dust rapidly grew, becoming as sharp as needles. A single needle might be weak, but the sky full of fine, hair-like crystal thorns formed a terrifying forest. No dodging possible, the leg was pierced. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and quickly broke free. The spot he just left was instantly swallowed by crystals. A second later, he would have been trapped to death. Such a strange ninjutsu. One ninjutsu was broken, but its residue could give birth to another. This was undoubtedly a bloodline limit, but the 7-year-old child's understanding of ninjutsu was astonishing. Your ninjutsu's chain release is very strong. But today, you've met me. Wushuang stretched out both hands, forming the signature hand seal, Dust Escape Original Realm Peeling Technique. White light spots appeared in his hands, rapidly expanding into a translucent giant cube.
In a breath, the cube enveloped all the crystals and dust in midair.
The cube vanished, and the crystals dissipated along with it. Xu looked at the ninjutsu that had no counter, a smile appearing on his face. This is dust escape, truly powerful.
Able to decompose matter into atomic states, even a pillar would surely die upon encountering it.
However, this ninjutsu also had obvious flaws.
The ninjutsu wasn't flexible enough. Shadow-level warriors were almost impossible to hit, only effective against ninjas below shadow level.
Wu obviously had no intention of giving Chu Feng the chance to release ninjutsu.
A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a translucent cylinder that shot toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately dodged, but Wu chased him like plowing a field, leaving deep furrows wherever he passed. Chu Feng didn't plan to keep dodging and casually threw out a crystal seed. Wu mistook it for ninjutsu and tried to sweep it away with dust release, but Chu Feng detonated the seed early, scattering crystal shards everywhere. Wu didn't have time to use dust release. The shards gathered into countless crystal mirrors, so many that even dust release couldn't shatter them. Chu Feng's figure had already disappeared, leaving only one crystal mirror. Wu sensed that each mirror had identical chakra, making it impossible to distinguish the original. Several sounds of glass shattering rang out as the outer crystal mirrors fell, instantly transforming into massive crystal vines piercing the sky, intertwining into a cage. The last ray of sunlight was blocked, turning the entire training ground into a giant prison. You're the second person to see this ninjutsu. Let us see how long you can hold out, Chu Feng's voice sounded, surrounded by mirrors. Wu thought he couldn't shatter the crystal mirrors, or more would form. He could only use dust release.
Mu Xingren Chu Feng is the toughest opponent.
Having just overused dust escape, his chakra is insufficient, so he can only cautiously evade to reduce consumption. It should have been an easy spar, but since both represent their villages, neither wants to lose face. At this moment, a lotus bud flew from the mirror.
Chu Feng dodged sideways, and the bud entered the other mirror and disappeared.
If dust escape is used to break through the vines and escape the training ground, it counts as a loss, so Mu has been lingering inside, which is also Chu Feng's strategy. Chu Feng deliberately made the crystal a pale pink transparent color so the outside world could see the internal situation. The twisted vines blurred the vision, but several shadow ninjas could still sense what was happening inside. Even the grizzled old rogue, Sachikage Ishikawa, felt irritated seeing the air. He had pinned his hopes on being completely outmaneuvered by a 7-year-old child.
What an impressive sparring match!
The Hokage-sama's apprentice is truly outstanding, Retsuto exclaimed. He had seen this little boy back when he was in Sunigakure. He had thought it was just a casual visit, but it turned out to be the Hokage-sama's apprentice.
Yes, such a massive ninjutsu requires an enormous amount of chakra to perform.
This child's potential is astonishing.
Byakuren was purely watching the sparring, occasionally offering her opinions. Among the 5 Kage, Byakuren was the oldest and her words carried considerable weight.
My apprentice is mischievous. I apologize for the embarrassment, Hashirama said, but inside he was overjoyed. He already knew that Iwagakure had produced a bloodline elimination ninja. But today, it was clear that Torikase was being suppressed, even though this was just a training ground spar, not a battlefield. At this moment, Wu, trapped in the cage, had recovered some chakra and also discovered the secret of the crystal mirrors. There was no main body to be precise, each mirror was a main body. As long as all the mirrors were shattered except one, Torikase could be forced out without causing accidental death. Dust release. Just as Wu was about to use dust release, the crystal mirrors all sank into the ground, and flower buds sprouted on the crystal vines.
The buds bloomed, revealing mirror faces, each reflecting Torikase's figure. Countless Torikases slowly emerged from the mirrors. Crystal release, 1 arrow lotus.
Each Torikase held a crystal lotus bud, hurling them toward Wu. Faced with a barrage like a rain of arrows, Wu had nowhere to dodge.
He couldn't help but wonder, how much chakra does this 7-year-old child actually have?
Wu had no choice but to use dust release to deflect this wave of attacks. He released a spinning cylindrical dust-style technique. Everything in its path was obliterated. The vine cage was slashed open with a large gash, the dome's support collapsed, and crystal shards reflected the sunlight, making it impossible to keep his eyes open.
After successfully resolving the crisis, Wu knelt down, gasping for breath.
To conserve chakra, he had already deactivated the ultra-light rock technique, knowing the next strike would decide the outcome.
Wu looked around but still saw no sign of Chu Feng, angrily shouting, "Still hiding? Face me honorably in a fair fight."
No one responded, but the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, alerting him that something was wrong. He leapt to escape, but it was too late. A vine twice as thick as before shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around Wu and lifting him into the air. Wu struggled desperately to break free, but it was useless. His ninjutsu couldn't tear through the vines, only leaving cracks. Not far away, a mirror appeared out of thin air, and Chu Feng emerged halfway through it, smiling, "I'm here." He reached out, and a crystal serpent shot out from his sleeve, coiling around Wu and biting fiercely into his arm. Seeing this, Chu Feng was overjoyed. The crystal snake was drawing Wu's blood, which meant Chu Feng would now have a puppet capable of using dust-style ninjutsu.
I admit defeat.
Wu's chakra was completely exhausted. Continuing to resist was meaningless, and he could only take the hits passively. Hearing this, Chu Feng withdrew the crystal snake and controlled the crystal vines to gently lower Wu to the ground.
Enough blood had been drawn. Activating the puppet would be no problem. Since the opponent was ninjutsu based, there was no need to continue.
A ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu quickly stepped forward and helped Wu off the field for treatment.
Mirror walked to the center of the training ground and announced Chu Feng as the winner.
The Hokage's disciple is truly extraordinary. Although Ishikawa gritted his teeth a little, his words were sincere. He had always regarded his successor as the strongest among the young ninjas, hoping he could lead Iwagakure to glory. He never expected to be defeated today by a 7-year-old child.
Lord Tsuchikage, you flatter me. Tofu only took advantage of the terrain.
Without the terrain restrictions, the result wouldn't be like this. Although Hashirama said this, he felt differently inside.
He knew his land best.
Tofu didn't even use the cloud release, let alone unleash half of those strange ninjutsu.
If it were a real battlefield, the outcome would probably be the same.
Or even worse, directly losing his life. When the Tsuchikage and Hokage were talking, the Reikage and Kazekage did not intervene, as it was not their own business and they feared offending anyone. But they couldn't just sit there forever, so they fairly praised both Mu and Tofu. The Mizukage stared at Tofu for a long time, wanting to know just how strong this child really was. After all, his successor, Hozuki Genjutsu, had been unconscious since the battle with Mu, and whether he would wake up was uncertain. And this child seemed to have easily defeated Mu, full of confidence, surely still holding many trump cards. Tofu walked out of the training ground and sat in the spectator seats. The recent battle had left the ground full of cracks and impact craters. After a few ninjas skilled in earth release repaired it, Kagami announced the start of the next match. Mu's injuries had healed, but his chakra had not fully recovered, making him appear weak. Mu sat not far from Tofu, carefully observing AI and Shaman preparing to fight on the stage. Takeshi didn't deliberately get close. He had just fought Wu, so it wasn't appropriate to start a conversation.
Neither side paid any attention to the other. The battle was about to erupt at any moment.
Lightning release had no advantage over wind release, and both sides were evenly matched. AI was the successor of the first Reikage, and Shaman was the successor of the first Kazekage, essentially a showdown between two villages. AI took the opportunity to mock the Wind Country's poverty and lack of strong ninjas, provoking Shaman while fighting. All the guys from the Hidden Cloud village are simple-minded but physically strong. A cold voice came from behind Takeshi. Takeshi turned around and saw Tsukiji, smiling warmly at him.
"Can I sit here?" Tsukiji asked.
Of course, Takeshi replied. Before Takeshi could ask why, Tsukiji said, "They might target me first.
How about we team up?"
His intention was clear, to find a protector close to himself. If Wu won, Tsukiji might also choose this kind of cooperation. After all, everyone was low on stamina except Tsukiji, who was at full health and chakra. Normally, people would take the chance to defeat the opponent with abundant stamina first, to avoid letting a third party benefit. So Tsukiji wanted to find a partner to cooperate with, which others might not agree to. But Takeshi didn't mind. He had only used 2 or 3 chakra cards in this battle, still had plenty of stamina, and could recover slowly.
"Sure, I have no problem." Chu Feng readily agreed.
Yuji smiled upon seeing this, secretly planning that the 3 of them would gang up on Chu Feng, wait until his chakra was exhausted, and then launch a sneak attack.
Victory would then be his.
The tactics of the Hidden Mist Village have always emphasized deadly surprise attacks, with no regard for any real man rules. The two chatted casually in the spectator stands, while the battle on the field grew increasingly intense. AI was surrounded by flashing electric sparks, while a storm raged around Shaman, forming a shield. The two unleashed their final strike with full force. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, fierce winds rose, and sand and stones flew, making the scene almost impossible to see. Lightning darted chaotically through the dust, deterring anyone from approaching. As the flying sand and lightning slowly dispersed, everyone was surprised to see Shaman and AI fall to the ground simultaneously.
Medical personnel rushed forward to provide emergency treatment.
After examination, they found that the two were merely unconscious from chakra exhaustion, with almost no external injuries.
A spectacular duel. Reikage and Kazekage really put effort into teaching their disciples, Hashirama remarked.
Reikage felt proud in his heart. Of course, I put a lot of thought into it. He laughed heartily, but it seems more training is still needed. Byakuran, like a health expert, reminded Reikage, don't overwork the young ones, they need to rest. Reikage, quick-tempered, was about to lose his temper but was interrupted by Hashirama's words.
Let us continue watching the match.
This simple sentence calmed Reikage down. About an hour later, AI and Shaman had regained much of their strength.
Kagami stepped onto the stage and announced the rules for the next round. Next is the final round, a mixed sparring mode.
5 people may form temporary teams or fight solo, but in the end, only one will emerge victorious.
The winner will receive a reward from the Hokage.
AI, unable to contain his eagerness for battle, felt extremely uncomfortable after the draw with Shaman earlier.
Let us start quickly, he urged impatiently. Kagami ignored AI's impatience and proceeded at his own pace.
AI immediately became furious, about to curse, when a calm voice came from nearby, that is someone from the Uchiha clan.
You big oaf, it's better not to provoke him.
AI looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice.
The name Uchiha clan made him feel a vague sense of caution, but that was all.
His anger turned into a sneer. Finally, Kagami announced the official start of the mixed sparring. Shaman, AI, and Wusi, already tacitly cooperating, launched a direct attack on Tsukiji.
Ueji skillfully dodged the body techniques of several people and countered with water release, water pellet.
Countless tiny water spheres sprayed like a machine gun, targeting everyone except Chu Feng.
Wuyang easily countered this move with earth release. Ueji said calmly, "Are you all targeting me? How about joining forces to defeat Yunin village?
You're the only one among us who hasn't made a move, your background is unknown, we can't let you stay." Shaman retorted coldly, then unleashed wind release, wind slash, a sharp gale rushing straight at Ueji.
But Ueji didn't move an inch.
Just as the wind blade approached, several crystal spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, blocking the wind blade. Only then did everyone realize that Ueji had actually called on that kid named Xu Feng for help.
Why are you siding with him? Wu Wen asked.
Xu Feng helplessly shrugged. If he gets eliminated, you will definitely team up against me, so we have to cooperate. Since he was an enemy, AI did not hesitate, fiercely stabbing Feng's throat with a lightning strike in his hand. Feng twisted his body, flipped through the air, and vanished without a trace using the crystal mirror.
Damn it, so tricky to keep dodging around. AI shouted angrily. No reminder, defeat Yuji first, then find Xu Feng Buqi.
Moontrace noticed teammates disappearing and enemies targeting himself, so he hurriedly fled. The monk quickly performed wind release, wind-flowing sand, causing the sand particles in the area to twist like snakes, fiercely pursuing. Ueji's legs were no match, so he simply stopped. After all, he still had teammates backing him up. He gathered chakra and spat out a huge water ball, heading straight for the flowing sand. The water ball collided with the flowing sand and burst, soaking the sand and causing it to lose its wind control ability. The water on the ground made it easier for Tsukiji to release ninjutsu. He continuously formed hand seals, shooting countless water arrows from the puddles, but their power was weak, easily blocked by a dirt wall. AI watched for a long time with no effect, his face darkening. He then plunged his hand into the water and frantically released lightning. Unexpectedly, this strike really worked. Tsukiji was electrocuted through conduction, his feet numb, and his movements greatly slowed. Wu seized the opportunity to pursue, using several consecutive earth-style ninjutsu that Tsukiji couldn't dodge, forcing him to defend with ninjutsu. Just as Shaman was about to make a move, a mirror appeared behind him. Xu Feng silently emerged from the mirror, formed hand seals, and conjured a crystal vine that fiercely lashed Shaman's back. Shaman was caught off guard and was directly knocked back, his back burning painfully. Feeling blood seeping out, he couldn't help but complain about the negligence of himself and his teammates. Everyone's attention was focused on Tsukiji, ignoring Xu Feng's presence. Wu noticed and warned AI to be careful, but AI was too focused on releasing lightning to hear it all. After Shaman got up and adjusted his stance, he and Wu pursued Tsukiji.
At this moment, the mirror appeared again behind AI.
Xu Feng formed hand seals, and a crystal vine burst from the ground, firmly binding AI and dragging him into the water.
Lightning-style lightning ball.
5 golden lightning balls materialized out of thin air and fell into the water, delivering intense electric shocks that made AI cry out in pain. He hadn't expected to be hurt so badly by a lightning-style ninjutsu, feeling even more insulted, his roar echoing through half of Konoha. He fiercely tore the vine apart, but countless sharp crystal thorns sprouted from the break, easily piercing his palm. The repeated injuries enraged AI, but he endured the pain, pulled out the thorns, and threw them away. He lunged at Chu Feng but found that Chu Feng in the mirror had disappeared. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Things were not going well for AI, and Wu had no gains either. They pursued Tsukiji, but Tsukiji's water concealment technique was as troublesome as Chu Feng's mirror. Every time they almost caught him, he would dive into the water and disappear. After several attempts, Wu's anger began to build. Fire-style high sky fire. A huge fireball appeared in Wu's hand, flames pouring down like flowing water, evaporating all water sources along the way, forcing Tsukiji to reveal himself. This kind of flame was not something water concealment could dodge. Competing with the ninja from Kirigakure was quite an interesting experience. Water-style rapid torrent. Tsukiji spat out a rushing water flow like a river, fiercely scouring the ground. Wu's high sky fire couldn't withstand this ninjutsu and was quickly extinguished, but he had already successfully forced Tsukiji out. Too hasty, that's not good. Chu Feng suddenly appeared behind Shaman, whipping him hard. Shaman was knocked back several meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering internal injuries. Damn it, why does it have to be me? The monk was furious, a fierce wind swirling around him as dust and gravel gathered into a massive claw lunging at Yuji. But the wind had long since vanished, leaving the monk with no outlet for his rage, forcing him to charge at Yuji. Wu Yi provided aerial support, using Earth Escape ninjutsu to corner Yuji into a dead end. Shaman slapped fiercely on Yuji's chest with one claw, but no blood appeared. Yuji's body suddenly turned into water droplets, splashing into the pool formed by the rushing current, then reformed. This Yuji is as annoying as Chu Feng, running so fast. AI watched as Yuji and Chu Feng toyed with their teammates, his anger growing stronger. Yuji was not far from him. AI grinned widely and quickly charged at him, lightning swirling around his body. Thunder torture level, Chio dance. AI swung his hand like a blade, lightning exploding, scattering earth and stones. With a flash of blue light, AI had already closed in on Yuji, determined to defeat him with a single strike. Yuji did not dodge but spat out a chaotic torrent of water, enveloping himself and the surroundings. AI's attack was cushioned by the water flow, unable to cause effective damage, and he had to retreat temporarily. But Yuji took the opportunity to summon several crystal long snakes, which bit tightly onto AI's limbs. AI cried out in pain as a large amount of water surged into his throat. He struggled in vain, his limbs bitten, with no foothold in the water. AI's face turned ashen. If he didn't give up, he might suffocate. Seeing this, Hashirama immediately ordered Yuji and Chu Feng to release their ninjutsu. Medical ninjas stepped forward, took AI away, and after simple treatment, he was no longer in serious condition. Now only 4 people remained. The dumbest one had been eliminated, but the situation on the field hadn't changed substantially. AI hadn't been much help and had even been a bit of a burden. Still not dodging? Yuji squinted and asked. Chu Feng nodded. 2 against 2, Chu Feng no longer needed to hold back. Although a sneak attack was easier to win, it would make people think the Hokage's apprentice was just a sneak attack expert. Shaman and Wu also got serious. They had thought it was just a normal spar, but everyone was very strong. Shaman continuously released countless needle-sharp wind bullets, which left smooth round holes when hitting stones and earth, showing great power. Wu released rock spears from the sky, disrupting the 2's movement, making it impossible for them to focus on dodging the wind bullets. Soon, several abrasions appeared on their bodies. Continuing to dodge was not an option. They had to find a way to block Shaman's attacks. Chu Feng stomped the ground fiercely, and the earth immediately became sticky and fluid. Half the training ground instantly turned into a sea of mud. Shaman felt his feet almost swallowed by the mud and jumped away immediately, but the ninjutsu kept being released. There were always blind spots when adjusting direction, and Chu Feng seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. A huge hexagonal shuriken slowly took shape in Chu Feng's hand and was suddenly thrown. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Shaman. Shaman concentrated wind bullets, trying to shatter the shuriken, but Chu Feng infused a large amount of chakra, making the shuriken exceptionally hard. Shaman had to use a stronger ninjutsu to counter it. The wind bullet assault was blocked, but Chu Feng's attack did not stop. Countless small hexagonal crystal shurikens fluttered like snowflakes, sparkling in the sunlight. Just as they were about to hit Shaman, Woyon's dust release decomposed them into atoms. Woyon looked back at Shaman and found that he had already fainted. Woming understood this was a decoy to distract him, and actually took the opportunity to launch a strong attack on Shaman.
Shaman exited the scene, leaving only him on the field.
1 against 2 was obviously impossible. He couldn't even defeat Chu Feng alone, but he couldn't admit defeat. After all, he represented Iwagakure.
Wu quickly formed hand seals, and several earth dragons drilled out from the ground, attacking Chu Feng.
It was expected to be dust release, but it turned out to be ordinary earth release. Clearly Wu did not want to reveal too much strength.
Chu Feng didn't want to waste energy, so he dived into a mirror and disappeared.
The earth dragons lost their target and could only bite and gnaw around the field aimlessly.
At this moment, Wu heard a dragon roar behind him and tried to dodge but was too late. Chu Feng rode a giant crystal dragon charging out of the mirror, soaring into the air.
The crystal dragon fiercely collided with Wu's stomach, smashing him from high above directly to the ground.
Yueji immediately used water prison ninjutsu to tightly trap him.
No one expected his end to be the same as AI's. Both were suffocated to death. Being hit by the dragon was also quite painful.
With no chance of winning now, he simply admitted defeat. Next, Yueji would face Chu Feng in battle.
His expression was serious, no longer frivolous, clearly feeling the immense pressure from Chu Feng.
Yueji had been observing Chu Feng but couldn't understand how a 7-year-old child could be so strong.
Even Wu could easily defeat him, and Wu was an opponent that even Lord Hanyu could barely draw with.
Yueji, unsure if he wanted to buy time to recover or for some other reason, said to Chu Feng, "Yunzhong Chu Feng, it's finally our turn to duel. Who do you think will win?"
Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling that Yueji was indeed strong, at least top 3 among the 5, but in his heart, Yueji was still not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen.